Chapter 1 Low-Level Martial Achievement System. February of the year 2325 in the Blue Star calendar, Shishan Province. Anseong No. 3 Middle School. Heavy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, turning the campus into a pristine white expanse, and the temperature was very low. But in a classroom in the teaching building, a group of teenagers dressed only in thin clothes were standing in a horse stance, constantly waving their fists. Zhang Yi stood among them, his body steaming with sweat, seemingly unaffected by the spring chill. The star martial cultivation method is the first step on the path of martial arts cultivation. A young and beautiful female teacher, dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform, walked among the students. She coldly rebuked. "You are all in the second semester of your junior year of high school. You should have already achieved some success in your cultivation methods. But what happened? Not even half of you have reached that level. After a winter break, very few students have made any progress. Some people say they don't want to train because of the cold weather. Well, let me ask you, why don't you look for the problem within yourself? There's only a year and a half left until the college entrance exam. Ask yourselves honestly, do you think you can get into a martial arts university?" The female teacher stopped there. She paused slightly, glancing at the boy beside her. "Zhang Yi is doing quite well." The pretty female teacher nodded slightly. After a winter break, his progress is obvious. He is almost at the minor mastery stage of the star martial cultivation method. The students present all turned to look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi has an outstanding appearance. He is handsome, has a tall and straight posture, and his eyes are full of youthful vigor and determination. "Keep up the good work." That's what the pretty female teacher said. "Yes." Ms. Zhang Yi bowed slightly. Xiao Cheng is not considered outstanding in his class, and besides, he has not yet made a breakthrough. But this result was the result of his persistent daily practice during the winter break. Yi is still working so hard. Beside Zhang Yi, a brown-skinned boy sighed, "If your talent were just a little bit better, you might have already reached a great level." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Why care so much about talent? It will distort a person's efforts." "That's true." The brown-skinned boy nodded and smiled. "Those with good martial arts talent went to the honors class as early as the first year of high school. For us in the regular classes, we value perseverance and hard work more. In martial arts training, one must first consider innate talent, then comprehension, and finally, effort. Comprehension is elusive and intangible, and effort depends entirely on the individual, but innate talent is something that can be measured. The students in the regular classes were all of inferior talent. Inferior talent also means mediocre martial arts aptitude. Zhang Yi grew up in this world and knew long ago that his martial arts aptitude was not good. His insistence on practicing martial arts was not out of mere interest. It's because this world is not only filled with martial arts, but also faces the crisis of shadow calamity, where ordinary people could lose their lives at any time. On Earth, nearly 10 million people die from this crisis every year. Embarking on the path of martial arts and strengthening oneself is the best way to protect oneself and one's family. Martial arts. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. He also knew that the first thing to consider in martial arts training is innate talent. He had long since resigned himself to his fate regarding his poor natural endowments. Until a few days ago. Low-level weapon achievement system not activated. A panel that only he could see appeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. This panel appeared suddenly a few days ago. Along with the panel appeared his memories of his past life. Only then did he remember that he was a transmigrator, but one who had been reborn. He knew then that his long-awaited stroke of genius had finally arrived. But what followed was a moment of silence. This is clearly a high martial arts world. What the heck is this low martial arts achievement system? In the history of this world, hundreds of years ago, Blue Star connected with the starry sky, bringing with it the martial arts of the stars. Starry sky martial arts combines ancient martial arts with technology, and after hundreds of years of development, it has reached an extremely prosperous level. Some people have emerged from nuclear explosions unharmed. Some people have moved mountains and seas to create vast plains. Someone once shattered a 1,000,000-ton space carrier with a single punch using their physical strength. One by one, martial arts masters standing tall under the starry sky, with their supreme martial will, guarded their homeland and became immortal monuments that deterred demons and monsters. Without a doubt, this is a world of high martial arts where people can withstand nuclear bombs with their bare hands and destroy planets with a single punch. Zhang Yi stared at the words "not activated" on the panel, speechless for a moment. In a world of high-level martial arts, you give me a low-level martial arts system? No wonder it's impossible to activate. Fortunately, over the years, he has always relied on his own perseverance. Even without a cheat code, nothing could stop his desire for martial arts. Certainly. He also knew very well that those with inferior talent would need to put in several times the effort to embark on the path of starry sky martial arts. Moreover, Jiang Ye's martial arts aptitude is only considered average in the regular class. In previous years, no more than 15 students from the regular class have been admitted to the martial arts university, and this number has fluctuated from time to time. Jiang Ye thought to himself, in other words, I need to be in the top 10 of my class to have a chance of getting into the martial arts university. The top 10 students in the class had already achieved minor success in the STAR martial arts cultivation method by the first semester of their second year of high school. Jiang Ye is making progress, and they are also striving to make progress. Surpassing these people will be quite difficult. Take it one step at a time. As long as you put in enough effort and hard work, you will definitely have a chance. Jiang Ye's mind gradually calmed down. At the same time, after reprimanding the students, the pretty female teacher said calmly, everyone, take a moment to adjust yourselves. We'll be conducting the preschool assessment immediately. Upon hearing this, all the students' expressions brightened. A preliminary assessment is one of the most important things to do when school starts. The rankings are going to be re-established again. I wonder if I can break into the top 10 this time. I'm doomed. I think I'm going to fall back to the bottom this time. The students, some nervous, some excited, began to stir. Jiang Ye was also looking forward to it. This assessment would let him know how many people he had surpassed during the winter break. Soon, the female teacher came to the center of the classroom and stepped on the button on the floor. Buzz! A silver white metal instrument rose from the ground. This is a punching power tester. The preliminary assessment is basically the same as the martial arts assessment during the college entrance examination, consisting of a physical fitness assessment and a combat simulation assessment. The first item in the physical fitness assessment is the punching power test. As soon as the female teacher started registering students, one by one, the students stepped forward to take the test. Wen Yuehui, 351 kilograms. Li Jichao, 475 kilograms. Zhang Yo, 235 kilograms. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Ye's turn. Jiang Ye, it's your turn. The pretty female teacher glanced at Jiang Ye a few more times, and she was quite impressed with this outstanding-looking and extremely hard-working boy. Yes. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and stepped in front of the punching power testing device. He stared at the testing device in front of him, slowly raising his right fist. Call. Jiang Ye planted his feet firmly on the ground, his spine undulating like a dragon, channeling all his strength into his right fist. He slammed a punch hard into the round punching bag. Bang! With a loud thud, the numbers on the display jumped rapidly. 100 kilograms. 150 kilograms. 200 kilograms. Soon, the number on the display screen settled at 245 kilograms. I was just a little short of reaching the standard of minor success. Jiang Ye was not surprised to see this scene. 250 kilograms is the standard for minor success in the STAR martial cultivation method. His punching power is above average in the class, not the best, but not the worst either. Bite. Host's punching power detected. Low-level martial arts achievement system is being activated. Jiang Ye, upon returning to his original spot, froze in place upon seeing the subtitles that appeared before him. System activation? Has this low-level martial arts achievement system actually been activated? Warning! Warning! Your punching power has reached the system's limit, exceeding that of 90% of the world's population. Strength assessment in progress? Upon seeing these lines, Jiang Ye began to question the meaning of life. Me? I've reached the system limit? And it surpasses 90% of the world's population? Are you kidding me? His punching power of 245 kilograms might have been considered quite good in his previous life, but in this world, any high school student could easily achieve that. It only took a slight movement to reach the system's limit? It has been determined that your punching power has reached the standard of a martial arts master. Unlocked title, Martial Arts Master. A martial arts master? Jiang Ye was taken aback again. After spending so much time analyzing it, this is the result? Low-level martial arts. Could it be that the system misjudged the environment as a low-level martial arts world? Even in low-level martial arts, a punching force of just over 200 kilograms can make someone a martial arts master. What kind of low-dimensional world is that? Just as Jiang Yi was feeling incredulous, a line of text appeared before him again. Reward, Physical Enhancement. Chapter 2, Practical Assessment. Name, Jiang Yi. Physical condition, Ordinary Grade D Grade C. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Beginner 99%. Achievement. Martial Arts Master. A panel appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi quickly gathered his thoughts and began to examine the area. Physical enhancement? Does that mean my physical fitness has improved? As you can see, his physical condition improved from grade D of ordinary physique to grade C of ordinary physique. Jiang Yi carefully considered it, and just a moment ago, his body seemed to have undergone some changes. First of all, my 5 senses have become clearer. Secondly, my body seemed to have become much lighter. It felt as if turbid air was expelled from his body, and his spirit and energy became refreshed. These were all subtle changes, not very noticeable, but Jiang Yi definitely felt them. The improvement doesn't seem significant, but it's unlikely to be a huge leap from grade D to grade C. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Improving physical fitness should have an impact on actual combat. We'll see how much has changed in the upcoming assessment. At the same time, in Class 9 of Grade 11, all students have completed the punching power test. The ranking of punching power was immediately displayed on the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom. Jiang Yi glanced at his ranking. His punching power is 245 kilograms, ranking 35th in the class. This winter break, there were more than 5 people. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. He had ranked 40th in the final exams last semester. With a total of 100 students in the class, this ranking is not low. However, the punching power test is just the beginning. Next, there will be speed tests and real-world tests. The final ranking of the preliminary assessment will be based on a comprehensive score that combines the results of the 3 tests. Jiang Yi has undergone physical enhancement, and his ranking in the next 2 tests may rise further. Speed test begins. The female teacher on the stage spoke calmly. She pressed a button on the wall, and the punching power tester in the center of the classroom slowly descended. At the same time, a silver-white treadmill rose from the ground. The first one is Li Jichao. A sharp-witted boy stepped out of the queue and began the speed test. Following that, other students stepped forward one after another. Meanwhile, the rankings were constantly being updated on the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom. Li Jichao, 14.9 ms. Wan Yuehui, 12.7 ms. Zhang Niu, 10.9 ms. Next, Jiang Yi. That's what the female teacher said. Yes, Teacher Chen. Jiang Yi got up and walked towards the treadmill. The female teacher's name is Chen Zilu. She is the martial arts teacher of Class 9. She is very young, very beautiful, and has fair skin. She is very popular with the boys. Jiang Yi stepped onto the treadmill, which was set to run 100 meters. His peak speed during this time would be his test score. Start. Boom. As Jiang Yi took a step, the treadmill roared to life. Flashes of light kept appearing on the track, precisely measuring Jiang Yi's speed through his strides. The 100-meter test ended quickly. The electronic blackboard displayed Jiang Yi's data, 12.0 meters per second. It actually reached 12 meters per second? Is there anything wrong? Inside the classroom, many people looked surprised. 12 meters per second is the speed standard for minor success in spiritual practice. Jiang Yi, however, has clearly not reached that level yet. Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Yi and smiled. It seems that Jiang Yi underwent rigorous speed training during the winter break, right? Jiang Yi remained silent. As you all can see, this is the result of perseverance and hard work. You should all learn from Jiang Yi. Chen Zilu looked at the others and didn't hold back her praise for Jiang Yi. Only Jiang Yi knew. His speed exceeding 12 meters per second is probably inseparable from the physical enhancement he just received. I seem to have a greater sense of control over my body. Jiang Yi pondered, although my cultivation level hasn't improved, I'm stronger than before. Is this what physical enhancement is? Indeed, it's quite extraordinary. The speed rankings have now been released. Jiang Yi returned to his original spot and looked at the electronic blackboard. 30th place. It's a pity. If I could have gotten this ranking in the last final exam, I could have applied for poverty assistance this year. Jiang Yi felt both joy and regret. He was an orphan and was raised by adoptive parents. The adoptive parents are both grassroots workers and their economic situation is very average. In this situation, you can apply for a subsidy from the school, provided that your grades are in the top 30 of your class. I.e., congratulations on making it into the top 30. Beside him, the brown-skinned boy exclaimed, "You've improved by a full 10 places in just one winter break. That's amazing." Jiang Yi looked at him and smiled. "Compared to you, I'm still far behind." The brown-skinned boy's name is Wei, and he is Jiang Yi's good friend. At the same time, he was also one of the top 10 students in Class 9, and had already achieved a minor mastery of the star marshal cultivation method. Compare me? When Wei shook his head inside, "Then you'd better work harder. It won't be easy for you to catch up with me." He said that, but in his heart he secretly made up his mind to roll up his sleeves again. Although he was happy to see his brother's progress. But if his brother really surpasses him, then he'll start to feel bad. However, he also believed that as long as he put in the effort, it would be almost impossible for Jiang Yi to catch up, given his ranking. Jiang Yi also secretly made up his mind, set a small goal, to be in the top 10 of my class before the end of my second year of high school. This was once his goal for the college entrance examination. But now that there's a system, everything is different. Next, we will conduct a practical assessment. The practical assessment of the college entrance examination is divided into ring combat and virtual starry sky assessment. Due to limited conditions, this time we will only conduct a practical combat assessment in the ring. Shenzilla said calmly, "I will suppress my strength to the level of the beginner level of the star martial cultivation method and fight against you. But remember, when the martial arts college entrance examination comes, you will face opponents who have mastered the cultivation methods. Mastering the star martial arts cultivation method is the minimum standard for the martial arts college entrance examination. Students in regular classes who meet this requirement before the college entrance examination have a roughly 50% chance of being admitted to martial arts university. Of course, martial arts universities are also divided into different levels. Among them, the top 10 prestigious universities are the most outstanding, followed by the alliance of 25 universities, and finally the 100 ordinary Wuhan universities. For students in regular classes, it's already quite an achievement to get into a regular martial arts university. Buzz! Shenzilla stepped on the button on the ground, and a light immediately shone from the floor in one corner of the classroom. A silver-white circular arena with a diameter of 10 meters rose up. Shenzilla stepped onto the stage and glanced at the students below. Soon, the practical assessment began. Although Shenzilla suppressed his cultivation level to the beginner level of the star martial cultivation method, even when facing students ranked in the top 10 of the class, she could decide the outcome within 10 moves. Next. 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 A series of cool, soft shouts echoed from the stage. The teacher's basic skills are too profound. Jiang Yi, sitting in the audience, stared intently at Shenzilla, his heart filled with longing. Real combat is the most important part of martial arts. The foundation of martial arts is the most crucial first step in actual combat. Shenzilla, with her beginner-level skills, easily defeated her opponent who was at the junior level. This is thanks to her extremely solid foundation. No matter how fiercely her opponents attacked, she remained unmoved. I wonder how much my combat ability has improved after this physical enhancement. Jiang Yi also felt a little expectant. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Yi's turn to take the stage once again. What Jiang Yi didn't expect was that an accident would happen when he started the practical assessment. Chapter 3, Friend of the Ancestor, please add to your favorites. On the stage, Jiang Yi and Shenzilla stood facing each other. Around the arena, there are two cameras-like devices suspended in the air. These are used to evaluate combat scores. Let's begin. Shenzilla raised her fist and beckoned to Jiang Yi. Yes. Jiang Yi nodded and also assumed a fighting stance. Just as he was about to take the initiative, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Warning! Warning! Exceeding the limit has been detected. New achievement triggered, sparring with the martial arts grandmaster. Jiang Yi was genuinely surprised that the system would pop up at this moment. After he saw it clearly, he was stunned again. Has it exceeded the limit again? The founder of martial arts? According to the system's judgment, Shenzilla, a high school teacher, has actually become a martial arts master. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. But soon he wondered, what kind of reward would I get if I completed this achievement? To spar with the founder of martial arts. The reward must be quite generous, right? At the same time, seeing that Jiang Yi was not making any move, Chen Zilu immediately took the initiative to attack. She took a sudden, powerful stride, her movements as swift as lightning, and a delicate, white fist hurtled straight at Jiang Yi. Boom! A sharp, menacing aura swept over us. Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that martial arts masters always accompanied their moves with their own aura. The higher one's martial arts cultivation, the more intimidating this aura becomes. Although Chen Zilu had suppressed her skill level to the beginner level of cultivation, her aura was still breathtaking. Jiang Yi immediately raised his left arm to block, while simultaneously striking with his right elbow towards the opponent. Bang! Chen Zilu seemed to have expected this, and nodded as she controlled her elbow, saying, "Elbow punch? The power is not bad, but your way of exerting force is wrong. In the star martial cultivation method, fist techniques are the most crucial part. The elbow strike is one of the most classic moves. Use your legs, waist, shoulders, and elbows together, forming a line, to strike the surface from a single point," Chen Zilu instructed. The words were spoken. She used the same elbow strike technique, aiming an elbow strike at Jiang Yi. Boom! The force of this punch was similar to that of Jiang Yi, but the effect was completely different, leaving only a muffled thud in the air. Jiang Yi crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself. Bang! He felt a surge of immense power, which caused him to uncontrollably retreat several meters, almost stepping off the stage. Call! In a flash, Chen Zilu closed in again, delivering a powerful punch. At this moment, Jiang Yi had retreated to the edge of the ring. For an ordinary person, there was no chance of winning. Whoosh! But the next moment, Jiang Yi moved like an eel, dodging the attack with an almost impossible maneuver, and returned to the center of the arena. Fortunately, I have undergone physical enhancement, and my control over my body is far greater than before, otherwise I would have lost just now. Jiang Yi was slightly out of breath, feeling both relieved and under immense pressure. It is also an introduction to the practice of spiritual cultivation. Chen Zilu's combat ability and skills far surpass his. At the same time, Chen Zilu saw Jiang Yi dodge away, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Call! She took another step and attacked Jiang Yi. Bang bang bang! Various fist techniques, such as grabbing, pouncing, shaking, and intercepting, accompanied by sharp fist shadows, enveloped Jiang Yi like a storm. So strong! Jiang Yi kept dodging and blocking, his arm going numb from the impact. Soon, he was once again forced to the edge of the ring. This time, Jiang Yi failed to return to the center of the ring and was knocked out of the ring by a punch from Chen Zilu. Phew! Jiang Yi steadied himself, cupped his hands towards the stage, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Chen Zilu did indeed give him a lot of guidance during this practical experience, from which he benefited greatly. Your practical skills have improved a lot compared to last semester. It seems you've put in a lot of effort this winter break. Chen Zilu smiled and said, "Not bad, keep up the good work." As a teacher, she also really liked this kind of hard-working student. Yes. Jiang Yi nodded and turned back to his original position. Chen Zilu watched Jiang Yi's retreating figure, her eyes flickering slightly. She knew the student he had been extremely diligent in his cultivation since the beginning of high school. Their diligence even surpasses that of the top 10 students in the class. What a pity! Chen Zilu sighed inwardly. If this child had been more gifted, he might have had a chance to get into the 25 schools alliance. Such diligence, yet he is held back by his lack of talent. Even with mediocre talent, being able to get into an ordinary martial arts university is already considered extremely outstanding. As for the alliance of 25 schools? Almost impossible. The students around him in the classroom were all very surprised. Jiang Yi's time spent in the ring during this actual combat was no less than that of the top 10 in his class. It should be noted that each of the top 10 students in the class has already broken through to the minor success stage of cultivation, which has been half a year. Jiang Yi, however, was only at the beginner level of cultivation. It's incredible that they have this level of practical combat skills. Meanwhile, the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom also displayed Jiang Yi's practical results. 20th place, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was not surprised to see this ranking. The ranking in actual combat is based on a comprehensive assessment of his combat skills, combat awareness, physical fitness, and other factors. He managed to stall for so long by dodging multiple times. However, his combat skills were actually far inferior to those of the top 10 in the class. 20th place in actual combat? Ah Yi, you really are a hidden talent. Wen Yuehui sighed repeatedly from the side. Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "You've improved quite a bit this time, going from 10th to 8th place. Are you saying you're giving up but secretly working hard?" "I would never stoop to doing such a thing," Wen Yuehui denied. Jiang Yi ignored him, because a system message had popped up in front of his eyes. "You have achieved a new accomplishment. You sparred with the martial arts grandmaster and were still able to handle the situation with ease despite the vast difference in strength. Unlocked title, Friend of the Ancestor. Reward: the martial arts grandmaster goes easy on you when she imparts martial arts knowledge. Your comprehension will increase by 30%. Looking at the prompt that appeared on the panel, Jiang Yi's face darkened slightly. Is this referring to the recent sparring match, where Chenzilu went easy on Chenzilu? That wasn't just holding back, Chenzilu was clearly suppressing her strength on her own. This idiotic system. Forget it, the system can even get the worldview wrong, so it's not surprising that it gets this wrong too. Jiang Yi quickly came to terms with it. Then his eyes lit up slightly. Comprehension increased by 30%? In martial arts training, one must first assess one's innate talent and secondly one's comprehension. This comprehension is of paramount importance. Some people, even with average talent, can still achieve great things in the martial arts of the starry sky by relying on their extraordinary comprehension. A 30% increase in comprehension is definitely a significant improvement. As for the prerequisite when she teaches martial arts? As it happens, Chenzilu is the martial arts teacher for Class 9, and she teaches martial arts in every class. She has a martial arts class this afternoon. We'll find out the details this afternoon, Jiang Yi thought with some anticipation. The preliminary assessment has now concluded. The electronic blackboard displays the overall ranking of this initial assessment at the start of the school year. Number 25, Jiang Yi, 206 points. 25th place? Jiang Yi nodded slightly when he saw his ranking, not surprised at all. Logically, he shouldn't even have made it into the top 30 this time. His physical enhancement significantly improved his performance. On the stage, Chenzilu scanned the crowd with her beautiful eyes. In this preliminary assessment, I want to give special praise to Jiang Yi, who rose directly from 40th place last semester to 25th place. Chenzilu said calmly, "He's just like you all, with only average talent. His improvement is inseparable from his persistent and diligent practice." As Chenzilu spoke, many people quietly glanced at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi remained calm. He has indeed improved a lot compared to his final exam last semester. This is partly due to the strengthening of physical constitution. Of course, the most important reason is his persistence and hard work. If I hadn't worked hard enough this winter break, I wouldn't have been able to activate the system this time, let alone improve my ranking so much, Jiang Yi thought to himself. On the podium, Chenzilu concluded by saying, "This afternoon, I will teach advanced techniques of the cultivation method. After you finish eating, remember to get to the classroom early." She said this before turning and leaving. Yes. The students stood up and rushed out of the classroom. It was already lunchtime. Jiang Yi also ran out, but his mind was still replaying what Chenzilu had just said. Advanced techniques? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The teacher had never taught this before. This was the first time. Perfect timing. He wanted to see just how much improvement in his comprehension would help him. Chapter 4, Comprehension. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Yi returned to the martial arts classroom. In this world, martial arts training has become a part of life. Starting in high school, students will experience frequent martial arts training, averaging at least 5 days a week, with the entire day dedicated to martial arts classes. At this time, there were already quite a few people practicing on their own in the classroom. When Yuehui saw Jiang Yi, she immediately walked towards him. "Ah Yi, have you heard?" When Yuehui whispered, "The college entrance examination will be reformed next year, and the admission standards for universities will be higher." College entrance examination reform? Jiang Yi was taken aback. When Yuehui nodded and said, "Many ordinary universities have raised their admission standards. The star martial cultivation method must be perfected before we can enter. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us. And if you want to achieve perfection before the college entrance examination, I wonder how much money it will cost." He was deeply moved. The saying, "The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts," is not just a saying. To make rapid progress in martial arts, money is indispensable. Jiang Yi asked in surprise, "Can't people from Chengdu get into regular martial arts universities anymore?" "You can get in, but only into the bottom-ranked schools." When Yuehui shook his head and said, it's just an ordinary martial arts university, ranked last. What's the difference between it and a junior college? Zhang Yi asked, what about the alliance of 25 schools? The 25 schools alliance? When Yue said casually, the standards should have been raised as well, but that has nothing to do with us. Why are you asking this? Do you want to apply to the 25 school alliance? You still have to have dreams. A challenge to hold back laughter? Then I give up. When Yue smiled, not taking it to heart, I used to have dreams too. When I was in elementary school, I wanted to get into one of the top 10 prestigious universities. Unfortunately, reality is too cruel. During our casual conversation, it was already time for class. At the classroom door, Chen Zilu, dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform, white shoes, and white socks, strode in. The first to the 36th forms of the Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method fist techniques. This time I will practice advanced techniques, so watch carefully. Chen Zilu said in a cool voice. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, and he quickly focused his attention. Advanced techniques are usually intended for students who have achieved a basic level of mastery in their practice. Such opportunities are rare. Chen Zilu, with a cool expression, began to practice boxing in front of everyone. The essential techniques of boxing, such as grabbing, pouncing, shaking, and intercepting, are vividly displayed in a set of fluid and graceful boxing movements. Buzz. In an instant, Zhang Yi seemed to enter an extremely ethereal state. The surrounding environment faded away, leaving only Chen Zilu rehearsing there, and many details were magnified. This is a 30% increase in comprehension? Zhang Yi was startled and stared at the source. Chen Zilu danced gracefully, revealing her slender, snow-white waist and abdomen. Zhang Yi stared intently at her body, paying attention to every detail. Although the Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, fist techniques only has 36 moves, it takes an hour to complete a set, which is quite physically demanding. Boom! Finally, Chen Zilu threw a punch with the force of a dragon, completing her finishing move. She said calmly, from now on, cultivate on your own. Ask me if you don't understand anything. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the class began to practice. Zhang Yi stood still, not making a move. What no one knew was that his brain was working at full speed at that moment. So, my previous training method had so many flaws. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, and flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. During Chen Zilu's teaching this time, he seemed to have an instant enlightenment, suddenly understanding many key points. Phew! The next moment, Zhang Yi slowly raised his fist stance. He threw punches and palm strikes in quick succession, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and natural. The boxing manual is about more than just practicing boxing techniques. Zhang Yi recalled what Chen Zilu had once said, when practicing boxing, you should exert force in your shoulders, waist, abdomen, hips and legs at the same time. With each punch, try to mobilize the power of all the muscles in your body. The Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, fist techniques, consists of 36 forms, each containing 36 moves. It is divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. If you can correctly engage your muscles and exert force in each move, and complete the practice of the 36 forms, you will be close to perfection. This means having ultimate control over every inch of your body. It is said that those who have perfected the Star Martial Cultivation Method can even control that aspect of their body with ease, and their penis will never fall. Zhang Yi hasn't reached that level yet, but he has improved a lot this time, and he is on the verge of achieving minor success. While Zhang Yi was diligently practicing his boxing skills, Chen Zilu's gaze wandered around the martial arts classroom. This was her first time demonstrating advanced techniques in Class 9 of Grade 11. However, if someone has good aptitude, they can gain some insight and improve significantly at this time. Chen Zilu glanced around briefly but didn't find any such students. The students in the regular classes are all mediocre in terms of martial arts aptitude and comprehension. Chen Zilu was not surprised and sighed inwardly. But just as she was thinking about this, her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she looked in one direction. This student has actually grasped a bit of it. Chen Zilu's gaze fell on a boy. The boy was thin, and his head looked somewhat pointed, perhaps because of his hairstyle. She looked at the student as if remembering something. Li Jichao? Both his parents are martial arts masters. Although he is of inferior talent, he is still stronger than others. Chen Zilu pondered for a moment, then looked away. But when she glanced at Zhang Yi by chance, her gaze paused again. Zhang Yi? He's about to break through too? Chen Zilu looked at Zhang Yi, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, not far from Zhang Yi, When Yuehui had been cultivating for 3 hours and stopped, drenched in sweat. He saw Jiang Yi still practicing his boxing and couldn't help but think, how come this guy is lasting so long this time? Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only 3 hours. But these 3 hours require mobilizing the whole body, which is no less than 3 hours of strenuous exercise. Suddenly, when Yuehui realized something and thought to himself, he's about to break through to the lesser completion stage. Just as he was thinking about this, Jiang Yi's boxing style suddenly became more aggressive, and his breathing rhythm seemed to resonate with his boxing style. Click, click, click. A popping sound like popping beans came from his shoulder blades, his spine undulated like a dragon's back, and he swung his fist. Bang! A punch was thrown, and a muffled thud could be faintly heard in the air. Breakthrough. Minor success in cultivation technique. Jiang Yi also snapped out of his trance. He looked at his fists and felt a surge of joy. Just now, he sensed that his control over his shoulder and waist muscles had suddenly improved significantly. It was as if it were an extension of his own arm. This means that every time he throws a punch from now on, he will be able to fully utilize his shoulder and waist muscles, and the power he can generate will be far greater than before. This is the minor success of the Star Martial Cultivation Method. On the panel, the progress of Star Martial Cultivation Method has changed from beginner 99% to minor success 1%. I didn't expect to break through this time. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. There is a bottleneck between becoming a beginner and achieving some level of proficiency. According to his estimate, it would have taken at least another week to achieve a breakthrough. But now, he has made a breakthrough after just one class. Is this the effect of Friend of the Ancestor? It's incredibly powerful. Jiang Yi felt satisfied. He knew that his rapid breakthrough this time was largely due to his 30% increase in comprehension. I.e., congratulations on breaking through to the minor success level. When Yuehui walked over and said sincerely, from now on, you are also a superior person in our class 9. He was also very happy to see his friend make a breakthrough. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled, about to reply. Suddenly, Li Jichao, who was standing not far away, started cracking all his joints. Eat! Suddenly, he threw a punch, the fist imprint landing like the clash of metal, making people's eardrums ache. Hiss! When Yuehui exclaimed in shock, Li Jichao? He actually achieved great success. Jiang Yi also turned his head to look. He's only just achieved minor success, while others in his class have already broken through to major success? A student in a regular class who achieved excellent results before the college entrance examination. Achieving such mastery in the second year of high school? That's extremely rare. Li Jichao. Chen Zilla commented, to have mastered the cultivation method by the second year of high school, you are much more outstanding than others. However, the most difficult step in the Star Martial Cultivation Method is from mastery to perfection. Do not slack off. Yes. Li Jichao cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Chen Zilu, his expression neither sad nor happy. Chen Zilu added, go buy some enhancement potions, they'll be very helpful for breakthroughs. Li Jichao frowned slightly and said, won't spraying medicine harm my health? Chen Zilu said, Lilong medicine has fewer side effects. Li Jichao nodded. Lilong medicine? Jiang Yi muttered to himself. Although Chen Zilu didn't say this to him, since it was something that could help him break through, he naturally had to remember it. When Yuehui glanced at him and said in a low voice, Lilong potion costs 3,000 yuan a bottle, let's forget about it. 3,000 yuan a piece? Jiang Yi was startled and somewhat incredulous. My adoptive mother's monthly salary is only 3,000 yuan. Of course, otherwise how could we say that the poor are scholars and the rich are warriors? When Yuehui sighed, rich people are really something else. I wish I were that rich too. Jiang Yi gained a clearer understanding of martial arts. He thought to himself, it seems that from now on I can only rely on my own efforts. At the same time, Chen Zilla looked at Jiang Yi, knowing that he was one of only 2 people in the class who had mastered the advanced techniques. She smiled slightly and said, Jiang Yi is also doing very well, finally breaking through to the minor success level. He only made a small breakthrough in the second semester of his junior year of high school, which is actually quite mediocre. Although both are considered to have inferior talents, Jiang Yi's aptitude is clearly much worse than that of the top 10 students. However, she didn't go and hurt anyone at that moment. Jiang Yi, if you have any questions, come and find me. Chen Zilla finished speaking with a smile and then turned and left. In the classroom, many people looked at Jiang Yi with envy. Jiang Yi was the only person Chen Zilla suggested getting special tutoring from. Even Li Jiqiao didn't receive this treatment. But there's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Yi is a diligent cultivator and also very handsome. Just as the boys were feeling envious, a girl handed Jiang Yi a bottle of water after the martial arts class ended. Chapter 5, A Family of 4. Please add to your favorites. Thanks. Looking at the shy female classmate in front of him, Jiang Yi didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the water bottle. The female student ran away shyly, a hint of joy still on her face. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was recalling Chen Zilu's last words in class. I really need to ask the teacher for advice more often in the future. According to the system, his comprehension will only increase by 30% when Chen Zilu is teaching him. Whether in class or with individual tutoring, these will all be opportunities for him to improve. He was planning for the future. Jiang Yi finished his day of cultivation and embarked on his journey home under the setting sun. Taoyuan Residential Area. Building 12, Unit 606. As soon as I got home, I smelled a wonderful aroma. Looking up, I saw a plate of tempting braised beef and corn ribs on the dining table. You're back? In the kitchen, his adoptive mother, Li Anping, saw him and said with a smile, sit down and eat. Jiang Yi washed his hands and then went to the dining table. Elder brother. A little girl, probably in 4th or 5th grade, ran over. She was beautifully sculpted with delicate features and had a mischievous glint in her eyes. She immediately hugged Jiang Yi and acted coquettishly. Brother, do you have any candy? Li Anping scolded, Ting Ting, it's time to eat. Jiang Ting, Jiang Yi's younger sister, is an adorable little girl who is not yet 12 years old. Jiang Yi took a lollipop out of his pocket and said, eat your candy after you finish your meal, or I won't buy you any more. Yes, I know. Jiang Ting accepted the lollipop with a happy expression. The family of 3 sat down at the dinner table, and Li Anping casually asked, Xiao Yi, how did your exams go today? Not bad, 25th place, Jiang Yi replied. Li Anping exclaimed in surprise, 25th place? That's an improvement of 15 places from last semester? Your dad will be so happy when he gets back and hears this. Jiang Yi smiled and said, Dad, why have you been coming home so late these past few days? He's been working overtime at the factory these past few days. Li Anping didn't offer much explanation. Zhang Dehai, the adoptive father, worked at the Anqing Bionic Machinery Factory, a place that specialized in processing bionic prosthetics. Because of the existence of shadow calamity, even in the city, danger may lurk everywhere. Each time a shadow disaster strikes, the disability rate remains high, prompting the rapid rise of the bionics industry. According to our station, a level 2 shadow disaster occurred in Qingyang City, Xishan Province last night. The police, in conjunction with the Qingyang City Shadow Hunting Bureau, have successfully quelled this shadow disaster. Residents are advised to minimize going out at night, and those below the martial arts realm 1 should avoid going out at night. The wall-mounted TV in the living room was broadcasting tonight's news. Qingyang City? Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback when he heard the news. Qingyang City, located next to Anqing, is one of the top 5 cities in Xishan Province. There's also a martial arts university there, so the level of security is much higher than in Anqing. Even so, once a disaster occurs, casualties are still unavoidable. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Only those who reach the first level of martial arts can have a sliver of self-defense against the shadow calamity. There are 7 realms of martial arts. Each breakthrough is a breaking of the shackles of different levels of life, leading to a completely new height in life. During this period, all sorts of incredible and extraordinary abilities will be born. The first humans to break free from the shackles of life are known as star martial artists. Also known as one break. Only by reaching this level can one have the confidence and strength to face the shadow calamity. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi returned to his room and continued his cultivation. The Star Martial Cultivation Method is a basic cultivation method established by the Blue Star Federation, and it is also the first step on the path of star martial arts. Reaching the pinnacle of cultivation means approaching the first shackles of life. However, this is not enough to enter the first realm of martial arts. One still needs to undergo several rounds of starry sky refinement to truly transform. Of course, these things are still a long way off for Jiang Yi now. He glanced at his own panel. Low-level achievement system. Name, Jiang Yi. Physical condition, ordinary grade C. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, minor success 1%. Achievement. Martial Arts Master, friend of the founder. Considering the benefits brought about by these 2 achievements, Jiang Yi exclaimed sincerely, it's so much more fun to use cheat codes. He has nothing to be ashamed of regarding using cheats. Looking across the multiverse, which powerful being doesn't have some kind of cheat code? Having a cheat code and working hard are not contradictory. Working hard to have a cheat code is the true path to becoming a strong person. If I want to get stronger quickly, I need to unlock more new achievements, Zhang Yi thought to himself. These achievements are like buffs. The effects can be stacked indefinitely. However, unlocking new achievements is a problem. It seems that the 2 achievements I unlocked were both due to a system error. Zhang Yi's expression was strange. To put it bluntly, the system cannot accurately identify his environment. Mistaking a high martial arts world for a low martial arts world. Treat the assessment as a learning exchange. The result was correct, but the process was a complete mess. The question now is, will the system continue to move in this direction? Will it correct itself later? These are all unknowns. I should just focus on my cultivation for now, Zhang Yi thought to himself. For him, the safest approach is to wait until he becomes stronger and unlocks higher martial arts achievements. Once you unlock more achievements and find the pattern, you might get a clue. When you break through to the pinnacle of your cultivation method, your body will undergo a transformation. Perhaps at that time, new achievements will be unlocked. Zhang Yi gradually became immersed in selfless cultivation. 10 p.m. Squeak. The sound of the door opening came from inside, and a middle-aged man walked in. How's it going, honey? Have you found a new job yet? Lianping stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Zhang Dahai shook his head slightly, looking somewhat tired. It's a bit difficult to find a job. Many companies rejected me when they heard I was over 40. Middle age brings the risk of unemployment. Zhang Dahai is one of those caught in this wave of unemployment. Tomorrow, I plan to apply for a job at the Shadow Hunter Bureau. I heard they have a night security position available, Zhang Dahai said, sitting on the sofa. Lianping's expression changed slightly. The Shadow Hunting Bureau? Isn't that a place specifically for dealing with shadow calamities? Isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry, it's just guarding the gate, there's no danger. But I work at night. Lianping looked at her husband with a worried expression. Even the news is reminding people not to go out at night. Shadow calamities can occur during the day, but they happen more often at night. Although Zhang Dahai had practiced martial arts, he had not even reached the first level of breakthrough, and would find it difficult to protect himself in danger. Although she understood these principles, Lianping didn't know how to persuade him. Zhang Ting is at an age where she is growing, and Zhang Yi is at a crucial stage in his martial arts training, so they need a lot of nutritional supplements. Both children need money. The enormous family expenses left her unsure how to continue trying to persuade them. Okay, don't worry. Zhang Dahai comforted him, I'm just a gatekeeper, and besides, that's the Shadow Hunting Bureau, the safest place in the whole city. Besides, I'm almost at the first breakthrough myself, I'm not as weak as you think. Lianping nodded. She didn't continue the topic, but instead said, Ono ranked 25th in his entrance exam this time. Yeah? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahai's face immediately broke into a broad smile. This kid, I knew he could do it, his progress this time is truly astounding. He also noticed Zhang Ye's diligence. But after his initial joy, Zhang Dahai sighed softly. If only this child weren't so poorly endowed. Otherwise, with his efforts, he could have gotten into a better martial arts university and wouldn't have followed our path in the future. Both he and Lianping were of inferior talent. Therefore, he was even more aware of the limitations of inferior talent in martial arts. Zhang Dahai slowly clenched his fist. No matter what, Xiaoyi is working so hard, and as her father, I can't let her down. Although Zhang Yi was adopted by them, after so many years, they have long regarded him as their own son. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we will send our child to the martial arts university, Zhang Dahai said in a low voice. Chapter 6, Special Tutoring. So, the reason my father has been leaving early and returning late these past few days is because he's looking for a job? Zhang Yi stood in front of the wall. Because of his enhanced physique, his hearing improved, and since the old house wasn't well soundproofed, he could vaguely hear conversations in the next room. Dad's actually going to apply for a night security job at the Shadow Hunter Bureau? Zhang Yi frowned deeply. The Shadow Hunter Bureau is an extremely special organization in this world. It exists specifically to deal with shadow calamity. The calamity caused by shadows has a long history. Hundreds of years ago, after the blue planet aligned with the stars, people discovered a strange kind of creature that could attach itself to shadows. It feeds on the host's life force through the host's shadow. These bizarre creatures are called Shadow Clan. Anyone targeted by the Shadow Clan, unless they are a martial arts master, is doomed to die. This thing cannot be killed by technological means. Only by using Starry Sky martial arts can it be eliminated. The Shadow Hunter Bureau is an organization specifically tasked with hunting down members of the Shadow Clan. Most of the martial arts experts in Anqing are stationed there. Just as Zhang Dahai said, that was the safest place in the whole city. However, once the Shadow Calamity occurs, the Shadow Hunting Bureau will become the most dangerous place. My dad had no choice but to apply for a job at the Shadow Hunter Bureau. Zhang Yi also understood his adoptive father's helplessness. In middle age, with elderly parents to care for and young children to raise, one cannot be without a job. In particular, Zhang Yi's martial arts training requires enormous expenses. Putting everything else aside, at least we need to eat meat every day. The Shadow Calamity not only endangers humans, but also affects animals, causing meat prices to rise year after year. Regular pork is now selling for 50 yuan per gene 500 G. Not to mention the special pork supplied by Wudao, which costs at least 200 yuan. Specially supplied beef and mutton can cost over 500 yuan. Unfortunately, martial arts training cannot be separated from eating meat. Improvement in martial arts cannot be separated from dietary supplements, and eating meat is only the most basic part of dietary supplements. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. He heard that those students from wealthy families not only ate large amounts of meat at every meal, but also supplemented their diet with precious martial arts ingredients, such as martial ginseng, whale eyes, and tiger gall. These are all very expensive, often costing thousands. The saying "the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts" is not just a saying. Zhang Yi did not have such a family background. His adoptive parents' combined annual salary was less than 100,000 yuan. Nevertheless, they still ensured that he could eat meat every day. I must get into martial arts university. Zhang Yi's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He wasn't talking about gratitude, but at least he didn't want to disappoint his parents. His current goal is to perfect the star martial cultivation method before the college entrance examination. Continue your cultivation. Zhang Yi returned to his original spot and resumed his fist stance. He usually practices until 1 a.m. before falling into a deep sleep. Today is no exception. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up in bed, rubbing his groggy head. Did you have another nightmare? During this period, he kept having the same nightmare, and after waking up, he couldn't remember the content of the dream. Zhang Yi rubbed his head, not caring at all. He looked at the panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, minor success 2%. After just one night of cultivation, my skill level improved by 1%. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. A 1% improvement in one night, that's far more efficient than his previous level. My cultivation speed seems to have increased. Could this also be an effect of the physical enhancement? Physical enhancement can actually improve martial arts aptitude? Could it be that this so-called physique actually refers to martial arts talent? This guess is astonishing. This means that Zhang Yi's martial arts talent has actually improved. After achieving minor success, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve further. However, I will break through to major success sooner than planned, Zhang Yi thought to himself. The star martial cultivation method has 4 stages, and the difficulty increases exponentially with each new stage you break through. The difficulty of going from a minor skill level to a major skill level is twice that of the beginner stage. The difficulty increases dramatically as one progresses from mastery to perfection. Zhang Yi originally thought he would only be able to achieve mastery in his senior year of high school, but now he feels that he can achieve this goal before the end of his junior year. Eat breakfast. Zhang Yi got up and walked out the door. After breakfast, Zhang Yi took his younger sister Zhang Ting to school. We arrived at the entrance of Anqing Elementary School, where Zhang Ting studies. Before parting, the little girl looked at him longingly and said, "Brother, I will miss you." Zhang Yi patted his head and said, "I'll bring you candy after school." Thank you, brother." Zhang Ting walked into the school with a happy expression. Zhang Yi also headed towards Anqing No. 3 Middle School to begin his day of cultivation and study. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Zhang Yi repeated the same routine day after day. Aside from eating, sleeping, and attending academic classes, he spent his time constantly cultivating himself. During this period, he did not unlock any new achievements. It is speculated that he needs to reach a certain level of strength or trigger some bug to unlock new achievements. For example, the friend of the ancestor was obtained by exploiting a bug. But so far, Zhang Yi has not been able to trigger any new bugs. Fortunately, his strength improved rapidly. After his physique was strengthened, Jiang Ye's martial arts aptitude improved, and his cultivation speed also increased slightly. In addition, Shen Zilu's classes increased comprehension by 30%. Of course, the most crucial factor was his hard work every day and night. Jiang Ye's martial arts skills are increasing at a visible rate. March 30th. In the cultural class, Jiang Yi, who ranked first in academic subjects, sat in his seat. He looked at his control panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, minor success 40%. In just 1 month, the path to great success is already nearly halfway complete. Jiang Yi felt satisfied. Previously, he probably wouldn't have been able to improve by even 10% in a month. That's what it means to have inferior talent. Most students in regular classes achieve a minor breakthrough in the second semester of their junior year. With a year and a half remaining, they need to dedicate themselves fully to their studies in order to potentially achieve a major breakthrough. This month of training also allowed him to summarize a pattern. For every 10% increase, the difficulty of cultivation will increase significantly. Currently, it takes 2 days to increase by 1%. Jiang Yi was not disappointed, on the contrary, he was full of anticipation. His cultivation speed is already very fast. Perhaps it won't even take a semester to achieve a breakthrough. In this lesson, we will talk about the classification of talents. At this moment, the teacher's voice caught Jiang Ye's attention. The academic teacher was a bespectacled woman in her 30s, wearing a black tight-fitting dress and possessing a curvaceous figure. She then introduced herself as follows. Martial arts talent is roughly divided into 4 levels. Primitive, newborn, Taoist essence, extraordinary. According to the classification of Starry Sky martial arts, there are even higher levels, but we on Blue Star mainly only have these 4. Among them, the original endowment, also known as the inferior endowment, is the endowment of more than 70% of the people on Earth. Talent not only relates to physical strength, but also to the cultivation of Starry Sky martial arts. For example, with innate talent, embarking on the path of Starry Sky martial arts is even more difficult. Jiang Ye's heart stirred slightly. According to the teacher, martial arts talent is not entirely equivalent to physical constitution. This overturned some of his previous assumptions. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed that a line of text had appeared on the panel without his knowledge. Low-level achievement system. Name, Jiang Yi. Physical condition, ordinary grade C. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, minor success 40%. Achievement. Martial Arts Master, friend of the founder. The system has also separated physique and endowment, so it seems that the two are indeed different. Jiang Yi thought to himself. The second level of endowment is called New Life. The bespectacled female teacher in the black tight-fitting dress said, the term new student signifies a new generation of martial arts talent, whose physique is far stronger than their original endowment. These kinds of people often have strong martial arts talent, and they can achieve twice the results with half the effort when they cultivate. For example, students in the top classes all have this kind of talent. The bespectacled female teacher continued her introduction. This was also the first time Jiang Yi had learned what kind of students with new talents were like. A newborn with exceptional talent, able to perfect his cultivation technique in his second year of high school, and possibly become a Starry Sky martial artist in his third year? Jiang Yi was secretly astonished. A martial artist of the stars needs to break free from the shackles of life. That level is too far away for Jiang Yi right now. No wonder the school separates regular classes from honors classes. The difference between the two is too great. If the newborns already possess such strong innate talents, what about those with Taoist bones and extraordinary abilities? Jiang Yi thought to himself. The sense of satisfaction I felt just now was completely swept away in this moment. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. The low-level martial arts achievement system is merely a tool to help him improve. But if you want to surpass those geniuses and become a true martial arts master, in the end you still have to rely on your own efforts. Before we knew it, it was time for martial arts class again. Put. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped into the classroom, he saw Li Jiqiao not far away, injecting Lilong medicine into his arm. Wow, they're really rich. Jiang Yi felt a surge of emotion. This month alone, Li Jiqiao has received acupuncture treatment 10 times. At a price of 3,000 yuan per bottle, that's 30,000 yuan. This would be an unimaginable expense for his family. Just as Jiang Yi was secretly sighing. Chen Zilu, dressed in white shoes and socks and possessing stunning beauty, walked in to begin the martial arts class. She carried a faint fragrance, and was aloof and otherworldly as she practiced martial arts in front of the students. Jiang Yi studied diligently, and he improved the most during martial arts classes every day. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Before the martial arts class ended, Chen Zilu suddenly said, "Jiang Yi, come to my office after lunch." Jiang Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly replied, "Yes." Chen Zilu drifted away. At the same time, the students around Jiang Yi cast somewhat envious glances at him. Does teacher Chen now proactively invite him to give private lessons? Last time I went to ask for advice, the teacher told me to go back and watch the video myself. Why is Jiang Yi treated so well? Is Chen Zilu really that good to him? Could he have some kind of dirt on the teacher? Stop being so sour. It's because Jiang Yi is handsome and diligent in his cultivation. You're not even as good as him. I work from 8 a.m. Wang Yi Chao Lai Ma. Chapter 7, Martial Bone Awakening. Please add to your favorites and vote. Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled. He had indeed consulted Chen Zilu many times these days, but he had never approached her privately. This was also the first time Chen Zilu had taken the initiative to contact him. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering, a girl walked up to him and handed him a bottle of water. This is for you. Jiang Yi looked up and saw the girl who often handed him water. Her name was Xia Qing. Thank you, I'll bring you some next time, Jiang Yi said. Xia Qing nodded shyly, then ran away with her face flushed. Jiang Yi watched her retreating figure with a sigh. Is this the advantage of being handsome? Unfortunately, in this world, being handsome can't put food on the table. Not far away, Wen Yuehui walked over and stared at him with an incredulous look. No, buddy. Wen Yuehui looked displeased. You changed people? Jiang Yi turned his head in confusion and asked, what's wrong? The Yi I know couldn't possibly have such amazing martial arts talent. Who are you? Give my good brother back. Wen Yuehui cried out in anguish. Jiang Yi's progress over the past month has been so rapid that others might not be able to see it. But Wen Yuehui, as her best friend and frenemies, saw it very clearly. Especially now that Chen Zilu has taken the initiative to invite Jiang Yi to give her private lessons, Wen Yuehui is practically dying of jealousy. Jiang Yi's lips twitched as he looked at Wen Yuehui's grief-stricken appearance. Good grief, you're worried about your brother's life being tough, but you're also worried about him driving a Land Rover, huh? At this moment, Wen Yuehui suddenly said, are you cheating? Don't forget your brother if you get anything good. Jiang Yi shook his head and sighed. Couldn't it be because of my persistence and hard work? Wen Yuehui was stunned for a moment. Then, he said quietly, if persistence and hard work were useful, the world's richest man would have been a donkey long ago. This statement was impossible to refute. Seeing that Wen Yuehui still wanted to complain, Jiang Yi said, let's go to the cafeteria, or we won't even get any soup. I'll blanch it. Wen Yuehui suddenly realized what was happening and rushed out of the classroom. Jiang Yi followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. An electronic scrolling screen was hanging above the entrance to the cafeteria. An electronic banner was scrolling repeatedly above. Efficiency is life. Students, please adhere to the mealtime limits. Grade 11 30 minutes, grade 12 20 minutes, grade 12 15 minutes. Seeing this, Wen Yuehui couldn't help but curse, damn it, why has the mealtime been shortened again? Didn't the second year of high school have half an hour for meals before? Jiang Yi was speechless for a moment. He knew this was a school rule established by the school to allow students to have more time for cultivation. But now, mealtimes have been shortened again. Only 20 minutes left. Practicing martial arts requires a large appetite. It's ridiculous to expect the oxen to run but not to eat grass. The two entered the cafeteria with resentment, only to find students devouring their food in a frenzy. There wasn't a single sound in the cafeteria except for the frantic slurping of their food. Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance at the private rooms on the second floor. Those private rooms are full of students from the top classes. The regular classes and the honors classes are in the same school. But the treatment they received seemed worlds apart. The regulations on mealtimes only apply to regular classes and do not affect advanced classes. For students in top classes, they can also get more favorable food subsidies and access to various resources. Of course, all of this is fine. Jiang Yi even heard that in some schools, students in regular classes are expected to greet students in honorary classes as a way to cultivate good work habits. Luckily, Anqing number 3 middle school isn't like that. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. After finishing lunch, Jiang Yi went straight to Chen Zilu's office. The office was empty. Chen Zilu had clearly not finished eating. Jiang Yi simply started cultivating on the spot. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a woman with a face as white as snow sitting in a chair, looking extremely aloof. Teacher. Jiang Yi walked over and said. Chen Zilu glanced at him and said, "You've made quite a bit of progress these past few days. Have you been taking medication?" Jiang Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the other person's first words would be this. Could it be that his progress is so great that even the teachers suspect he's been given drugs? He immediately shook his head and denied it. Chen Zilu said calmly, "It's not a good thing to take medicine too early. You haven't mastered your cultivation method yet. If you take medicine now, it will be even more difficult to break through to perfection." I had Li Jiqiao take the medicine because his parents are both martial arts masters and have ways to eliminate some of the side effects. If you take the medicine in advance, you will only overwork yourself further. Even when we could see Jiang Yi's progress, so Chen Zilu, as his teacher, naturally saw it even more clearly. In her eyes, Jiang Yi's rate of improvement this month was clearly abnormal. Jiang Yi said somewhat helplessly, "Teacher, I really didn't use any medicine." He had no intention of pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. Only when the other party knows his potential and is willing to teach him will he have more opportunities to improve. Chen Zilu smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? I know you didn't use any medication." Jiang Yi looked at her with a puzzled expression. Chen Zilu continued, "But if you need to get injections in the future, you can contact me. I have a cheaper channel with fewer side effects." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He was immediately taken aback. So all that they said was to sell in medicine? Could it be that Li Jiqiao bought his Lilong potion from Chen Zilu as well? "Teacher, didn't you just say that we shouldn't use pesticides?" Jiang Yi said after a long silence. Chen Zilu said, "Don't start too early, rather than not start at all. If you want to climb the starry sky martial arts, taking medicine is a necessary part. But normally, you have to master the star martial cultivation method to the point of perfection before you can withstand the side effects of the potion." Jiang Yi asked then Li Jiqiao. He remembered that Li Jiqiao had just mastered his boxing skills when Chen Zilu recommended that he get injections. Chen Zilu said calmly, "Li Jiqiao is different from you. He comes from a wealthy family and can afford the side effects. As for you..." She glanced at Jiang Yi and said, "I really didn't sense any signs of you taking medicine. So, you've awakened your martial bone?" "Wu Gu awakens." Jiang Yi looked puzzled. Chen Zilu explained, "Besides innate talent, martial bone is also a factor that determines a person's martial arts talent. Of course, the higher the level of talent, the stronger the innate martial bone will be. Normally, martial bone, like innate talent, cannot be changed," Chen Zilu said. "But there have been some rare cases where the martial bone has undergone subtle changes after birth, leading to a surge in talent, which is called martial bone awakening." "I see." Jiang Yi nodded, somewhat understanding. The term martial spirit likely refers to one's physical constitution. He didn't have some kind of martial spirit awakening, rather, his physique had been enhanced. However, this also explains why his cultivation speed has increased. Jiang Yi immediately said, "Then I must have awakened my martial bone. I did feel the changes within my body before." He explained the changes he had experienced during his previous physical enhancement with slight adjustments. After hearing this, Chen Zilu got up and walked to Jiang Yi's side. Just as Jiang Yi was wondering what was going on, he felt a slender hand placed on his cervical spine. "Do you mind?" Chen Zilu asked. "Please go ahead, teacher." Jiang Yi remained calm. The next moment, he felt a mysterious energy flowing through his vertebrae and throughout his body. A tingling, numb sensation immediately stimulated Jiang Yi's nerves. This is Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that those who break free from the shackles of life would have incredible, extraordinary energy generated within them. Could this be extraordinary energy? It gave him a strange sense of pleasure, and every cell in his body felt relaxed. Soon, Chen Zilu released her grip and nodded. "It seems you have indeed awakened your martial spirit." She looked at Jiang Yi and smiled. "Now, you might have a chance to get into a slightly better martial arts university." Jiang Yi cupped his hands and said, "It's all thanks to your teachings, teacher." Chen Zilu laughed, clearly enjoying it. "No need to be modest. The master can only guide you through the door, the rest is up to you. Your own efforts are the most crucial factor. Shinzilla continued, now that you have awakened your martial spirit, you should know some things. Zhang Yi looked puzzled, please speak, teacher. Chapter 8, The Way to Make Money. Have you thought about getting into the honors class? Shinzilla looked at Zhang Yi and said. Get into the honors class? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and said, I never thought of that. Students in the top classes are all gifted freshmen. Although they attend the same school, the worlds of the two types of students are completely different. As someone with inferior talent, Zhang Yi never even considered entering the honors class. Shinzilla said, then let me ask you, do you want to apply to a regular martial arts university, or do you want to apply to the 25 Schools Alliance? The 25 Schools Alliance. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. He used to only consider ordinary Wuhan University as his goal. But now that he has a system, his ambitions are not in this area. Even. Zhang Yi harbored a sliver of longing in his heart, which was to get into one of the top 10 prestigious universities. Of course, he knew the chances were extremely slim. If he had obtained the system in his first year of high school, he might have had a sliver of a chance, but now it's already the second semester of his second year, and he has very little time left. So we can only settle for the next best thing. The alliance of 25 schools is something Zhang Yi must strive for. Shinzilla said, only by going to the top class will you have a sliver of hope of getting into the 25 school alliance. A trace? Zhang Yi looked at the teacher. Shinzilla nodded and said, the 25 schools alliance is composed of 25 martial arts universities, each of which is a first-class university. Even in our school's top classes, only the top 10 students each year can get in. Top 10 in the honors class? Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Students in the top classes are all gifted freshmen. Most people can complete their spiritual practice by the time they reach the second year of high school. Those with exceptional talent can even break through to the next level in their senior year of high school and become starry sky martial artists. According to the teacher, wouldn't it be that only after breaking through the first level can one enter the 25 schools alliance? Shinzilla smiled and said, you have already awakened your martial spirit, so you should have a chance. But the prerequisite is to enter the elite class as early as possible. In addition to having access to more favorable resources, the elite class will also have the opportunity to learn advanced arts and techniques, as well as the right to participate in various trials with priority. Moreover, students in the top classes can also go out and work as coaches to earn money. Putting everything else aside, just being a student in an honors class will make people look at you with more respect from all walks of life. Zhang Yi's heart stirred slightly. He used to only have a vague understanding of the difference between the honors class and the regular class. But I never expected there to be so many hidden benefits. Students in the top class are actually using this status to make money. Being a coach? Being a coach is great, especially a fitness coach. After hearing what the teacher said, he was somewhat tempted. Shinzilla continued, not only that, students in the top classes can also rent virtual reality headsets without limit to enter the virtual starry sky and hone their skills. Unrestricted access to the virtual starry sky? Zhang Yi held his breath. Virtual starry sky is a groundbreaking technology that was made public after Blue Star connected to the starry sky. It can recreate the real world on a 1-to-1 scale. One of the 2 practical assessments in the college entrance examination takes place in a virtual starry sky. However, virtual reality headsets are expensive, costing millions of dollars each, and even schools have limited equipment. Aside from classroom needs, regular classes only have a limited number of rental opportunities. The elite class has so many privileges. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, teacher, do you teach the honors class? I'll only teach your class 9, Shinzilla said, shaking her head. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. If it weren't for Shinzilla's teaching, he wouldn't have been able to achieve that 30% improvement in comprehension. It's unlikely that any other teacher could unlock the same achievement. He continued to ask. If I go to the honors class, can I still come back and ask you for help? Upon hearing this, Shinzilla was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. You student, do you think the teaching level in the honors class is better than mine? Zhang Yi said solemnly, in my opinion, Teacher Chen's teaching level is the best. Come on, you've never even heard of a class in the honors program. Although Shinzilla said that, she was still very happy inside. She smiled and said, if you're willing to come to me, I'll certainly teach you whenever I have time. However, there are conditions for transferring to the honors class. Chenzilla sat back down in her chair, crossed her fair legs, and said, "You must break through to the perfection of the star martial cultivation method before the second semester of your senior year. If you only break through close to the college entrance exam, it won't make much sense to get into the top class then, so the sooner you break through and achieve perfection, the better." Zhang Yi nodded. Even at his current speed, it would be quite difficult for him to break through to perfection before the college entrance examination. After all, the difficulty only increases from mastery to perfection. However, with the low-level martial achievement system in his possession, he was confident. Chenzilla looked at him, somewhat curiously, and asked, "You seem quite confident?" Zhang Yi honestly replied, "I'm waiting for you to tell me the shortcut, teacher." He believed that Chenzilla said these things not to hurt him. Chenzilla rolled her eyes at him. There are no shortcuts to martial arts training. However, there are indeed two paths to quickly improve one's martial arts strength. She looked at Zhang Yi and held up two slender white fingers. First, supplement your diet or take medicine. Second, participate in the school's trials. Trial? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. He already knew about dietary supplements and medication. Chenzilla had previously stated that she did not recommend him to take medication, so he could only rely on dietary supplements. But this was the first time he had ever heard of a trial. Chenzilla explained, some of the school's trials offer generous rewards once you pass them. Not only can you acquire advanced skills, but you can also receive a reward of tens of thousands of yuan. At the same time, these trials can hone your skills and greatly improve your abilities. Zhang Yi held his breath slightly. How could someone actually win a prize of tens of thousands of yuan? This was a godsend for his family. His adoptive parents faced immense work pressure to support the family, especially to provide him with food supplements. Tens of thousands of yuan is definitely a considerable sum. It can not only help him improve, but also relieve family pressure. Chenzilla added, however, only a few spots are available for the trial each year for students in the regular class. With your current strength, even if you were allowed to participate, you wouldn't be able to pass the trial. Let's talk about it after you've mastered the cultivation method. Zhang Yi nodded. According to the teacher, the school's trials are basically only for students in the top classes. To compete with students in the top classes, simply achieving minor success in cultivation techniques is far from enough. In addition, if you can get into the top 10 in the final exam this semester, you will also receive a scholarship. The higher the ranking, the more scholarship you will receive. Work hard. Chenzilla raised her delicate hand and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, saying, "If you don't understand anything about cultivation, remember to ask me. Don't feel embarrassed." "Okay, thank you, teacher," Zhang Yi said sincerely. He also noticed that Chenzilla treated him differently. Chenzilla might not go to such lengths for other people. "Alright, go back now." Chenzilla waved her hand. "Goodbye, teacher." After Zhang Yi turned and left, Chenzilla took out a data sheet from the drawer. Looking at Zhang Yi's enrollment information on the form, Chenzilla rested her pointed chin on her hand and muttered to herself, "Martial bone awakening? Interesting." What she didn't tell Zhang Yi was, since Earth began to connect with the stars, there has never been a single case of a person awakening their original martial spirit. Those who are able to awaken all possess innate talents beyond the Taoist level. When Zhang Yi returned to the classroom, he was already at peace with himself. Getting into the 25 School Alliance was even more difficult than he had imagined. The threshold is actually to become a Starry Sky martial artist. How difficult is it to become a Starry Sky martial artist? Take Zhang Dahai, the adoptive father, for example. He also practices martial arts. But even now, he hasn't broken through to the next level and become a Starry Sky martial artist. To break through the first barrier, one must first perfect one's cultivation method and undergo several rounds of refinement by the Starry Sky. The difficulty lies not only in the former, but even more so in the latter. The refinement of the Starry Sky is a long process. Take it one step at a time. Zhang Yi remained calm and made plans on his own. Strive to achieve mastery of the star martial cultivation method before the end of the second year of high school, and participate in the trial as soon as possible. We must also break into the top 10 in the final exams of the second year of high school, and strive for the top 3. Chenzilla once said that students from impoverished families who rank in the top 10 of their class receive a scholarship. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the greater the reward. The only way to speed up cultivation is to increase comprehension by 30%. Zhang Yi has already made a plan. Starting today, in addition to academic classes, I will consult Chen Zilu every day in order to trigger the friend of the ancestor effect. Since the other party is not afraid of being disturbed, he naturally doesn't need to worry too much. Even if it means going all out, we'll squeeze every last drop out of Teacher Chen. Chapter 9, Breaking the System's Limits. Please add to your favorites and vote. It was evening. Zhang Yi dragged his tired body out of Chen Zilu's office and headed towards the classroom. It was well past school dismissal time, and only a few people remained in the martial arts classroom, still practicing. Wen Yuehui was among them. He watched Zhang Yi walk over, his eyes filled with a strange look. "Ah Yi, why do you look so drained?" Zhang Yi glanced at him, frowned, and said, "Is there?" Wen Yuehui nodded and said, "Why don't you look in the mirror? You feel completely drained. By the way, where did you go during self-study this afternoon? I didn't see you anywhere." "I'm going to find Teacher Chen," Zhang Yi said. In the afternoon, during self-study time, he went to Chen Zilu's office and spent the whole afternoon having in-depth discussions with her about martial arts techniques. Chen Zilu was indeed very patient and gave a lot of guidance. Zhang Yi also knew that such one-on-one instruction was very rare, so he studied extremely diligently. The afternoon had almost completely drained his energy. Fortunately, there has been remarkable progress. Zhang Yi looked at the control panel. The star martial cultivation method has seen a significant improvement. It only took one afternoon, but it's equivalent to 2 days of progress normally. During this period, my comprehension seemed to be higher than usual. Could it be that only when Teacher Chen taught me alone could I fully improve that 30% of my comprehension? Just as Zhang Yi was pondering, Wen Yuehui, who was standing to the side, had already widened her eyes. When I asked her for private lessons last time, she told me to ask her during martial arts class. How come you're offering private lessons now? Wen Yuehui was indignant. Zhang Yi glanced at him and laughed. Maybe your modeling isn't good enough. Shivering and cold, safe for men. Wen Yuehui spread his arms wide, his face filled with sorrow, and said, "The world is a giant fanatic of good looks. When will ordinary men be able to stand up for themselves?" Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled, ignoring him completely. He knew, of course, that Chen Zilu's actions couldn't be due to her looks. The main reason is that he was willing to put in hard work, and also because of the awakening of his martial spirit. This world is never short of hardworking people. There is no shortage of so-called geniuses. But hardworking geniuses are liked no matter where they are. Night is falling. Zhang Yi hurriedly embarked on his journey home before it got completely dark. Because of the existence of shadow calamity, he never went out at night. Taoyang Residential Area, Building 12, Room 606. At the dinner table, Zhang Yi ate the meat with gusto. Suddenly he paused slightly. "This meat, it doesn't taste quite right today?" Unlike the pork, beef, and mutton he usually eats. Lianping smiled and said, "This is leopard gall, your dad bought it today." "A leopard's courage?" Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Dahai across the table in surprise. Leopard gallbladders can be used as ingredients in martial arts. Although not as precious as tiger gall, its price is still much higher than that of ordinary cattle and sheep. Beef and mutton cost 500 yuan per kilogram, not to mention leopard gall, a special supplement for martial arts, which is several times more expensive than ordinary meat. Zhang Dahai grinned and said, "I got paid today, so I bought this for Xiaoyu to try. It's only once a month, so take it easy." 2 weeks ago, he successfully joined the Shadow Hunter Bureau. Although it's just nighttime security, the monthly salary is 8,000 yuan, which is much higher than before. Zhang Ting, who was standing to the side, clung to Zhang Yi's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, I want to eat too." "Your brother needs to improve his health by practicing martial arts, don't try to take it from him," Lianping admonished. "Ah." The little girl shrank her neck and quickly said, "I was wrong, then I won't eat it." Zhang Dahai looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. "How do you feel?" He had never eaten anything so expensive in his life, and he was very curious. "My stomach feels warm." Zhang Yi had only eaten half of it when he already felt the effects. This highly nourishing substance, when combined with spiritual practices, can produce many amazing effects. "Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room to cultivate now." He quickly finished the rest of the leopard gall and hurriedly ran back to his room. Such opportunities are rare and must be combined with spiritual practice to maximize their benefits. Inside the room, Zhang Yi quickly assumed a fist stance and began practicing that star martial cultivation method. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi was drenched in sweat and stopped cultivating. Finally, it's all digested. He breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously looked at the panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, minor success 41% 45%. 5 hours, and it improved by nearly 5%? This efficiency is too high, equivalent to a week of his hard work. Of course, this was also the reason why it was his first time eating leopard gallbladder. If he ate it every day, he might not have such an exaggerated effect. But without a doubt, it is far better than ordinary beef and mutton. Is this what martial arts nutrition is all about? After the initial joy, Zhang Yi felt a deep longing. This kind of progress was so captivating. But he also knew that, given his family's circumstances, he only had one such opportunity a month. Once you break through to the point of mastery of your cultivation method, you'll be able to make money. Zhang Yi's heart gradually calmed down. I glanced at the time. It was 11 p.m. I could still cultivate for 2 more hours. Zhang Yi straightened up and resumed his cultivation. Time flies. Zhang Yi continued his training day after day. Aside from holidays, he would consult Chenzilu every day in order to trigger the 30% comprehension boost from the friend of the ancestor. Before we knew it, it was mid-June. As the final exams approached, the atmosphere in the entire second year of high school gradually became tense. The second semester of the second year of high school is over, and the third year of high school is just around the corner. Therefore, the final exam in the second semester of the second year of high school is also crucial. Those ranked in the top 10 are destined to receive more attention from schools and teachers, and more energy and teaching resources will be devoted to them. Many students have started working overtime, staying up late to study, and desperately trying to improve themselves. Zhang Yi was no exception. During this period, he had fewer in-depth conversations with Chenzilu, since she was not his personal teaching assistant and also needed to take care of other students. He sought advice privately, but was occasionally refused. Zhang Yi had no complaints about this. It's a favor if they're willing to teach me privately, and it's their right not to. Zhang Yi understood perfectly. Chenzilu has given him extra help more than enough times. If you push your luck, it will only make people dislike you. It's late June now. That night, Zhang Yi diligently practiced the star martial cultivation method in his room. Ding ding ding. During his cultivation, Zhang Yi's bones constantly cracked, like the sound of metal and stone resonating. The sound was crisp at first, then gradually deepened. Finally, it resonated like the sound of the earth ringing out endlessly. In an instant, a sense of breakthrough, like spring breaking through ice, burst forth like a sharp sword. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, minor success 100%, major success 1%. After half a year of arduous training, I have finally achieved a breakthrough. Zhang Yi stopped cultivating and looked at his own body. But before he could examine the changes in himself closely, lines of subtitles then appeared. Your strength has exceeded the system limit. Unlocked title, Martial Arts Master. Congratulations on achieving the Martial Arts Grandmaster title and joining the ranks of the strongest. Reward, Physical Enhancement. The Martial Arts Ladder feature has been unlocked. Chapter 10, the Martial Arts Ladder. Please read on and add to your favorites. Physical Condition, Ordinary Grade C, Grade B. Soon, Zhang Yi sensed the changes in his body. A cool energy spread throughout my body. It was as if every cell in his body had been purified, giving him a new lease on life. Blood, muscles, meridians, and skin are all vibrating rapidly. Not only that, he heard a rumbling in his internal organs and his bones creaking. My physical structure and meridians are undergoing changes. Zhang Yi sensed this and a look of joy appeared on his face. His grade C physique had already benefited him greatly. Grade B? The changes are definitely greater than before. Martial Arts Grandmaster? Zhang Yi continued to look at the panel. Martial Arts Grandmaster, their skill surpasses even the most extraordinary, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Their martial arts knowledge is unique and profound, enough to establish a school or sect and pass on the torch of martial arts. A towering figure in the martial arts world, revered and admired by countless people. This is the title of Martial Arts Grandmaster. You have broken through the system's limits and reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. To go further, you must climb the ladder of martial arts. His achievements rival those of creation, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal world? Zhang Yi's lips twitched. This system really knows how to brag. I wish he were really that strong. However, Zhang Yi also knew that, in the context of a low-level martial arts world, he might actually be that strong. In this world, even 10 martial arts masters might not be able to withstand a high school student's lightning 5-hit lash. The martial arts ladder? It can help me advance further? Jiang Ye's expression shifted slightly. The martial arts ladder. Martial arts is like a ladder to heaven, one step at a time, and then, the subtitles faded out. The panel appears. Low-level achievement system. Name, Jiang Yi. Physical condition, ordinary grade C grade B. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial cultivation technique, great success 1%. Achievement. Martial arts master, friend of the founder, grandmaster of martial arts. Martial arts ladder. Climbable. On the screen, a new option called Martial Arts Ladder had quietly appeared. A new system feature? I wonder what the rewards are after climbing it. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. I looked at my own body. The transformation is not yet complete. Without further hesitation, he immediately thought to himself. Begin the climb. Buzz. The next instant, his head felt like it had been hit on the head with a club, and he felt dizzy. Immediately afterwards, my consciousness sank. Amidst a cloud of mist, Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In the distance stood a majestic cloud ladder, its entire body golden and imposing. The cloud ladder is composed of layers of steps that lead straight to the sky. The surface of the steps is covered with mysterious runes that are difficult to understand, and they emit a golden light. This is the martial arts ladder? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jiang Yi headed toward the heavenly ladder. He noticed that every 10 steps there would be a large platform, like a place to put your feet down. Is it enough to just keep climbing? Jiang Yi walked to the ladder to heaven, thought for a moment, and then started climbing. Buzz. As soon as he climbed the first step, he immediately felt immense pressure. Fortunately, he has now mastered the cultivation method, so this pressure is nothing to him. Jiang Yi climbed upward step by step. The higher he went, the greater the pressure he felt. When he climbed to the 10th step, the pressure was almost at his limit. Boom! Despite the immense pressure, Jiang Yi took another step forward and finally stepped onto the first large platform. In an instant, the pressure vanished without a trace. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of them. You have reached the first level of the martial arts ladder. Should we begin the first level of assessment immediately? Jiang Yi was taken aback when he saw the 2 lines of text on the panel. There's even an assessment? What does it mean that he spent so much effort climbing here? It seems that only those with the strength of a martial arts grandmaster can begin the first level of assessment. If it's going to be this complicated, the reward must be amazing. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Soon, he no longer hesitated. He silently chanted in his mind, start the first level of the test. As the thought settles. Buzz. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. As darkness dissipated, Jiang Yi found himself lying on a large bed, with soothing music playing in his ears and warm light spilling over him in an ambiguous way. Various essential oil bottles were placed on the bedside table, emitting a pleasant fragrance. Isn't this the massage parlor I used to frequent? Jiang Yi looked around at his surroundings, somewhat bewildered. Just then, the door was pushed open. A beautiful girl with white stockings, a high ponytail, and stunning looks walked in. Hello sir, technician number 13 is happy to serve you. Jiang Yi looked at her in surprise. Teacher Chen? That stunningly beautiful girl in white stockings and a high school uniform was actually his martial arts teacher, Chen Zilu. No, is that right? Chen Zilu smiled sweetly at him and said in a soft voice, want to change roles again? Then I'll bring another uniform next time. As she spoke, she walked over, ready to start working. Wait a minute. Jiang Yi covered his head and said that he felt something was not right. Chen Zilu looked at him with a puzzled expression, then suddenly realized and chuckled, I remember now, you like jade feet, right? Before Jiang Yi could react, she had already taken off her little leather shoes and stepped onto the platform with her white silk-clad feet. Jiang Yi felt dizzy, as if he had forgotten something important. Under Chen Zilu's massage service, he unknowingly became immersed in it and began to enjoy it. Time passed slowly. Half an hour, 2 hours. After a period of service, Jiang Yi lay on the bed, feeling weak all over, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. But it was at this very moment. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. No, this is clearly the massage parlor from my past life. How could Chen Zilu be here? That's right, I'm taking the martial arts ladder assessment, and these are all illusions. In the instant Jiang Yi realized the truth. The next moment, the surrounding scenery vanished like the wind. He returned to the martial arts ladder once again. Assessment time, 3 hours and 7 minutes. Failed the martial arts will test. Failed the assessment. Should we continue with the first level of assessment? Seeing the panel that appeared in front of him, Jiang Yi revealed a helpless smile. He had anticipated failure, but he never expected to hold out for more than 3 hours in the illusion. It seems that the first level of the test is to assess my martial will? Jiang Yi seemed to be deep in thought. The so-called martial will is to be single-minded in pursuing martial arts, without any distracting thoughts. Jiang Yi is only focused on martial arts, so he shouldn't be that bad. He reflected that it wasn't that his martial arts will wasn't strong enough. Rather, it was the illusion itself that made him dizzy. Most importantly, the illusion was so realistic that all 5 senses were incredibly clear, just like experiencing a real massage. Even now, he can still feel the lingering fragrance around his nose. Jiang Yi, being at the prime of his life, was naturally prone to becoming engrossed in it. Fortunately, there is still a chance to be re-evaluated. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately chose to retake the assessment without hesitation. After re-entering the assessment, Jiang Yi returned to that massage parlor. Seeing this, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Could he really fall in the same spot a second time? However, Jiang Yi felt dizzy and wondered, what am I doing here? Before he could figure it out, a beautiful woman dressed in black stockings, working as a professional office lady, pushed open the door and walked in. Hello sir, technician number 5 is happy to serve you. Hearing that crisp sound, a look of understanding appeared in Jiang Yi's eyes. I remember now, I came here to have some fun. Chapter 11, Generous Rewards. Please read on and add to your favorites. Assessment time, 2 hours and 37 minutes. Failed the assessment. On the first large platform, Jiang Yi stared at the panel that appeared in front of him, speechless for a moment. At this moment, he understood that as long as he entered the illusion, he would instinctively forget his own purpose. It was as if an invisible hand was erasing his memory. This is really frustrating. Unless his martial arts will can surpass the assessment limit, he simply cannot pass the assessment. However, this time I finished the assessment half an hour early. Jiang Yi pondered, does this mean my martial arts will has improved? Although he appeared to be enjoying the illusion, his subconscious was constantly fighting against it. The sooner one awakens, the stronger one's martial will naturally becomes. After experiencing the illusion twice, Jiang Yi felt that his willpower had indeed become slightly stronger. If I keep improving, then one day I will pass the test. With that in mind, he immediately stopped hesitating and entered the assessment again. Assessment time, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour 23 minutes. For the next period of time, Jiang Yi repeatedly went through the illusionary realm test. They have been tested time and again at the massage parlor. I am not doing this for pleasure, but to hone my martial will through this method. Jiang Yi's secret passage. This is indeed effective. Through repeated trials in the illusionary realms, the time it took him to complete the assessment became shorter and shorter. This means that his martial arts will is gradually growing stronger. However, the progress becomes smaller as you go further. Especially when it's less than an hour, you can only improve by a few minutes each time. Moreover, this illusion doesn't always feature Chenziluit changes with the variety of beauties, each with a distinct style, who come to serve him. Fortunately, Jiang Yi is determined and makes progress each time. The time to complete the assessment is getting shorter and shorter. Finally, after one of the assessments. Assessment time, 10 minutes. You have passed the first level of assessment. The first level of the martial arts ladder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A golden stone tablet rises slowly from the large platform on the first floor, like the rising sun, radiating boundless light. For large, square characters are engraved on it in a flowing, dragon and phoenix style. Martial Arts Master. Congratulations! You have reached the first level of the martial arts ladder and obtained the immortal monument. Rewards are being calculated. Call. Jiang Yi let out a long breath, his eyes brightening. After a whole night of hard training, he finally passed the first level of the test. I wonder what the reward is. Jiang Yi was quite looking forward to it. In fact, even without a reward, the improvement in his martial willpower that he gained that night was already a tremendous achievement. The will to master martial arts is ethereal and intangible. Ordinary people simply cannot improve it. Jiang Ye's martial arts will is probably far beyond that of ordinary people. You passed the beauty test 47 times, surpassing 0.001% of martial arts masters. You love the country, but you love beauties even more. Unlock title, Beauty Seeks the Way. Settlement rewards. Beauty asks the way, talent visibility, enhancing comprehension. The beauty asks, when you encounter an opponent or teammate of the opposite sex, your attack speed increases by 35%, and there is a chance to increase your damage by 50%. Talent visible, martial arts masters possess the discerning eye to recognize hidden gems. You can easily identify the martial arts talents of others. Enlightenment enhancement, permanently increases enlightenment level by 10%. Looking at the lines of subtitles appearing on the panel, Jiang Yi felt quite unhappy. More than 0.001% of martial arts grandmasters? Are all other martial arts grandmasters this determined? Jiang Yi had nothing to be ashamed of in this regard. It has been said since ancient times that even heroes cannot resist the charms of beautiful women, and it is only human nature to make mistakes when it comes to beautiful women. So what if someone is a martial arts master? Does that mean a martial arts master can't touch women? Jiang Yi shook his head and looked at the reward. A beautiful woman inquires about the Tao, and her talent is visible? The red beauty asks the way. Part is easy to understand. It's about increasing attack speed and critical hit rate when encountering someone of the opposite sex. But this talent is visible, so it can actually see the talents of other people? What's the point of the system rewarding this? Does he really want me to establish my own sect and recruit disciples? Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly. However, the reward still surprised him. Comprehension permanently increased by 10%. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up slightly. He had already tasted the benefits of insight. With his grade B physique, Jiang Yi couldn't even imagine how fast his cultivation speed would be in the future. However, he could not sense any changes within himself within this martial arts ladder. Jiang Yi didn't rush to leave, but looked at the panel again. You have passed the first level of assessment. You can retake the assessment, but you will not receive any rewards. You can continue climbing to the second level. As the words fell to the ground, a golden light suddenly emanated from the second large platform above Jiang Yi's head, seemingly indicating that the second level had been unlocked. Can the assessment be repeated? This means that I can use the illusion of the first layer to continuously hone my martial arts will. Jiang Yi looked at the panel and thought to himself. He has decided that he will use the illusion to hone himself more in the future. But right now, he wants to see if he can climb to the second floor. Jiang Yi looked at the white jade steps in front of him and immediately climbed up them. Boom! As soon as he stepped onto the first step, he felt an incredibly terrifying pressure. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and stood up, but no matter what he did, he couldn't take the next step. The pressure is terrifying. A moment later, Jiang Yi returned to the first floor. It seems that only after breaking through to the perfection of the cultivation method, or even after breaking through once, can one challenge the second level. Jiang Yi felt a pang of regret. Even after undergoing a physical transformation, he could only barely step onto the first step. But there are still 9 steps to go before you can reach the second floor. Following the pattern of climbing the first floor, the pressure increases exponentially with each step. Jiang Yi knew that he could only stop at the first level for the time being. It's time to leave. Jiang Yi turned and walked down the martial arts ladder. Soon after, he withdrew from the martial arts ladder. Jiang Yi glanced back at the magnificent, seemingly endless heavenly ladder, then slowly disappeared into the mist. In the room, Jiang Yi suddenly sat up in shock. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Could this be a dream? Jiang Yi rubbed his eyes. But when he looked at his own panel, he suddenly realized what was going on. Physical condition, ordinary grade B. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial cultivation technique, great success 1%. Achievement. Martial arts master, friend of the ancestor, grandmaster of martial arts, beauty seeking the way. Martial arts ladder. First layer. Jiang Yi looked at himself, and his first feeling was that he seemed to have become much lighter. His whole body was full of energy, with inexhaustible vitality. Is this what grade B physique is like? He could feel that his body had been completely reshaped, inside and out. The world in my eyes is incredibly clear, even in the darkness. His hearing seemed different too. He could vaguely hear sounds coming from afar outside the window. Jiang Yi stood up and tried to swing his fist. Bang! Bang! With just a light punch, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. It's definitely different from before. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. I feel full of power, and my strength is probably much greater than before. After undergoing a physical transformation, his body underwent a complete change. I wonder what would happen if someone with a grade B mortal body tried to cultivate. Jiang Yi was full of anticipation. Now, not only has his physique been upgraded to grade B mortal, but his comprehension has also been permanently increased by 10%. He was eager to know just how much his martial arts potential had been enhanced. Chapter 12, Rapid Progress. 2 chapters combined. Please read on, please vote. Jiang Yi was too lazy to sleep at the moment. He had been having nightmares every day lately and couldn't sleep soundly. While it was still early, Jiang Yi began practicing his boxing in his room. As soon as he adopted the stance, he immediately sensed the difference. My understanding of spiritual practices seems to have deepened. Jiang Yi recalled for a moment and found that the memories of Chen Zilu instructing him had become incredibly clear. Even the smallest detail is vividly depicted. Previously, these memories were vague, and many details were overlooked. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? Jiang Yi immediately became engrossed in it, completely absorbed. The saying goes, the master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to you. No martial arts teacher can possibly explain every single detail of training. Therefore, how much the students can understand during the teacher's practice depends entirely on themselves. There are some parts that you just can't understand no matter how many times you watch them. However, some martial arts geniuses are able to grasp those key points on their own and benefit greatly from them. And that's exactly what Jiang Yi is like now. He looked at Chen Zilu from his memory, focusing on her chest, waist, hips, and other key areas. Between the beginning and the end, the chi is connected, one moves and the other follows, closely intertwined. So that's how the dragon's tail swing is used. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yi had already benefited greatly. He became completely absorbed in the practice, oblivious to the world around him, tirelessly cultivating the star martial cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, it was broad daylight. Jiang Yi saw the bright sunshine outside the window and realized that it was already 11 a.m. Fortunately, today is a single day off, so he doesn't have to go to school. I never expected that the training would last for 6 hours. Jiang Yi was drenched in sweat, but felt he had benefited greatly. I heard that after reaching the grade mastery, the difficulty of advancement is far greater than that of the minor mastery, but why do I feel that it's even easier than when I reached the minor mastery? It took Jiang Yi 3 full days to go from 99% to 100% success in his cultivation practice. According to Chen Zilu, the difficulty of improvement after reaching the highest level is more than 5 times higher than that of reaching the lowest level. In other words, it might take him half a month to improve by 1%. But that was in the past. I wonder how much progress I've made. Jiang Yi looked at the panel with some trepidation. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Technique, great success 3%. Only 6 hours, and it increased by 2%? Jiang Yi was shocked to see this. Logically, something that takes a month to accomplish, he did in 6 hours? Is this my potential? Jiang Yi knew that his significant improvement was absolutely inseparable from the physical enhancement he had just received. Now, his martial arts skills have been transformed into grade B of mortal body, and his comprehension has been permanently increased by 10%. This means that his martial arts aptitude has also improved many times over. Although it is still the original endowment, it is very different from before. This is only the reward for the first level of the martial arts ladder. The rewards on the first level are already so amazing, I wonder what the rewards on the later levels will be. Jiang Yi is looking forward to it. Putting everything else aside, even if one undergoes another physical transformation at the second level, it would still be incredibly astonishing. However, to enter the second level, one would probably need to perfect their cultivation method, or even break through to the next level. Brother, let's go out for lunch. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering, Jiang Ting's crisp voice came from outside the door. They're here. Jiang Yi responded that he was indeed hungry after practicing boxing all morning. At the dinner table, Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Yi and asked, "Brother, why didn't you come out when I called you last night? You even locked the door. Were you doing something naughty in your room?" Last night, before entering the martial arts ladder, Jiang Yi locked the door just in case. Where did you learn to say those things? Jiang Yi glanced at his younger sister. Zhang Ting said with a grin, my classmate said that if a boy locks himself in his room and doesn't come out, then he's doing something bad. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but recall his experience of being pressed down on the bed and rubbed by various beauties all night long. Seeing Zhang Yi deep in thought, Zhang Ting couldn't help but put away her playful smile. Her little face tense, she asked, brother, what did you do? The police won't come and arrest us, will they? Seeing her expression, Zhang Yi immediately tapped her on the head and said, don't think nonsense, eat. Oh. Zhang Ting stuck out her little tongue and obediently started eating. Zhang Yi glanced at the empty corner of the dining table and thought to himself, Mom and Dad have both gone out to work. Although Zhang Dahai is a nighttime security guard, he sometimes has to stand guard during the day as well. As for Lianping, she took on a part-time job in addition to her main job. After all, Zhang Yi is currently in a critical period, and his daily food intake is quite large. If he wants to have meat at every meal, the expenses will inevitably be considerable. I have achieved mastery of the star martial cultivation method. As my teacher said, I can now participate in the trials to earn money. It's estimated that it will have to wait until next semester. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi also remembered that tomorrow is the day of the final exam. I want to be in the top 3 in the final exams. Zhang Yi's secret passage. If he can get into the top 3, he can receive a scholarship of several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan, which is very important to him. Zhang Yi glanced at Xiao Zhangting, who was diligently eating, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. This family lives a simple life, but it's good enough. He hopes things can continue like this forever. Suddenly, Zhang Yi seemed to remember something. He secretly opened the low martial arts achievement panel to see if he could see Zhang Ting's talent. And just as he pointed the panel at Zhang Ting, 2 lines of small words immediately appeared on Zhang Ting's head. Constitution, ordinary. Endowment, primitive. This is what talent visibility is? Zhang Yi's gaze was strange. He could actually see other people's physiques and talents? To verify his thoughts, Zhang Yi got up and walked to the window, looking at some passers-by downstairs. Several lines of small characters appeared above the heads of the passers-by. Physical constitution, ordinary level D. Endowment, primitive. Physical constitution, ordinary level D. Endowment, primitive. Strange. Zhang Yi suddenly noticed something. Why is Zhang Ting's physique only mortal, without any level? He looked at Zhang Ting again, and her expression remained the same as before. Constitution, ordinary. Endowment, primitive. Strange. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, suddenly remembering something. The little girl wasn't Zhang Dahai and his wife's biological child like him, she was adopted. Due to health reasons, Zhang Dahai and his wife had no biological children and had raised Zhang Yi as their only offspring for many years. However, when Zhang Yi was 5 years old, they encountered a little girl who had been abandoned on the street. At the time, they were in dire financial straits, and Zhang Dahai originally did not want to adopt them. However, Lianping was also an orphan since childhood and couldn't bear to see such things, so she insisted on bringing him back. Could it be that mom has struck gold? This girl's constitution is extraordinary? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then quickly shook his head. He remembered reading in his textbook that those martial arts prodigies were born with some kind of extraordinary ability. But Zhang Ting has never shown any special abilities from childhood to adulthood. In the end, we are still just mortals. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. No matter how special it is, it can't be that special, especially since it's an innate talent. In this world, only endowment matters. 99% of people are destined for mediocrity due to their innate talents. Just as Zhang Yi was pondering this, Zhang Ting was also secretly observing Zhang Yi. When she saw Zhang Yi pacing back and forth by the window, she couldn't help but think to herself, has my brother really done something bad? Thinking of this, she clenched her small, white fist, a determined look flashing in her eyes. Brother, don't be afraid. If the police come, just say it was me. Zhang Ting mustered her courage and shouted loudly. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Zhang Ting clenched her little fist and said, I'm just a little kid. Even if I do something bad, the police officers definitely won't do anything to me. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yi said silently, your brother didn't do anything wrong. He walked over and ruffled the little girl's hair, feeling both amused and exasperated. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi returned to his room to continue his cultivation. He only came out once, during dinner time, and then went back to cultivate. He practiced until 1 a.m. the next day before finally falling into a deep sleep, exhausted. I wonder if it's because I'm too tired. Zhang Yi was half asleep, half awake, and in his daze, he seemed to be dreaming of his childhood self. He was only 1 year old at the time, and was being carried by a young man towards a magnificent palace. Zhang Yi noticed that the young man bore a striking resemblance to him, with deep-set eyes and a high, straight nose, almost identical. The young man looked at the palace in front of him. The plaque above the hall is inscribed with the 4 large characters, Starry Sea Divine Path. In a daze, he heard the young man mutter to himself, I must succeed. Then, Zhang Yi saw the young man walk resolutely forward. The dream was fragmented and intermittent. The scene shifts, and Zhang Yi discovers that the young man has vanished, while his 1-year-old self lies in the darkness, crying loudly. The night was pitch black, and the endless darkness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Zhang Yi suddenly woke up from his bed with a start, finding himself covered in cold sweat. That strange nightmare again. Zhang Yi covered his head. He had been having the same nightmare for days. But this time, the dream was exceptionally vivid, so much so that he remembered it clearly after waking up. Why do I have these dreams? Normally, memories from before the age of 1 should have been forgotten long ago. But that memory seems to be deeply rooted in Zhang Yi's memory. He realized that perhaps his growing strength was causing his childhood memories to resurface. Who is that young man? Zhang Yi was certain that it wasn't Zhang Dahai. He recalled the man's appearance, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. Could he be my biological father? Zhang Yi was slightly startled. This guess was truly astonishing. Soon, Zhang Yi stopped thinking about these things. He was a time traveler, so since he didn't have those memories, it didn't matter who his biological parents were. What mattered were the people around him. After breakfast, Zhang Yi took Jiang Ting to Anqing Elementary School. At the entrance of Anqing Elementary School. Before parting, Jiang Ting suddenly said, Brother, can you bring me a hot dog today? Zhang Yi laughed and said, Why do you suddenly want to eat a hot dog? Jiang Ting said seriously, My classmate said that if you want to become stronger, you have to eat hot dogs. Question mark. Zhang Yi looked puzzled. Jiang Ting clenched her little fists and said, I want to grow up and become stronger quickly so that I can help my mom and dad with their chores. Zhang Yi patted her little head and laughed, If there's anything to do, it's your brother who should do it. It's not your turn. I can help my brother, Jiang Ting said, tilting her head back. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled, then nodded and said, I'll bring you a hot dog after school, go on. Hee, thank you, brother. You're so kind. The little girl hugged his arm, kissed it, and skipped into the school. Anxiong No. 3 Middle School. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped into the school, he felt a solemn atmosphere. The campus was not as vibrant as it used to be. The students looked either nervous or expectant as they hurried toward the teaching building. Simply because today is the day of the final exam. Zhang Yi walked along while glancing at his control panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Great Success 5%. After a full day of practice yesterday, my cultivation method has improved by 4%. One day, a 4% increase. This is the great completion stage, which is more than 5 times more difficult than the minor completion stage. Every 1% improvement makes a huge difference. Even students in the top classes are mostly like this. Is this what grade B physique is like? Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh, thinking about all the hardship he had endured in the past. Once a cultivation method is mastered to a high degree, the difficulty is indeed far greater than that of a minor degree. However, for his current grade B mortal body, cultivation is actually easier than before. It's like the same advanced math problem. It's something that even a struggling student can't figure out no matter how hard they try. But for top students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, it's as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With a sigh, Zhang Yi arrived at his examination room. At this moment, there were only about 20 people in the huge classroom. The exam in the morning was a written exam. Because of their martial arts training, the students have excellent eyesight. To prevent cheating, the school specifically stipulates that each examinee must be at least 3 meters apart. As the student who ranked first in academic subjects, Zhang Yi naturally had no difficulty with the academic exams. Of course, he did not take it lightly. After finishing the paper, he checked it several times and handed it in only when the bell rang. Even martial arts universities have a 30% academic performance requirement. The geniuses in the top classes usually get full marks in academic subjects. A genius, strong in every aspect. The cultural exam is over. After having lunch at the cafeteria, Jiang Yi went straight to the Class 9 martial arts classroom. Inside the classroom, many students were already studying diligently, making a final push before the exam. Put. Not far away, Li Jiqiao fiercely pricked his arm with an injection, preparing for the exam. Of course, this is a permitted medication within the assessment rules, and injecting it an hour before the assessment will not violate the rules. It's just that it's more expensive than regular medicine. They're really rich, Jiang Yi couldn't help but think to himself. However, he also knew. Li Jiqiao's parents are both martial arts practitioners specializing in Starry Sky martial arts and hold high-level positions in large corporations. In terms of family background, he naturally couldn't compare. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi subconsciously opened the panel and looked at Li Jiqiao through it. The next moment, 2 lines of small characters appeared above Li Jiqiao's head. Physical condition, ordinary grade C. Endowment, primitive. He's only a C grade? Jiang Yi was slightly surprised, but considering Li Jiqiao's cultivation speed, he understood. Li Jiqiao had already achieved minor success in his cultivation practice in his first year of high school, and broke through to major success at the beginning of the second semester of his second year. Although this speed is faster than that of students in regular classes, it is still far behind that of students in honors classes. Jiang Yi looked at the others and saw that most of them had a D-grade physique. Only a small number of students in the top 10 of the class are in grade C. Mediocre people are the majority. Jiang Yi shook his head inside. He then became somewhat expectant. I wonder how much my skills have improved in this final exam. There aren't many exams in the second year of high school, only 2 are important. The initial assessment at the start of the semester and the final assessment. In particular, students who rank in the top 10 of their class in the final exams and are from impoverished families can apply for financial aid. If you can make it into the top 3, the amount will be even more substantial. Chapter 13 Final Exam. An hour later. A middle-aged man dressed in a black martial arts uniform strode into the Class 9 martial arts classroom. The assessment is about to begin, so get ready. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The students were invigorated and stopped their practice to regroup. Is he the head of the martial arts class? Jiang Yi asked, looking at the middle-aged man. 2 lines of information appeared above the other person's head. Physical constitution, ordinary lower grade A. Gift, newborn. Lower grade A? Jiang Yi was slightly surprised, as there was only 1 level for each of the B, C, and D grades. It now appears that grade A is actually divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. However, this is the highest level of physique he has ever seen. The head of the school's martial arts class is almost the strongest expert besides the principal, so it's normal for him to have such a level of skill. However, what exactly is the difference between talent and physique? Both seem to determine the speed of cultivation. Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled. He still possesses the original innate talent, but his cultivation speed is already comparable to that of the gifted freshmen in the top classes. The world values talent so much, so talent must have other uses as well. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering, the assessment had already begun. The first of the 4 martial arts assessments will now begin. Director Zhang Jianwu said in a deep voice. The 4 martial arts assessments refer to the assessment of punching power, speed, ring combat, and virtual space combat. It is consistent with the content of the college entrance examination. As Zhang Jianwu finished speaking, in the center of the classroom, a punching power testing device was raised. First one, Su Sisi, Zhang Jianwu called out. A slender girl with long legs walked onto the stage. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Jianwu's eyes as he watched the candidates go up to the stage for the test. I heard there's a promising student in Class 9. Zhang Jianwu pondered to himself, I'm quite curious which student could elicit such a high evaluation from Miss Chen. Boom! At this time, the results of the first candidate, Su Sisi, have been released. 603 kilograms? Zhang Jianwu nodded slightly. It's not bad that a student in a regular class can achieve such a breakthrough in the second year of high school. The standard for mastering the star martial cultivation method is 500 kilograms. However, for Zhang Jianwu, this level is far from meeting the standard of good. Su Sisi returned to her seat, a hint of excitement hidden on her delicate oval face. My punching power has improved again. I wonder if I can take first place this time. Her martial arts performance has always ranked second in her class. Not long after Li Jiqiao achieved mastery of his cultivation method, she followed suit and broke through as well. This time, her punching power exceeded 600 kilograms, an unprecedented breakthrough, and she may be able to take first place. As students took turns going up to the stage for the test, the rankings on the electronic blackboard were constantly updated. But Zhang Jianwu never met a student who could truly impress him. Just then, a boy with a pointed head walked onto the stage. Boom! Li Jichao threw a punch, and the punch power display immediately spiked. 732 kilograms. Whoosh! Upon seeing this number, the whole class was surprised. 732 kilograms? That's terrifying. I only weigh a little over 400 kilograms, how did this guy cultivate? Seeing this scene from the crowd, Su Sisi sighed, it seems we can only settle for second place. Li Jichao's progress was much faster than she had imagined. Your punching power increased by 300 kilograms in one semester? When Yu Ehui's pupils also contracted, and he exclaimed, this Li Jichao is truly a monster. He glanced at Jiang Yi, who was calm and composed beside him, and asked in confusion, Yi, why aren't you surprised at all? What's so surprising? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, he cultivates diligently and takes medicine seriously, so isn't it normal for him to make this kind of progress? When Yu Ehui nodded, that makes a lot of sense. On the stage, a glint flashed in Zhang Jianwu's eyes. Li Jichao? Not bad, but both his parents are martial arts experts with assets worth tens of millions? Zhang Jianwu looked at the student information on the tablet. He shook his head inwardly. In his view, it is not surprising that such achievements could be made from such a family background. It's far from being excellent. Most students had already finished the test, but Zhang Jianwu still hadn't seen a student who stood out, and he felt somewhat disappointed. Next, Jiang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome young man strode onto the stage. This student. Zhang Jianwu had a keen eye. He could tell at a glance that this boy seemed a little different. Jiang Yi walked up to the punching power testing device. Clank! His muscles rippled and his bones cracked. As he raised his right fist, the muscles in his shoulder, waist, and hips bulged slightly, and a primal force surged from below. Boom! He threw a punch. On the punch strength display, the numbers skyrocketed. 200 kilograms. 400 kilograms. 600 kilograms. 1 second later, the number stopped exactly at 610 kilograms. 610 kilograms? Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised to see this result, considering that he himself had only just broken through to the great perfection stage. As expected, the stronger the physique, the stronger the corresponding strength. Jiang Yi thought to himself, if I weren't a grade B physique, my punching power would probably only be a little over 500 kilograms. At the same level, the better the physique, the stronger the combat power. Jiang Yi had already guessed this during the preliminary assessment. And today has confirmed this. Although he had only just broken through to the great perfection stage, his grade B physique endowed him with extraordinary combat power. Jiang Yi bowed to Zhang Jianwu and then walked off the stage alone. The classroom erupted in commotion once again. Many students looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Su Sisi looked at Jiang Yi with even more resentment. She thought she could secure second place and even compete for first, but she couldn't even hold on to second place. Jiang Yi? Wasn't this guy only 245 kilograms in the preliminary assessment? Su Sisi murmured, he gained nearly 400 kilograms in one semester? Even more than Li Jichao? How did he do that? On the other side. When Yu Ehui's eyes widened, 666, it's not even salty anymore. Hey bro, where did you buy this cheat? Can you sell me a copy? Jiang Yi shook his head and sighed, I already said it's because of perseverance and hard work. When Yu Ehui said indignantly, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. You are definitely a mutation. Maybe. Jiang Yi smiled. In a way, he had indeed mutated. At the same time, Zhang Jianwu on the stage also looked at Jiang Yi. That's him, Zhang Jianwu thought to himself. He had just checked Jiang Yi's information. An ordinary family, an ordinary background. Most importantly, the student's speed of progress. My grades at the end of last semester ranked 40th. I ranked 25th in the opening assessment this semester. And this time? It soared to second place. It seems Miss Chen was right. Zhang Jianwu nodded almost imperceptibly, Class 9 has produced a promising talent. Of course, for him, it was merely good. As the head of the martial arts class, Zhang Jianwu was very clear about the upper limit of one's original talent. Rapid progress in the second year of high school is not uncommon, but generally speaking, this momentum will gradually slow down in the third year. The punching test ended quickly. Li Jiqiao, Zhang Yi, and Su Sisi secured the top 3 positions. Wan Yuehui also made significant progress this time, reaching 6th place. Standing on the stage, Zhang Jianwu said in a deep voice, "The second test, the speed test, shall begin now." The first one is Su Sisi. Su Sisi, who was called upon, took a deep breath. She glanced at Zhang Yi out of the corner of her eye, a hint of rivalry flashing across her fair, oval face. Punching power is not her forte. As a girl, speed is the goal she has been working hard to achieve this semester. We must catch up in the speed test. Su Sisi thought to herself, as long as I can surpass Zhang Yi in both the speed test and the upcoming practical test, I can still hold on to second place. Surpass Zhang Yi and catch up with Li Jiqiao. That's the goal she's going to achieve next. Su Sisi took a deep breath and then stepped onto the stage. Chapter 14, Zhao Qingli, please add to your favorites. Su Sisi stepped onto the silver-white treadmill. Boom! The silver-white treadmill roared to life. I must maintain second place so that I can receive the 10,000 yuan poverty relief grant in my senior year of high school. And if you can get first place, you can receive a scholarship of 30,000 yuan. Su Sisi kept encouraging herself. According to federal regulations, families with a monthly income of less than $10,000 are classified as impoverished families. That's the kind of family she comes from. She can't lose. The girl took off running like lightning, her slender, long legs carrying her. Perhaps self-motivation played a role. This time, she felt that her speed had reached an unprecedented breakthrough. The 100-meter test is over. Her speed was displayed on the electronic blackboard. 16.9 meters per second? Su Sisi looked pleasantly surprised. Normally, her fastest speed was only 16.5 meters per second. Other students began their speed tests one after another. Wan Yuehui, 14.1 ms. Li Jiqiao, 17.0 ms. Zhang Niu, 13.1 ms. When it was Zhang Yi's turn, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know if this dark horse in the boxing test could continue to shine this time. Zhang Yi didn't care about those stares for him, just being himself was enough. Boom! He started running wildly on the silver treadmill. A moment later, the treadmill slowly came to a stop. The data on the electronic blackboard has also been updated. Zhang Yi, 16.1 meters second. A grade B physique provides a greater boost to strength, but a slightly weaker boost to speed, Zhang Yi understood. Su Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. In the speed test, she undoubtedly secured second place. What a pity, he was just a little bit away from surpassing Li Jiqiao. While feeling regretful, Su Sisi glanced at Zhang Yi walking off the stage and thought to herself. In terms of speed, Zhang Yi is indeed no match for me. Strength is his strength. In the upcoming practical assessment, I need to perform exceptionally well to secure second place. Is it possible? Absolutely. It can be done easily. Su Sisi took a deep breath, a determined look appearing in her almond-shaped eyes. 10 minutes later, the speed test ended. Li Jiqiao still holds the first position, followed by Su Sisi in second place, and Zhang Yi in third. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised. Su Sisi had already broken through to the great completion stage several months ago, and with her focus on speed, it was normal for her to surpass him. The student who gets first place in the final exam of the second year of high school can receive a poverty scholarship of 30,000 yuan in the third year of high school. The second place winner will receive 10,000 yuan, the third place winner will receive 5,000 yuan, and the 4th to 10th place winners will receive 3,000 yuan. Zhang Yi also has his own goals. A higher ranking will earn you more scholarships. This amount of money might not mean much to wealthy people, but it was crucial to Zhang Yi. For the next 2 assessments, we must strive to achieve at least one of them. Zhang Yi's secret passage. He did not become arrogant because of his inferior physique. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was obvious. For him at this stage, Su Sisi is a formidable opponent. After all, the other person was one of the few Class C physiques in the class. The third test of martial arts, ring combat. Zhang Jianwu's voice came through, first one, Su Sisi. Looking at the stage, Zhang Yi suddenly had a thought, will fighting against Director Zhang trigger a new achievement? The head of the martial arts class is much stronger than the ordinary teachers. If Teacher Chen can be a martial arts master, then Director Zhang must be at least a martial arts saint. Jiang Yi waited silently, filled with anticipation. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Yi's turn. On the arena, Zhang Jianwu watched Jiang Yi walk onto the stage, a scrutinizing glint in his eyes. Miss Chen must be referring to this boy. Let's see how he performs in actual combat. If he's really good, we can certainly consider that condition. Teacher, please give me your guidance. Jiang Yi bowed slightly to Zhang Jianwu. Then, he stepped out slightly with his left foot, assuming a tiger pouncing stance. Make your move. Zhang Jianwu, with one hand behind his back, exuded a calm and composed aura. He engaged in combat with his student using only his minor level of cultivation. But even the most accomplished students were defeated within 30 moves without exception. The next moment, Jiang Yi pounced like a hungry wolf, his figure flashing past. The force of the punch cut through the air, striking the opponent heavily like a meteor. Zhang Jianwu slightly turned his body and easily dodged the attack, while simultaneously striking Jiang Yi's chest with his right elbow. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The way battles are fought after reaching a high level often produces tremendous noise. All that could be heard on the arena was a series of loud thuds, like the clanging of iron and stone. Jiang Yi adopted an offensive strategy, launching a fierce attack using his superior strength, while Zhang Jianwu countered with a soft approach, employing a continuous and relentless force that proved extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Jiang Yi's boxing skills were extremely advanced, with a variety of moves coming one after another, using force against force. I's practical skills have truly captured the essence of Teacher Chen's teachings. From below the stage, Wen Yuehui thought to himself, no wonder Yi has always looked so drained lately. It seems that Teacher Chen has been filling him up with drinks in private. On the other side, Su Sisi clenched her fists. In the previous ring battle, she had only performed normally. Seeing Jiang Yi's performance now, she knew that second place was no longer secure. Not far away, Li Jiqiu was also watching, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. After more than 20 rounds, Jiang Yi was forced off the stage by Zhang Jianwu. He steadied himself and bowed slightly towards the stage. On the electronic blackboard, his ranking in the ring was displayed. Second place, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't pay attention to his ranking. Instead, he immediately opened the panel to check it. To his disappointment, this assessment did not unlock any new achievements. Strange, could it be that Director Zhang's strength is inferior to Teacher Chen's? Or is Director Zhang's strength also classified at the martial arts grandmaster level? Jiang Yi thought it should be the latter. As for the former, I feel it's unlikely. Half an hour later, the arena combat assessment ended. The electronic blackboard displays the overall score for the 3 martial arts assessments. Jiang Yi also looked towards the blackboard. First place, Li Jiqiu, 295 points. Second place, Jiang Yi, 260 points. 260 points? Jiang Yi pondered. You only need to get 90 points in the last assessment to meet the standards of the martial arts university. According to the pattern of previous years, the entrance exam score for a regular martial arts university is 350. Of course, the 25-school alliance requires much more than that. You need at least 700 points. As for the top 10 universities, even the lowest score required is 900. The martial arts assessment has a maximum score of 1,200 points, and achieving 900 points is almost insane. However, Jiang Yi still has a full year to go, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. The fourth assessment, the Virtual Starry Sky Practical Assessment, will not be conducted in a classroom, but rather in a spherical building in the center of the school. Led by Zhang Jianwu, the students of Class 9 arrived at the entrance of the spherical building. Students from other classes were already lining up. The school has limited virtual equipment, and classes that arrive late often have to wait a long time to get a turn. Fortunately, Class 9 was among the first to arrive. By this time, a group of students had completed the virtual assessment and walked out of the spherical building. Students in the honors class. Jiang Yi's expression shifted slightly when he saw the students. Students in the honors class are clearly different from those in the regular class. Thanks to their innate talents, they exude a spirited and energetic aura in both their demeanor and temperament. Among the students in this elite class, the leader was a cool and aloof girl who was 1.75 meters tall, wearing a short shirt and hot pants, with long, slender, snow-white legs. Above her slender waist, the futon was incredibly striking. The aloof girl glanced at the students in Class 9, her expression haughty, and strode away with her long legs. Zhao Qingli from Class 1 is a terrifying talent with a total score of 700 points across 4 categories. Inside the building, many students looked at that tall, slender figure with awe. Jiang Yi opened the panel and looked at it, revealing a hint of surprise. Chapter 15, Shadow Clan. Physical condition, ordinary grade B. Gift, newborn. Jiang Yi looked at the top of Zhao Qingli's head and thought to himself, she has the same class B physique as me and is also a second-year high school student, but her total score in the 4 categories has already reached 700 points. Just because someone scores 700 points now doesn't mean they'll get that score on the college entrance exam. There is still a whole year until the college entrance examination. Next year, Zhao Qingli will only far exceed this score. The gap between me now and these newly gifted geniuses is still huge. Jiang Yi sighed, but his mindset remained calm. There's plenty of time, he'll catch up someday. Of course, he was also well aware that even surpassing the innate talent of a newborn was only the beginning. In this era, geniuses are as numerous as carp crossing a river. As the academic teacher said, talent is divided into 4 levels: primal, newborn, Daoist, and extraordinary. Those with exceptional talent among the new students can break through to the next level in their senior year of high school and become starry sky martial artists. As for Daoist innate talent, becoming a starry sky martial artist in the senior year of high school is just the foundation, and breaking through to the second breakthrough before the college entrance examination is not difficult. Even so, he cannot be considered a true genius. What is a true genius? He began cultivating at the age of 10, broke through to the next level at 12, broke through to the next level at 15, and by the time he reached adulthood at 18, he had already broken through to the next level. This is extraordinary talent. They are also the true chosen ones of this world. Most people can only begin cultivating at the age of 15, but this person is born with extraordinary abilities and begins cultivating 5 years in advance, which is far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. However, even such a genius is not the strongest. It is said that there are even stronger talents above him, but that level is too far for Manqing's reach. The path of martial arts has no end. The prodigies shine like stars. Perhaps one day, I will be able to reach that level. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Yi's passion remains undiminished, and he still yearns for something more. At this moment, the students of Class 9 had already entered the spherical building. Before them stretched a vast metal hall. In the center of the hall, there are rows of metal chairs, each with a silver-white metal helmet on it. At the front of the hall, a huge screen displayed the rankings of the entire grade. First place, Zhao Qingli, 710 points. Second place, Lin Miaomiao, 652 points. Third place, Wang Ziong. The top 100 students were almost all from the honors classes. Occasionally a few students from regular classes would make it in, but they would usually be ranked at the bottom. Strange, the top class has many students with lower grade physiques, but the first place is Zhao Qingli with a grade B physique? Jiang Yi glanced at the students in the top classes around him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, a grade A physique is far superior to a grade B physique. But as far as he knew, Zhao Qingli's name had consistently ranked first in the grade since the beginning of high school. Is it due to innate talent? Or other factors? Jiang Yi pondered. While he was pondering, it was already the turn of Class 9 to begin their assessment. Let's start taking numbers. Zhang Jianwu stood in front of Class 9 and spoke loudly. Everyone immediately became expectant. This wasn't their first time here, they would occasionally visit during class. The virtual Starry Sky practical assessment is conducted in groups of 5. The assessment involves forming a team of 5, entering a virtual world, and fighting against the Shadow Clan. The score for this assessment is determined by the number of Shadow Clan members killed and the team's casualties. Teams aren't formed randomly, the school system assigns teams by number to ensure that each team's strength is roughly equal. Of course, the numbering is done by class. Therefore, students in the top classes will definitely score high in this assessment, since their average quality is very high. Jiang Yi, Xiaoqing, Tao Xiaojiang, He Hua, Li Xian. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised when he heard that he was in his group. Xiaoqing, the girl who often brought him water. As for the other 3, they were all students in the middle or lower ranks, and he wasn't very close to them. However, at this moment, the 3 of them quickly surrounded Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, please let me cling to your coattails. Yeah, Brother Jiang, you're the strongest among us. We're counting on you to carry us from now on. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and said, this is teamwork. Everyone is important. Let's work together. Okay, let's do our best together. The group said in unison, and Jiang Yi, who ranked second in the class, naturally obeyed their orders. Jiang Yi glanced at Xiaoqing, who was secretly watching him, and suddenly said, Xiaoqing, be careful later, don't get killed by the monster. Ha! Xiaoqing was taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed slightly, and she quickly nodded and said, I will be careful. Seeing this, Tao Xiaojiang immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Jiang, don't worry, Xiaoqing is the only girl in our team, we will definitely protect her. Jiang Yi nodded without saying anything more. Of course he had to protect Xiaoqing, because having a girl in the team would give him a 35% attack speed bonus, and there was even a chance to trigger a 50% damage bonus. I wonder if I can use this ability to break into first place. Jiang Yi glanced silently at Li Jiqiao in the distance. The first place winner receives a 30,000 yuan scholarship for impoverished students, which he is very envious of. Team assignments are complete. Li Jiqiao remained calm, still confident and assured of his first place position. On the other side, Su Sisi clenched her fists, a determined look flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. I have an advantage in speed in this assessment. Whether I can reclaim second place depends on this one, Su Sisi thought to herself. At this moment, Zhang Jianwu said, Each group, please take your seats in order and begin the virtual Starry Sky assessment. Everyone sprang into action. Jiang Yi walked to his seat and put on the silver-white virtual reality headset. The virtual reality headset, also known as a brain neural connector, can communicate with brainwaves via neutrinos, instantly putting a person into a state of deep sleep. The moment I put on the helmet, Jiang Yi's consciousness sank. The next moment, he had arrived in a corner of a virtual city. Along with Jiang Yi were Xiaoqing, Tao Xiaojiang, and two others. The night was dark and the wind was high. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. So realistic. Jiang Yi looked around at the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh, even though it wasn't his first time here. Virtual starry skies can be replicated in a 1-to-1 ratio with reality, and even the sensation of pain can be completely reproduced. In other words, getting injured here will immediately affect your combat ability. Call. Just then, in front of them, in a shadowy spot, a pitch-black figure, as if liquid, slowly solidified from the shadows. As the phantom solidified, a chilling, bone-deep wind suddenly blew up. Shadow Clan infant form. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Prepare for battle. The other four all tensed up. The Shadow Clan is extremely powerful. An infant's body is already 1.5 to 2 meters tall, while a juvenile's body can reach more than 3 meters. When encountering a child form, only martial artists of the first level or higher can deal with it. The infant body in front of them was only 1.5 meters tall, the weakest of all infant bodies, but it still required 5 people working together to deal with it. Hiss! The dark, shadowy figure let out a roar and lunged at them. But just as Jiang Yi and the others were giving it their all, the phantom suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. Tao Xiaojiang and the others were stunned for a moment. Jiang Yi shouted, Watch your back. The Shadow Clan enjoys possessing shadows. Jiang Yi recalled that Qin Zilu had repeatedly emphasized that during battle, one must always pay attention to the position of the shadow. Make sure your shadow stays within your field of vision. As soon as the battle began, Jiang Yi noticed his own shadow behind him. He suddenly turned around. A gaping, blood-red maw came rushing towards them. Without saying a word, Jiang Yi immediately threw a punch. 35% attack speed bonus. The farmer's 3 punches. Thump thump thump. Chapter 16, Ranking. Please add to your favorites. Red Beauty asks the way. When you encounter an opponent or teammate of the opposite sex, your attack speed increases by 35%, and there is a chance to increase your damage by 50%. Jiang Yi's punching speed is now 1.35 times faster than usual. He can throw 1 more punch per second. It may not seem like much, but in 10 seconds that's 10 extra punches, and the cumulative damage is considerable. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Jiang Yi had already thrown more than 10 punches, like a piledriver. Each punch was delivered with almost 600 kilograms of force. Roar! The humanoid phantom's face was dented by the blast, and it let out a roar before disappearing from sight. Whoosh! It didn't escape. Instead, it quickly possessed the shadows of Tao Xiaojiang and the others. The Shadow Clan possesses high intelligence. It seemed to realize that Jiang Yi was more troublesome, so it decisively chose to deal with the others first. Roar! The humanoid phantom roared, its voice seemingly capable of disrupting the brain, leaving everyone present stunned and their ears ringing. Careful! Jiang Yi shouted loudly. He was the first to regain consciousness, cautiously observing his surroundings. Even the infant Shadow Clan members are far faster than ordinary humans. They can teleport using their shadows and move about mysteriously. This is one of the reasons why the Shadow Clan is so difficult to deal with. The moment Jiang Yi finished speaking, the Dark Phantom reappeared, baring its fangs and claws as it attacked Xiao Chang. Go to hell! Xiao Qing was no pushover either. She yelled and slammed her fist hard into the illusory figure. But the effect of this punch was far inferior to that of Jiang Yi. Fortunately, Tao Xiaojiang and the others quickly caught up, each displaying their skills, and ganged up on the infant body of the Shadow Clan. Ordinary weapons, swords, spears, and even firearms are unlikely to cause any real damage to the Shadow Clan. On the contrary, it is the human fists that can truly threaten the Shadow Clan. This is because the human body generates a strange magnetic field that can scare away demons and monsters. The Starry Sky martial artists use the energy of the stars to activate this magnetic field, at which point they can use specially made weapons that can inflict greater damage on the Shadow Clan. As for those who haven't reached the first level of breakthrough, they can only rely on their own fists. Die! Jiang Yi and the others surrounded and attacked the illusory figure. Despite being only the weakest infant form, it was still incredibly difficult for the five of them working together. Each time the phantom roared, it made people dizzy and unable to stand steadily. Fortunately, the roar didn't have much effect on Jiang Yi, so he was able to warn everyone in time. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured long ago. Roar! Another roar. This time, Jiang Yi didn't have time to remind him. Put! One of them had his arm bitten off, bleeding profusely, and screamed in agony. Li Xian! Are you all right? Tao Xiaojiang's expression changed. The intense battle made him almost forget that he was in a virtual world. Those damn Shadow Clan members have incredible vitality. Their physical strength is limited, but the Shadow Clan seems to have endless energy, and more importantly, they are thick-skinned and tough, making them virtually indestructible. Keep in mind, this is 5 against 1. It's unimaginable what it would be like for one person to face it alone. It's almost gone too. Jiang Yi stared at the illusory figure and shouted, "Attack together and take it down." At this moment, the humanoid phantom's figure twisted and contorted, like a melting popsicle, making it difficult to maintain its shape. This is a sign of weakness. Attack together. Jiang Yi rushed forward first and unleashed a punch with all his might. In that instant, he had a sudden inspiration and sensed that the power of this punch would be greatly enhanced. Increases damage by 50%. After playing the whole game, has it finally triggered? Jiang Yi didn't have time to think and punched the phantom's head hard. Boom! This punch directly caused the phantom to separate its plasmonic walls, and pools of liquid like shadows splattered out. However, the phantom still had some energy left, and its figure flickered and disappeared again. The next moment, the phantom appeared in the shadow behind Li Xian, clearly intending to perish together with him. Fortunately, Tao Xiaojiang noticed in time and delivered a powerful kick, separating the illusory figure from its head. Finally dead. Tao Xiaojiang let out a long sigh. The Shadow Clan is too troublesome. Jiang Yi's expression was equally solemn. Fortunately, this is a virtual world. If it were in the real world, the danger would be far greater. Just then. Call! From the shadows not far away, 3 more humanoid phantoms materialized. Both are 1.5 meters tall, representing the lowest level of infant form. But this time, there are 3. The second challenge. Everyone's expression turns serious. The assessment in the virtual Starry Sky is similar to completing levels in a game. The first level only has 1 Shadow Clan member. The second level has 3 heads. The third level has 5 heads. The further you go, the more numerous they become. Don't let your guard down, try your best to get through the second hurdle. Jiang Yi said. Okay. Tao Xiaojiang and the others all centered their attention around Jiang Yi, so they naturally didn't say anything more at this moment. While Jiang Yi's team was engaged in a fierce battle. The other teams were also engaged in fierce battles. In a virtual space. Su Sisi, leading the other 4, was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 illusory figures in the second level. At this point, 3 people in her team were injured, 2 of whom had lost an arm. The team's overall strength has been greatly reduced. Only Su Sisi maintained her peak combat power, but she couldn't hold on for much longer. Hold on. Su Sisi gritted her teeth and said, "You are your parents' only hope. You must get into the 25 School Alliance so that your parents can live in a 200 square meter house in the future. You can't fall here." If we can't even hold on to second place, how can we talk about first place, or about the 25 school alliance? Kill. Driven by unwavering willpower, Su Sisi unleashed astonishing fighting prowess. Put. She punched through the head of a phantom, but at the same time, her left arm was torn apart by the Shadow Clan. Su Sisi gritted her teeth and continued to attack her next target. Another virtual space. Boom! Li Jiqiao killed the third illusory figure, blood dripping continuously from his body. He was also seriously injured, and his condition was very bad. But when he looked back, he saw 4 teammates being pinned to the ground and beaten by a phantom. Li Jiqiao was thinking of going back to provide support. Roar! A roar rang out, and Li Jiqiao immediately covered his ears in pain, feeling a dizzying sensation. That's the roar of the Shadow Clan, capable of disturbing the mind and making people lose their senses. Taking him by surprise, a blurry figure flashed by and slapped him across the face. In the metal hall, Zhang Jianwu crossed his arms and watched the rankings scrolling across the giant screen. That girl Zhao Qingli, she got 700 points? That's unbelievable. I remember when she entered high school, she wasn't among the most talented, but if she can maintain this momentum, she has a good chance of getting into one of the top 10 universities next year. Anseong No. 3 Middle School is not the best middle school in Anseong. It's not possible to get even one student into one of the top 10 universities every year. Even Anqing No. 1 High School, the best high school in Anqing, produces at most 1 or 2 such students each year. Anqing is, after all, a small city. Zhang Jianwu's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked in Jiang Ye's direction again. This student does have some potential. There might be a very small chance that he will be admitted to the 25 schools alliance next year. For Miss Chen's sake, let us give him a chance to try. Just as he was pondering this, a young man walked over. Director Zhang, are there any students here that interest you? The young man asked with a smile. Zhang Jianwu turned his head and saw that the young man was named Wang Xiang, a student in the honors class. This student is also currently ranked 3rd in the grade in this final exam. Wang Xiang glanced at the hall and asked curiously, I see that these are all students from regular classes. Zhang Jianwu said with his hands behind his back, don't underestimate anyone. Strong seed players have emerged from the regular classes. Last year, there was a student who transferred from the regular class to the key class and made it into the top 50 in the grade in the college entrance examination. Wang Xiang did not refute, but sighed, such people are always in the minority. Most people, including myself, are actually quite mediocre. He sighed repeatedly, as if he were a complete novice. Zhang Jianwu glanced at him and cursed, stop it. You're only 3rd in the grade. Try to act tough in front of me. Get past those 2 girls in front of you first. Wang Xiang was speechless for a moment. I already said I'm mediocre, why am I pretending? Zhang Jianwu snorted coldly but did not respond. How could he not know that this kid was putting on an act all the time? Now that he's ranked 3rd in his grade, he seems humble, but in reality, he's incredibly arrogant. At this point, most of the students in Class 9 had completed their assessments. The top-ranked students have also gradually left the virtual space. The grade rankings on the giant screen have changed again. Chapter 17, The Dragon Lurks in the Abyss. Put. In a virtual city. Jiang Yi punched the head off the last illusory figure. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 afterimages are finally dealt with. At this moment, apart from him, the other 4 members of Jiang Yi's team were seriously injured, and Jiang Yi himself was also seriously injured. Whoosh! From the shadows not far away, another phantom materialized. This time, there were 5 illusory figures. The 3rd level. When Tao Xiaojiang and the others saw this scene, a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They are no longer able to fight. Jiang Yi charged forward alone, wanting to kill one more phantom before he was exhausted. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the 3rd level. Half a minute later, Jiang Yi and his 4 teammates exited the virtual city at the same time, and the system settlement page appeared in front of them. This group has completed the virtual Starry Sky assessment and is currently settling accounts. Best finisher, Tao Xiaojiang. Best at resisting damage, Tao Xiaojiang. Tao Xiaojiang won 2 consecutive Best Player awards, which surprised even himself. Best Damage Dealer, Jiang Yi. Best View, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi has the best martial arts will. The team killed 4 Shadow Clan members in 21 minutes, with an average casualty rate of 85%. MVP of this group, Jiang Yi, 70 points. Tao Xiaojiang, 50 points. Xia Qing, 45 points. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He almost thought he was about to become a winner without lifting a finger. Tao Xiaojiang, standing to the side, said apologetically, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I stole several of your kills." It was quite a coincidence. Every time the Shadow Clan member is on the verge of death, they run to his side. He can't just watch the Phantom and his teammates perish together, can he? Tao Xiaojiang thus unwittingly picked up 3 kills. Only the last Shadow Clan member was killed by Jiang Yi himself. It's nothing. Jiang Yi shook his head, not caring. After the system completed the settlement, the group exited the virtual space and returned to the metal hall. Jiang Yi looked at his virtual assessment score. 330 points. 330 points? That's just 20 points short of the cutoff score for Martial Arts University. Jiang Yi smiled. He then took another look at Li Jiqiao and Su Sisi's scores. Li Jiqiao, 355 points. Su Sisi, 315 points. 355 points? Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised when he saw Li Jiqiao's total score. He remembered that the other person's total score for the 3 items was 295 points, which meant that the other person only got 60 points in this assessment, which was lower than his. Could it be that he didn't make it to the 3rd level? Jiang Yi wondered to himself. The assessment in the virtual Starry Sky is similar to a level-based challenge. The more levels you pass, the higher your score will be. In the total score of the 4 martial arts events, this assessment accounts for the largest proportion, almost half. The higher the score, the more you can get in this virtual Starry Sky assessment. For example, Zhao Qingli was able to get a high score of 700 points, 300 of which came from this assessment. Li Jiqiao's low score indicates that the assessment ended before he even reached the 3rd stage. So, in that case, I should be first in the class in the 4th assessment. Unfortunately, we still came in 2nd overall. But it's not bad, at least I can get a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Yi was already content. In just 1 semester, he rose from 25th place to this ranking. Only he knows the effort he put in. On the other side, Li Jiqiao was also looking at the rankings. 355 points. Li Jiqiao stared at his score, but his eyes were not satisfied. In the final assessment, given his abilities, he shouldn't have only scored that low. But the Shadow Clan's roar had a huge impact on him. Just then, Li Jiqiao suddenly noticed a name. 330 points? His virtual assessment score is higher than mine? Li Jiqiao looked in Jiang Yi's direction. He remembered that Jiang Yi's score when he started school was only 206. In just 1 semester, his score increased by more than 100 points? This rate of progress has surpassed his. Li Jiqiao seemed to have thought of something, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Damn it, still 3rd place. Su Sisi stared at her ranking, her white fists clenched tightly. Jiang Yi scored 15 points higher than me, so he definitely made it to the 3rd round, and his average casualty rate per point was lower than mine. Injury to minute ratio refers to the average frequency of injuries per minute for the entire team. If a teammate dies, the probability increases dramatically. Although no one in her group was killed, almost all of them were seriously injured, with an average casualty rate of 90%. After a long while, Su Sisi slowly exhaled and glanced helplessly at Jiang Yi not far away. This guy seems to come from a poor family, just like me. Forget it, losing to him is better than losing to those despicable rich people. Su Sisi sighed. Then she clenched her fist, but it's only 15 points less. Next semester, I will definitely surpass you again. At the front of the hall, Zhang Jianwu said in a deep voice, students who have completed the 4 martial arts assessments can go back now. Next year, you will be seniors, so you must all work hard this summer and not hold the class back. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in class 9 got up and left. Zhang Jianwu glanced in Jiang Yi's direction, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I actually got 70 points in the virtual assessment? It seems this kid has a pretty good will to fight. He had already witnessed Jiang Yi's combat skills. Based on his assessment of Jiang Yi's abilities, this assessment would normally only yield 50 points, and at most 60 points. 70 points? That far exceeded his expectations. However, virtual assessments not only assess combat skills but also martial will. The Shadow Clan can disturb the mind and plunge people into chaos. Only those with a strong martial will can mitigate this effect. Jiang Yi was able to get this score only because of his martial arts will. Beside Zhang Jianwu, Wang Xian smiled and said, "Director, were you looking at that student named Li Jichao just now? 355 points, which exceeds the minimum score for ordinary Wuhan University. It is indeed impressive that a student in a regular class can reach this level in the second year of high school." Wang Xian commented. Zhang Jianwu did not reply. After everyone from Class 9 had left, Zhang Jianwu said leisurely, "Class 9, perhaps a remarkable person is about to emerge." Wang Xian looked completely bewildered. If someone else had said that, he might have scoffed. But Zhang Jianwu's words forced him to take them seriously. He couldn't help but say, "This Li Jichao, he can't be that bad, can he?" Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "Dragons lurk in the abyss and lie dormant in the marketplace. Sometimes, the unassuming ones can rise to the top." A dragon lurking in the abyss? Wang Xian was even more surprised that the director would use the word dragon to describe a person. This was very rare. Could it be that Li Jichao has some special qualities that I haven't noticed? Wang Xian pondered. Idiot. Zhang Jianwu cursed, "Did you think I was talking about him?" He shook his head, turned and walked away. Wang Xian's eyes widened. Not Li Jichao? Could it be? He looked for the student who ranked second in Class 9. Eno, 330 points. 330 points? Wang Xian murmured, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he only had one hand left, he couldn't possibly get such a low score." "I understand." Suddenly, Wang Xian felt relieved, his eyes cleared, and he thought to himself, "The director is implying something. He seems to be talking about the regular class, but he is actually talking about the honors class. That hidden dragon, could it be referring to me?" Chapter 18, 30,000. Please add to your favorites. The martial arts classroom of Class 9, Grade 11. The electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom already displays the rankings of the 4 martial arts scores for this final exam. First place, Li Jichao, 355 points. Second place, Jiang Yi, 330 points. Third place, Su Sisi, 315 points. Brother Jiang, congratulations. Tao Xiaojiang, Xiao Chang, and others came to congratulate him. "You got second place in the class." Jiang Yi looked at them and smiled, "Congratulations to you both for making it into the top 30 this time. There are a total of 100 students in the class. The top 30 have already reached the upper middle level." Tao Xiaojiang scratched his head and laughed, "I also have to thank Brother Jiang. If it weren't for Brother Jiang guiding me in the 4th assessment, I wouldn't have been able to get such a high score. In regular virtual assessments, he usually only gets 20 or 30 points at most. This time, however, he scored a full 50 points. Xiao Chang and the others also scored over 40 points. Don't underestimate the difference of just 20 points. It's enough to surpass a dozen or more places in the rankings. In the college entrance examination, 20 points is enough to eliminate hundreds of thousands of people. Then you all need to work even harder, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Don't let your rankings drop when the next semester starts. Definitely. While the group was chatting, Chen Zilu, dressed in a plain white dress and white lace-trimmed stockings, walked into the classroom. Everyone has seen the results of this final exam. Chen Zilu, with her cool and aloof demeanor, calmly commented on and summarized the assessment results on stage. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Chen Zilu didn't waste any time. After a brief ending, she said, "Jiang Yi, Li Jichao, you two come to my office." After saying that, she strode out of the classroom with her long, slender legs. Everyone knew that the semester was over, so they packed their things and prepared to go home. Yi, why did the teacher call you over?" Wan Yuehui looked at Jiang Yi with a puzzled expression. It might be about the grades. Jiang Yi was also somewhat puzzled, but he had another guess in his mind. A moment later, in Chen Zilu's office. "There's something I need to tell you." Chen Zilu looked at the two boys in front of her and smiled. "There will be a trial at school in a month. Would you like to participate?" "A month from now, during the summer vacation?" Jiang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. He guessed it was about the trial. "But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Li Jichao frowned and said, "Isn't there only one spot for the trial in the regular class? Can we both participate?" Chen Zilu said calmly, "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As long as someone is outstanding enough, the school will make an exception." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's heart stirred. He guessed that Chen Zilu had probably applied for a spot at the school specifically for him. Chen Zilu continued, "This trial is the lowest level trial. Anyone who has mastered the star martial cultivation method can participate, and it will be held right here at the school. But if one only achieves mastery of the cultivation method, the probability of passing the trial is very low. If you fail the trial, there are certain risks involved. Although there will be no danger to your life, it may affect your future cultivation. After their conversation, Zhang Yi and the other men fell silent. The trials will be dangerous. However, they were not surprised. Every trial involves risk, otherwise, what would be the point of calling it a trial? Chenzilla said, "This is your only chance. If you decide to participate, tell me now." She had barely finished speaking. Zhang Yi and Li Jichao said in unison, "I'll participate." Chen Zilu nodded, not surprised. "Li Jichao, you can go back now." "Zhang Yi, please stay." "Yes." Li Jichao glanced at Zhang Yi, then turned and left. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Zilu and asked, "Teacher, is there anything else?" Chen Zilu waved her hand and threw a disc-shaped object towards the wall. With a whoosh, the thing stuck to the wall. "This is a soundproofing device." After doing all this, Chenzilla finally looked at Zhang Yi. "Not bad, you've improved from 25th to 2nd in just one semester." Her eyes crinkled, and her smile was incredibly charming. Chenzilla was indeed very beautiful, cool and bright, far surpassing any woman Zhang Yi has ever seen. Even Zhao Qingli from class 1 is far inferior. It can only be said that the martial arts ladder has a very good eye. "It's because the teacher taught well," Zhang Yi said honestly. "You're always so modest." As Chenzilla spoke, her gaze grew increasingly appreciative. Zhang Ye's results this time were also beyond her expectations. She had introduced Zhang Yi to Zhang Jianwu before, thinking that Zhang Ye's ability to enter the top 10 would be enough to prove his excellence. Unexpectedly, they jumped straight into the top 2. This incident also made her proud. Chenzilla took a paper bag out of the drawer and said, "Take this and use it to nourish your body when you get back." Zhang Yi took the paper bag, opened it, and found that there was 30,000 yuan inside. "Teacher, what are you doing?" He looked at Chenzilla with some surprise. The second highest poverty relief grant is only 10,000 yuan, and it won't be issued until the senior year of high school. 30,000 yuan? He wasn't even number 1, how could he possibly deserve that much? "I made a bet with Director Zhang." Chenzilla chuckled and said, "I bet you'll pass this trial, so don't disappoint me." Zhang Yi looked surprised. In other words, was the 30,000 yuan a private sponsorship from the teacher? "Teacher, isn't 30,000 too much? You also need to cultivate yourself." Zhang Yi never accepts help from others for nothing. Especially when it comes to money, one must be even more cautious. "I'm a teacher, I don't need this money." Chenzilla looked at him, "But you're different. You need to do your best to improve in the next month to have any hope of passing the trial in a month. During this period, you need to consume martial arts ingredients every day to increase your chances of passing the trial," she said in a clear voice. Zhang Yi was secretly alarmed. Hearing what the other party said, the difficulty of this trial might be much higher than he had imagined. Chenzilla raised her right leg, revealing a section of her slender, fair leg beneath her skirt. She said in a calm and unhurried tone, "There are many kinds of martial arts nutrition supplements. In order to improve as quickly as possible, you need to choose high-quality ones, such as tiger gall and whale eye. These expenses are huge, 30,000 yuan, just for your dietary supplements. Finally, this money is a loan to you, and you have to pay it back to me later." Chenzilla smiled slightly at Zhang Yi, her little feet swaying gently, looking a bit playful. Zhang Yi said, "I'll pay you back after the senior year scholarship comes through, or after I earn money from the trials. Let's talk about it after you graduate from high school. It's only 30,000 yuan. I don't need that much money right now." Chenzilla waved her hand and reiterated that she was not short of money. Zhang Yi felt somewhat helpless. How rich is this person? They don't even care about 30,000 yuan? Could it be that they own a mine? After a moment of silence, he bowed solemnly and said, "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Yi knew this perfectly well. Whether it was the bet Chenzilla mentioned or the deliberate emphasis on repaying the money, it was all because the other party was concerned about his self-esteem. Some help is charity. But some forms of help are truly like holding an umbrella for someone. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Yi was well aware of these things and was naturally even more grateful. Chenzilla smiled slightly. "By the way, Anqing might not be very safe these days, so try to stay home during the holidays," she suddenly said. "Not very safe?" Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that it was caused by the shadow calamity? Shinzilla continued, if you need anything, just contact me via WeChat. My WeChat ID is CZL230609010000. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, Teacher, do you have a phone number? I'll buy a mobile phone to contact you later. Cell phones are too expensive. Shinzilla glanced at him, took a watch out of the drawer, and said, You can use my communication watch first. You can contact me through it too. Good. Now that things had come to this, Jiang Yi didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the watch. Teacher, I'm going back now. Okay, let's go back. Shinzilla waved. Jiang Yi nodded, turned around and walked out of the office. However, before leaving the office, he remembered something and looked back at Shinzilla. The panel appeared. When Jiang Yi saw the 2 lines of text that appeared above Shinzilla's head, he was immediately startled. Chapter 19, Then I'll Ask You. Inside the office. Ding ding ding. No sooner had Jiang Yi left than Shinzilla's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw that the caller ID read Zhaoing Luo. Zilu, are you still short of money? After Shinzilla answered the phone, a clear, girlish voice came from the other end. Why did you borrow 30,000 from me before? Is that enough money? Upon hearing this, Shinzilla's previous image as a nouveau riche instantly collapsed. She sighed and said, Zhaoing Luo, do you think I'm like you? I don't even have 10,000 yuan left on me. Transfer another 20,000 yuan to me, quickly. The next moment, a gasp came from the phone. My God, how do you survive? You must earn more than 10,000 yuan for each cultivation session now, right? Shinzilla said, It's not that I'm cultivating, it's that I'm investing in a student I've taken a liking to. Zhaoing Luo asked in surprise, A student you're optimistic about? You've encountered someone with extraordinary talent? What are you thinking about? Shinzilla said irritably, Where in Anqing would you find students like that? Zhaoing Luo asked in confusion, Who is it? Who is it that you would borrow money to invest in? You don't even have enough for your own cultivation, do you? Shinzilla laughed and said, Actually, it's not really an investment, it's just a helping hand. Boy or girl? Boy. Ha? Zhaoing Luo's tone became somewhat ambiguous. Is he handsome? What's his personality like? Shinzilla rolled her eyes and said, Why are you asking these questions? Just out of curiosity. Zhaoing Luo chuckled and said, You're a prominent figure at our White Dragon Martial Arts University. If others knew that you lent money to help a boy, that would be huge gossip. Shinzilla said speechlessly, Come on, I haven't been back to school for almost half a year. You'll be a junior next year, come back soon, there are still many things at school waiting for you to take care of. As Zhaoing Luo spoke, she couldn't help but ask curiously, By the way, who exactly is that boy? You're so nice to him? It can't be. See you next year, I'll pay you back then. Shinzilla hung up the phone decisively. Then, she looked out the window, lost in thought. She was special to Jiang Yi? She herself did not deliberately do so. However, she did see a trace of herself in Jiang Yi, which is why she offered a small helping hand. Because no one knew better than her how much Jiang Yi needed help during this period. Shinzilla cradled her snow-white cheeks, a hint of reminiscence appearing in her clear black and white eyes. Mrs. Illness is truly rare. In the cozy room, the doctor looked at the little girl lying on the bed and sighed repeatedly. This disease is fine if one doesn't cultivate, but as long as one cultivates, one will constantly suffer from the excruciating pain of countless poisons gnawing at one's bones. Even martial artists of the starry sky cannot endure it. In this situation, the best course of action is to give up cultivation and not embark on the path of starry sky martial arts. The little girl on the bed had snow-white skin, long eyelashes, and although her features were not yet fully developed, she was exquisitely beautiful, like a porcelain doll. One can imagine that when she grows up, she will surely be an unparalleled beauty. A man and a woman stood beside the bed. The man had a calm demeanor and was dressed elegantly, clearly someone in a high position. His features were somewhat similar to the girl's. On the contrary, the woman beside her did not resemble the little girl at all. She was simply extremely alluring and beautiful. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the man's face was filled with disappointment, and he turned and left. A moment later, a dignified male voice could be faintly heard from outside the room. What a pity, such a good talent has been wasted. Then came a charming female voice, Let her live a normal life, just like her mother. After all, we have other children to raise. The little girl on the bed trembled slightly, her fists clenching quietly. I must become a martial arts master. Chenzilla snapped out of her reverie, her gaze growing increasingly calm. On the other side, Zhang Yi was walking along the road, also reminiscing. Just now, he saw Chenzilla's talent through the panel. Constitution, mysterious body above A. Innate talent, Taoist spirit. Teacher Chen actually possesses the innate qualities of a Taoist? Zhang Yi thought to himself, although the Dao Bone innateness is only one level higher than the freshman innateness, the difference in talent is as vast as a chasm. Newborn refers to the new generation of martial arts practitioners. However, Dao Bone is not simply a rebirth of martial bones. Those endowed with Taoist talent possess extraordinary martial abilities from birth, such as innate superhuman strength or divine eyes, and have abilities that ordinary people do not possess. After embarking on the path of martial arts at the age of 15, he was able to display a talent far beyond that of ordinary people, with an incredibly fast cultivation speed, and he could master any martial arts technique with ease. Born for martial arts, perfectly aligned with the way of martial arts. This is the essence of Tao. It is said that once such a person embarks on the path of martial arts, breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water, with almost no constraints. Of course, rumors are always exaggerated. But this also shows how powerful this talent is. And this Xian body, is it a physique beyond the mortal body? Zhang Yi recalled the control panel. Without a doubt, the Xian body is definitely at a higher level than the mortal body. If the Xian body is also divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, then Chenzilla's martial arts talent is truly terrifying. You need to know. Even Zhang Jianwu, the head of the martial arts class, was only a freshman with a low-grade mortal body. And Chenzilla, is he a top-tier Xian physique? His physical condition alone has improved by a full 7 levels. Teacher Chen seems to be only 19 years old. He should be in college at this age. Why did he come to Anqing to become a teacher? Zhang Yi thought to himself. Chenzilla's WeChat ID is her birthday. September 1st, 2306. It's June 23-25 now, so Chenzilla isn't even 19 years old yet. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Go back and cultivate, and strive to improve yourself. What others do is their business. His next goal is to do everything he can to improve himself within a month. Zhang Yi knew very well that Chenzilla took care of him because she saw his talent and hard work. Chenzilla witnessed her son rise from 25th to 2nd in the class in just 1 semester. None of this would have been possible without this premise. The students had all left the martial arts classroom. Zhang Yi packed his things and hurriedly walked out the door without lingering. As night falls, darkness becomes a significant danger for ordinary people. However, after leaving the classroom, Zhang Yi encountered a boy with a sharp head. You haven't left yet? Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Li Jichao looked at him and said in a low voice, "There's something I'd like to ask you, is it a convenient time?" Zhang Yi glanced at him and nodded. The two arrived at a secluded corner. Speak, what is it? Li Jichao hesitated for a moment, then said, Zhang Yi, can you tell me what kind of medicine you used? Zhang Yi was puzzled when he heard this. I didn't use any pesticides. No pesticides were applied? Li Jichao's pupils dilated slightly. You didn't take any medication, so let me ask you, how much medication did you take? He pressed on, unwilling to give up. Zhang Yi was a little confused. I didn't take any medicine. Li Jichao frowned sharply. In his opinion, Zhang Yi must have taken a lot of drugs. Otherwise, the entry would never have been so fast. He's been frantically taking medication lately, but his improvement rate still hasn't kept pace with Zhang Yi's. Although he is still in first place, he has a feeling that if Zhang Yi continues to improve at this rate, he is very likely to be surpassed. At that moment, Zhang Yi denied it outright, which made him feel a chill in his heart. Li Jichao thought to himself, there's no way he didn't take his medicine. Is he saying this on purpose to show off? However, given his family's financial situation, it's impossible for them to afford that much medicine. They can only last for 1 semester at most. If he runs out of medication in the next month, his progress will slow down very quickly. Thinking about this, Li Jichao looked at Zhang Yi again and said in a deep voice, Zhang Yi, let's see if you're still this stubborn when we meet again next month. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Yi stared at his retreating figure, completely bewildered. Is this guy alright? Chapter 20, Starry Sky Energy. Please add to your favorites. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi immediately shared the good news with his parents. What? Second in the whole class? Li Anping looked incredulous. Brother is so amazing. Jiang Ting exclaimed with admiration. Jiang Dahai at the dinner table was also somewhat surprised. Second place? Weren't you only ranked 25th when school started? Jiang Yi had already prepared his explanation. Teacher Chen said that after I broke through to the minor success of the star martial cultivation method, my martial bones awakened, so my cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds. Wu Gu awakens. Jiang Dahai and Lianping exchanged a glance. They didn't know what it meant either, but it didn't seem like a bad thing. Good. Jiang Dahai laughed heartily and said, our family is about to produce a martial arts genius. Lianping also laughed and said, Xiaoyu will definitely be able to get into the martial arts university next year. The couple's biggest wish is to send their 2 children to a martial arts university. In this way, we won't have to follow their old path. Jiang Yi coughed and said, Mom and Dad, Teacher Chen gave me 30,000 yuan today. He took a wad of cash out of his backpack. 30,000? Jiang Dahai and his wife were both somewhat surprised. Their family's savings over the years amounted to only tens of thousands of yuan. 30,000 in cash is a considerable sum. Jiang Yi gave a brief explanation and also mentioned the trial that would take place a month later. Okay, we support you. Jiang Dahai didn't say much, but said seriously, they said they would pay you back after you graduate, so they didn't really intend for you to pay it back. But we not only want you to pay it back, we want you to pay it back as soon as possible. Only when someone gives can someone give back. With each exchange, the relationship grows closer. If you keep your promise ahead of time, it will strengthen your bond and make it easier for you to get anything done with her in the future. Jiang Yi nodded. He understood these principles as well. However, what my adoptive father said was even more profound. Jiang Dahai had spent decades working at the grassroots level, and all the mistakes he had made had become valuable experience. I now work for the Shadow Bureau, and my finances aren't so tight anymore. Jiang Dahai chuckled and said, remember to pay this money back after your college entrance exam. Jiang Yi nodded. Speaking of the Shadow Hunting Bureau, he seemed to remember something. Dad, how's the Shadow Hunting Bureau doing lately? I heard from Teacher Chen that Anqing might not be very safe these days. Unsafe? Jiang Dahai shook his head. There's no news from the bureau, but since the teacher said so, let's be careful. Jiang Yi nodded. In the following days, Jiang Yi resumed his daily cultivation. As summer arrives, cicadas chirp and the sun blazes overhead. Jiang Yi stayed at home every day, cultivating his skills. At night, he entered the martial arts ladder and repeated the illusionary trials of the first level, experiencing the test of his martial arts will in the massage room. Every night, he was brutally ravaged by various beauties such as Chen Zilu and Zhao Qingli. In the past, Jiang Yi might not have been so enthusiastic about this. But after experiencing the virtual Starry Sky assessment, he realized the importance of martial arts will. If you encounter the Shadow Clan, in addition to your own strength, a strong martial will is also crucial. The Shadow Clan's voice penetrates the soul, plunging one into a trance. Only a strong martial will can contend with it. Every night, Jiang Yi would fight until he was exhausted in the massage room. His martial will continued to improve. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. At home, Jiang Yi completed his phase of training and opened the panel to take a look. Low-level achievement system. Physical condition, ordinary grade B. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial arts cultivation method, great success 21%. Achievement. Martial arts master, friend of the ancestor, grandmaster of martial arts, beauty seeking the way. Martial arts ladder. First layer. This week, Jiang Yi takes leopard gallbladders every day and applies martial arts essential oil all over his body. The so-called martial arts essential oil is also a martial arts training resource that can help the physical body transform faster. A small bottle costs 1,000 yuan. Jiang Yi now needs to sprint with all his might within a month, so he hasn't saved any money. Fortunately, the improvement is significant. However, after the cultivation method broke through 20%, he could clearly feel that the speed had slowed down. But that's normal. The most difficult stage is the transition from mastery to perfection. Even most students in the top classes need a year to get past this stage. Once I acquire precious ingredients like tiger gall and whale eye, my advancement will likely be even faster, Jiang Yi thought to himself. The more precious a martial arts ingredient is, the harder it is to buy. Especially in a small place like Anqing. The ingredients for martial arts are monopolized by the wealthy. Even families like Jiang Ye's could only afford second-rate leopard gallbladders. However, after a week of investigation, Zhang Dahai has found a channel and estimates that he will be able to buy tiger gall and whale eye in the next couple of days. It's still too slow. Zhang Yi frowned. The further you go, the more difficult the cultivation becomes. For every 10% increase, the difficulty of cultivation will increase significantly. How can I break through this barrier before the college entrance exam if things continue like this? To break through to the next level and become a Starry Sky martial artist, one must undergo multiple Starry Sky refinements. Each time the Starry Sky is cleansed, it takes a considerable amount of time. At this rate, it's impossible for him to reach the threshold of the 25 school alliance before the college entrance examination. I heard that Zhao Qingli, who was ranked first in the grade, has completed the transformation from mastery to perfection in just half a year. She's also a second-grade mortal. How did she manage that? Jiang Yi pondered. Even if someone is rich, they can still get nutritional supplements every day. But his current situation isn't much different. Now that Jiang Yi's physique and comprehension have improved, the gap shouldn't be that big anymore. Ask the teacher. Jiang Yi suddenly remembered that he could contact Chen Zilu at any time. He had been engrossed in cultivation this week and hadn't tried it before. Today was his first time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi immediately took out his communication watch. After turning on his watch, he found Chen Zilu's contact information and dialed the number directly. Beep. A moment later, a clear and pleasant sound came from the watch. What's up? Jiang Yi quickly said, Teacher, I heard that Zhao Qingli, who was first in the grade. He briefly described his doubts. After hearing this, Chen Zilu chuckled and said, Zhao Qingli? You don't need to compare yourself to her. She spends 100,000 yuan a month just on food supplements. 100,000 yuan per month? Jiang Yi was taken aback. 100,000 yuan is equivalent to his parents' annual salary. It seems he underestimated how rich those wealthy people are. Does she eat martial arts ingredients like tiger gall and whale eyes every day? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. Chen Zilu said, It's even more advanced than what you're talking about. It's a special ingredient for martial arts. Jiang Yi sighed. Rich people deserve to die. However, Zhao Qingli's ability to progress from the great completion to the perfection stage in just 6 months is not solely due to dietary supplements. Chen Zilu continued, more importantly, she also used Starry Sky energy for tempering. Starry Sky energy? Jiang Yi asked. Chen Zilu hummed in agreement. Star energy, also known as star energy, is a type of energy that must be mastered after embarking on the path of star martial arts. The Starry Sky refinement before the breakthrough is to use star energy to refine the physical body, thereby propelling the physical body to break through the shackles of life. Chen Zilu said, after mastering the star martial cultivation method, one can also use a small amount of star energy to temper the physical body, which can greatly accelerate the process. After hearing these words, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he asked, Teacher, can I do that too? However, Chen Zilu's next answer surprised him greatly. Chapter 21, New Achievement. A system bug? I don't recommend you do that, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Yi asked in confusion, why? Could it be that this stellar energy, like medication, produces side effects? No. Chen Zilu shook her head and explained, you have a primal endowment, so your efficiency in absorbing star energy is very low. Star energy is called that because it comes from the stars. Humans first discovered this substance on Mars hundreds of years ago. Therefore, the price of star energy is far higher than that of martial arts ingredients, and the cost far exceeds the gain, making it a losing proposition, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. Is the original endowment innate talent with very low absorption efficiency? He suddenly remembered a question that had been puzzling him for a long time. The difference between physical constitution and endowment. There must be a reason why the Blue Star Federation values martial arts talent so much. Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is the grading of talent related to star energy? That's right. Chen Zilu nodded in agreement and said, Starry Sky energy is very important to Starry Sky martial artists. After embarking on the path of Starry Sky martial arts, only by constantly absorbing this energy can one drive the transformation of life. And the higher the endowment, the more efficient the absorption of star energy. Jiang Yi understood. Hundreds of years ago, the Blue Star civilization connected with the stars. Today, humanity's footprints have spread throughout the entire solar system. It is said that the existing cultivation system, Starry Sky martial arts, was discovered during the exploration of the solar system. In retrospect, it all seems to be related to stellar energy. The reason why innate endowment is called inferior endowment is because its absorption efficiency is too low. So, when the stars are cleansed, won't it take me longer than others? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. It seems that his breakthrough will be more difficult than he originally imagined. At that moment, a soft laugh came from the watch. Don't worry about the starry sky refinement. I'll find a way to speed it up for you. Your current goal is to break through to the perfection of your cultivation method as soon as possible. Jiang Ye's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he said repeatedly, "Thank you, teacher." Are there any other questions? It's gone. Be careful, someone has gone missing in the city recently, Shanzilla said. Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. Is it the shadow calamity? Shanzilla shook her head and said, not necessarily. It could also be due to human factors. In any case, be careful during this period. Jiang Yi nodded. Okay, you too. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi sat there lost in thought. Neither the potential dangers nor the challenges posed by the starry sky made him more determined to achieve his goal. Get stronger. Break through to the star martial cultivation method as soon as possible and enter the elite class. Jiang Ye's gaze grew increasingly resolute. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened slightly. This is... Suddenly, several system messages popped up in front of him. Warning! Warning! Your hearing has reached the system's limit. You have achieved a new milestone. You can clearly perceive sounds from 10 kilometers away and have a conversation with people 10 kilometers away. Unlocked title, Keen Ears. Reward, hearing improved by 200%, clearer the further away you are. Jiang Yi was utterly stunned. No, buddy. He just made a phone call, and that broke the system limit? And I also unlocked the hearing expert achievement? Indeed, in the low-level martial arts world, there is no such thing as a telephone. So in the system's judgment, when I make a phone call, it becomes a long-distance voice transmission? Jiang Yi looked completely astonished. The rule itself is easy to understand, but it's one he had never imagined before. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's face showed a strange expression. Is this considered exploiting a bug? If this can unlock achievements, then he has many unforeseen paths that may unlock new achievements. Just as Jiang Yi was feeling surprised, he suddenly felt a twitching in his ears. Immediately afterwards, the internal structure of his ears seemed to undergo some subtle change. Buzz! In an instant, an incredibly noisy sound entered my ears. For a moment, Jiang Yi felt like his mind was about to explode, filled with countless noises. Fortunately, he quickly adapted and began to try to control his hearing. Extract useful information from the noise. He could vaguely hear voices coming from 200 meters away. Mommy, look, there are flowers. Have you finished your homework? Wa'ada. Jiang Yi closed his eyes slightly and turned in another direction. A faint sound came from 300 meters away. This guy got drunk after only a few bottles? What a loser. So, you're pretty brave, huh? Now I can hear sounds from 300 meters away. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, a thoughtful look flashing across them. Previously, he could only hear sounds within 100 meters at most. In other words, the reward has been tripled this time. However, this kind of achievement can't be a one-off, can it? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. If there are no higher-level achievements of the same kind, it would be better to unlock this achievement later. He realized that these kinds of bug-exploiting achievements weren't necessarily better the earlier they were unlocked. The stronger you are, the greater the benefits you will receive. However, since it's already unlocked, there's nothing to regret. The trial will begin in 3 weeks. You can try a few more times to see if you can unlock similar achievements to improve your strength. Jiang Yi pondered to himself. He quickly came up with an idea. Shortly after, Jiang Yi left home. He stood by the roadside and flagged down a taxi. Sir, are we driving on the highway? You'll have to pay more. We won't go far, just wander around Ancheng. Is 100 yuan enough? Get in the car. Jiang Yi got into the taxi and slowly exhaled. He took a risk by coming out this time. After all, Shanzilla said that the city is not safe recently. However, to verify his thoughts, Jiang Yi decided to go out anyway. It was noon, so the safety factor was bound to be higher. Master, once we're on the highway, drive at top speed for a while, Jiang Yi said. This world. The standards for highways are different from those of the previous era. The maximum speed can reach 200 kilometers/h. However, this taxi probably can't go that high. It's estimated to be only around 150 km/h. Even so, it should still far exceed the level of the low-level martial arts world. That's right. Zhang Yi just wanted to see if this would unlock new achievements. Let's test it out. If it works, I'll buy another plane ticket to try it when I have the money. Most passenger planes in this world are supersonic. The price is also very expensive. Even a short-haul flight within the province can cost tens of thousands of yuan for a round trip. In addition to passenger planes, there are also air-floating cars available. However, the speed is basically within 500 km/h, and the starting price is 1,000 yuan. Without money, you can't do anything, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Whether it's the cost of living, transportation costs, or martial arts resources, all require substantial financial support. The path to strength may be lonely, but it will never be one of hardship. Therefore, passing the upcoming trials, entering the top class, and getting into the 25 Schools Alliance became Zhang Ye's goal. We're on the highway. At this moment, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up slightly as he looked out the window. After passing through the highway toll station, the car's speed gradually increased. 100 km/h. 120 km/h. 130 km/h. Chapter 22, 1 month later. A moment later, the speed stabilized at 150 km/h. Zhang Yi waited patiently. However, after waiting for several minutes, he still did not receive a system notification. Why not? Zhang Yi wondered to himself. Is it because the speed is not fast enough? Is it that this method doesn't work to exploit bugs? Master, can you go any faster? Zhang Yi asked. If we go any faster, we'll be flying. Despite saying that, the driver still stepped on the gas, increasing the speed once again. The entire car body vibrated, giving a faint feeling of floating. At this point, the car's speed had reached 160 km/h. Zhang Yi waited patiently for another 10 minutes. But I still didn't receive a system notification. Could it be that this method really can't exploit bugs? Zhang Yi felt slightly disappointed. Just as he was feeling disappointed, several system messages suddenly popped up in the next second. The system detected that the host had reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster at a certain speed and would continue to do so for a period of time. Unlock title, Swift Step. Reward, instant speed increase of 100%, can be triggered manually, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown is 3 minutes. It takes this long to trigger the achievement? Zhang Yi thought to himself, the system really doesn't seem very smart. It takes so long to detect anything. He's gotten used to it. This system always manages to come up with something new when he's not paying attention. Zhang Yi shook his head and looked at the reward. Swift Step. Actively triggered? He was immediately overjoyed. Being actively triggered means that this is a growth-type reward. In other words, a 100% increase in speed will increase along with an increase in his base speed. Grandmaster of Martial Arts? At this moment, Zhang Yi noticed a peculiar word. According to the system's realm classification, after Martial Arts Grandmaster comes Martial Arts Grandmaster? It seems that a Grandmaster of Martial Arts is equivalent to the level of a first breakthrough in reality. Even if one's practice is perfected, one still cannot reach a speed of 160 km/h. Only those who break free from the shackles of life and advance to the first level of Starry Sky Martial Arts can achieve this. Master, let's go back, Zhang Yi called out. For him, the journey was complete. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Zhang Yi immediately tested his newly acquired abilities. Swift Step. He silently recited it to himself. Instantly, Zhang Yi's figure transformed into a blur, and he suddenly dashed forward. So fast. Zhang Yi was startled. This speed was almost beyond his control. This is because if the physical body's physical abilities don't keep up with the speed, it creates the illusion of being out of control. The first time is always very uncomfortable. Fortunately, after experiencing it for a while, Zhang Yi gradually mastered this speed. That's too fast. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 30 seconds. Zhang Yi thought to himself, however, in actual combat, it's enough. Suddenly doubling the speed would make it difficult for the opponent to react. After completing the test, Zhang Yi returned home satisfied. The plan is indeed feasible. There may be even more places where bugs can be exploited. Zhang Yi came up with many ideas. For example, using a telescope to observe objects tens of kilometers away might unlock a new achievement in eyesight. Alternatively, one could wear bulletproof vests, layer armor on themselves, and increase their defense. But these all come at a hefty price. For example, with telescopes, you need to buy high-end telescopes. Not only do you need to be far enough away, but you also need to have a clear enough view and a wide enough field of vision, otherwise, given the nature of the system, you may not be able to unlock the achievement. To meet these requirements, the price will start at least at tens of thousands of yuan. Needless to say, bulletproof vests are out of the question. He doesn't yet have the financial means for that. Exploiting bugs like this is really satisfying, but it's too expensive. Is there a simpler and cheaper way? Jiang Yi pondered. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of such a solution at the moment. Oh no! Just then, the voice of Zhang Dahai, the adoptive father, came from outside the door. I'm here. Jiang Yi walked out the door. Look what I brought back. Zhang Dahai laughed heartily. A tiger's courage. I finally bought it. He placed a black iron box on the table. Upon opening the iron box, a dark golden piece of meat lay inside, served in cloudy wine, and a strong, pungent smell of blood wafted out. It's tiger gallbladder. Jiang Yi was also pleasantly surprised. Tiger gall is more than 5 times the price of leopard gall, and its effects are far superior. He had wanted to try it out for a long time, but he hadn't been able to buy it yet. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi sat down at the dining table. In the bowl, there was a large bowl of golden yellow thin slices, glistening with oil, each slice crystal clear, like pale golden amber, exuding a rich meaty aroma. There was also a bowl of strong liquor next to it. Strong liquor paired with tiger's courage, one sip is worth a year's worth of hard work. This is obviously an exaggeration. No matter how good the martial arts ingredients are, they can't compare to a year of training. But this is enough to show its effectiveness. Jiang Yi couldn't wait and began to feast. Jiang Ting watched with envy, but she knew that this was Jiang Yi's martial arts training material, and she couldn't take it from her brother. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi swept the table clean and then hurriedly returned to his room to begin his cultivation. As soon as he began cultivating, he immediately sensed something unusual. All the pores on my body opened up, expelling the stale air. A powerful energy was flowing through my meridians, and it felt as if my Ren and Du meridians had been opened up. An unprecedented sense of clarity arose spontaneously. Jiang Yi didn't dare to hesitate and quickly began to refine this energy. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours had passed. During this time, Jiang Yi did not feel tired or hungry at all. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic as he trained. It wasn't until more than 10 hours later that he slowly began to feel a bit exhausted. But Jiang Yi did not stop cultivating, continuing to refine the remaining energy in his body until it was completely drained. A whole day has passed. Jiang Yi opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, Great Success 21%, 26%. Comfortable. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that he had improved by less than 1% each day for the past few days. The effect of taking tiger gallbladder is more than 5 times that of leopard gallbladder. I can still eat tiger gall for several more days, and I will maintain this rate of improvement for the next few days. By the end of the month, I can increase it to at least 40%. Jiang Yi was immediately filled with hope for the future. He glanced at the time. It's mealtime again. I'll go eat first, then come back to cultivate. Jiang Yi got up and went outside. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was early August. In the room, Jiang Yi finished practicing the last move of the Star Martial Cultivation Method and slowly concluded his practice. A sweet female voice came from the communication watch on the table. Not bad, your training method is much better than before. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Jiang Yi walked over and picked up the watch. Since the beginning of this month, he has frequently used his smartwatch to video chat with Chen Zilu, actively seeking her advice. He had previously gained a 10% permanent increase in comprehension after passing the first level of the martial arts ladder assessment. Furthermore, this is combined with the Friend of the Ancestor effect, which increases comprehension by 30%. Jiang Yi has benefited greatly from Chen Zilu's guidance every day. On the watch, Chen Zilu smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the trial assessment, remember to be at school on time." Aha! Take a rest today, don't overwork yourself. Chen Zilu said in a clear voice, effort isn't something that can be done in a short time. You've already worked hard enough, but relaxing before the exam is also important. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi sat back on the edge of the bed and took a deep breath. After a month of hard work, it's finally time to test the results. Jiang Yi also attached great importance to and looked forward to tomorrow's trial. He silently looked at his control panel. Chapter 23, Lin Xian. Low-level achievement system. Physical condition, ordinary grade B. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial arts cultivation method, great success 41%. Achievement. Martial arts master, friend of the ancestor, grandmaster of martial arts, beauty seeking the way, hearing the wind, swift step. Martial arts ladder. First layer. The road to perfection is nearly halfway there. Jiang Yi relaxed completely. 6 months ago, he had never imagined this situation. At that time, Zhang Yelian had not yet broken through to the lesser Chengdu level in his cultivation practice. In just 6 months, you've achieved small successes and are now poised for complete fulfillment? This speed of cultivation is something even students in the top classes probably couldn't have imagined. During this period, in addition to my own efforts, the key was the teacher's guidance and the 30,000 yuan. The 30,000 yuan that Chen Zilla gave him was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Thanks to this, he has been able to consume leopard gallbladders, and even tiger gallbladders, every day this month. Even students in top classes may not have these conditions. However, compared to someone as wealthy as Zhao Qingli, we are still far behind, Jiang Yi remarked. He only spent 30,000 yuan in 1 month, and he could only experience it for 1 month. But they can spend 100,000 every month. However, Jiang Yi didn't care. He can't compete with him in terms of wealth, but he has a cheat code. His current buffs aren't strong enough, but as his strength grows, he'll accumulate more and more achievement buffs. At that time, all those martial arts prodigies and peerless geniuses will have their teeth smashed by him. Let's take a break. Jiang Yi closed his eyes slightly. He had barely slept or rested for the past month, spending his days either cultivating or undergoing training in the illusionary realm. Now that the trials are approaching, it's time to relax a bit. The next morning, Jiang Yi woke up in bed, rubbing his head. Damn it, when did this happen? Last night he originally planned to close his eyes and take a nap, but unexpectedly he slept soundly until dawn. The crucial point is that during this sleep, he dreamt of that nightmare again. The young man who was suspected to be his biological father. And there's that golden palace called Starry Sea Divine Path. Starry Sea Divine Path, what kind of place is that? Jiang Yi recalled the palace in his dream. After the young man entered the palace, the young Jiang Yi was abandoned at the palace gate as if he had been abandoned. But at the beginning of the dream, it didn't seem like his biological father had abandoned him. The dream contained many hazy fragments, intermittent and missing many key parts, making one want to explore further. Unfortunately, he didn't care about his so-called background, nor did he want to delve into it. I won't sleep anymore. I'll stay in the illusion at night. Not only will I not have nightmares, but I'll also feel refreshed when I wake up the next day. Jiang Yi made up his mind. Time to go to school. He got up, went outside, washed up, ate breakfast, and then set off for school. Good luck, brother. Before leaving, Jiang Ting suddenly ran out of the room. Why are you up? Jiang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. He. Jiang Ting smiled at him. I made a special note of today's date. Brother is going to undergo a trial. Jiang Yi has indeed been talking about it every day for the past month. The little girl didn't understand what a trial was. She only knew that something her brother had been talking about for a whole month must be very important. Silly girl, go back to sleep. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled, rubbed her fair face, and turned to leave. Anxiong No. 3 Middle School. During the summer vacation, the campus was quiet and deserted. But today, there were quite a few people walking around the campus. As soon as Jiang Yi entered the school, he saw a familiar figure. Li Jichao? He called out to someone not far away. When the other person turned around, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. A month later, Li Jichao's physique became even more robust, with bulging veins and bulging muscles all over his body. When he stood there, he exuded a powerful and imposing aura. It's just that the top of its head seems to be getting sharper and sharper, perhaps due to visual reasons. Eno. Li Jichao walked over with a confident smile on his face. How was this month? Is your cultivation going smoothly? Li Jichao asked Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded and said, not bad, how about you? I've made a lot of progress this month. Li Jichao smiled and said, this month, I broke my previous limit of 2 acupuncture sessions a week. Now, I can give 3 acupuncture sessions a week. He held his head high, his eyes gleaming with confidence. 3 injections a week. This led to a remarkable transformation in his body in a short period of time. Li Jiqiao was determined to succeed in the upcoming trials. Jiang Yi remained silent for a long while before asking, "Didn't Teacher Chen tell you that there are side effects to the medication?" Li Jiqiao shook his head and said, "How can the path of the strong be without a price? This little side effect is nothing to me. But what about you? Haven't you been spraying your pesticides this month?" He looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "I haven't taken any medication." Upon hearing this, Li Jiqiao smiled and shook his head. "Are you still being stubborn? There's nothing shameful about taking medicine. Fine, since you haven't taken any medicine this month, then I wish you good luck in passing this trial." Li Jiqiao shook his head and sighed. He really hopes to have a classmate who can catch up with him and better unleash his potential. But if Jiang Yi doesn't continue to use the medicine, he's destined to be left behind. Jiang Yi didn't say anything more. He believed that Chen Zilo had also told Li Jiqiao about the dangers of using pesticides. But since the other party has chosen this path, there's nothing wrong with it. Everyone has their own destiny, and there is no need to forcibly interfere. The two walked side by side toward the trial site. The location for this trial is the same spherical building where the virtual Starry Sky assessment was conducted previously. The spherical building, the lobby. Many people have already arrived and are standing in the hall, waiting for the trial to begin. When Jiang Yi entered, he discovered that there were quite a few first-year high school students there. It's easy to spot, you can tell just by looking at the school uniform. The school uniforms at Anqing No. 3 Middle School are different from the first year of high school to the third year. Furthermore, the uniforms for regular classes and honors classes are different. The uniforms for honors classes are often well made and custom designed. The uniforms for regular classes are very simple, completely preventing early romantic relationships. First-year high school students? They're all from the honors classes. Jiang Yi looked around, unsurprised. This trial is the lowest level trial. Those who have achieved great success in their cultivation can participate. The top classes can achieve great success in the first year of high school, which just meets the requirements. Of course, some students from the second year of high school also come, but the number is very small. The top geniuses in the grade basically do not participate in such low-level trials. "Li Jiqiao, you're here too?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a strangely-looking boy walking towards him. This person has a very large head, almost as wide as his shoulders, which looks very strange. When Li Jiqiao saw the man, he frowned slightly. "Lin Xian? Aren't you from Anqing No. 1 High School? What are you doing here?" Anqing No. 1 High School is the top-ranked key high school in Anqing, and its level is much higher than that of Anqing No. 3 High School. Jiang Yi had heard that in some schools, students in regular classes had to bow to students in honorary classes as a greeting, and this was a tradition at Anqing No. 1 Middle School. The motto of Anqing No. 1 Middle School is that the strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. The big-headed boy named Lin Xian smiled and said, "I was invited to participate in the trial as a representative of the first-year students of Anqing No. 1 High School." At this point, he looked at Jiang Yi beside him. "Is this your classmate? I think he's from a regular class?" Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Chaozi, you're not good enough. In our Tianlong community, you're the only one who hasn't made it into the top class yet. You're still hanging out with people from the regular classes. If this continues, I'll never be able to say you're my neighbor again." Then he looked at Jiang Yi and said, "This classmate, I didn't mean anything by it, don't misunderstand. Tianlong residential area is a well-known affluent neighborhood in Anqing." Lin Xian, like Li Jiqiao, was clearly the son of a wealthy man. This person was a complete stranger to Jiang Yi. It was not that he was deliberately targeting Jiang Yi, but rather that he looked down on all ordinary classes indiscriminately. But at this moment, Jiang Yi completely ignored what the other person said, and instead stared at Lin Xian's huge head, asking curiously, "Did you drink too much Sanlu milk powder when you were a kid?" Chapter 24, a 30% probability seeking monthly tickets. Sanlu? What's Sanlu? Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. "It's nothing," Jiang Yi shook his head slightly and said, "just some unknown brand of baby formula." Lin Xian glanced at him, puzzled. Li Jiqiao, standing to the side, scoffed, "I can get into the honors class whenever I want. I prefer to stay in the regular class right now." "Then you have a very fulfilling life. Lin Xian chuckled and said, I heard that there is a chance to obtain a high-level technique in this trial, but there are only 3 spots available. Chaozi, you'd better step up your game. You're already a sophomore now, don't lose to us freshmen. After saying that, Lin Xian didn't linger in front of the two of them and turned to leave. As a rich second generation from Tianlong community and a top student at Anqing No. 1 Middle School, he has always disdained standing with students from ordinary classes. Even staying for a second longer would be a huge insult to his status and talent. Chaozi is a disgrace to Tianlong community. He's almost a senior in high school and he's still hanging out with the lousy students in the regular classes. Lin Xian felt contempt. In his eyes, students in the honors class and students in the regular class are almost not even the same species. That's true. Chaozi himself has inferior talent and is no different from the people in the regular class. From now on, I need to keep my distance from him. We are destined to be on different paths. Lin Xian shook his head and walked away. Stay where you are. Li Jichao snorted coldly, this guy. The other party was clearly there to show off their superiority, but he was somewhat powerless to refute them. After all, he was just the top student in a regular class at Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was among the top 10 in the key class at Anqing No. 1 High School. Such a gap is difficult to bridge even if he is a grade higher than his opponent. When I get back, I'm going to challenge myself to do 5 acupuncture treatments a week. Li Jichao clenched his fists secretly. Zhang Yi, who was standing to the side, didn't have so many thoughts. While Lin Xian was away, he opened the panel and looked at the other party. Physical constitution, ordinary type A. Gift, newborn. A top-tier physique, is this what top students at Anqing No. 1 High School are like? It's like a game changer for our school. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Most of the students in the hall were of grade B mortal physique, with only a few reaching grade A lower mortal physique. In comparison, Lin Xian stood out like a crane among chickens. At this moment, more and more people gradually filled the hall. However, the trial has not yet officially begun. Is this trial also taking place in the virtual starry sky? Zhang Yi looked ahead, somewhat puzzled. I wonder what kind of trial it is? It can't be just hunting Shadowplan again, can it? He had asked Chen Zilu about this. Unfortunately, the details of the trial were kept strictly confidential, and no one knew about them before the trial officially began. For schools, trials are even more important than final exams because they can filter out truly outstanding students. Therefore, the rewards for passing the trial are exceptionally generous. Zhang Yi thought to himself, besides the generous cash reward, the most important thing about this trial is that advanced art technique. Art. Skills and tactics. It can greatly enhance combat power. While the star martial cultivation method can also enhance strength, it is a basic cultivation method that primarily strengthens the body and has a relatively small impact on combat power. However, art and technique possess great destructive power. Students like Zhao Qingli and Lin Miaomiao, who are among the top students in their grade. Their high scores were due to their practice of artistic techniques. There are only 3 spots available this time. In other words, I must be in the top 3 to obtain that advanced art. Zhang Yi looked around. Besides Lin Xian, who requires special attention, there are also a few students from the top performing classes in the second year of high school who participated in this trial. Those people are probably the worst performers in the top class. Their cultivation is not yet complete. Nevertheless, we are not far from perfection. These people are all formidable competitors. Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly paused for a moment. Wang Xiong? Why is he here too? He looked into the distance, his eyes twitching. The third-ranked student in the grade is participating in this kind of trial? Are you crazy? At this moment, Wang Xiong was standing on a platform. Contrary to Zhang Yi's guess, he was not there to participate in the trial. Instead, they were there to maintain order. It's so annoying. The director must be bored out of his mind to make me come here to maintain order in this sweltering heat. Wang Xiong complained dejectedly, as the third-ranked student in the grade, don't I have any pride? As he was saying this, he suddenly sensed an unfriendly gaze. Following the gaze, Wang Xiong quickly shut his mouth. On a higher platform, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Zhang Jianwu, the grade director. At this moment, Zhang Jianwu stood with his arms crossed, looking down at him with a cold expression. Wang Xiong pretended not to see it, thinking to himself, the director is hard of hearing, he probably didn't hear what I said. Yes, that's it. He casually glanced around the lobby and dutifully took on the role of security guard. Just then, he suddenly paused. Are they those two from Class 9? Wang Xian glanced in the direction of Li Jichao and Zhang Yi, his expression shifting slightly. Interesting, these two actually came to participate in the trial? Perfect, let me see how they perform. Wang Xiang stroked his chin. Although he firmly believed that the hidden dragon Zhang Jianwu mentioned that day referred to him. But he still wanted to see if these two people from Class 9 really had anything special about them. On the higher stands. Not only Zhang Jianwu, but several other teachers were also standing here. Zhang Jianwu glanced in Wang Xiang's direction and sneered inwardly, this kid is getting bolder and bolder. He even dares to curse me. His scholarship for this semester will be postponed until next year. The top 10 students in the grade all received generous scholarships. However, Zhang Jianwu decided to teach Wang Xiang what it means to respect teachers. Director Zhang. At that moment, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a white dress with a prominent bust walked over. Miss Chen. When Zhang Jianwu saw her, a slight smile finally appeared on his stern face. Upon hearing this title, Chen Zilla said helplessly, Director, you can just call me Xiao Chen. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Little Chen. Zhang Jianwu laughed heartily. He knew Chen Zilla's background was far beyond what a small place like Anqing could imagine. Therefore, even if the other party was not yet 20 years old, he dared not offend them in the slightest. Although the other teachers present were unaware of the details, they all looked at Chen Zilla with respect. People who can be treated with such care by the director are even more unapproachable. Chen Zilla was already used to these people's attitudes, so she didn't say anything more at this moment. She looked at Zhang Jianwu and said, Director Zhang, who do you think will be able to master that advanced technique in this trial? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu's gaze swept across the hall. Several students from the top performing classes in the second year of high school also participated in this trial. Zhang Jianwu said slowly, although they are ranked low in the key class, they are still outstanding among this group of people. People like Zhang Xueqing and Su Lei are hot contenders for the top 3. If another teacher had asked this question, he would have stopped there. However, at this moment, Zhang Jianwu looked in the direction where Zhang Yi was. He knew that Zhang Yi was a student that Chen Zilla was paying close attention to. As for those two from Class 9, Zhang Jianwu hesitated for a moment and said, I think their chances of making it into the top 3 are only 20%, while Zhang Yi's might be a bit higher, maybe 30%. Chapter 25, 8 Thunderous Fist Technique Seeking Monthly Votes. Upon hearing Zhang Jianwu's words, the other teachers all looked in Zhang Yi's direction. A few teachers even picked up their phones and started checking Zhang Yi's grades on the school's website. You got 330 on your most recent final exam? This score is far from being in the top 3. The chances are probably less than 10%. The teachers whispered among themselves, all quite surprised. The probability is clearly less than 10%, but the director said it was 30%? Could there be something special about that boy? Upon hearing this, Chen Zilla smiled slightly and said softly, the director may have underestimated Zhang Yi. Oh? Zhang Jianwu was slightly surprised and smiled, then what do you think are his chances of making it into the top 3? Chen Zilla said, I think it's at least 50%, or even 70%. Buzz. Upon hearing this, the entire stands fell silent. Many teachers stared in astonishment at the cool and aloof woman in the white dress. Did they hear me right? 70%? What makes Miss Chen so confident in that student? Even Zhang Jianwu was somewhat surprised, and then couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It should be noted that among the students participating in this trial, there are no fewer than 3 who are close to the perfection of the star martial cultivation method. Is there a 70% chance of finishing in the top 3? Only those students from the top performing classes in their second year of high school who were present had that kind of confidence. Xiao Chen, you have so much faith in him? Zhang Jianwu looked at the woman in the white dress but did not refute her, only a hint of doubt in his eyes. Chen Zilla smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, if it were a direct contest of strength, Zhang Yi would indeed have a hard time defeating so many people, but as far as I know, this trial is not just about raw strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu immediately showed a thoughtful expression. This trial? Of course he knew the details. Therefore, he was well aware of what Chen Zilla was referring to. Just Zhang Yi in the top 3? Almost impossible. Then I'll have to take a good look. As Zhang Jianwu spoke, his gaze returned to the hall. In terms of vision, he may not be as insightful as this Miss Chen. However, as the grade director, he believed that his judgment of students was far superior to Chinzilu's. 8 o'clock in the morning. Clang. At the platform, Wang Xian struck the hanging bell behind him with force, and a deep, resonant sound echoed outwards. The doors of the spherical building slowly closed. The trial is about to begin. Everyone's expressions changed, and many students looked on with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. It's finally starting. Zhang Yi also perked up. He still didn't know the specific details of the trial, but now it would finally be revealed. On the platform, Wang Xiang said calmly, "This trial mainly consists of 3 parts. The first test is the trial of martial will. The second item, the trial of radiant light. The third test, the trial of thunder and fire." Upon hearing about these 3 trials, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Martial willpower? That's his forte. However, he didn't know much about the latter 2 trials. Wang Xiang explained, "Completing the above 3 tasks will qualify you for this trial and you will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan. In addition, the top 3 finishers in this trial will each receive a high-level martial art, the 8-part Thunder Sound Fist." He clapped his hands as he said this. Buzz. The next moment, a circular elevator platform rose up in the center of the hall. On the platform was a gold-threaded jade brocade box, from which faint rumbling sounds could be heard. The 8-part Thunder Sound Fist technique was placed in the brocade box. An advanced art form that can even emit sounds automatically? Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel that he had seen the world. Li Jichao whispered, "That's because there's a speaker inside the box." Zhang Yi nodded expressionlessly, feeling once again that he had seen the world. He then looked at the stage again. "Even if I only get the 30,000 yuan prize, it will still be worth the trip," Zhang Yi thought to himself. Of course, he will also do his best to compete for that 8-part Thunder Sound Fist. Now it's time to see what these 3 trials will bring. I wonder what the specifics of these trials are. Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Just as he was wondering, someone shouted out, "Hey! Prince Ong!" A girl in a red dress shouted at the stage, "What exactly are the 3 trials? Explain them clearly." Li Jichao looked at the girl in the red dress and his eyes narrowed instantly. Zhang Xueqing from the top class has a cultivation technique that is close to perfection. She is an extremely formidable opponent. Wang Xiang also glanced at Zhang Xueqing, who was his classmate. Although she was ranked last, she was very pretty. "Zhang Xueqing, please watch your tone when you speak to the 3rd-ranked student in the grade," Wang Xiang said calmly. Only after sensing those reverent gazes did he nod in satisfaction and continue. "The martial will trial is naturally a test of the strength of your martial will. The flowing light trial mainly tests footwork and reaction speed. The thunder-fire trial involves tempering the body with thunder and fire. The longer you persist in this trial, the more benefits you will gain. You'll find out the specifics once you enter the trial." Wang Xiang shouted, "Enough with the nonsense, the trial is about to begin, everyone take your positions." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone took their seats in the virtual cockpit. Zhang Yi and Li Jichao also stepped forward and sat in adjacent seats. Put on the virtual reality headset. Buzz. Zhang Yi's consciousness sank, and then he entered the virtual city. After a period of complete darkness, the scenery around Zhang Yi gradually brightened. He looked around and saw that he was standing in a spacious room, brightly lit. Not far from him, there was a large, white bed. This scene seems a little familiar. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, then looked around in confusion. This virtual network is called Virtual Starry Sky, so you should see a starry sky as soon as you enter. Why is it that every time I come here, it's in the city? Zhang Yi pondered, is it because of the setting? Just then, he heard a pleasant voice, "Student, the martial arts will trial is about to begin. Please prepare yourself." Zhang Yi's spirits lifted, and he turned around to look. A stunningly beautiful young woman, barefoot and with snow-white feet, slowly walked towards him. Zhang Yi looked at her, frowned, and asked, "Who are you?" The stunningly beautiful girl said softly, "I am a staff member for this trial. The trial is about to begin. Please lie down on the bed and let me give you a pre-exam relaxation massage." Pre-exam massage? Zhang Yi showed a hint of surprise. The stunningly beautiful girl nodded, walked barefoot to the large bed, and urged, "Classmate, hurry up, the trial is about to begin, take off your clothes and lie down." She spoke softly, yet her voice seemed to possess a certain magic, so soft and sweet that it was impossible not to be captivated by it. As they spoke, the girl even began to undress, revealing her fair and smooth shoulders. As her skirt swayed, a pair of slender and shapely legs were vaguely revealed, and a refreshing fragrance wafted over. Upon seeing this scene, a strange look appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. It seems he's already in the illusion? Chapter 26? That's it? Please vote with monthly tickets. It seems that this martial arts will test is the same as the first level of the martial arts ladder. Using illusions to test people? Jiang Yi stared at the stunningly beautiful girl with snow-white feet, his gaze strange. Is this how you test him? Which high school student couldn't withstand such a test? Whether it's an illusion or not, we'll have to try it to find out. Jiang Yi immediately stepped forward. At the same time, other trial participants also entered the illusion one after another. For example, Li Jiqiao found himself sitting in a classroom. The blackboard in front displays the rankings for this month's exam. First place, Jiang Yi. Second place, Su Cixi. Third place, Li Jiqiao. I actually dropped to third place in this exam. Li Jiqiao's body trembled as he stared incredulously at the blackboard in front of him. Not only was I surpassed by Jiang Yi, but Su Cixi also surpassed me. Li Jiqiao gritted his teeth. On the podium, Chen Zilo said coldly, Li Jiqiao's performance in this exam has clearly declined. He has no chance of entering the top class anymore. I will tell your parents about this. You'd better think twice. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqiao trembled violently. He dropped to third place. There will be no longer a chance to enter the elite class. Li Jiqiao seemed to be envisioning scenes from the future. The disappointment in his parents' eyes, Lin Xian's merciless ridicule, being regarded as a disgrace to Tianlong community by his peers. No, no. Li Jiqiao shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Xian sat in a classroom at Anqing No. 1 Middle School. He looked at the grade rankings in disbelief. My grades have dropped out of the top 100 in my grade? If their grades continue to drop, they might even be kicked out of the honors class and thrown into a regular class full of losers? Lin Xian stared intently at the report card, as if a future scene was already appearing before him. Li Jiqiao's merciless mockery and his parents' utter despair left them nailed to the pillar of shame in Tianlong community. So what if you have exceptional talent? In the end, you'll be no different from someone with inferior talent like me, Li Jiqiao mocked mercilessly. No, I don't want to be with those lousy bastards from the regular class. Lin Xian screamed in agony, clutching his enormous head. Meanwhile, in the outer lobby, all the students have entered the trial. The vast majority of people looked pained, as if they were going through immense torment. From the stands, Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, "It seems the students are already in the zone. This martial arts trial is to bring out the deepest emotions in your heart and present them in the form of an illusion." At this point, he glanced in the direction where Lin Xian was. Who would have thought that this top 10 student from Anqing No. 1 High School would have something that terrifies him so much? It's really intriguing. The other teachers also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was covered in sweat and his face was filled with fear, as if he had experienced something extremely terrifying. Chen Zilo was not surprised. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and fear is the easiest thing to make people lose their rationality. Therefore, in the martial arts trial, everyone will face their inner fears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu shook his head and laughed. That's not necessarily true. Look over there. He pointed in Jiang Ye's direction. Upon hearing this, Chen Zilu also looked towards Jiang Yi. The next second, she was slightly taken aback. Jiang Yi sat in the virtual chair with a relaxed smile on his face, which stood out conspicuously among the group of students with fierce expressions. This guy is having a sweet dream. Chen Zilu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. One teacher exclaimed in surprise, in the martial arts willpower trial, most people see things that are frightening, but he's having a pleasant dream? That's very rare. Zhang Jianwu nodded and said, this shows that there is nothing in his heart that he is afraid of, which is indeed very unusual. Either he has never experienced fear since childhood. It either means, his personality is very special, and even the biggest storms can hardly frighten him. Everyone's expression turns serious. The former is almost impossible. But the latter, often already demonstrates the strength of one's martial will. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, beautiful illusions are often easier to fall into than terrifying ones, and it's harder for people to get out of them than for others. Chen Zilu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes looking in Jiang Ye's direction. She understands Jiang Ye's martial arts will very well. After all these days, she had already seen Jiang Ye's firm heart for martial arts and his unwavering determination to advance in the martial arts path. Such people often have a very strong will to fight. You're even having a sweet dream? Can you wake up? Chenzilla stared at Zhang Yi with her bright, clear eyes. And just as she was thinking about this, bite. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the hall. Someone has completed the first trial. What? How is this possible? It's only been less than a minute. Who is it? The teachers present all looked towards the large screen in front of them. The screen displayed the scores of 100 participants. The first trial is worth 300 points, the second trial is worth 200 points, and the third trial is worth 500 points, for a total of 1,000 points. Because the trial has only just begun. Almost everyone's score was still 0. Chenzilla quickly glanced at it, her bright eyes suddenly lighting up. It's Zhang Yi, she said in a sweet voice. Zhang Jianwu also stared intently in that direction. 300 points. Zhang Yi got a perfect score in the first section. He was also the first person to break through the illusion and pass the trial of martial arts will. This kid, he actually completed the first trial in less than a minute? Zhang Jianwu glanced at the time and a look of surprise appeared on his face. In fact, you can get a perfect score as long as you pass the test within 3 minutes. The trial was completed in just 1 minute? This means that Zhang Yi's martial arts will has become so strong that it has exceeded the standards of this trial. This student has a strong will to fight. Even a beautiful dream can end so quickly? With such a firm will to fight, if not for inferior talent, he is destined to be a chosen one of heaven. Many teachers are expressing their feelings. On the distant platform, a glint flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. This class 9 has actually produced someone remarkable? Wang Xian nodded slightly, his hands behind his back. He does have some of my style from back then. In the stands, Chenzilla looked at Zhang Jianwu with a smile and said, Director, what are your chances of Zhang Yi getting into the top 3? Zhang Jianwu glanced at her with a hint of helplessness. This girl is just waiting for him to get his face slapped. However, as the great head, he was very determined and had great faith in his own judgment. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, The trial has only just begun, it's too early to talk about these things. Starting from the second trial, we will test your true skills. Chenzilla nodded, said nothing more, and turned to look at the hall. As Zhang Jianwu said, starting from the second trial, martial arts strength will be tested, and in this respect, Zhang Yi is weaker than Zhang Xueqing and Su Lei. What will the outcome be? Even she couldn't predict it. In virtual space. As Zhang Yi watched the surrounding environment slowly fade, he knew that he had passed the first trial. That's it? Zhang Yi, recalling the girl with the snow-white feet, shook his head and said, It's not as realistic as the illusion in the martial arts ladder. Chapter 27, Flowing Light highly recommended, please read on. You have passed the trial of martial will. Please wait for the second trial to begin. A line of text appeared in front of Zhang Yi. This is the trial of martial will? Zhang Yi pulled up his pants and shook his head, saying, Nothing special. Perhaps to others, the illusion just now was very real, incredibly lifelike in every aspect. But for Zhang Yi, it was full of loopholes. There is no other reason. This is because for the past 6 months, he has been undergoing similar trials every night on the martial arts ladder. Moreover, the illusions in the martial arts ladder not only look incredibly realistic, but also provide the ultimate level of touch, smell, and taste. Every interaction triggers high-frequency oscillations in the brain's neural networks, unleashing waves of dopamine that make it irresistible. I've tasted this kind of fine chaff. The martial arts will test just now was nothing to Zhang Yi. The moment he saw the girl with snow-white feet, he guessed that he had entered an illusion. However, out of caution, he still carefully examined it. Unexpectedly, when the girl saw that he wasn't fooled, she arranged for 3 or 4 other equally beautiful girls to enter the room and serve him together. Moreover, the voices of these stunningly beautiful girls are similar to those of the Shadow Clan, capable of disturbing the mind. Several beautiful girls kept making seductive noises, trying to make him succumb to temptation on the big bed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi became even more certain that this was an illusion. He then easily passed the trial. It took almost a minute to pass the trial. Zhang Yi muttered, I wonder if this score is enough to break into the top 3. The system had not yet released the rankings, so he had no choice but to wait patiently. Time passed. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The martial will trial has ended. Those who have not yet broken through the illusion are eliminated. A screen of light appeared in front of all the trial participants. Immediately afterwards, a list of everyone's scores appeared on the screen. In the trial space where Lin Xian was located. After the light screen appeared, Lin Xian immediately looked at the results list. Lin Xian, 280 points. Only 20 points away from a perfect score? Lin Xian smiled. Although entering the illusion had frightened him for a while, it had also caused him some fear. But he was, after all, a top student at Anqing No. 1 High School, and his martial arts will was not weak. Therefore, he passed the trial in just 5 minutes. Is there anyone taller than me? Lin Xian continued looking at the list of results. Zhang Xueqing, 290 points. Su Lei, 260 points. Li Jichao, 210 points. After scanning these names, Lin Xian grinned immediately. Xiaozi only got 210 points? That's lame. If your martial arts will is no match for his, and your martial arts talent is no match for his, then what can you use to fight him? Lin Xian shook his head, no longer regarding Li Jichao as a threat. My biggest opponent in this trial should be Zhang Xueqing. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a name out of the corner of his eye, and his expression froze. 300 points? How is this possible? Lin Xian stared intently at the name, somewhat incredulous. Someone actually got a perfect score. Could it be that the other party passed the trial in just 3 minutes? In another trial space, a pretty young girl in a red dress frowned as she looked at the list. Zhang Xueqing stared at the name on the list, clenched her fists, and said, I must go all out in the next 2 trials. I absolutely cannot let someone from an ordinary class take first place. In that case, she would definitely become the laughingstock of her classmates. And then there's Lin Xian from Anqing No. 1 High School. He's only a first-year high school student. I absolutely cannot lose to him. Zhang Xueqing said in a low voice, as if she were cheering herself on. Li Jichao looked at the list of results and took a deep breath. He was not surprised to score 210 points. It took him nearly 10 minutes to escape the illusion. His martial arts will has always been his weakness. After all, while medication can enhance martial arts strength, it cannot strengthen martial arts willpower. Zhang Yi actually got a perfect score of 300? Li Jichao looked at the list. Lin Xian also got 280 points? He clenched his fists, but he was not discouraged. Starting from the second trial, I will reveal my true strength. Zhang Yi, Lin Xian, and Zhang Xueqing. I will surpass you all. A sharp glint flashed in Li Jichao's eyes. The martial arts will trial has ended. Number of eliminated, 30 people. The trial of radiant light is about to begin. Trial participants, please prepare yourselves. A cold, mechanical voice reached Zhang Yi's ears. He looked at the subtitles with some surprise. 30 people were eliminated in the first trial alone? The martial arts will of this year's contestants is far too weak, isn't it? It seems I underestimated myself and overestimated others, Zhang Yi said, shaking his head with a sigh. He hones his skills on the martial arts ladder every day, and his martial arts will is already as firm as a rock. How can ordinary people compare to him? The trial of radiant light has begun. Zhang Yi looked ahead. Although the martial will trial was successful, the next 2 trials are equally important. He must go all out to secure a top 3 finish. At that moment, the environment around Zhang Yi suddenly darkened. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in a pitch-black scene, surrounded by darkness with only a tiny glimmer of light. The trial of radiant light begins. Trial rules: within 15 minutes, try to dodge the light arrow shot at you. The longer you last, the higher your score. The trial ends when you are hit by the light arrows 10 times. Looking at the subtitles that appeared in front of him, Zhang Yi suddenly realized what was going on. I see, it tests movement skills and reaction speed? In this pitch-black scene, if a light arrow were to be shot at us, we should be able to react very well. Zhang Yi thought to himself that the trial scene was quite well arranged. But he soon changed his mind. Whoosh! A whooshing sound came from the air. Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head to look, and was immediately startled. That was actually a jet-black arrow of light. It was as if they had completely blended into the darkness, becoming invisible. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's reaction speed has far surpassed that of ordinary people due to his years of cultivation. With a quick sidestep, he dodged the first arrow of light. A black light arrow? This is a bit too difficult. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel an urge to curse. The scene was pitch black, and the arrow of light was pitch black. If the speed had been any faster, he might not have been able to react in time. But Jiang Yi quickly calmed down. He couldn't react in time, and neither could anyone else. It all comes down to who can hold out longer. I have super hearing and swift movement, which allows me to locate sounds and react in advance. As for swift step, it only lasts for 30 seconds, so try to hold out until the very end before using it. In a flash, Jiang Yi had already formed a plan in his mind. Whoosh whoosh. Several more beams of light shot in from different directions. Jiang Yi pricked up his ears, carefully trying to discern the direction. Super ears, hearing improved by 200%. The next moment, he transformed into a blur and dodged. Chapter 28, Swift Steps highly recommended, please continue reading. Whoosh whoosh. As time goes by. In the dark space, the number of black light arrows gradually increased. From 1 or 2 at the beginning, it became 5, 10. Moreover, the speed of the black light arrows was getting faster and faster. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. 5 minutes later. Jiang Yi could barely distinguish the light arrows with the naked eye. Fortunately, he also had super hearing, which allowed him to discern the direction of the light arrow by the sound of it cutting through the air. A 200% improvement in hearing is a comprehensive enhancement. My auditory perception, auditory discrimination, and auditory localization have all been improved in an all-round way. Call. Jiang Yi swayed, dodging several more incoming light arrows. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that he was about to reach his limit. Persist in. Jiang Yi remained incredibly calm, constantly dodging the attacks. Whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 beams of light shot through the air at astonishing speed, heading towards Jiang Yi from all directions. Put. This time, Jiang Yi couldn't dodge it completely and was hit in the shoulder by an arrow. My hearing caught up, but my speed couldn't keep up. This is a deficiency in strength. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. His star martial cultivation method was still some distance from perfection, and compared with people like Zhang Xueqing and Su Lei, he didn't have much of an advantage. Although he was already a second-class mortal. However, Zhang Xueqing, Su Lei, and others, despite being students in the top class, also had a grade B physique. Newborns are born with a constitution that is naturally better than their original constitution. If Jiang Yi hadn't undergone 2 physical enhancements, he would still be a low-level mortal with a mediocre physique. 9 more chances, keep going until the end. Jiang Yi was hit by an arrow, but his gaze became even more composed. Especially at this point, we must not rush. Once you lose your mindset, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Only by remaining calm and composed can you maximize your potential. At times like these, his martial will also plays a significant role. The stronger one's martial will, the calmer one's mindset will naturally be. Even if Mount Tai collapses before you, you will remain calm and composed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As time went on, the number of light arrows increased, and their speed increased. But Jiang Yi became increasingly composed, dodging more and more dark arrows of light according to his own rhythm. Only. As the difficulty increased, he inevitably got hit by the light arrows. The second time, the third time, the fourth time. Puff. The instant he was hit for the 8th time. Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he thought to himself, swift wind step. Moment. His figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, rapidly moving across this dark space. Swift step instantly increases speed by 100%, can be actively triggered, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown is 3 minutes. Sizzle. Dozens of jet black arrows shot out simultaneously, piercing towards him like a rain of swords. In this dark space, facing such a barrage of arrows. At Jiang Yi's original speed, there was no way he could have dodged it. But at this moment, his figure moved like a ghost, weaving through dozens of dark arrows of light. The advantages of doubling the speed are obvious. In this round, Jiang Yi was not hit at all. 15 seconds left on Windwalk. Jiang Yi was slightly out of breath, his mind highly focused. The next moment, dozens more light arrows shot towards him, even faster than before. Puff. This time, Jiang Yi was unable to dodge completely and was hit by a beam of light again. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt that his speed had slowed down considerably. The effect of swift step has ended. Jiang Yi was unaffected. He was determined to hold on until the very last moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of beams of light shot out, moving at an astonishing speed. After losing the effect of swift step, Jiang Yi couldn't hold on for long before being hit by several beams of light. Hit more than 10 times. The trial of radiant light has ended. Trial time, 12 minutes and 55 seconds. As a mechanical voice sounded, the darkness slowly faded away. Call. Jiang Yi stopped, panting heavily. This trial was no less intense than a fierce battle, and it was quite physically demanding. But there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. I lasted 12 minutes and 55 seconds. I wonder what place I'll get. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, many people had already awakened in the main hall outside before he completed the flowing light trial. Lin Xian was one of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately looked at the screen. On the large screen in front, the list of all the test takers' scores was constantly being updated. 170 points? Lin Xian frowned slightly when he saw his score. So far from a perfect score? The maximum score for the Radiant trial is 200 points. He was not satisfied with this score. But when Lin Xian looked around, his expression immediately became even more unpleasant. Zhang Xueqing and Su Lei haven't woken up, and neither has Chaozi. Even that guy from the regular class next to Chaozi hasn't woken up? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's heart sank deeper and deeper. The later you wake up, the higher your score. I'm still a first-year high school student, so it's understandable that I can't compare to Zhang Xueqing. But this student in the regular class actually lasted longer than me? Lin Xian stared at Jiang Yi, quite unwilling. The other party was neither a student in an honors class nor a wealthy person. He actually lost to someone like that? I never imagined it. Even if he's a year ahead of him, he should have crushed him completely. After a short while, Li Jiqiao woke up. Li Jiqiao, 175 points. After seeing his score, Li Jiqiao looked around expressionlessly. Immediately afterwards, his pupils contracted sharply. Jiang Yi actually lasted longer than me? How is this possible? Li Jiqiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. For the past month, he has been taking medication like crazy and desperately trying to improve his condition. He should have crushed Jiang Yi and surpassed the top class in this Radiant trial. But now, he has already finished his trial, while Jiang Yi is still in the trial? Could something have gone wrong? Li Jiqiao wondered to himself. Jiang Yi didn't retreat immediately, so he's still unconscious? He waited silently. Soon, Li Jiqiao realized that his idea was too naive. A moment later, Zhang Xueqing, Su Lei, and Jiang Yi all woke up one after another. The trial of Radiant Light has officially ended. The list of those who passed the trial was also displayed on the big screen. Zhang Xueqing, 200 points. Su Lei, 190 points. Ino, 185 points. 185 points? Jiang Yi saw his score and slowly exhaled. This score was within his expectations. Zhang Xueqing actually got a perfect score? Jiang Yi looked at the girl in the red dress not far away. The standard for a perfect score is to hold the position for 15 minutes. But that doesn't mean the other person can only last 15 minutes. That's the limit of the trial, not necessarily her limit. She should be close to perfecting her cultivation technique. She's just a little short of breaking through, Jiang Yi thought to himself. The difficulty of the Radiant trial increases dramatically as you progress. He lasted 12 minutes and 55 seconds, which is incredibly difficult. Zhang Xueqing's ability to last 15 minutes demonstrates her exceptional skill. Currently, my overall score remains in the top 3. Whether we can maintain our lead, or even regain first place, depends on the final Thunderfire trial. Jiang Yi's eyes revealed anticipation. Chapter 29, Thunder and Fire. On the platform, Wang Xiang said calmly, the total score for the Flowing Light trial is 200 points. Those who score below 120 points will be eliminated. The words were spoken. On the big screen, the names of 30 trial participants faded into the background. Another 30 people have been eliminated. There are fewer than 40 people left. Jiang Yi looked around and thought to himself that the school's trials were indeed not simple. If this many people are eliminated in the final trial, then fewer than 10 people will pass this trial. This is still the lowest level of the trial, and the pass rate is frighteningly low. The Thunderfire trial, I wonder what kind of trial it is. Jiang Yi wondered with anticipation. The first 2 trials are virtual, but the Thunderfire trial is the only one that takes place in reality. As Wang Xiang previously stated, the longer one persists in the Thunderfire trial, the greater the benefits one will gain. This trial was clearly extraordinary. The other surviving trial participants were also eagerly awaiting their turn. Just then, Wang Xiang said calmly, "The final trial is the thunder and fire trial." He pressed a button on the wall. The next moment, the virtual cockpits beneath everyone sank underground. Boom! Metal walls rose up from all directions, enveloping the entire hall. These metal walls are also covered with hundreds of metal nozzles, all aimed at the trainees in the arena. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The thunder fire trial, it's not really about being baked by lightning and flames, is it? Zhang Yi was also a little shocked. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Just when everyone was tense and uneasy. Buzz! A thick stream of gas shot out from all of the hundreds of metal nozzles. The gas was a pale purplish-red color, and the moment it appeared, it actively burrowed into the pores of every one of the trial participants. Wang Xiang introduced. These gases contain a trace of stellar energy with lightning and fire attributes, which can temper your bodies. The longer you persist, the more benefits you will gain. Of course, this process will be very painful. Wang Xiang revealed a malicious smile. Those who have not reached perfection in the star martial cultivation method will experience this pain exponentially. He didn't need to say it. Everyone present has already felt it. In this trial, there were no students who had completed their cultivation methods. As the purplish-red aura seeped into his pores, Zhang Yi immediately felt a sharp pain. The feeling was as if countless scalding ants were tearing at every cell in his body and constantly rubbing salt into his wounds. At this moment, some students were already wailing. "Mother!" Some students screamed in agony, unable to bear the pain any longer. Wang Xiang said calmly, "If you can't stand it, you can press the button next to you at any time to quit the trial immediately. But you must hold the position for at least 15 minutes to pass the trial. Persist for more than an hour to get full marks." His words plunged everyone into an icy abyss. Do I have to endure this pain for another 15 minutes? But everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. No one pressed the exit button. Having finally made it to the third level, how can we give up so easily? For a moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was gritting their teeth and enduring it. Zhang Yi remained calm, perhaps due to his strong martial arts, while this level of pain was still within his tolerance range. Not far away, Zhang Xueqing, Su Lei, and others also appeared calm. They are close to the completion of their spiritual practice, and the suffering they experience is less than that of others. And next to Zhang Yi, the benefits of Li Jichao's consistent use of medication over the past 6 months have become apparent. Having endured the harshness of the medication, his tolerance is stronger than that of others. Lin Xian's expression was the only one that looked extremely unpleasant. He was still a first-year high school student, and his cultivation technique had only recently reached a high level of mastery. The suffering they endure is far greater than that of others. Hold on. We absolutely cannot lose to Chaozi. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Time keeps passing. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pain any longer and pressed the exit button. The next moment, the ground where the person was standing sank down, sending him out of the trial grounds. On the large screen in front, the remaining number of people was constantly being updated. Remaining, 39 people, 38 people, 37 people. Finally, 15 minutes have passed. Most of the trial participants breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly withdrew from the trial. They have passed the test. If you're not aiming for the top 3, there's no need to stay. Soon, fewer than 10 people remained in the hall. If it's only this level of pain. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Then why can't I continue for another hour? He was a top student at Anqing No. 1 High School. His martial arts will is indeed very strong. Now, I've gradually gotten used to that pain. He even found a subtle pleasure amidst this endless suffering, immersing himself in and enjoying it. But just when Lin Xian was about to continue enduring this, on the platform, Wang Xiang suddenly revealed a wicked smile and then pressed a button. Boom! The next moment, in the training ground, suddenly, those hundreds of metal nozzles emitted a purplish-red gas that was several times more concentrated than before. The dramatic increase in gas concentration also brought even more terrifying suffering. Ah! Lin Xian finally couldn't bear it any longer and let out a beast-like roar. Even Zhang Yi couldn't hold back anymore. If the previous pain was just like rubbing salt into a wound, now, it's time to spray strong liquor and chili oil on the wound. This feeling is absolutely terrifying. Not far away, Zhang Xueqing, Sule, and several other students from the top performing class in the second year of high school also had their faces contorted in anger. Even Zhang Xueqing, who was closest to the perfection of her cultivation method, felt that she could not withstand it. The difficulty of the trial will increase by 1 level every 15 minutes. Wang Xian smiled and said, "Good luck to everyone." These words were like a devil's whisper, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. 1 step every 15 minutes? In other words, will this pain intensify again in 15 minutes? Hold on. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. He could barely endure this level of pain. He was unsure whether he could hold on for the next 15 minutes. But he must get through this phase. On the other side, Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. He was the only first-year high school student among this group. His lack of spiritual attainment caused him to suffer many times more pain. Damn it, is this my limit? Am I really going to lose to Chaozi, to the regular class? Lin Xian's body trembled, and he roared inwardly, "Hold on, you bastard." Time keeps passing. Gradually, amidst the increasingly intense pain, Lin Xian surprisingly rediscovered that familiar pleasure. He pulled through. In the blink of an eye, the trial had lasted for half an hour. At this point, only 5 people remained in the arena. Zhang Yi, Zhang Xueqing, Sule, Li Jichao, Lin Xian. On the platform, Wang Xian smiled slightly and said, "Third stage, start." Boom! In the training ground, the hundreds of metal nozzles erupted again, spewing out even more concentrated purplish-red gas. With the arrival of the third phase, the 5 people present suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. Surprisingly, Lin Xian was not the first to be eliminated. It was Li Jichao. After seeing Li Jichao eliminated, Lin Xian seemed to feel a great sense of relief and immediately ended the trial. Only 3 players remained on the field, struggling to hold on. Zhang Xueqing, Sule, Zhang Yi. The top 3 have been decided. But who will ultimately take first place? The answer will soon be revealed. Chapter 30, Ranking Seeking Monthly Tickets. At this point, only 3 people remained in the training ground. The other trial participants stared at the 3 people in horror. To endure such pain for so long, is this even normal? Could it be that some special ability has been awakened? Lin Xian stared at Zhang Yi, his eyelids twitching incessantly. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy, like me, also felt that kind of pleasure? Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked towards Li Jichao, who was not far away, and whispered, "What's your classmate's name?" "His name is Zhang Yi." Li Jichao stared at the stage, somewhat unwilling. In these 3 trials, his performance was completely suppressed by Zhang Yi. Damn it, this guy must have taken some kind of magic drug, no wonder he wouldn't tell me. Li Jichao thought to himself, I'll definitely interrogate him properly later. Lin Xian, standing to the side, also had his pupils constrict. So he's Zhang Yi? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Yi and thought to himself, the person with perfect martial arts is actually him? He and Zhang Yi were complete strangers. He had never known Zhang Yi's name before. It seems that not all students in the regular classes are useless. Lin Xian nodded secretly. It's a pity I'm still a freshman in high school. But if I were already a sophomore, Zhang Yi wouldn't be qualified to be my opponent. In the training ground, Zhang Yi sat cross-legged. At this moment, his body felt as if it were being devoured by endless sulfuric acid, and every inch of his skin, muscles, and bones was enduring immense pain. Persist in. Zhang Yi closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. He wasn't simply aiming for first place. More importantly, he discovered that this pain was actually beneficial to his physical body. Whenever the pain reached its peak, Zhang Yi would experience a faint sense of pleasure. This is because once the gas containing thunder and fire energy enters his body, it will frantically temper all the cells in his body. This process is extremely painful. But as long as you persevere, you will definitely benefit greatly. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, great success 41% 42%. Using stellar energy to temper the physical body has indeed yielded amazing results. In just half an hour, he has surpassed my entire day's training results. After mastering the cultivation method, one can use minute amounts of star energy to refine oneself. It can accelerate the pace of cultivation. According to the teacher, star energy is extremely expensive, and only the super rich can afford it. The current trial, however, is completely free. This opportunity was extremely rare, and Zhang Yi was determined to persevere until the very last moment. Time passed. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. On the platform, Wang Xiang's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "Fourth stage, activate." Wow! Instantly, a powerful energy surge erupted from the training ground. Even the students standing on the periphery felt a change in expression and retreated repeatedly. Even standing outside the training grounds, they felt a familiar, sharp pain. Not to mention the three people in the center of the training ground. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt as if his skin was being cut open and his nerves were being soaked in boiling acid. It hurts. It hurts so much. I give up. Just then, a loud roar came. Su Lei abruptly pressed the button and exited the trial. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yi finally reached his limit and pressed the button. If he kept going, he suspected he would faint on the spot. At this moment, only the girl in the red robe remained in the arena. Zhang Xueqing did not give up immediately because of Jiang Yi's withdrawal. Instead, she persisted. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she suddenly pressed the give up button. What a monster! From below the stage, Su Lei glanced at Jiang Yi not far away. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Xueqing was able to persevere to the end. But Jiang Yi? A student from an ordinary class, he actually lasted longer than him. The others present were equally shocked as they stared at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi Wui was the biggest dark horse in this trial. Even Wang Xiang on the platform looked intently at Jiang Yi. When the director mentioned Hidden Dragon the other day, was he referring to him? Or was he referring to me? At this moment, even Wang Xiang became somewhat uncertain. But Jiang Yi didn't care about the gazes of others at this moment. He looked at his control panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, great success 43%. In less than an hour, it improved by 2%. Jiang Yi thought to himself, is this the energy of the stars? It's amazing. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful. If his cultivation method has already exceeded 50%, he may be able to persist for a longer period of time and gain even more benefits. Like Zhang Xueqing, her cultivation method may have reached over 90%. Jiang Yi was able to persevere for so long entirely because of his martial arts will. Just then, the score for the Thunderfire trial was displayed on the large screen in front of them. Zhang Xueqing, 480 points. Ino, 430 points. Su Lei, 400 points. Immediately afterwards, the overall rankings of the three trials were revealed. First place, Zhang Xueqing, 970 points. Second place, Jiang Yi, 915 points. Third place, Su Lei, 850 points. Fourth place, Lin Xian, 800 points. Everyone in the hall was astonished. First place, only 30 points away from a perfect score. That's too strong. Jiang Yi, who came in second place, is also quite surprising. It's surprising that a student from a regular class could get such a score. Amidst an uproar, Lin Xian glanced in Jiang Yi's direction and thought to himself, Jiang Yi, I'll remember you. There's still a month until school starts. I hope you'll still be above me by then. Lin Xian made Jiang Yi his short-term target. Although he was from Anqing No. 1 Middle School, he was still able to find out the exam results of Anqing No. 3 Middle School. When the new semester starts, all schools will conduct a preliminary assessment. In this month, Lin Xian is confident that he can surpass Jiang Yi. This trial is over. On the platform, Wang Xiang announced loudly, 15 people will pass the trial this time and will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan. The top 3 step forward and receive the advanced technique 8 sections of Thunder Sound Fist. The words were spoken. In the center of the hall, the gold-threaded jade box rose from the ground. Zhang Xueqing, a girl in a red dress, was the first to walk onto the stage. Jiang Yi and Su Lei also quickly stepped forward. Upon opening the box, one could see 3 metal bracelets inside, along with a miniature speaker next to them. Thunderous sound, it really is coming from the speakers. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. That 8-part Thunder Sound Fist technique should be inside the metal bracelet. The 3 of them took their own bracelets. Jiang Yi opened his bracelet and immediately a projection appeared, displaying the cover of the 8th Thunder Sound Fist. It's a holographic bracelet. His heart skipped a beat. This bracelet alone is probably worth a lot of money. Jiang Yi put away the bracelet, intending to go back and continue his studies. Just then, Zhang Xueqing suddenly said to him, Jiang Yi, you'll be in the honors class, right? Jiang Yi nodded, probably. Now, he is absolutely certain that he will be admitted to the honors class. The only difference is whether you enter earlier or later. Zhang Xueqing looked at him and said in a low voice, "You are a very good opponent. I hope that after you enter the top class, you will have the opportunity to fight me fair and square. If there is a chance, we can give it a try." Zhang Yi smiled. He did not regard Zhang Xueqing as his target or opponent, although his opponent is currently ranked higher than him. But for Zhang Yi, surpassing his opponent was only a matter of time. Compared to Zhang Xueqing, it was Lin Xian who caught Zhang Yi's attention more. Lin Xian, 4th place. Zhang Yi looked at the rankings. The other person was only in the first year of high school, a whole grade lower than him, but their abilities were not much different. The physique of someone from Class A is indeed very strong. Zhang Yi said with envy, "If I were also from Class A, I would definitely have won first place in this trial." For other people, there is no way to change this innate factor. Fortunately, Zhang Yi does have a chance. Just as Zhang Yi was secretly sighing, off stage, Li Jichao clenched his fists. He only managed to get 6th place in this trial. This ranking is actually not bad, it's already caught up with the students at the bottom of the top classes. But compared to Zhang Yi, he is far inferior. At this moment, Zhang Yi and the other two had all received their rewards and walked off the stage one by one. When Li Jichao saw this scene, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time, he had to force the other party to reveal what kind of miracle drug they had taken. Play hard. Thinking of this, Li Jichao immediately walked up to Zhang Yi. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Yi asked, looking at the other person with a puzzled expression. "Godfather." Li Jichao grabbed his hand and pleaded in a low voice, "What medicine did you take? Can you tell me in private? I want to take it too." Zhang Yi looked at the other person speechlessly. This guy's gone mad. Chapter 31, The Disappearance. On the upper tier of the stands, a group of teachers were surprised when they saw the rankings for this trial. Even Zhang Jianwu, the head of the grade, shook his head and sighed. "Miss Chen's judgment is indeed extraordinary. It seems I misjudged her before." He believes it is almost impossible for Zhang Yi to make it into the top 3. And what was the result? Zhang Yi actually came in 2nd place overall. This was completely unexpected for him. Beside Zhang Jianwu, the cool and elegant woman in the white dress shook her head and said, "Director Zhang, you flatter me. Actually, I didn't expect Zhang Yi to get 2nd place." Despite saying that, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Zhang Yi's achievement this time also made her very proud. Nearby, a teacher smiled and said, "Teacher Chen, you've gone to great lengths. It's truly remarkable that you've brought a class of students from an ordinary class to this level." "Yes, it's all thanks to Teacher Chen." The teachers present nodded in agreement, showing their strong approval. Unexpectedly, Chen Zilla frowned and shook her head, saying, "You all misunderstand, this is not entirely my achievement. More than anything, it's Zhang Yi's own hard work that's to blame." She explained earnestly, "Zhang Yi cultivates very diligently. I once heard his parents say that he would practice until 1 or 2 in the morning every night, and he did this every single day for 2 years of high school. He worked so hard, how can you say it was all thanks to me?" In Chen Zilu's eyes, there was a hint of seriousness and displeasure. Zhang Yi was a student she spent a lot of time teaching, and she felt satisfied with his achievements. But she doesn't accept that all the credit should be attributed to her alone. She was disgusted by the notion that her achievements were due to hard work, yet people accused her of relying on connections and others' help. Seeing the girl's expression, the teacher realized he had said the wrong thing. Immediately, the teacher quickly corrected himself, saying, "Teacher Chen is right, hard work is also very important." Zhang Jianwu also said, "This student has only natural talent. To achieve such results, he has put in far more effort than the average person. We cannot deny that." Chen Zilu's expression softened slightly. She looked at Zhang Jianwu and suddenly said, "Director, I heard that the top 3 students in the first trial. Will everyone get one free opportunity to undergo Starry Sky purification?" Zhang Jianwu nodded. "There is one chance, but we have to wait until their cultivation method is perfected." Speaking of which, his eyes also became somewhat profound. Zhang Yi seems to be doing well so far, but I wonder how he will perform during the Starry Sky refinement. As the great director, Zhang Jianwu usually considers things from the school's perspective. Each Starry Sky refinement requires a significant amount of money. The school will naturally cover these costs. Of course, not everyone can participate, only the top 3 students in the trial will receive a free opportunity. Even if you're in the top 3 in the final exam, it's not acceptable. The value of the trial is much higher than that of the regular assessment. The school does this in order to cultivate true geniuses and improve the college admission rate of the 25-school alliance. Logically speaking, it's perfectly reasonable for Jiang Yi, who came in second place in this trial, to participate in the Starry Sky refinement for free. But original endowment. Zhang Jianwu shook his head slightly. The efficiency of the original endowment in absorbing the energy of the stars is probably less than 1%. However, the newborn's innate talent reaches over 10%. The innate Taoist talent accounts for more than 50%. As for extraordinary talent? Probably over 100%. Anqing No. 3 Middle School may not have any outstanding natural talents, but there are quite a few gifted students among its freshmen. Giving such a precious opportunity for refinement by the Starry Sky to innate talents? That would be such a waste. If you want to achieve something based on your innate talent, hard work alone is not enough, unless you receive substantial financial support. For schools, the benefits of these grants would far outweigh the benefits of investing in the inherent talents of new students. The teacher who said Jiang Ye's performance today was entirely due to Chen Zilla was not meant as a compliment. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Chen must have personally sponsored Jiang Yi quite a bit before the trial. Zhang Jianwu thought to himself. Otherwise, Jiang Yi could not have made such rapid progress on his own. Ding dong. Just as Zhang Jianwu was pondering this, a cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Jianwu took out his phone and looked at it, then his expression suddenly froze. Xiao Chen. He handed the phone to Chen Zilla and said in a low voice, "Take a look, are these students from your class?" Chen Zilla took the phone and glanced at it. Her pretty face quickly darkened. At the same time, despite Li Jichao's relentless interrogation, he still couldn't find out what medicine Jiang Yi had taken. He looked at Jiang Yi not far away and gritted his teeth. This guy, I've already called him Godfather, and he still won't tell me. Could it be that he really didn't take his medicine? Upon realizing this, Li Jichao's pupils suddenly contracted. If Jiang Yi really didn't take his medicine, then he would feel even worse. Forget it, I don't need to compare myself to him. I just need to become stronger. Li Jichao took a deep breath, his gaze hardening. Not far away, Jiang Yi looked at Li Jichao and laughed. Dude, you finally figured it out? Li Jichao waved his hand and said, don't worry, I won't compare myself to you anymore. Oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi immediately smiled and said, that's great. He was very pleased to see the other person relieved. The next moment, Li Jichao clenched his fist and said, my current goal is to challenge myself to give 1 acupuncture injection every day. His gaze was pure, devoid of any comparison with his classmates, only filled with a yearning for power. Jiang Yi remained silent for a long time, then shook his head helplessly in his heart. This guy is really obsessed. Ding dong. At that moment, his communication watch vibrated. Jiang Yi opened it and saw, it's Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen wants us to go to his office, he said to Li Jichao. Li Jichao nodded. The two quickly headed towards the office. Inside Chen Zilu's office. When Jiang Yi and his companion arrived, Chen Zilu had not yet arrived. A dozen minutes later, a cool and elegant woman with long, slender legs, dressed in a plain white dress, walked into the office. Congratulations, you have all passed this trial. Chen Zilla smiled at the two of them and took out 2 bags of prize money. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Jiang Yi accepted one of the bags of prize money, his heart filled with joy. This is the reward for passing this trial, a full 30,000 yuan. Chen Zilla smiled slightly, but quickly put on a serious face and said, be careful when you go back this time. It's not very safe in the city lately. Isn't the city safe? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Chen Zilu had already told him about this. Why is this being brought up again now? Could it be that something has happened? Chen Zilla said in a low voice, a student from our class has gone missing. Xia Qing, you all know her, right? Xia Chang? Jiang Yi immediately thought of the girl who often brought him water. Xia Chang, gone missing? Jiang Yi's pupils shrank, somewhat incredulous. Chapter 32, Vanishing into the Dark Seeking Monthly Tickets. Since last month, there has been a surge in missing persons cases. But he never imagined it would happen to someone close to him. Chen Zilla nodded and sighed. The police are doing everything they can to find them, but almost none of the people who have gone missing recently have been found. Beside him, Li Jichao frowned and said, could it be that a shadow disaster has occurred in Ansheng? Chenzilla shook her head. If it were a shadow calamity, the Shadow Hunting Bureau would have noticed immediately. These disappearances are very likely deliberate. Man-made? Jiang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. If it was man-made, why hasn't the police solved it yet? Chenzilla asked, have you heard of the hidden organization? Jiang Yi and the other person both shook their heads. Chenzilla explained, the Hidden Gods organization is a force formed by a group of rats who worship the Shadow Clan. This force is complex and vast, and has almost infiltrated the networks of major cities in the Federation. Believe in the Shadow Clan? Jiang Yi and Li Jiqiao were both taken aback upon hearing this. There are actually people who believe in that stuff? How could anyone believe in such a thing? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. Naturally, because there are benefits. Chenzilla shook her head and said, members of the Hidden God organization can obtain some of the abilities of the Shadow Clan, and even gain extremely powerful strength in a short period of time. There will always be some people who will take the risk for this power. She sighed softly, these people are elusive and have a strong ability to infect others, turning normal people into one of them. Hundreds of thousands of disappearances every year are linked to this organization. Hundreds of thousands of people go missing every year. Jiang Yi held his breath. This number also demonstrates that the hidden organization is an extremely powerful force. If these people are all assimilated into one of them. Over the years, how many members has this organization grown? It's unimaginable. Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, teacher, can Xiaqing be saved? Disaster. Chenzilla shook her head and did not say anything more about the matter. She was also upset that one of her students had gone missing. In short, you should be careful. The hidden organization has similar habits to the Shadow Clan, and they prefer to be active at night. Chenzilla reminded everyone, therefore, never go to remote places, avoid going out at night, and don't talk to strangers who try to talk to you. Yes. Jiang Yi and Li Jiqiao both responded in low voices. Alright, let's go back early, it's getting late. Chenzilla waved. Li Jiqiao nodded and turned to leave first. He was also somewhat frightened, and his face looked very pale. Jiang Yi, however, was not in a hurry to leave. What's wrong? Chenzilla asked, looking at him. Jiang Yi took out the bag of prize money and said, teacher, this is the 30,000 yuan you lent me last time, and I'm returning it to you. Chenzilla was stunned for a moment. Immediately, her pretty face hardened. What do you take me for? Do I look like someone who's short of money? Chenzilla pushed the money bag back and said, I told you, I'll pay you back after you graduate. Teacher. Jiang Yi wanted to say something more. Chenzilla shoved the purse back into his hand, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes and saying, stop talking nonsense. Am I your teacher or not? Jiang Yi then withdrew his order. He actually guessed that the other party wouldn't want it. However, just as my father, Jiang Dahai, said. Whether the other party wants it or not, and whether he expresses his opinion or not, are two completely different things. Expressing your opinion in advance is also a form of attitude. Although Chenzilla had a stern face, there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Jiang Yi's behavior made her admire the boy even more. She didn't bring up the topic again, but instead said, once you complete your cultivation, the school will arrange a free Starry Sky cleansing session. This kind of opportunity is rare, Chenzilla said. Therefore, we should strive to break through as soon as possible. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. He was overjoyed. Free Starry Sky refinement? That was indeed a rare opportunity. As far as he knew, before breaking through to the first level, each Starry Sky refinement cost tens of thousands of yuan. This is a huge expense. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and asked, is there a time limit for the Starry Sky cleansing arranged by the school? Time limit? No. Chenzilla shook her head, you can last as long as you can. However, you've experienced the difficulty of the Starry Sky refinement today. The Thunderfire trial is a weakened version of the Starry Sky refinement. As for the real Starry Sky refinement? You can imagine it yourself. Chenzilla looked at him with a smile. Jiang Yi was taken aback. The Thunderfire trial was already so brutal, yet it's only a weakened version? It seems I must train my martial will more when I get back. Jiang Yi clenched his fists secretly. Go back and cultivate diligently. Chenzilla said with a light laugh, the placement test at the beginning of senior year is very important. If you can get into the top 100 in the grade, there will be a bonus. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up slightly. Teacher, I'll be going back now. He waved to the girl. Time was precious, and he wanted to seize every opportunity to improve himself. Okay, go ahead. Shenzilla waved and watched Zhang Yi leave. She cupped her fair and delicate cheeks in her hands, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Starry sky refinement? Shenzilla has suffered from a rare disease since childhood, and she experiences excruciating pain whenever she practices. This flaw, however, allowed her to make a name for herself when she was being refined by the stars. How far can Zhang Yi hold on? She was also somewhat looking forward to it. After leaving school, Zhang Yi walked along the road and couldn't help but recall what Shenzilla had said about the hidden organization. He was deeply troubled. Originally, Zhang Yi should have been overjoyed to have come in second place in this trial. But Xia Qing's disappearance swept away all the joy in his heart. Although he didn't have any special feelings for this girl, she had brought him water on several occasions, so their relationship could be considered quite close. Now that he has disappeared like this, Zhang Yi felt quite bitter. According to the teacher, it might be very difficult to find Xia Qing again. If they reappear, it's possible they've been assimilated into the hidden organization. Become stronger. Zhang Yi was powerless to change this situation. The only solution was to continuously strengthen himself. He quickened his pace and made it home before dinner time. Taoyang Residential Area, Building 12, Room 606. Zhang Yi shared the good news with his parents, and also gave the 30,000 yuan to Zhang Dehai to buy martial arts ingredients. You got another 30,000 yuan bonus? When Zhang Dehai and his wife heard this, they were both shocked. It would take the couple more than half a year to earn that much money. But Zhang Yi? In just 2 months, he actually received 30,000 yuan twice? When did money become so easy to make? Xiao Yi is amazing. Lianping's eyes were full of tenderness and affection. She knew that Zhang Yi must have put in unimaginable effort to achieve all of this. After all, she often saw Zhang Yi diligently cultivating at 1 or 2 in the morning. Xiao Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've already done very well, Zhang Dehai said. The couple has always fully supported Zhang Yi's martial arts training. Now that they have finally achieved something, they are very pleased. However, there are concerns that Zhang Yi might be acting too hastily and cause long-term health problems. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He added, by the way, Dad, are you still working the night shift lately? I heard there have been quite a few missing persons cases in the city. A missing person case? Zhang Dehai frowned. Zhang Yi then elaborated on the hidden organization that Chen Zilu had mentioned. The hidden organization? Zhang Dehai's expression hardened, and he nodded, saying, I've heard quite a few people in the Shadow Hunting Bureau talking about this, so it seems this matter has indeed had a significant impact. Zhang Yi said with some concern, Dad, you have to be careful if you work the night shift. Okay. Since it was a matter of life and death, Zhang Dehai didn't hesitate and nodded, Don't worry, I'll stay in the security room during the night shift and won't go anywhere. Then, he looked at Zhang Ting, who was sitting to the side. Ting, you stay home from now on and don't go anywhere, Zhang Dehai said sternly. He was more worried about this girl than Zhang Yi. If they encounter danger, they have no ability to protect themselves. Seeing this, Zhang Ting quickly said, I'll stay by my brother's side and won't go anywhere. As she spoke, she shifted her body and sat down next to Zhang Yi, taking his arm in hers. Seeing the little girl snuggling close to him affectionately, Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled. However, just as he subconsciously opened the panel, he was suddenly stunned. Chapter 33, The Magnetic Field of Life Seeking Monthly Tickets. Below the panel. 2 lines of subtitles appeared above Zhang Ting's head. Physique, Martial Embryo Holy Body. Endowment, Primitive. Martial Embryo Saint Body? This doesn't seem right. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. He remembered that Zhang Ting's physique was not ordinary before. How come I haven't noticed for just a short while? Suddenly it became the holy body? What kind of constitution is this? Zhang Yi stared at the panel. Whether it's a mortal body, a profound body, or this martial embryo saint body. The classifications are all based on the standards of the low-level martial arts world. There are also classifications of physical constitutions in reality, but they are different from system classifications. In reality, a mortal body is called a martial bone. A grade A mortal body is equivalent to a grade A martial spirit. As for the Shen body, Zhang Yi has not yet come into contact with it and does not know its real-world name. The name martial embryo saint body sounds much more advanced than terms like mortal body or mysterious body. The martial embryo saint body is even more advanced than teacher Chen's profound body? Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Ting with a strange expression. Could it be that this girl has a cheat code too? To transform from a mortal body to a sacred body overnight is simply unbelievable. Is this still a human being? Could mom have found an alien? Jiang Yi wondered, having never heard of such a thing before. Changing one's constitution is always a gradual process, and Jiang Yi has a deep understanding of this. How can you make such a huge leap all at once? The key point is that Jiang Ting still possesses only the lowest level of basic natural endowment. With all these factors combined, is this still human? No matter what, it's a good thing overall, Jiang Yi thought to himself. If Jiang Ting can grow into a strong person as soon as possible, he will have another capable assistant by his side. However, this girl is still a long way from mastering cultivation. Jiang Yi looked at the little girl. My younger sister is very talented, but she is still too young, not even 13 years old. The more this is the case, the more we must prevent her from encountering danger. It is not uncommon for geniuses to die young. Whether she's a genius or not, my own strength is the most important thing, Jiang Yi thought clearly. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi returned to his room. Turn on the bracelet. Buzz. A holographic projection appeared. The projected page contains no other functions, only a book. This is clearly a custom-made bracelet, specifically designed for teaching martial arts. It doesn't even have the function of making phone calls. This is also to prevent the leakage of artistic techniques. Eightfold Thunder Sound Fist. Jiang Yi opened the book. The next moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black martial arts uniform appeared on the projection screen. This person has eyes like an eagle, extremely sharp and bright, and a tall and straight posture. Although he is only standing in the projection, he exudes an invincible aura through the page. The 8th Thunder Sound Fist is a mid-level yellow rank technique, suitable for practitioners below the 2nd breakthrough level. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Huang Jiezhong's art style? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Indeed, it is a high-level art. Compared to talent, the levels of cultivation techniques are not as complicated. They are roughly divided into 4 types, heaven, earth, black, and yellow, and each type is further divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. For example, the Star Martial Cultivation Method, whose full name is Star Martial Cultivation Basic Method, is a low-level yellow rank cultivation method suitable for beginners in martial arts. Yellow rank, middle level? That's already the highest level of cultivation technique Jiang Yi has ever seen. The middle-aged man continued, this method is fierce and domineering. The practitioner needs to draw lightning attribute star energy into the body, and then use a special breathing method combined with fist techniques to unleash this power. Each punch carries the force of a thunderbolt and the resonance of 8 layers of thunder, capable of easily shattering an opponent's meridians. After the initial introduction, the middle-aged man began to practice. Jiang Yi studied diligently. The more he studied, the more alarmed he became. This 8th Thunder Sound Fist can actually allow the body to contain the power of lightning. The method is also very simple. Through a specific cultivation method, the lightning attribute star energy is compressed into the meridians. When you throw a punch, the energy is released instantly, which not only unleashes powerful energy but also creates a thunderous sound effect. But how can a person produce thunderous sounds? Jiang Yi was quite puzzled. He quickly understood the principle behind it. By using the life magnetic field, the thunder energy compressed within the body can be released, thus producing an effect similar to thunder? Jiang Yi's face lit up with understanding. The human body contains a strange magnetic field. This magnetic field can combine with the energy of the stars. The refinement of the starry sky is a process of strengthening one's own magnetic field. Only when one's own magnetic field grows strong enough can one break free from the shackles of life and become a cosmic martial artist. At that time, the human body's magnetic field will be able to actively sense and integrate with the energy of the stars. This is why he was called the Starry Sky Martial Artist after breaking through. Let's go back to the question we just discussed. Why can the human body produce thunderous sounds? It is because its own magnetic field incorporates the energy of stellar lightning that it produces a similar effect. When Jiang Yi understood all of this, he had an epiphany. This 8th Thunder Sound Fist is a powerful killing technique. Similarly, it can also pose a great threat to the Shadow Clan. Thunderous sound is fierce and domineering, making it the best way to subdue these evil spirits. Jiang Yi quickly watched the entire video. He immediately assumed a fist stance and began practicing on the spot. Although practicing this art requires drawing lightning into the body, he has not yet broken through to the first level, so simply practicing the fist techniques is also acceptable. As long as the fist technique is perfected, it can still unleash terrifying power even without thunderous sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Yi began to cultivate alone. 8 hours later. Call. Zhang Yi adjusted his breathing, feeling a wisp of air flowing through his meridians. He spread his fingers like eagle claws, and as the aura traveled to his right hand, his right fist suddenly shot out like an arrow. Boom! A slight rumbling sound came from the air. Zhang Yi put his fist back and stood up. Bare-handed and with a voice like thunder, this is the 8th thunder sound fist. It also represents proficiency in boxing techniques. He was simply using breathing techniques just now. If he were to use the starry sky thunder energy, then a real thunderous sound would appear. This power is so strong. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised. Practicing these 8 thunder sound fist techniques will not improve his cultivation level, but it allows him to mobilize his full strength more efficiently. If Zhang Yi were to test his punching power at this moment, it would be at least 50 kilograms stronger than before. It's 1 in the morning. Zhang Yi glanced at the time and immediately sat down cross-legged. It's time to go and hone my skills in the illusion realm. The next moment, his consciousness sank into the martial arts ladder. After a whole night of hard work. Upon waking the next day, Zhang Yi resumed his practice of the 8-part thunder sound fist. The improvement this advanced art brought him was greater than he had imagined. If he can reach the basic level before the start of the semester, his skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Several hours later. Zhang Yi dialed Chen Zilu's number. Teacher, I've encountered some problems while practicing the 8-part thunder sound fist. Zhang Yi asked, have you practiced this art before? No. Chen Zilu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Zhang Yi really treated her like an encyclopedia, coming to see her every day. If it weren't for her feelings for Zhang Yi, anyone else would have been impatient long ago. However, I have practiced the mid-level Xian rank Heavenly Thunder Fist, which is somewhat similar to the 8th Thunder Sound Fist in some aspects. Chen Zilu sighed and said, tell me, what problem did you encounter? Zhang Yi immediately stated the question. Asking Chen Zilu for advice gives him a 30% boost to his comprehension. When it comes to his own interests, Zhang Yi has always been shameless. However, he also knew that asking for advice like this was a considerable favor, since not everyone wants to be bothered every day during their holidays. I must repay her properly from now on, Zhang Yi thought to himself. After he finished explaining his problem, Chen Zilu indeed had a unique solution. Zhang Yi immediately began cultivating. Day to day. During the last month of summer vacation, Zhang Yi's life was incredibly fulfilling every day. Switching back and forth between cultivation and illusion. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Chapter 34, New Achievement, the Saintess as a Servant Seeking Monthly Tickets. August 31st. Inside the room. A bright-eyed young man, shirtless, was gesturing wildly. Although he was a teenager, his body was extremely well proportioned with firm muscles, which made him look not immature, but rather heroic. Boom! Suddenly, the boy clenched his fist and punched out. The sound of fists rang out. All the boy's energy and spirit seemed to be contained in this punch, which was thrown straight out with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder suddenly resounded. It was as if sound waves were faintly reverberating. Splash! The next moment, the curtains several meters away seemed to sway as if affected by the sound waves. The windows also creaked and vibrated. So strong. Zhang Yi stopped and stood still, looking at the destructive power he had generated. This is still from a distance of several meters, yet it can affect the window from a distance. If a punch lands squarely on someone's body, it can be enough to injure their internal organs. The 8th Thunder Sound Fist is indeed a killing technique. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh and looked at his control panel. Low-level achievement system. Physical condition, ordinary grade B. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial cultivation technique, great success 59%. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, not yet mastered 99%. Achievement. Martial Arts Master, Friend of the Ancestor, Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Beauty Seeking the Way, Hearing the Wind, Swift Step. Martial Arts Ladder. First layer. This month, he has already spent all 30,000 yuan he earned from the trial. They take martial arts-based nutritional supplements every day. The results are obvious. Not only is the 8-part Thunder Sound Fist nearing the entry level, but the Star Martial cultivation method has also improved by nearly 20%. I must achieve perfection in my cultivation method within the first semester of my senior year of high school. This was the goal Jiang Yi set for himself. As for the 8th Thunderclap Fist, we can only leave it to fate. Don't be fooled by how fast he's cultivating. He's almost at the beginner level in just 1 month. But it will only get more difficult as you go on, especially after you break through to a high level, which will require time to endure. The Star Martial cultivation method is the best example. Moreover, the progress of the 8th Thunder Sound Fist has now reached 99%, and it has entered a bottleneck period. It is quite difficult to break through and even enter the basics. It's difficult to break through a bottleneck by relying solely on cultivation. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. Only through sudden enlightenment can I overcome this hurdle, but a sudden enlightenment? Such an opportunity is rare and hard to come by. His talent has its limits. Unless his comprehension improves significantly again, he can only rely on time to hone his skills. Elder brother. Just then, Jiang Ting's voice came from outside the door. They're here. Jiang Yi walked out of the room and looked at Xiao Jiangting. What's wrong? Jiang Ting carried a basin of water and said sweetly, Brother, let me wash your feet. Please sit down. Wash your feet? Jiang Yi stared at the basin of foot-washing water with a strange look in his eyes and said, Why are you washing my feet? Tell me what's wrong. Jiang Ting said somewhat embarrassedly, It's homework assigned by the school. We have to wash the feet of our elders. Go and wash Mom and Dad, Jiang Yi said. No way, I want to wash my brother. Jiang Ting retorted. My brother is an elder too. Jiang Yi understood that this little girl was too embarrassed to wash her parents' feet, but she was very close to him. He glanced at the time. It was already late at night. His father was working the night shift, and his mother should be asleep by now. From now on, you have to do this kind of homework for your parents. You're not allowed to be lazy. Jiang Yi instructed, I'll let it slide this time. You wash it for me. He sat down. Okay, I know my brother is the best. Jiang Ting immediately squatted down with a smile and began to wash his feet. She didn't just go through the motions, she earnestly rubbed Jiang Yi's feet with her fair hands. Brother, remember to bring me something delicious when you start school tomorrow, Jiang Ting said expectantly as she washed her clothes. You silly girl. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled, so she had been hiding this thought all along. However, just as he was about to respond, suddenly, several lines of subtitles popped up in front of me. You have achieved a new achievement. The Holy Maiden of the Upper Realm willingly serves you. Unlocked title, The Saintess as my servant. Reward, transformation of comprehension. You have been nourished by the Holy Maiden, and your comprehension has increased by 50%. Even though he was used to the system's sudden surprises, Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp. A saint as a servant? System, you son of a bitch. She's my sister. Who would have thought that Jiang Ting washing his feet would, according to the system's assessment, make her his servant? The Holy Maiden of the Upper Realm? Jiang Yi looked at the words. According to the system's judgment, Jiang Ting became the saintess of the Upper Realm? Is it because of the martial embryo saint body? Jiang Yi pondered to himself. But why is it called the Upper Realm? Is it because this physique exceeds the upper limit of the lower martial world? This reminds me of the system's previous assessment of Jiang Ting's physical condition. He felt that this was very likely. But how come this low-level martial arts achievement system can unlock this kind of achievement? Jiang Yi was very surprised. Most of the achievements he unlocked before were related to his strength. Even if you exploit a bug, it's still closely related to your skill level. But this time, it was clearly an exception. The saintess as a servant should be considered a social achievement, Jiang Yi pondered. This reminded him of some online games he had played in his previous life. There are many kinds of achievements. Genre, growth summarization, social combat exploration. Since he has been able to unlock social achievements, there are probably many more achievements waiting for him to unlock, but they have not yet been discovered. Damn it, there's no tutorial for beginners. Isn't this just making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? Jiang Yi couldn't help but make a comment. Since activating the system, he has figured out all the functions on his own. If there had been an instruction manual, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Jiang Yi shook his head and looked back at the reward. Comprehension increased by 50%? His eyes lit up when he saw the reward. His cultivation speed may be greatly improved again. It was nearly midnight when I finished washing my feet. Zhang Yi did not continue cultivating. Instead, he turned around and entered the martial arts ladder, where he began to train in the illusionary realm again. The next day, September 1st, the first day of school. Anseong No. 3 Middle School. A tense atmosphere permeated the school at this time, as each class was preparing for the initial assessment test at the start of the semester. After arriving at the school, Zhang Yi did not go to the classroom for the assessment immediately. Instead, he arrived at the office early. A stunningly beautiful young woman sat gracefully at the table, dressed in a white dress and white socks, exuding a cool and ethereal charm. It was Chen Zilu. "The exam is coming up soon, what are you doing here?" Chen Zilu asked Zhang Yi as he walked in. Zhang Yi took out a box of cake and said with a smile, "Happy birthday, teacher." Chen Zilu paused for a moment, her pretty eyes shifting to the box of cake, her gaze full of surprise. "You knew?" She never told Zhang Yi her birth date. "I guessed." Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "You told me your VIP chat number." Chen Zilu glanced at him with some surprise, then took the cake box. "Thank you, that's thoughtful." "Of course." Zhang Yi grinned, then hurriedly returned to the classroom for the exam. This guy Chen Zilu pursed her rosy lips. Then, she opened the cake box and glanced at it, a smile appearing on her pretty face. A small gift carries great meaning. Although the cake wasn't expensive, it made her even more fond of Zhang Yi. Chen Zilu closed the cake box again, carefully put it in the cabinet and locked it, before getting up and leaving the office. On the other side, Zhang Yi walked out of the office and stared intently at the panel in front of him. After a moment, he sighed, "Can't giving gifts unlock achievements?" In many games, giving gifts to friends of the opposite sex can unlock social achievements as long as the friendship level is high enough. This is one of the reasons why Zhang Yi came over early in the morning to deliver a cake to Chen Zilu. But unfortunately, this time, the system did not display any new achievements. Although Zhang Yi was disappointed, he didn't take it to heart. After all, this was just an experiment for him. Chen Zilu had always treated him well, and today was her birthday, so it was perfectly reasonable for him to simply give her a cake. What's more, it can also help increase your favorability rating. It's time to go take the exam. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and strode towards the classroom. In the senior year of high school, every exam is very important. Therefore, even for the initial enrollment assessment, cross-proctoring was adopted. The proctor for Class 9 was a burly man with a thick beard. The preschool assessment will now begin. The bearded teacher said in a deep voice, "Everyone, take the test in turn." Below the stage, Wen Yuehui looked at Zhang Yi and whispered, "Yi, did you pass the trial?" "It's approved." Zhang Yi nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. "Really? Congratulations." Wen Yuehui was quite surprised, as the school trials were all very difficult. Given Zhang Yi's strength, passing the trial would be incredibly difficult. "I heard there's a reward of tens of thousands of yuan for passing the trial." Wen Yuehui sighed inwardly, now the gap between me and Yi is definitely going to widen even further. Because of his good relationship with Zhang Yi, he didn't want to fall too far behind. Zhang Yi didn't seem to care. Having gone through the trials of the summer, he felt little pressure regarding the preliminary assessment. However, he was eager to see if his current abilities were enough to get him into the top 100 of his grade. Chen Zilu once said that students in the top 100 of their grade receive scholarships. Not long after, it was Zhang Yi's turn to play. He went to the punching power tester, adjusted his posture, and then suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A dull thud. After testing his punching power, Zhang Yi didn't linger, he turned and walked towards the silver-white treadmill. In this assessment, punching power and speed will be tested together. Bang! On the treadmill, Zhang Yi's legs seemed to transform into a blur as he sprinted forward. He paused only after a moment. The whole class fell silent, staring at the electronic blackboard in front of them. Zhang Yi. Su Sisi was also looking at him intently. As the second-place finisher surpassed by Zhang Yi, she paid close attention to Zhang Yi's performance. This assessment will also let her know whether she has regained second place this summer. Before long, the results of Zhang Yi's punching power and speed tests were displayed. Punching power, 960 kilograms. Speed, 19.1 meters per second. Chapter 35, Zhang Yi's strength. 960 kilograms? The bearded teacher looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. His speed has also broken through 19 meters per second, and he is almost at the perfection of his cultivation method. The standard for the completion of the star marshal cultivation method is 1000 kilograms in 20 meters per second. Of course, this applies to students in regular classes. For students in the top classes, 1,500 kilograms and 25 meters per second are considered the completion of their training, since the students in the top classes have better physical fitness. However, the college entrance examination is based on the standards for regular classes. Jiang Ye's data is almost at this standard. He only weighed a little over 600 kilograms at the end of the semester, right? You improved so quickly? How did you do that? Hissing sounds could be heard continuously from inside the classroom, shocking the students. Wen Yuehui was also surprised. He had guessed that the gap between himself and Zhang Yi would widen, but he didn't expect it to be this big. Only Zhang Yi knew that the test just now did not represent his full strength. If I use swift step, my speed can reach over 35 meters per second, Zhang Yi thought to himself. However, that would be too fake, anyone would know there's something wrong with it. The assessment continues. Half an hour later. The third part of the martial arts assessment, the practical combat assessment, begins. Zhang Yi felt no pressure whatsoever during this assessment. The bearded teacher, following the standards of the college entrance examination, used his mastery of cultivation techniques to challenge everyone in a duel. When it was Zhang Yi's turn to take the stage. This time, he didn't hold back and immediately unleashed the 8th Thundersound Fist. He was also eager to see if he could defeat his opponent when using this yellow rank intermediate technique. Boom! Zhang Ye's aura was like thunder. His figure flashed by, and his fist swept through with an incomparably fierce momentum. A faint sound of thunder suddenly rang out. Bang! The bearded teacher punched him squarely. This power. A look of shock flashed in the bearded man's eyes. It exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Generally speaking, in actual combat, the performance may not reach the highest level of performance during testing. After all, testing requires preparation and preparation, while real combat tests one's performance in real time. Real-world performance surpasses testing level? That's rare. Not bad, kid. The bearded teacher suddenly laughed and said loudly, "Try to beat me." After saying that, his fist technique suddenly became more ferocious. Boom! The bearded man unleashed punch after punch, each one no less powerful than Zhang Ye's earlier strike. It was as if one mountain peak after another pressed down on the river and fields, stretching endlessly. Zhang Yi immediately felt immense pressure. Fortunately, he had almost mastered the 8th Thundersound Fist, and his fists were incredibly fierce. He stubbornly held on despite the force of his blows. 3 minutes later. Bite! A bell rang. The bearded teacher and Zhang Yi stopped fighting at the same time. 3 minutes is enough to test the actual score. Zhang Yi was also the first student to last 3 minutes against the bearded man without being defeated. Your 8-part Thundersound Fist, are you almost at the beginner level? The bearded man looked at Zhang Yi. He recognized this advanced art. Zhang Yi nodded, almost there. Upon hearing this, the bearded teacher sincerely praised, "You've reached near beginner level in just 1 month? You're really impressive. This is a mid-level yellow rank technique, and it is quite difficult to cultivate. Such strong comprehension and such strong practical skills are simply not typical of students in a regular class." "You flatter me, teacher," Zhang Yi said modestly. "Keep it up, I hope to see you in the honors class soon," the bearded teacher said with a smile. Zhang Yi cupped his hands in greeting, then turned and walked off the stage. The whole class looked at him with envy and admiration. Even Zhang Yi's good friend Wen Yuehui's eyes filled with admiration. When the gap is large enough, there will be no jealousy, only pure admiration. Before long, the total scores of the 3 tests were revealed. First place, Zhang Yi, 340 points. Second place, Li Jichao, 310 points. Third place, Su Cixi. Zhang Yi undoubtedly took first place in the class. Although there is still a virtual Starry Sky assessment to come, no one in Class 9 can surpass him in terms of his practical combat skills. However, Zhang Yi's gaze was no longer on Class 9. Instead, it looks at the entire grade level. I'm making progress, and so are the students in the honors class. Zhang Yi thought to himself, I wonder how much those people have improved in the past 2 months. A moment later, the students of Class 9 left the classroom and headed towards the spherical building to prepare for the virtual Starry Sky assessment. A spherical building. The 3 giant screens in the hall display the rankings of the 3 grades in real time. Zhang Yi is now a senior in high school. He looked at the screen displaying the information for the senior students. First place, Zhao Qingli, 750 points. Second place, Lin Miaomiao, 695 points. Third place, Wang Xiong, 670 points. Zhao Qingli, 750 points? Zhang Yi was secretly shocked. She scored 710 points in the final exam, and improved by 40 points in just one summer vacation. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only 40 points. The higher the score, the more difficult it is to improve. It is much more difficult to go from 90 points to 100 points than to go from 0 points to 10 points. Zhao Qingli has already scored over 700 points. Her progress is truly terrifying. Spending 100,000 yuan a month, that's really high quality, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Besides Zhao Qingli, Lin Miaomiao and Wang Xiong have also made significant progress. He then looked at the 100th person in the grade. 100th place, 450 points? Zhang Yi nodded slightly. This time, he might be able to enter the top 100 in the grade. Half an hour later. Finally, it was Class 9's turn to begin the assessment. The ranking is still based on the system, with groups of 5. After entering the virtual starry sky, Jiang Ye's group officially began their trial of hunting down the Shadow Clan. With Jiang Ye's current strength, he easily made it to the 3rd level. Facing off against 5 Shadow Clan infants. Last time, he fell at this very hurdle. But now, Jiang Ye's strength is not what it used to be. Having mastered the 8th Thunder Sound Fist, he can inflict considerable damage on the Shadow Clan. Die! Jiang Yi unleashed punch after punch, like raindrops. Accompanied by muffled thunderous sounds, a Shadow Clan member was completely blasted to pieces. Brother Jiang is amazing. That's amazing. The 4 teammates were besieging a Shadow Clan member, but were being overwhelmed. Seeing Jiang Ye's unparalleled bravery, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Jiang Yi wiped out all 5 Shadow Clan members in the 3rd level. Buzz! At the moment the 3rd level ended, the surrounding space suddenly lit up with a red light. This seems to indicate that a major hurdle is approaching. The 4th level. 10 dark, illusory figures rose from the ground. The first of the phantoms was over 2 meters tall. This is also a Shadow Clan infant form, but it is more powerful and closer to a juvenile form than other infant forms. This battle was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Jiang Yi swung his fists, fighting with all his might against the group of Shadow Clan members. This time, however, he had no time to attend to his 4 teammates, who were quickly killed by the Shadow Clan siege. Jiang Yi single-handedly fought 10 Shadow Clan members. He has already killed several small Shadow Clan members. But that 2-meter-tall Shadow Clan member was too powerful. Every strike made Jiang Yi's blood boil and his arms go numb. Roar! A roar rang out, the sound coming from the 2-meter-tall Shadow Clan member, its influence on the mind far stronger than that of other Shadow Clan members. Even Jiang Ye's martial arts will, honed over time, was affected. The next moment, a group of Shadow Clan members attacked. Without a doubt, this attack was exceptionally fierce, and Jiang Yi had almost no way to avoid it. But in this desperate situation, Jiang Ye's will suddenly erupted, and with an almost desperate strike, he slammed out his fists. Bang! Bang! 2 deep rumbles of thunder suddenly rang out. Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. Boom! The next moment, 3 Shadow Clan members were instantly blasted to pieces by his punch. Even the 2-meter-tall Shadow Clan member had its shoulder shattered by him. However, Jiang Yi's heart was also pierced by the Shadow Clan, and his body slowly collapsed. But a smile appeared on his face. On Jiang Yi's control panel, the 8th Thunder Sound Fist has changed. 8 part Thunder Sound Fist, beginner 99%, beginner 1%. Chapter 36, The Crouching Dragon Seeking Monthly Tickets. After the virtual Starry Sky assessment ended, Jiang Yi did not immediately log out but remained in the virtual space. He looked at his hands. Beginner level? Jiang Yi's face was full of surprise. In that instant, he seemed to have an epiphany, and his fist technique broke through to a whole new level. Breakthrough in battle. Breakthroughs in battle have always been the exclusive domain of geniuses. They're not that easy. Reality is not a novel. Moreover, Jiang Yi had previously sensed that his boxing technique had reached a bottleneck and required a long period of refinement, as well as a chance for sudden enlightenment. Now, it's been over in the blink of an eye? Taking advantage of the system's settlement interval, Jiang Yi clenched his fists, feeling the strange change that had surged in his heart earlier. Call. A wisp of energy traveled through his body along his meridians. With the help of breathing techniques, Jiang Yi quickly immersed himself in the state of mind. The punch suddenly erupted. Boom! Boom! The fist whistled through the air, unleashing two thunderous sounds in succession, deep and deafening. It was as if thunder was truly roaring. 8 thunderclap fist, thunder clears the way, suppressing demons. Jiang Yi continued to throw punches. One after another, soft rumbles of thunder rang out, and the sound waves vibrated continuously. Being able to produce substantial thunderous sounds signifies proficiency in this advanced art. If you can produce 2 or more consecutive thunderous sounds, then you've entered the beginner level. The punch that produces multiple thunderous sounds is not just a difference in sound, but also represents the superposition of power. Furthermore, the more times the thunderous sound is repeated, the stronger its power becomes, increasing exponentially. You've truly mastered the basics. Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his stance, his eyes shining brightly. Originally, he planned that it would take him more than half a month to get the hang of it. But now, a virtual battle has helped him break through. Is it because my comprehension has increased by 50%? Jiang Yi pondered. Before. Jiang Ting washed his feet, unlocking the Saintess as Servant achievement, which also permanently increased his comprehension by 50%. The significant improvement in his comprehension not only made his cultivation faster. This gave him the opportunity to break through in battle. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? Jiang Yi exclaimed. This feels so comfortable. It is said that those with talents above the Dao Bone level, those peerless geniuses, may break through their cultivation realm even while eating and drinking. Although he's not quite as extreme now, he's still given it a try. However, recalling the battle just now, Jiang Yi still felt lingering fear. The Shadow Clan is truly incredibly troublesome. Jiang Yi recalled the 2-meter-tall Shadow Clan member. 2 meters tall is still within the range of an infant's size. Only when a child reaches a height of 3 meters can they be considered to have entered the juvenile stage. Of course, higher isn't always better. After reaching a certain stage of growth, the size of Shadow Clan members gradually shrinks, and adult Shadow Clan members are usually about the same size as humans. But without a doubt, at the infant stage, the higher and stronger it is. The Shadow Clan infant body, which was only 2 meters tall, was already a huge headache for Jiang Yi. Even if he had broken through the basics of boxing, he would have no chance of winning if he went back to face him now. The Shadow Clan members that appear in reality are mostly in their juvenile form. Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. If the Shadow Calamity occurs, it will be a disaster for Ansheng. Previously, he had only heard that the Shadow Clan was terrifying, but he didn't really understand them. Now that he has become powerful, he is even more wary of the Shadow Clan. Just then, the system completed the settlement. Best damage dealer, Jiang Yi. Best view, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi has the best martial arts will. 14 Shadow Clan members were killed in 29 minutes, with an average casualty rate of 79% per minute. MVP of this group, Jiang Yi, 120 points. The other 4 teammates also scored over 60 points by making it to the 4th round. It's really great to follow Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, I'll treat you to a drink later. All 4 teammates were extremely grateful to Jiang Yi. It feels great to win without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, in the outer lobby, the rankings of the senior year students were constantly being updated on the giant screen. Just then, an inconspicuous name surged to the bottom of the rankings. Number 95, Jiang Yi, 460 points. It's Jiang Yi. Someone in our class has made it into the top 100 in the grade. The students in Class 9 who had already completed the assessment were all astonished. Su Sisi, who had already woken up, also showed a look of relief on her face. Losing to such a genius is no big deal. She patted her chest, which she couldn't see. Some are happy, some are sad. Near the entrance to the hall, a girl in a red dress kept changing her expression. Jiang Yi? Ranked 95th in the grade? The progress is so fast. Zhang Xueqing frowned slightly. Her ranking was only 86th. Although it seems like there's a difference of 10 places, the actual difference is less than 5 points. You should know that she has a newborn talent. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, only possessed innate talent, yet his strength is now almost catching up with hers? I must work hard to improve. I can't let him catch up, Zhang Xueqing thought to herself. She once challenged Jiang Yi to a duel. If Jiang Yi catches up with her and then challenges her back, she would be a complete fool. A person can be a clown, but should never choose to be one. In a certain section of the stands, A haughty young woman, dressed in a shirt and shorts, with long, slender, snow-white legs, stood overlooking the entire hall. Not far away, there was a young man with a lazy expression. The two were Zhao Qingli, the top student in the senior year, and Wang Ziyong, the third-ranked student in the grade. You know? Looking at the grade rankings, Wang Ziyong couldn't help but mutter, this class 9 really produced a dragon. For him, Jiang Yi's current score is indeed nothing. But he had checked Jiang Yi's previous scores. The speed of progress is incredible. Although it's quite easy to improve scores below 600, the speed of this progress still surprised him. What are you muttering about? The aloof girl glanced at him. The girl had long, slender legs and a face as white as snow, but what was most striking was her slender waist and her breasts, which were almost bursting open with the buttons of her clothes. At least grade E. Wang Ziyong couldn't help but glance at it, but quickly looked away. He coughed and said, "You might not believe it, but Director Zhang once told me something." "What did you say?" Zhao Qingli frowned. Wang Ziyong put his hands behind his back and smiled. A hidden dragon lies in the abyss. Sometimes the inconspicuous can rise to the top. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingli immediately scoffed. "You, Qianlong?" She stared at Wang Ziyong with disdain. "You must have misheard. The director might be referring to Wulong." Wang Ziyong remained expressionless, his fists clenched tightly behind his back. He thought to himself, hold on. I'm third in the grade. It would be so embarrassing if I got beaten up by her here. He smiled slightly and said casually, the director wasn't talking about me, but about someone from class 9, Jiang Yi. You know? Zhao Qingli scanned the top 100 students in her grade and actually found this name. To be able to make it into the top 100 from a regular class, it seems like their family is quite well off. The girl nodded. I don't care. Comparing family backgrounds? In the vast city of Ansheng, almost no one can compare to her. Comparing talent? The students in the regular classes all have innate talent, so they can't compare to her. Her focus is no longer on the school itself, but on the top students at Ansheng No. 1 High School. Even more so, looking at the entire Xishan province. But at that moment, Wang Ziyong shook his head and said, I asked the director, and Jiang Yi is not a rich man. His family's annual income is less than 100,000. Zhao Qingli turned around abruptly. Chapter 37, Step by Step, Until the Highest. A family's annual income is less than 100,000? Zhao Qingli's pretty face showed surprise. She had seen many so-called geniuses in regular classes. Even with innate talent, as long as enough resources are invested, it's possible to barely catch up with the top students. However, their annual family income is less than 100,000 yuan, making them a poor family. How did a student from a regular class, who also came from a poor family, manage to rank in the top 100 of the grade? Extremely rare. What? Wang Ziyong looked at her and smiled. You also think he's a hidden dragon? Zhao Qingli said calmly, of course the director's judgment is sound. Being able to enter the top 100 in the grade has already proven his potential. If I were from a family with similar circumstances, I might not have done better than him. Wang Ziyong gave her a deep look. What he admired most about this woman was that, despite being incredibly wealthy, she never acted arrogantly about it. Of course, I admire him as much as I admire him. For Wang Ziyong, if he had the capital to show off but didn't use it, what was the point of living? Don't underestimate yourself. Wang Ziyong smiled and said, just like me, even though my family background is average, I'm still third in the grade, aren't I? That's the advantage of being a freshman. The girl gave him a cold look. Compared to her, Wang Ziyong's family background was indeed average. But compared to Jiang Yi? The other party definitely comes from a wealthy family. However, Zhao Qingli did not refute it at this moment. As Wang Ziyong said, no matter how outstanding the students in the regular classes are, they are still just relying on their original talents. One's innate talent may be caught up with in the early stages of cultivation through hard work and various other factors. But when it comes to the refinement of the starry sky, the real disadvantages will be exposed. A hidden dragon? It's nothing more than a few dragon scales growing on its body. At first glance, it looks mysterious, but it's far from being comparable to a real dragon. In the lobby, Jiang Yi woke up in the virtual cockpit. By then, Class 9 had all completed their assessments. When he saw his ranking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Top 100 in the grade. I just don't know how much the scholarship is. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. On his way back to the classroom, he suddenly saw Li Jichao, who looked as if he had lost his parents. Congratulations, first place. Li Jichao saw him too, and immediately turned pale. Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly. Even if he took first place, there's no need to be this sad, right? Anyone who didn't know better would think their wife had been stolen. Dude, are you alright? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask to comfort him. Fine. Li Jichao shook his head and sighed. I'm just a little disappointed in myself. This summer, I couldn't achieve my goal of getting an injection every day. Jiang Yi didn't know how to comfort him. Are you suggesting we encourage them to try harder to get injections? Finally, Jiang Yi could only pat the other person on the shoulder, indicating that it was only natural. Back to the martial arts classroom. At this moment, the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom has already displayed the class rankings. Jiang Yi unsurprisingly remained in first place. However, at this moment, Jiang Yi looked at the bottom of the rankings. There is a gray name. Xia Chang. More than a month has passed since the other party went missing. But to this day, there is still no clue whatsoever. To prevent panic from spreading, the school explained the disappearances of individual students as either transferring to another school or dropping out. However, it wasn't long before someone realized something was wrong. Shortly after the start of the semester, the school arranged a safety lecture that mentioned the hidden organization and publicized the characteristics and dangers of this organization. They also repeatedly emphasized avoiding going out at night. This inevitably leads one to wonder if those suddenly missing classmates are connected to the hidden organization. These scum from the hidden organization are even more despicable than the Shadow Clan. Many people clenched their fists secretly after listening to the lecture. Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. He knew very well that the hidden organization had a way to make people stronger quickly. This kind of temptation is not something everyone can resist. He has a cheat code, so he's not afraid of this temptation, but what about the others? Of the millions of students with innate talent, only a handful will stand out by following the normal path to higher education. Most of them will end up as beasts of burden, the dregs of society. If there were an opportunity to quickly become stronger and rise above others. Do you want it or not? I can't control others, I can only control myself. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Being in the top 100 of your grade is just the beginning. I will climb the ladder of martial arts step by step, until I reach the highest and the strongest. Jiang Ye's gaze was firm and pure. When the topic of the martial arts ladder came up, his heart stirred slightly. He tried climbing it again a couple of days ago. It turned out that they had already climbed halfway up the second floor. Continue at this pace. Jiang Yi guessed that after he broke through to the perfection of his cultivation method, he might be able to ascend to the second level. I wonder what the reward is for the second level of the martial arts ladder. Jiang Yi wondered with anticipation. When he reached the first floor, he received 3 rewards. The rewards for the second tier should be even more generous. However, all of this will have to wait until he completes his cultivation. In the martial arts classroom, Chen Zilu, dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform and white lace-trimmed stockings, strode in to begin the first martial arts class of the new semester. Jiang Yi listened attentively. He was soon pleasantly surprised to find that what he gained from the lesson far exceeded his expectations. This is thanks to the previous 50% increase in comprehension. In addition, there's the effect of being a friend of the patriarch. After just one lesson, his progress in the star martial arts cultivation method more than doubled. Perhaps in less than a semester, my cultivation method will reach perfection. Jiang Yi felt incredibly satisfied. 3 days later, Jiang Yi was summoned to Chen Zilu's office. Teacher. Jiang Yi looked at the aloof and beautiful woman in front of him, feeling quite expectant. He vaguely guessed her purpose. Chen Zilu didn't waste any words. He took out 2 stacks of money from the drawer. This is your poverty relief grant for this semester, and the reward for being in the top 100 of your grade, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Yi took the money bag, opened it, and took a look. He ranked second in the final exam and received a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. As for the prize money for the top 100 students in the grade, 20,000? Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised the prize money for being in the top 100 of the grade was actually more than the scholarship. You're already a student from a poor family, and you're in a regular class, Chen Zilu said with a smile. The top 100 students in the grade will receive more rewards. However, this will only happen once. She added, normally, students ranked 50th or below in their grade only receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart stirred. Is he special? Did the teacher apply for it? Thank you, Teacher Xia, Zhang Yi said sincerely. Shenzilla smiled and said, this time it wasn't me, it was Director Zhang who applied for it for you. Director Zhang? Zhang Yi was slightly surprised. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As one's strength and talent improve, it seems that more benefactors appear around them. The fragrance of flowers attracts butterflies. This 30,000 yuan will be a significant help to him. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi continued his training routine, going back and forth between 2 points. Time flies. Thanks to a 50% increase in comprehension, Zhang Yi's strength is improving at an astonishing rate. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Great Success 60%. Dishang 70%. Dishang 80%. Dishang 90%. Dishang 99%. Chapter 38, Parting Seeking Monthly Tickets. Senior year of high school goes by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a semester has passed. But for Zhang Yi, a lot happened this semester. Between September and November, several more students went missing at the school, clearly the work of the disappearing organization. The hidden organization has been wreaking havoc in Anqing for months, causing no fewer than 100 disappearances. It's not that the Anqing police are incompetent. After all, Anqing is just a remote small city with weak martial arts strength, and it is somewhat powerless to deal with such a mysterious and huge underground organization. December. A group of well-trained police officers came from the provincial capital, Yunqing, and joined forces with the Anqing Hunting Shadow Bureau to carry out a month-long operation. Finally, before the new year, the hideout of the hidden organization in Anqing was wiped out. Zhang Yi remembers that night when the suburbs of Anqing suddenly became brightly lit, as if it were daytime, followed by a deafening roar. The next day, good news came from the news: a major criminal gang in Anqing had been wiped out by the police. However, a few criminals still managed to escape. Residents are reminded to be vigilant and report any danger to the police immediately. The matter seemed to have come to an end, but Xiao Qing never appeared again. End of December, 23-25. In the martial arts classroom of Class 9. Chen Zilu, dressed in a snow-white long dress, looked around the classroom. At this moment, the students were all diligently practicing. Her gaze flickered slightly when it fell on one of the boys. Zhang Yi, is your cultivation technique nearing completion? Chen Zilu asked. Zhang Yi stopped cultivating and nodded to the other party, saying, it should be in the next few days. Hiss. The students all stared at Zhang Yi in surprise. There are still 6 months until the college entrance exam. How could you have already perfected your cultivation method so quickly? They're aiming for the 25 school alliance. Most students in the regular class wouldn't even be able to get into a regular martial arts university, let alone one of the top 25 schools. A smile appeared on Chen Zilu's face, and she said, come to my office after class. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded. He then looked at his control panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Great Success 99%. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, Beginner 85%. It has reached 99% completion. There is still one bottleneck to reach perfection, but it should be broken through soon. Zhang Yi thought to himself, the 8th Thunder Sound Fist is almost complete. This semester, he has spent most of his time studying that Star Martial Arts Cultivation Method. Otherwise, the 8th Thunder Sound Fist might have already reached a minor mastery level. With 6 months left until the college entrance exam, is it possible to reach the first breakthrough? Zhang Yi's goal has always been the alliance of 25 schools. Only if he reaches the top level before the college entrance examination will he be able to get into one of the top 25 schools. Whether or not this can be achieved depends on the refinement of the starry sky afterward. Just as Zhang Yi was pondering, the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. Zhang Yi looked up and saw that Chen Zilu had already left, so he immediately got up and walked out. Office. When Zhang Yi arrived, he was surprised to find Zhang Jianwu there as well. They're here. Chen Zilu's smile was particularly captivating today. Although she often smiled at Zhang Yi, she usually maintained a cool and aloof demeanor. Teacher, director. Zhang Yi bowed to the two of them. Zhang Jianwu smiled at him and said, I heard from Xiao Chen that your cultivation method is almost complete? Zhang Yi nodded. Zhang Jianwu said, starting today, you don't need to stay in class 9 anymore. Go to class 1 for classes. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, then said, "Director, I'm still a little short of perfection. I haven't met the requirements for the top class." Zhang Jianwu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's pretty much the same. Anyway, you'll have to go sooner or later, so I'll get it done for you today." It just so happens that Xiao Chen is also leaving school today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked at Chen Zilu in surprise. Leaving school? Does it mean a temporary departure, or? Chen Zilu explained, "I have resigned from the school, and Class 9 will be handled by other teachers from now on." Zhang Yi asked, "Are we leaving today?" Chen Zilu nodded. "Actually, I'm still in university." She shook her head and said, "I came here to be a teacher for certain reasons." Zhang Yi looked regretful. With Chen Zilu gone, wouldn't that 30% increase in comprehension be useless? Standing to the side, Zhang Jianwu laughed and said, "Little Chen, it seems Zhang Yi is really reluctant to part with you. I'm also very sorry, but my supervisor asked me to go back immediately." Chen Zilu sighed softly, "Zhang Yi, I'm not a professional teacher. However, I'm very happy to be recognized by you," she said with a smile. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "You are a student at Bailong University. With your level, you are more than qualified to teach our school's top class." Hakuryu University? Zhang Yi was slightly startled. Hakuryu Martial Arts University is one of the top 10 prestigious universities. Moreover, it ranks quite high among the top 10. However, considering Chen Zilu's innate talent and spiritual nature, it's not surprising. She possesses the innate talent of a Taoist and a superior grade Xian physique, so it's quite normal for her to be admitted to one of the top 10 prestigious universities. "Director, you flatter me. I'm only a sophomore, I have no teaching experience whatsoever." Chen Zilu shook her head, then looked at Zhang Yi and smiled, "Keep that watch. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me." "Good." Zhang Yi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately nodded in agreement. Although the other party said that, now that he is no longer a teacher at the school, he can no longer ask for advice every day. Otherwise, no matter how much goodwill is shown, it will eventually be squandered. Unless it's something important, it's unlikely we'll stay in touch. "Zhang Yi, go back to the classroom and pack your things. I'll take you to another class later," Zhang Jianwu said with a smile. "Good." Zhang Yi turned and left. Inside the office, Chen Zilu suddenly asked, "Director, do you think Zhang Yi can get into the 25 Schools Alliance?" "It's a bit difficult." Zhang Jianwu shook his head slightly and said, "Although he broke through to the perfection of his cultivation method very quickly, it only took him half a year. In this respect, only Zhao Qingli can surpass him in the school. But for Zhang Yi, the upcoming Starry Sky refinement will be an insurmountable hurdle." Zhang Jianwu shook his head. Due to its inherent nature, it has a low efficiency in absorbing stellar energy. This is a consensus. Chen Zilu nodded slightly and sighed softly, "It's a pity. If Zhang Yi had been born with exceptional talent, his future would have been very different." Zhang Jianwu laughed and said, "It's a pity. If he had been a gifted freshman, he might have had a chance to get into the university you attend." Chen Zilu was taken aback, then smiled without saying a word. Can a freshman with exceptional talent get into Hakuryu University? Zhang Jianwu had clearly oversimplified the situation. To be admitted to Hakuryu Martial Arts University, one must reach the first breakthrough level during the second year of high school. This is the minimum requirement. Before the college entrance examination, you need to break through 2 barriers to have an absolute chance of getting in. This is the prestige of Hakuryu University. However, Chen Zilu did not refute it. After all, Zhang Jianwu was just the director of a third-rate high school in a small city, so it was normal for him to be out of touch with reality. Anqing No. 3 Middle School may not produce even one student who gets into a top university each year. Even if one appears, it will only be a close call, ranking last among the top 10. As for Bailong Martial Arts University, Anqing No. 3 Middle School has never had such a student since its establishment. Even Zhang Jianwu might not fully understand how unattainable Bailong Martial Arts University is for ordinary people. Only true geniuses are allowed to enter that place. "Zhang Yi? We probably won't see each other again." Chen Zilu shook her head slightly. She did indeed have a deep impression of this student. Despite having extremely poor talent, the other person cultivated with unwavering diligence. This kind of determination to do what is impossible is quite similar to her own. Of course, most importantly, Zhang Yi's progress is visible to the naked eye. Hard work is not uncommon, but those whose hard work is directly proportional to their rewards are often very lucky. Hardworking, lucky, similar personality, and good-looking. These factors combined are the reason why she feels so special towards Zhang Yi. Unfortunately, the two were ultimately from different worlds. Chapter 39, Gifts. After Zhang Yi finished the transfer procedures with Zhang Jianwu, he returned to Chen Zilu's office, only to find that she was no longer there. Buzz. Just then, the watch vibrated. Zhang Yi opened his watch and saw that it was a message from Chen Zilu. Chen Zilu, Zhang Yi, come to the school gate, I have something to tell you. A moment later. At the entrance of Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Zhang Yi spotted a cool and aloof woman standing alone at the school gate from afar. Calling her a woman is an understatement, she's more like a young girl. Chen Zilu wore a plain white dress, her face was as white as snow, her face was pure and beautiful, and her thick black hair fell to her slender waist. Her figure was exquisite and outstanding, with full and high breasts and long, beautiful legs. Without her teacher's attire, she looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, radiating youthful energy. Teacher, Zhang Yi said, guessing that the other party was most likely about to leave. You're here? Chen Zilu's voice was sweet and clear as she gave him a stunning smile. Then, she took out a delicate metal bottle from her suitcase. Here you go. Chen Zilu handed the metal bottle to Zhang Yi and said, this will help you absorb star energy. Use it when the starry sky is cleansed. Zhang Yi was slightly startled. Something that helps absorb stellar energy? He had never heard of it before, it must be very valuable. Chen Zilu said with a smile, don't open it here. You can look at it when we get back. Hearing this, Zhang Yi became even more certain of the item's value. Teacher, how can I accept this? Zhang Yi reluctantly accepted the metal bottle. He hasn't paid back the 30,000 yuan yet, and now someone is giving him another treasure. This favor is something I can never repay. Chen Zilu chuckled and said, I said before that I would help you speed up when you are refined by the stars. But it seems we can't wait until then. She shook her head and smiled, sighing, originally, I planned to wait until you finished your college entrance exams before returning to school, but unfortunately, plans don't always go as expected. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. He was actually very curious as to why the other person would come to Anqing to be a teacher. Logically, the other party was only a freshman when they arrived, having just entered Hakoria University, and shouldn't have left the school so soon. Why did you? Zhang Yi couldn't help but voice his doubts. Upon hearing this, a look of reminiscence appeared on Chen Zilu's fair and pretty face. After a moment, she shook her head and said, the reasons are complicated. It's mainly because I failed a trial, which damaged my strength, and then I encountered many other things. I came to Anqing partly because it is my mother's hometown. On the other hand, it's mainly about adjusting my mindset, Chen Zilu said softly. Zhang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that the other person had such an experience. However, now that the other party has decided to leave, they must have already adjusted their mindset. I wish you all the best at Hakoria University, Zhang Yi said solemnly. Chen Zilu smiled radiantly, absolutely stunning. She patted Zhang Yi's arm and said with a smile, I also wish you success in getting into the 25 Schools Alliance. Buzz. Just then, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, and a faint tremor could be heard. In just a moment. Phew. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Yi looked up and immediately held his breath. It was a small, futuristic spaceship, shaped like a V, with a deep, dark black color and countless finely arranged rhomboid nanoscales on its surface, undulating rhythmically as if it were breathing. A private spaceship? Zhang Yi was secretly surprised. This spacecraft clearly employed extremely advanced technology, traversing a distance of tens of kilometers in just a moment. Boom! At the tail of the spaceship, a huge hatch opened, spewing out white vapor. A man dressed in a suit, who looked like a butler, stood at the cabin door. I'm leaving. Chen Zilu glanced at Zhang Yi, waved, and said, Zhang Yi, see you again someday. With that, she stepped out. The next moment, they found themselves at the spaceship, which was hundreds of meters in the air. Mississippi. The man in a suit at the spaceship's hatch bowed respectfully. I already told you not to pick me up. You could have just come, but you had to make such a big show of it. Chen Zilu looked at the spaceship, somewhat displeased. The man in the suit was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly and said, Miss, I've already chosen the most understated car I could find. Chen Zilu shook her head. This spaceship belonged to her father. However, ever since that incident in her childhood, she has felt a strong aversion to anything related to that person. After starting university, she never asked her family for a single penny. Let's go back, Chenzilla said calmly, stepped into the spaceship, and the hatch behind her slowly closed. She took one last look at the tiny boy on the ground, knowing in her heart that this was probably the last time they would meet. Behind him, the man in the suit cautiously asked, "Miss, who was that boy just now?" "He is my student," Chenzilla said coolly. The man in the suit nodded, the worry in his eyes quietly disappearing. Previously, he had seen the boy say goodbye to Chenzilla alone, which inevitably made him overthink things. But actually, there's nothing to worry about. He's just a poor kid from a remote mountain village. What makes them worthy of catching the eye of their young mistress? Not to mention Ancheng, it would be hard to find someone like this in the entire Xishan province. By the way, miss, the man in the suit suddenly said, your father hasn't received a reply from you in 6 months. He wants to know how you're doing and whether you have enough money. Chen Zilu's expression was icy. No need to worry. Ground. Zhang Yi watched the private spaceship sail away and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This spaceship must be worth at least several hundred million, right? Teacher Chen, you're so rich. That's actually normal. According to genetic endowment. The stronger a martial arts master is, the more likely they are to have outstanding offspring. Chen Zilu's talent is so great that her family background is likely also a behemoth. Hundreds of millions, when will I be that rich? Zhang Yi sighed. Suddenly. He was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a system message popped up in front of me. You have achieved a new milestone, the martial arts grandmaster has gifted you a precious present. Unlock title, Ancestors Feeding. Reward, the value of any gift from the other party increases by 200%. Zhang Yi was completely bewildered. No, don't do that. Logically, shouldn't this kind of behavior unlock affection levels or something similar? What the heck is this feeding thing? However, Zhang Yi also realized something at this moment. No wonder it didn't work when I gave gifts before, it turns out that it only works when the other party gives me a gift. He looked at the reward. A 200% increase in value? Doesn't that mean the things Chenzilla gave him have become many times more effective? Zhang Yi looked at the metal bottle in his hand, wanting to open it immediately to take a look. However, he held back. Don't flaunt your wealth. Let's wait until we get back to sea. Now, it's time to report to the honors class. Zhang Yi turned and walked towards the school. This is Zhang Yi, a student who transferred from the regular class. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, is standing on the stage. Zhang Yi, please introduce yourself. The homeroom teacher looked at the handsome young man standing at the door. Yes. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the unfamiliar faces in the classroom, and he said, hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yi, Jiang is in Jiangshan, and Yi is in ambition. His most recent monthly exam results ranked him 89th in the grade. He finished his introduction. Welcome. A haughty young woman with snow-white legs was the first to applaud. She is Zhao Qingli, the class monitor of Class 1 and also the top student in the grade. Splash. The class monitor led the applause, and the other students naturally followed suit, resulting in thunderous applause. After the welcoming ceremony, the homeroom teacher turned and left. Zhang Yi then walked into the classroom. A young man walked towards him with a smile and said, Zhang Yi, shall we get to know each other? My name is Wang Xiong. Zhang Yi looked at the other person and nodded, saying, third in the grade, Brother Wang. You have good taste. Wang Xiong was quite satisfied. He patted him on the shoulder and said, this is your first time in the honors class. You probably don't know the environment here yet, right? Let me introduce it to you. As he spoke, he began to introduce the topic. Zhang Yi soon learned that after entering the senior year of high school, the top classes would have a major exam every month. The top 50 will receive 10,000 yuan. The top 20 will receive 20,000 yuan. The higher you go, the higher the bonus. However, a low ranking can also be dangerous. If a student consistently ranks in the bottom 10 for more than 3 consecutive times, they will be removed from the honors class. Therefore, the competition in the top classes is extremely fierce. Our class assigns some tasks every month. Zhao Qingli walked over and said in a cool tone, completing the mission will also earn you a considerable reward, possibly even more than 50,000 yuan. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. These two seemed to know he was short of money, and they specifically told him how to make money. After the cultivation method is perfected, a huge amount of funds are needed to break through to the next level. Whether it's Starry Sky refinement or martial arts nutrition, both are extremely expensive, Zhao Qingli said coldly. Therefore, certain valuable class missions, such as practical missions, are usually in high demand and can earn a lot of money. You should check them out yourself. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded. Real-world missions are lucrative? He made a note of it. Thank you both for reminding me, Zhang Yi said sincerely. Zhao Qingli said calmly, I'm just worried that you'll fall out of the top 100 in the grade. As the class monitor, I don't want to see that happen. For top-performing classes, falling out of the top 100 in the grade is a disgrace. Don't be fooled by Zhang Yi's current ranking of 89th in the grade. However, some students in the top classes have not yet undergone the Starry Sky refinement. After all, the Starry Sky refinement is not a place you can just go whenever you want. There are only 3 opportunities per semester, and a large fee is required. Even students in the top classes will only register after they have made thorough preparations and ensured that everything is in order. Once these people have been refined by the stars, they will immediately be far ahead of Zhang Yi. By then, Zhang Yi will soon fall out of the top 100 in his grade. Zhao Qingli looked at Zhang Yi with some sympathy, as if she could already see his future. There's a Starry Sky trial next month. If you're confident in yourself, sign up. Understood, thanks for reminding me, class monitor. Zhang Yi nodded. But a thought stirred within him. The Starry Sky is refined? He really needs to make some preparations. However, before that, he must first break through to the perfection of his cultivation method and then climb the ladder of martial arts. Chapter 40, the second level of the martial arts ladder, seeking monthly tickets. For the next few days, Zhang Yi trained in the advanced class. The martial arts teacher of class 1 is the bearded man Zhang Yi had met before, named Xiao Feng. In Zhang Yi's view, the teaching quality of the top class was no different from that of Chen Zilu. In some details, she is even inferior to Chen Zilu. In addition, without the 30% comprehension bonus from the friend of the ancestral master, Zhang Yi broke through the bottleneck of perfection much later than expected. In the blink of an eye, it is already January 23-26. This day. At home. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yi swayed his body, sometimes throwing punches, sometimes elbowing, each move flowing naturally and smoothly, without any sense of stagnation. With each exertion of force, every muscle in his body resonated with each other in rhythm, like precisely rotating gears forming a perfect closed loop of power. Gradually, every burst of force he unleashed became increasingly perfect. There was not a single leak. Bite. Suddenly, it was as if a bottleneck had been broken. Boom. In an instant, an incomparably exhilarating feeling burst forth from the depths of my soul, like a seed that has been buried by rain and snow breaking through the soil. A sense of clarity and lightness, like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, arises spontaneously. Finally, the star martial cultivation technique has been perfected, a breakthrough has been achieved. Zhang Yi slowly finished his practice and looked at his body. At this moment, he could feel that every inch of his skin had become incredibly sensitive, completely under his control. Close your eyes. He could hear faint sounds coming from 100 meters away. It can even sense the movement of dust particles in the air. The 5 senses are almost integrated into the surrounding environment. In ancient times, cultivating to this level meant achieving oneness with heaven and man. To connect with heaven and earth. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, his face filled with undisguised joy. After 2.5 years of arduous training, I finally achieved my initial goal. Although his goals now extend far beyond this, he is still overjoyed. Your strength has been detected to have reached the system's new limit. Unlock title, Ultimate Master. Ultimate Grandmaster, the pinnacle of martial arts. A higher one climbs, the colder it gets, surpassing countless martial artists. Zhang Yi automatically skipped over these awkwardly exaggerated parts. Let's look at the rewards this time. Reward, physical transformation, advancing to the upper level of mortal body armor. Superior quality armor? Zhang Yi was shocked. Grade of physical constitution is further divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The highest grade is undoubtedly the strongest physique among mortals. He hadn't expected the improvement to be so significant. Physical transformation takes time. Zhang Yi sensed it for a moment, but he couldn't detect much change yet. Perfect, let's try climbing the 2nd floor first. Upon realizing this, his consciousness suddenly sank. The next moment, Zhang Yi appeared in a cloud of mist. Looking ahead, a majestic cloud ladder stands tall, its entire body golden, exuding grandeur. Martial arts ladder. Jiang Yi walked towards the ladder. After easily climbing 10 steps, he arrived at the first floor. The martial arts ladder has 10 steps on each level. To reach the second floor, he would have to climb 10 more steps. In the past, Jiang Yi had always trained in the illusionary realm on the first floor. But today, he went straight for the higher steps. Buzz. Immense pressure is mounting. The pressure that once overwhelmed Jiang Yi is now as easy as walking on flat ground for him. Jiang Yi continued climbing, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed 9 steps. Upon reaching the 10th step, a terrifying pressure suddenly struck, as if gravity had increased tenfold in an instant. That's it? Jiang Yi's muscles tensed, and he straightened his back under that terrifying pressure. His physical body, having perfected his cultivation, began to function like a fighting machine, unleashing an invincible power that allowed him to take the next step despite immense pressure. Boom! In an instant, that pressure vanished. Jiang Yi also arrived at the second-level platform of the martial arts ladder. You have reached the second level of the martial arts ladder. Should we immediately begin the second level of assessment? A panel appeared. Jiang Yi was not surprised. The first level is the illusionary realm test. I wonder what kind of test this second level will be. Jiang Yi, with a hint of anticipation, silently chanted in his heart, "Start the second level of the assessment." Buzz. The next moment, the environment around him suddenly went dark. Jiang Yi's consciousness seemed to have been struck on the head, sinking into darkness. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes again. But he was already standing in a dimly lit room. The walls were covered with all sorts of instruments of torture, including whips, candles, chains, and ropes. Where is this place? Jiang Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the instruments of torture. Whips and candles? Is this some kind of twisted game? Is it another illusion? Only this time it's some kind of special play? But I don't have that kind of fetish. Jiang Yi looked around in confusion. He was startled when he looked. He was found tied to a torture rack. So, he was the one who was passive? Just then, Jiang Yi saw a bright red timer appear ahead. 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Is this assessment going to involve enduring physical pain? Jiang Yi frowned. Although I was very unhappy about it. But when it comes to enduring pain, he is not afraid at all. Having endured countless trials in the first level of the illusionary realm, his martial will had long since become incredibly resilient, and mere physical suffering was nothing to him. Buzz. Just as Jiang Yi was thinking this. Suddenly, the torture rack trembled slightly, and the assessment officially began. Holy crap! In an instant, Jiang Yi could no longer bear it. A sharp pain shot through him, as if someone had ripped his skin open and then rubbed it repeatedly with chilly water. This pain far surpasses the previous thunder and fire trials. At the same time, the bright red timer officially began counting down. But what gave Jiang Yi a headache was that this damn thing wasn't a countdown. In other words, he had no idea how long he had to persevere before he would pass the test. If we give up prematurely, wouldn't all the suffering we've endured be for nothing? Are they treating him like a Japanese person? Bring it on. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, his face cold. So what if it's pain? Who's afraid of who? This time, he must complete the game with his life on the line. Buzz. Buzz. The torture rack began to vibrate again, and Jiang Yi began to feel various unbearable pains. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and endured it, forcing himself to adapt to the pain. If you can't even endure this little bit of pain, how will you persevere through the trials of the starry sky in the future? Jiang Yi knew in his heart that this test might gradually make him immune to pain. But just as he was slowly getting used to it. Sudden. Jiang Yi saw a candle fly towards him. Immediately afterwards, a drop of wax fell onto his wound. In an instant, a storm of pain swept through his mind. That drop of wax oil contained some unknown ingredient, and it seemed to possess a mysterious energy, rushing wildly into the body through the wound. Jiang Yi felt as if every cell in his body was being torn apart. His eyes widened as he realized that it wasn't a candle at all, but an energy pillar formed from mysterious energy, each drop of which could cause excruciating pain. This pain was dozens of times more intense than the previous thunder and fire trial. Persist in. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure it. If you give up here, all your previous efforts will be in vain, and you'll have to start all over again for the next assessment. Fortunately, his martial arts will is incredibly strong and tenacious. Even such intense pain did not cause him to lose his mind. And so, Jiang Yi endured the excruciating pain as time slowly passed. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Yi was in endless pain, his consciousness almost slipping into a coma. He finally couldn't bear it anymore, and the taut string in his heart suddenly loosened. The next moment, the surroundings went dark. The assessment is over. Chapter 41 is extremely strange, highly recommended. Please continue reading. The second level of the martial arts ladder, on a large platform. Jiang Yi's figure reappeared. Call. He was panting heavily when he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yi had never been so disheveled in his cultivation journey. This was the first time. The reason is simple: the torture just now was simply too long. Ouch, that hurts. Even after the assessment was over, he still felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Damn it, can I feel that pain again just by thinking about it? Jiang Yi seemed to be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Even after leaving the scene, he still felt throbbing pains all over his body. Rumble. Just then, a huge golden stone tablet slowly rose in front of Jiang Yi. On the surface of the stone tablet, several large characters are written with vigorous and powerful strokes, displaying a majestic and imposing style. Ultimate Grandmaster. Congratulations! You have reached the second level of the martial arts ladder and obtained the Immortal Monument. Rewards are being calculated. Jiang Yi's gaze turned strange upon seeing this scene. Is this Immortal Monument some kind of certification of strength? Jiang Yi wondered. His strength has broken through to the Ultimate Grandmaster level, and the system has already given him a reward. Climbing the martial arts ladder and passing the assessment will continue to earn you rewards. The two appear to have different mechanisms. Your assessment time was 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 59 seconds, surpassing 99% of martial arts masters. You honed yourself through endless suffering, using your flesh and blood as a furnace, enduring countless hardships to reach your limit. Unlock title: Finding Joy in Hardship. Settlement rewards. Finding joy in hardship, clarifying one's aspirations amidst suffering, and enhancing one's understanding. Finding joy in suffering. In a state of suffering, all attributes receive a considerable temporary boost. The deeper the suffering, the greater the boost. To remain clear-headed amidst suffering, to maintain absolute clarity and steadfastness in one's mind amidst pain, unmoved by any calamity. Enlightenment enhancement permanently increases enlightenment level by 10%. Jiang Yi looked at the rewards on the panel with a strange expression. Finding joy in hardship? Could it be that he could derive pleasure from pain? He doesn't want to awaken any weird attributes, you know. And this is about finding one's will in hardship and staying clear-headed amidst suffering? He's a living devil. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. This not-so-smart low-level martial arts system always managed to come up with something new for him. Never mind. He looked at the reward and his eyes lit up slightly. My comprehension has increased by another 10%. Although it's not much, it's valuable because it's always there. If each level can increase by 10%, the cumulative effect would be terrifying. However, the only way to significantly improve comprehension in a short period of time is to exploit bugs. For example, Friend of the Patriarch and Servant of the Holy Maiden both greatly enhance one's comprehension. For Jiang Yi, this reward was already quite generous. Take, for example, the two awards, Finding Joy in Hardship and Demonstrating Resolve in Adversity. Although Jiang Yi felt that something was very wrong. But he had to admit that these two awards would definitely be of great use in the future. Re-evaluate and verify. Just as Jiang Yi was thinking this, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. No, it hurts too much. I need to rest a bit, Jiang Yi thought to himself. After more than 3 hours of torture, even with his martial arts willpower, he was finding it hard to withstand it. We need to do something else and relax. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but look towards the first floor. I've got it. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped towards the first floor. 2 hours later, Jiang Yi exited the first level of the illusionary trial, feeling completely weak all over. In this illusion, he experienced the attentive service of 5 young girls. With the attentive care of 5 stunningly beautiful young women, his body and mind were greatly relaxed. The pain from before has been completely forgotten. I never imagined that the first level of the illusionary trial would have such an effect. He was quite surprised. At this moment, when Jiang Yi recalled the torture he had endured, he no longer felt any pain. He could have completely ignored the second level of the assessment. After the second level assessment, go back to the first level to relax, and then go back to the second level. Jiang Yi thought to himself, wouldn't this allow the cycle to continue indefinitely? His eyes lit up. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yi no longer hesitated and immediately returned to the second floor. You have passed the second level of assessment. You can retake the assessment, but you will not receive any rewards. You can continue climbing to the third level. Jiang Yi replied without hesitation, repeat the second level of assessment. Buzz. His consciousness suddenly went black. The next moment, he returned to the dimly lit room, the walls of which were covered with instruments of torture. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his eyes revealing determination. System, let me see your limits. Buzz. The next moment, the torture rack shook violently. Holy shit! Instantly, a sharp pain surged through Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. What happened to finding joy in suffering? It still hurts so much. Time passed. Amidst endless suffering, Jiang Yi realized one thing. This so-called finding joy in suffering does not mean that he actually experiences pleasure from pain. After all, he didn't have that kind of strange fetish. The real benefit of finding joy in hardship is that it makes him more resistant to pain. The basic attributes such as attack, defense, and agility have all been temporarily and greatly improved. In other words, he can endure the pain for a longer period of time. In addition, the effect of a striving for self-discipline allowed him to remain unmoved by calamities and steadfast in his original aspirations. This allowed Jiang Yi to gradually adapt to this level of pain. Time flies. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, the assessment had employed all sorts of torture methods, such as slow slicing and dismemberment, which were child's play in the face of such an assessment. Most people would have fainted from the inhuman torture. But Jiang Yi persisted. 2 more hours passed. Jiang Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer and withdrew from the assessment. Assessment time, 6 hours 20 minutes 35 seconds. I lasted 3 hours longer than the first time, Jiang Yi said, looking at the panel. This not only demonstrates his ability to find joy in hardship and his determination to overcome adversity, but also shows that he has a higher tolerance for pain. The longer the assessment lasts, the more painful the assessment becomes. But as long as I keep honing my skills, one day I will be completely immune to pain. This is absolutely an amazing thing. How terrifying would it be if a person were completely unafraid of pain? Nothing in the world can defeat him. The physical transformation should have already ended. Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. Let's go out and take a look first. He was quite looking forward to it. What is it like to have a superior physique? Ouch, that hurts. Just as Jiang Yi was about to move, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Let's go relax on the first floor first. Will we win in chapter 42? Highly recommended, please continue reading. After relaxing his mind and body in the first layer of illusion, Jiang Yi returned to reality. It was already the early hours of the next day. The sky outside the window was just beginning to lighten. My body. The moment Jiang Yi returned to reality, he immediately noticed the difference. First, there was the power emanating from his entire body, like an endless tide. If he were to run 10 kilometers in one go right now, he probably wouldn't be out of breath at all. Jiang Yi looked out the window. Although it was somewhat dark outside, and even filled with the morning mist, he could easily see things 200 meters away. Even words 100 meters away were crystal clear to him. When I broke through to the perfection of my cultivation method before, I definitely did not have such clear 5 senses. Jiang Yi thought to himself, my superior physique has greatly improved my foundation in all aspects. However, the biggest improvement is probably in my cultivation speed. His previous cultivation speed had already surpassed that of most students in the top classes. Now, he has reached the highest level of mortal physique. How fast can the cultivation speed be? Jiang Yi turned his gaze away from the window, walked to the center of the room, and assumed a fist stance. Now that his star martial cultivation method has been perfected, he no longer needs to cultivate it. So Jiang Yi began to practice the 8th thunder sound fist. Call. As Jiang Yi circulated his breathing technique, a large amount of energy entered his body and began to flow through his meridians. As soon as Jiang Yi started practicing boxing, he immediately felt the difference. The 8th thunder sound fist places great emphasis on the use of breath. Using breath, thunderous sounds are generated. Even if star energy is introduced in the future, it will still be guided by the aura. Of the large amount of breath Jiang Yi inhaled, less than 1% could actually enter his meridians and be used by him. But now, at least 10% of the energy has been integrated into the meridians. To put it more bluntly, he is now practicing this yellow rank intermediate art technique 10 times more efficiently than before. Of course, the actual improvement might not be that dramatic, but there's no doubt that it will far surpass what it was before. So comfortable. Jiang Yi had never felt that cultivation was such a pleasant thing. He kept waving his fists, practicing this art, as if he had forgotten himself. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. "Brother! Come out and eat!" Jiang Yi only snapped out of his reverie when he heard Xiao Jiangting's clear, cheerful voice calling from outside the door. "Coming right away." He called out towards the door. Then, he let out a long sigh. Phew! Happy. Jiang Yi looked at his bare upper body and couldn't help but grin. With a superior physique, cultivation is so comfortable. There was none of the previous sluggishness. Every crucial part was incredibly smooth, like a mountain stream flowing into a river or sea, flowing downstream without any hindrance. What a miserable life we had before. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled, then looked at the panel. Low-level achievement system. Constitution, ordinary above grade A. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial cultivation method, perfection. 8-part thunder sound fist, beginner 98%. Achievement. Martial arts master, friend of the ancestor, martial arts grandmaster, beauty seeking the way, hearing the wind, swift steps, holy maiden as servant, feted by the ancestor, ultimate grandmaster, finding joy in suffering. Martial arts ladder. Second floor. 98%? Jiang Yi was overjoyed. In just a few hours, his skill had improved by nearly 10%. You know, he didn't improve this much in the last few days combined. Although he has focused his main energy on cultivation methods these past few days, he still occasionally practices his fist techniques when he has free time. Such a big improvement in just a few hours. I can hardly believe it. This is a mid-level yellow rank technique, and its cultivation difficulty is even higher than that of star martial arts cultivation methods. Jia Shang, this is Jia Shang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. It felt as if all the suffering I had endured before was worth it. All the hardships and tears of the past have been worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold in this moment. Cool. He wiped the sweat from his body, put on his shirt, and went outside. Living room. The family of 4 sat together eating breakfast. Oh no. Seeing Jiang Yi's comfortable expression, Zhang Dahai couldn't help but laugh and say, "What sweet dreams are you having? Why are you so happy so early in the morning?" Jiang Yi coughed and then said, "Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, I got into the honors class." These past few days, he's been busy achieving his breakthrough and hasn't had time to tell his parents the news. What? The honors class? Zhang Dahai and Lianping exchanged a glance, and then both showed expressions of surprise. I remember, the threshold for transferring to the honors class was very high, right? Zhang Dahai asked doubtfully. Jiang Yi nodded and smiled, it is very high. You have to break through to the perfection of your cultivation method to enter. The couple was even more shocked. Oh no, you've already reached the pinnacle of your cultivation technique? Zhang Dahai's eyes widened, bigger than copper bells. He remembers that he was almost graduating from university when he achieved the breakthrough. But Jiang Yi is only a senior in high school. They all have the same innate talent, so why is there such a big difference? Oh no. Zhang Dahai's voice suddenly trembled slightly as he looked at Jiang Yi. Do you have a chance to get into the 25 Schools Alliance? The alliance of 25 schools. For ordinary people, it's an incredibly distant concept. With a background like Jiang Yi's, his natural talent, and his impoverished family background, there was absolutely no hope of him passing the exam. But now, Zhang Dahai actually saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yi nodded in response to his adoptive father's ardent gaze. My goal has always been the alliance of the 25 schools, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. And that's not all. Good. Zhang Dahai was silent for a moment, then nodded sharply. Xiao Yi, it's great that you have this ambition. Your parents support you unconditionally. He said in a deep voice, just do your best. If you have any requests, just tell Mom and Dad directly. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. However, he also knew that with his parents' current salaries, it would be difficult for them to help him much in martial arts. He still has to fight for it himself. The saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. Practicing martial arts has never been something that impoverished families could afford. We'll see how the starry sky is at the end of the month, Zhang Yi thought to himself. He has already registered at school in the past few days. Chinzilla once said that he had one free opportunity. This was also his only chance to participate in the starry sky refinement for free. The next time I register, it will cost tens of thousands of yuan. Therefore, this opportunity is very important, and he must do his best to improve himself. In my most recent exam, my total score in the 4 martial arts events was only 520 points, ranking 89th in the grade. There are still 6 months until the college entrance examination. Even if we can't reach the 900-point standard of the top 10 universities, we should try our best to get close. In 6 months, the score improved by nearly 400 points. Will we win? Faced with such a disparity, anyone would feel despair. Previously, Zhang Yi had no confidence whatsoever. But now, he has become a top-tier mortal with numerous buffs. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable difficulty, he felt a sense of victory. Chapter 43 Star Martial Advancement Method. After breakfast, Zhang Yi, wearing the class uniform for the top-performing class, took the little girl to school. I don't know why. The usually overbearing drivers Zhang Yi encountered all became civilized and courteous today. Even when we were still dozens of meters away from the intersection, we stopped and yielded to him from a distance. These scenes made Zhang Yi feel somewhat uncomfortable. They arrived at the gate of Zhang Ting's school. Some parents who were picking up their children showed friendly smiles when they saw Zhang Yi and quickly pulled their children aside. Brother, you seem a little different today. Zhang Ting also said, somewhat unaccustomed to it. Zhang Yi patted her head and smiled, nothing's different, go to school. Okay, goodbye, brother. Zhang Ting waved her little hand, turned around and ran into the school. Zhang Yi also turned and walked towards Anqing No. 3 Middle School. He actually guessed that it was all because of the class uniform he was wearing. In most people's eyes, the elite class often represents a distinguished family background, and every student in the elite class can be admitted to a martial arts university and become a superior person. Such a status already puts one above most ordinary people. Upon arriving at the school, Zhang Yi immediately informed his martial arts teacher, Xiao Feng, of his breakthrough to perfection. Is it finally perfect? Xiao Feng nodded. In his opinion, this speed was much slower than he had expected. However, considering Zhang Yi's original talents, to be able to break through to the perfection of cultivation methods at this time is already considered extremely outstanding. Teacher, what are the subsequent cultivation techniques? Zhang Yi asked. Having been in the elite class for so many days, he already knew about the subsequent cultivation techniques. I came here specifically to ask questions. Xiao Feng was prepared and held up 3 fingers. After the cultivation method is perfected, the purification method needs to be practiced to prepare for the purification of the starry sky. You now have 3 purification methods to choose from. Star Martial Body Forging Method, Star Martial Foundation Building Method, Star Martial Advancement Method, Xiao Feng said with a faint smile. Zhang Yi looked curious. What are the differences between these 3 techniques? He had heard about these 3 things in the past few days. But which one to choose? He didn't know. Of these 3 refining methods, the first 2 are of the middle yellow rank, Xiao Feng explained. The last one is of the upper yellow rank. The Star Martial Body Forging Method gradually improves your physique by tempering your bones and meridians. The process is relatively slow. The Star Martial Foundation Building Method can help you solidify your foundation. It is faster than the former, but it is also more difficult. As for the Star Martial Advancement Method, Xiao Feng said in a deep voice, this method is more forceful. It is used for advancement and the cultivation speed is faster than the previous 2, but it is also the most difficult. It is suitable for people with exceptional talent. Zhang Yi suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, the differences between these 3 techniques are so significant. These 3 techniques, Xiao Feng said, looking at him, can all break the shackles of life and help people achieve a breakthrough. It can even help with breaking through to the second breakthrough. The difference is that the body tempering method and foundation building method require more starry sky refinement times, while the advancement method requires fewer times. Xiao Feng said slowly, however, I suggest you choose the Star Martial Body Tempering Method. Star Martial Body Forging Technique? Zhang Yi seemed to be thinking. Listen to what the teacher says. Among the 3 training methods, the body strengthening method is the easiest. However, its improvement speed is also the slowest. You have innate talent, and your physique is not as good as those newly gifted students. Xiaofeng shook his head and said, if you choose a more difficult one, it will take more than half a year just to get started. The Star Martial Advancement Method, although it is a high-grade yellow rank, requires the fewest number of starry sky refinements. But each time the starry sky is cleansed, a large amount of star energy must be absorbed in order to meet the requirements. Given the original endowment's efficiency in absorbing stellar energy, it would be almost impossible to do this. Xiaofeng patiently explained, on the other hand, the Star Martial Body Forging method, although it requires many refinements, only needs to absorb a small amount of star energy each time, making it most suitable for you. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Are there any differences after these three techniques are mastered to perfection? Jiang Yi asked. There are definitely differences. Xiaofeng said frankly, the Star Martial Advancement method is, after all, a high-grade yellow rank technique. The probability of breaking through to the second breakthrough is as high as 50%, while the other two are 10% and 30% respectively. So low? Jiang Yi was taken aback. The Star Martial Body Forging method has only a 10% chance of success, which is almost non-existent. Jiang Yi pressed further, and what about breaking through to the first level? Xiaofeng said calmly, these three techniques can basically all be broken through to the first level. Both the advanced method and the foundational method have a probability of over 90%. As for body tempering techniques, there will be less, but still more than 70%. 70%? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Therefore, if he chooses the Star Martial Body Tempering method, even if he cultivates it to perfection, there is still a nearly 30% chance that he will not be able to break through it in one go. The shackles of life are not so easy to break. Xiaofeng shook his head slightly and continued, using the body tempering method as a transition, and then cultivating the advanced method after you have perfected it, is the safest approach for you. Jiang Yi nodded without refuting. These words truly came from the bottom of my heart. However, he had other ideas in mind. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. Jiang Yi looked at the other person and said, however, I want to try the Star Martial Advancement method. Oh? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Jiang Yi's response. After all, he had already made his point very clear. Given Jiang Yi's aptitude, the easiest body tempering method is the optimal solution. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I remember you have one free opportunity to participate in the Starry Sky Refinement event, which you need to take at the end of this month. But if you haven't mastered the basics of the technique, the Starry Sky Refinement won't be of much use. The implication is that Jiang Yi should choose the advanced method. This is essentially equivalent to wasting this opportunity to be cleansed by the starry sky. After all, the advanced method is very difficult, and it is impossible to get started in a short time, so the starry sky refinement will be useless. I know, Jiang Yi said. Since the teacher has made it clear, I know what I'm doing. Xiaofeng didn't say anything more, and nodded, saying, I will send you the Star Martial Advancement method later. Having said that, there was no need for him to continue trying to dissuade him. Whatever choices students make, it's their own business. Why did Jiang Yi, with his original innate talent, choose the Star Martial Advancement method? Xiaofeng shook his head inwardly. Even among the top 10 students in the honors class, very few people chose this purification method. Most people are quite self-aware. But he had already said everything he needed to say, and the other party was determined to run into this wall. If he regrets it later, it's none of his business. Classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. Shortly after Jiang Yi returned to the classroom, the bracelet buzzed. This is the bracelet he obtained during his previous trials that can receive cultivation techniques. Buzz. Jiang Yi turned on the bracelet projection, and on the page, in addition to the 8th Thundersound Fist, another martial art appeared. Star Martial Advancement Method. Jiang Yi opened the book. Take a look. He quickly read through most of the book. It is indeed quite difficult. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't too surprised. The 8th Thundersound Fist, as a yellow rank intermediate technique, is quite difficult. Not to mention the highest grade of the yellow rank. Knowing full well how difficult it is, why insist on going against the grain? Jiang Yi has never been such a reckless person. He made this choice because he already had a certain level of confidence. Begin your cultivation. Jiang Yi assumed a stance and began cultivating according to the instructions in the book. Not far away. E-rank girl Zhao Qingli suddenly changed her expression and looked at Jiang Yi. He actually chose the advanced method? Zhao Qingli, with her aloof demeanor, shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, just like that Wang Xiang who's a shill, Jiang Yi seems honest on the surface, but he's not simple at all. Even though she was ranked first in her grade, when she first broke through to the peak of her cultivation method, she only chose the foundation building method. Used the foundation building method as a transition, and then begin cultivating the advanced method. Directly cultivate the advancement method? In the entire Class 1, only a few people, including Wang Xiang, did this. As far as she knew, Wang Xiang did this to make a big show of himself. And Jiang Yi? They even dared to do this because of their innate talent. He's even more pretentious than Wang Xiang. Where does his confidence come from? Zhao Qingli looked at the handsome young man with curiosity. Chapter 44, Dragon Protecting Medicine. Jiang Yi was naturally unaware of the secret attention he was receiving from the most beautiful girl in his grade. At this moment, Jiang Yi was completely immersed in his cultivation. The Star Martial Advancement Method is an advanced version of the Star Martial Cultivation Method. The two have similar energy flow routes. But when you cultivate it, the feeling is completely different. Jiang Yi carefully pondered this. The methods of cultivation and the methods of advancement are very different. The former has a gentle, pervasive quality, like spring water gently penetrating the meridians. However, when the advanced technique was activated, it was like a surging tsunami, with a powerful energy carrying a fierce force that swept through the entire body, causing every acupoint to vibrate. In just a short while, Jiang Yi then realized many profound secrets. These insights helped him to better understand the Star Martial Advancement Method, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In the past, he would never have been able to grasp so much so quickly. But now, his superior mortal body has granted him powerful cultivation abilities. Jiang Yi devoted himself to cultivation. Before we knew it, several hours had passed. Ring ring. The school bell rang. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, ending his martial arts class. He glanced at the panel. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, Perfection. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, Beginner 98%. Star Martial Arts Advancement Method, Beginner 10%. It has increased by 10%. Jiang Yi smiled. He did indeed feel the difficulty of this Star Martial Advancement Method. The upper level of the yellow rank is much more difficult than the middle level of the yellow rank. If he had been in a grade B physique before, he probably would have only improved by 2 or 3% in the past few hours. But now, things are very different. Just as Jiang Yi was pondering, suddenly, a pair of long, snow-white legs appeared in front of him. Jiang Yi was sitting cross-legged, and when he looked up, he was caught off guard. He coughed, quickly stood up, and asked, "Squad leader, what's wrong?" The E-rank girl tossed him a bottle of potion and said casually, "If you need medicine in the future, come to me. 1,000 yuan will do." Jiang Yi looked down. Lilong medicine, he thought in surprise. Lilong medicine sells for 3,000 yuan a bottle outside. But when it came to Zhao Qingli, it only cost 1,000 yuan. Could the class monitor's family be in the pharmaceutical business? No wonder they're so rich, Jiang Yi thought to himself. But soon, he gave the girl an awkward smile and said, "Class monitor, I don't have any money on me." Zhao Qingli frowned her pretty eyebrows and scrutinized him closely. "You don't even have 1,000 yuan?" "No," Jiang Yi replied honestly. He really had no money left. The bonuses I had earned before had already been completely spent. Zhao Qingli didn't care and said calmly, "If you don't have money, go to the task wall on the blackboard and get a task. You've already perfected your cultivation method, you can't do without medicine." Jiang Yi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. He looked at the girl and asked, "Is it necessary to take medicine after the cultivation method is perfected?" Zhao Qingli gave him a strange look. "Without using medicine, do you think you can rely solely on your own cultivation? Even after several years of cultivation, you might not be able to break through once." Jiang Yi nodded and then asked, "There's another question. What are the side effects of taking the medicine? Will it affect my subsequent cultivation?" Zhao Qingli gave him another strange look. "I mean, you're so good looking, how come all the questions you ask are so?" The girl suddenly tilted her head. "Idiot? No, are these two things related?" Jiang Yi coughed and sighed softly, "There's nothing I can do. I come from a poor family and am not very knowledgeable. I would appreciate it if the beautiful class monitor could help me broaden my horizons." Zhao Qingli blushed slightly upon hearing this. But she quickly returned to normal and said calmly, "It's nothing. You've already perfected your cultivation, so there shouldn't be any side effects from the medicine." As long as it's not more than 5 times a week, it's fine. Thank you, squad leader, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhao Qingli nodded, glanced at the medicine bottle in Zhang Yi's hand, and said, "This bottle of medicine is for you." Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "No need. I'll buy from you when I've made some money." As the saying goes, debts of money are easy to repay, but debts of emotion are hard to repay. He didn't want to owe favors to everyone. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Qingli responded coldly, "I said I'd give it to you, so I won't ask you to return it." "Then thank you very much, class monitor," Zhang Yi said. Zhao Qingli gave a light snort, cold and arrogant, and turned to leave with her long, snow-white legs. Before she had gone far, Wang Xiang suddenly walked over and whispered, "Beautiful class monitor, can you give me a few bottles? I don't have any money." Zhao Qingli's eyes turned cold, and her small mouth opened slightly. "Get lost." "Holy crap." Wang Xiang watched the tall figure walk away alone, his face full of resentment. "Why doesn't it work for me?" "Hey, brother Wang." Zhang Yi walked over and whispered, "It might depend on your looks." "Kid, you want a beating, don't you?" Wang Xiang clenched his fists, his smile gradually twisting. A moment later, Zhang Yi arrived at the task wall on the classroom blackboard. At this moment, tasks are being updated on the electronic blackboard. These are things that are never seen in regular classes. Only those in the top classes have time to do tasks and earn money in their spare time between training. Zhang Yi looked at the mission wall. Temporary instructor at Black Hawk Martial Arts Academy, 200 yuan per day, paid weekly. Honorary spokesperson for Bai Martial Arts School, 8,000 renminbi per month, applicants must be within the top 10 of their grade. A reward of 10,000 to 30,000 yuan is offered for the capture of this wanted criminal. Danger level. Zhang Yi looked around for a while, but couldn't find a suitable task for him. For example, a temporary coach must serve for at least a week. I was basically unable to cultivate during this week. The others either have grade ranking requirements or are very dangerous. For example, the mission to capture a wanted criminal offered a reward of 10,000 to 30,000 yuan, which made him very eager to participate. However, the 3 bright red stars made Zhang Yi wary. He was desperately short of money, but also terrified of losing his life. Wang Xiang said from the side, "There aren't many good jobs to take on lately, they're all low-paying and demanding. It would be better to choose a mission after you have mastered the basics of advanced techniques and gained a certain level of strength." "Getting started?" Zhang Yi nodded. Wang Xiang laughed and said, "No need to rush. When the team missions are refreshed, just call me. With me here, we can easily pass the level." He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a wise man. Zhang Yi was speechless for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." Although this sounds pretentious, it's undeniable that Wang Xiang's current strength, approaching 700 points, is indeed very strong. If you team up with someone in a mission, the difficulty will indeed be greatly reduced. "Brother Wang, I'm going back now," Zhang Yi said, as it was getting late. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Wang Xiang nodded. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi immediately took out the bottle of medicine that Zhao Qingli had given him. Lilong medicine. Zhang Yi looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. The bottle is made of high-strength nanocrystals, and its surface is covered with honeycomb-like fine engravings, making it feel somewhat uneven to the touch. He took out the matching syringe and extracted the medicine from the bottle. The method of spraying pesticides had already been taught in class. Put. Zhang Yi inserted the syringe into his arm and slowly injected the colorless medicine. After waiting for a moment, a feeling of heat rose up. Zhang Yi knew that the medicine was starting to take effect. Cultivation. Zhang Yi immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the star martial advancement technique. Using the energy circulation route, the medicinal liquid was transported to his entire body's meridians for refining. A tingling, numb sensation suddenly appeared. This indicates that Zhang Yi's cells are undergoing a transformation under the influence of the drug. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Whoosh! Zhang Yi opened his eyes. He had already refined most of the potion. My strength. He clenched his fist and felt a powerful force, like waves crashing against the shore. How strong is that? Look at the panel. Star Martial Arts Advancement Method, Beginner 10%, 25%. Such a huge improvement. Zhang Yi was shocked. Only an hour had passed, and he had only refined most of the potion. However, some residue remains in his body, and he will benefit from it for the next 24 hours. As expected of Lilong medicine. With my current physical condition, one bottle of medicine is enough to boost my physique by 20%, or even 30%. Jiang Yi knew very well that people with a superior constitution would absorb the medicine better. A bottle of medicine. It might be equivalent to the improvement of 2, or even 3 or 4 bottles for others. Of course, he also knew that this was partly due to it being his first time using pesticides. The body develops drug resistance. The more times you apply pesticides, the weaker the improvement will become over time. But it's definitely much faster than not using pesticides at all. Currently, it seems that there are no side effects from the medication, but just in case, it's best to use it as little as possible. Jiang Yi silently closed his eyes. Before the starry sky refinement, I should have a solid grasp of the basics of advanced techniques. Chapter 45, Refining the Starry Sky, Seeking Monthly Votes. Please continue reading. For the next period of time, Jiang Yi returned to a life of going back and forth between 2 points. However, the class changed from Class 9 to Class 1, the top-tier class. At night, he entered the martial arts ladder. The second layer of painful trials begins. Of course, Jiang Yi did not awaken any strange attributes. He did this simply to increase his tolerance for pain. Moreover, he can also free himself within the illusion of the first level. After each test on the second level, Jiang Yi would return to the first level to comfort himself. Through repeated cycles of destruction and reconstruction, not only did his martial arts will become increasingly strong, but he also gradually became immune to pain. And so it went, day after day. Before we knew it, it was the end of January. At home, Jiang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. Lines of subtitles appeared before his eyes. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, Perfection. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, Minor Success 5%. Star Martial Arts Advancement Method, Beginner 1%. Finally, I broke through to the first level of the advanced technique just one day before the starry sky refinement. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Actually, he was a little apprehensive beforehand. Relying on his already superior physique, he gritted his teeth and chose this superior yellow rank cultivation technique. If you are unable to complete the basics by the end of the month, as Chao Feng said, he would waste an opportunity to be refined by the stars. Fortunately, these worries were unnecessary. A superior physique, as expected, did not disappoint me. Jiang Yi smiled. There are less than 6 months left until the college entrance examination. It would indeed be very difficult for Jiang Yi to get into one of the top 10 prestigious universities. But among the 25 school alliance, he wanted to choose the best. Martial arts are about competition. Children from poor families should strive even harder. He now knew that the standards of the 25 schools alliance were not as high as they had been at the beginning. However, there are also differences among the 25 school alliance. Only by breaking through the initial barrier can one choose the best option. 900 points, still 300 points away from my goal. Jiang Yi calculated. Although there had been no exams recently, his current strength was far greater than before. The 900-point threshold is frighteningly high. For assessment standards for martial arts, 600 points is required, which necessitates the completion of the Star Martial Cultivation Method. 850 points needs to be broken through. 900 points? You need to make progress in your studies, which is the minimum requirement for the top 10 universities. As for the perfect score of 1200, that's a score that can only be achieved with a second breakthrough. Jiang Yi knew. Reaching 900 points is difficult, so he deliberately set his goal very high to motivate himself. If I had chosen the body tempering method or the foundation building method before, I would not have been able to reach the first breakthrough before the college entrance examination. Jiang Yi shook his head secretly. Both of these refining methods require more than 10 rounds of starry sky refining to break through to the first breakthrough. Not to mention that Jiang Yi doesn't have that much money, the school also can't possibly arrange so many times within half a year. Only the Star Martial Advancement Method is available. It requires fewer starry sky refinement attempts. However, its difficulty deters most people. Entering the gate is just the beginning. Jiang Yi knew very well, to break free from the shackles of life, one must at least achieve some level of mastery, which is extremely difficult. Even if one has achieved minor success in advanced techniques, it does not mean that one has reached the first breakthrough. It depends on whether the life force has reached that limit, and that depends entirely on the refinement of the starry sky. The starry sky refinement, using the energy of the stars to cleanse and temper the physical body. Jiang Yi thought to himself, this process is a process of life's transformation. This kind of transformation cannot be achieved simply by practicing purification techniques. The refining method is merely a guide. To put it simply, the purification method is used to transform the body, strengthen the foundation, and enable the body to contain the energy of the stars. Advanced refining methods can accommodate more stellar energy, and vice versa. How much a life can transform depends on its inherent capacity for absorption. The word absorption has two meanings. The first layer involves absorbing the energy of the external starry sky into the body. The second level involves refining the stellar energy within the body and using it for one's own benefit. The stronger one's martial arts talent, the more star energy one can absorb. Without absorbing stellar energy, no matter how powerful one's cultivation techniques become, one is still a carbon-based life form and cannot withstand thermal weapons. But with star energy, things are different. Starry sky martial artists are not afraid of guns and cannons. That's why the world values talent so much. Martial arts talent is the foundation for embarking on the path of starry martial arts. Without it, even if you practice the techniques, you cannot absorb star energy. I've heard that the original endowment, the efficiency of absorbing star energy endowment, is very low. Just how low? Jiang Yi didn't know. However, he was not worried. So what if it's inefficient? The time for starry sky refinement is unlimited as long as he persists long enough, it can continue indefinitely. Since the efficiency was low, he made up for it with time. Not to mention, Jiang Yi took out an exquisite metal bottle. This was a gift from Chun Zilu before she left. It helps him absorb star energy. Moreover, it also achieved a 200% increase in system value. Bang! Jiang Yi opened the bottle cap. A fragrant aroma wafted over immediately. Under the sunlight, a pale purple liquid flowed inside the bottle, as clear and translucent as liquid amber, with a faint shimmering starlight. Starry Sea Nectar. Jiang Yi already knew its name. As far as he knew, this thing was extremely rare throughout the entire Xishan province. Xishan province, after all, is just one of the backward regions among the 10 provinces of the western regions. Today, the entire Blue Star Federation is divided into 10 provinces in the east, 10 provinces in the south, 10 provinces in the north, and 10 provinces in the west. The 10 provinces in the eastern region and the 10 provinces in the southern region were the most prosperous. This celestial nectar can only be found in the distant and prosperous 10 provinces of the eastern region. And the price is unimaginably high. This tiny bottle could cost over 1 million. 1 million. Jiang Yi recalled a smiling pretty face in his mind. It's easy to ask for a favor, but it's not so easy to repay it. Although given Chen Zilu's background, this amount of money might not be much. But for Jiang Yi, such assistance was extremely precious. Speaking of Chen Zilu, Jiang Yi recalled that he had gone to Qiao Feng for advice a few days ago, but Qiao Feng told him to ask any questions during martial arts class, as he had other things to do after class. Jiang Yi couldn't help but understand the feelings of his former classmates from class 9. Chen Zilu's special treatment of him is absolutely rare. His face certainly makes him attractive to the opposite sex, and coupled with his diligent training, it's no wonder he's favored by his teacher. But it can't be as bad as Chen Zilu's situation. There must be other reasons. Why is she so good to me? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, but didn't delve any further into it. After all, it's all in the past. If there is hope of meeting again in the future, perhaps there will be an opportunity to find out the reason. But right now, the most important thing for Jiang Yi is the starry sky cleansing tomorrow. The martial arts ladder. Jiang Yi closed his eyes. He entered the second level and began the painful trials once more. Making final preparations for the starry sky tomorrow. The next day. Anqing was cloudless. Today is Sunday, but the senior high school section of Anqing No. 3 Middle School is packed with people. Senior year of high school does not have holidays. Every day, I'm striving for the college entrance exam. After arriving at school, Jiang Yi went straight to his class. When Qiao Feng arrived at the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12, he was already waiting on the stage. Get ready, everyone. Come with me to the school gate immediately, Qiao Feng said. Yes. Everyone in the classroom began to prepare. Soon, Jiang Yi filed out with the others. The entire class came out in full force to participate in this starry sky refinement. This is the strength of the elite class. In contrast, none of the more than 10 regular classes in the senior year participated. The gap between ordinary students and those in the honors class is really too big, Jiang Yi thought to himself. The condition for participating in the Starry Sky refinement is to achieve perfection in the Star Marshal cultivation method. The top performing class has all met the requirements, but what about the regular class? Apart from him, no one here has met them. This is the difference between different talents. Even money might not be able to make up for it. A moment later, Zhang Yi, along with the rest of Class 1, boarded the school bus and headed to the Starry Sky cleansing site. Chapter 46 Lin Yushu. On the bus, Zhang Yi looked around and found several unfamiliar faces who were not students from his class. Those three are in their second year of high school, Wang Xiang explained, sitting next to him. Zhang Yi looked surprised. He knew that students in the top classes could achieve perfect spiritual cultivation in their second year of high school. But it's only January, and the first semester of the second year of high school isn't even over yet, and it's already a success? If it were Zhang Yi, he would still be in the beginner stage at that time. Wang Xiang crossed his arms and said, "What's so surprising about that? Last year at this time, 5 people in our class achieved perfection." "Brother Wang is amazing," Zhang Yi said. Over the past few days, he had become quite familiar with the other person's speaking style. If they don't speak, that's fine, but once they open their mouths, there's bound to be a sinister undertone. Take Wang Xiang's words just now as an example. He must be among those 5 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said it out of the blue. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's praise, Wang Xiang exclaimed, "It's so comfortable talking to you, unlike the class monitor who's so cold and always ready to argue with people." Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled. A rich person like Zhao Qingli, let alone arguing with people, could argue with heaven and earth without anyone being able to stop him. It is the poor who must study the ways of the world. He then asked, "When did squad leader Zhao break through to perfection?" Wang Xiang said, "She reached perfection not long after the start of the second year of high school." "So early?" Zhang Yi asked in surprise. "A year and a half has passed, and the class monitor still hasn't broken through to the first level?" Wang Xiang said, "She cultivates the Star Marshal Foundation building technique, which requires more than 10 Starry Sky refinements to break through to the next level. But it'll be soon. I estimate I'll break through next semester." Zhang Yi nodded. Zhao Qingli usually cultivates internal energy, so he couldn't tell what kind of purification method the other party was practicing. "I didn't expect even the class monitor to choose the foundation establishment method?" Zhang Yi sighed. "It seems that very few people like me choose the advanced method directly." Wang Xiang chuckled and said, "The Star Marshal advancement method is only practiced by geniuses. It took me 3 whole months to even get the hang of this technique when I first chose it." As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Yi and said, "I think you should wait a few months until you've mastered the advanced techniques before participating in the Starry Sky refinement. It would be a waste to participate now." Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word. While we were chatting, the bus arrived at its destination. Outside a blue cube-shaped building. When Zhang Yi got off the bus, a lot of students had already gathered there. Anxion No. 1 Middle School and Anxion No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Yi looked ahead. Only 3 high schools participated in this Starry Sky trial. The situation at No. 2 Middle School is similar to that at No. 3 Middle School, with over 100 students. Dan Anqing No. 1 Middle School. There were more than 300 students. Anqing No. 1 High School is truly full of strong individuals. Zhang Yi glanced at the more than 300 students from No. 1 High School and sighed inwardly. Anqing No. 1 Middle School is the best middle school in Anqing, and its students are of a much higher quality than those in other schools. There are also differences in the natural talents of new students. Such a student as Jia Zhong is an ordinary talent. You can't find a single one like him in the entire Anqing No. 3 Middle School. At Anqing No. 1 Middle School, there were 5 such cases on site alone. However, Zhang Yi looked around and did not see any students with the highest physical fitness. Could my superior mortal physique be the strongest among the newborn's endowments? A guess suddenly popped into Zhang Yi's mind. Just then, he saw a familiar figure with an unusually large head. It was Lin Xian, with whom he had once undergone trials. Beside Lin Xian was a young man with an even bigger head. This person has curly hair and a face full of puffy features. She's very ugly. Despite his unattractive appearance, the students around him looked at him with awe. The No. 1 in Anqing No. 1 Middle School is Lin Yushu. Beside him, Wang Xiang was also watching the man with a look of considerable apprehension. Lin Yushu? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi thought to himself, Lin Xian's older brother? Did he grow up eating Sanlu milk powder? That's ridiculous. At the same time, Lin Xian also saw him. "You know? Lin Shen looked at Jiang Yi in surprise, thinking to himself, he got into the honors class? No wonder he was once my opponent. However, with only a primordial talent, he's already participating in the Starry Sky refinement? I'm afraid he'll be utterly crushed this time, Lin Xian laughed. On the other side, E-rank girl Zhao Qingli is also keeping an eye on the number 1 middle school team. Only those few students from Anqing number 1 high school could ignite her competitive spirit. As for her classmates, she had long since stopped caring about them. My goal. Zhao Qingli looked at Lin Yushu. The opponent is the top student in his grade at Anqing number 1 high school, and also the strongest high school student in the entire Anqing. That has always been the goal she wanted to surpass. Lin Yushu seemed to notice Zhao Qingli's gaze, grinned, and revealed his teeth covered in yellow spots. Immediately afterwards, he stared intently at Zhao Qingli's long, snow-white legs, scrutinizing her without restraint. Disgusting, Zhao Qingli frowned her delicate eyebrows. Lin Yushu was extremely ugly, with a large head, a pockmarked face, yellow teeth, and a lewd gaze. Just one look at him made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. But she knew very well that Lin Yushu was unpleasant to look at. However, the score was as high as 849. It's even higher than her current score. I'll crush this guy under my feet sooner or later, Zhao Qingli thought to herself, gritting her teeth. She believes that there is nothing in this world that money cannot buy. If so, then it means there isn't enough money. Brother, stop looking. Lin Shen looked at the pockmarked young man in front of him and sighed. Her father is a business tycoon, and her mother is a star-rank cultivator. They are not people we can afford to associate with. Lin Yushu said calmly, do you think I'm like you? I'm just simply appreciating beautiful women. Who among those who can achieve this score is not a person with a firm will to fight? If you can be swayed by mere physical beauty, you won't be able to score above 800. After all, the virtual Starry Sky assessment places great emphasis on martial arts willpower. For Lin Yushu, looking at beautiful women is a way to hone his martial arts will. Just like now, facing a top-tier beauty like Zhao Qingli, he felt the disgust in her eyes. A strange sense of pleasure rose in Lin Yushu's heart. He immediately felt that his martial arts will had been strengthened. Yes, I feel great today. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yushu's eyes. This Starry Sky refinement is a sure thing. Moments later, the Blue Cube building opened. More than 500 students filed in. A purification pool? Upon entering the building, Jiang Yi discovered that it was an energy pool with a futuristic feel. The pool is 100 meters long and wide, and has a double ring-nested suspended structure. The outer layer is a streamlined frame made of composite materials, with precise energy guiding patterns engraved on the surface. The inner ring-shaped frame is suspended on an energy base half a meter above the ground, making the entire purification pool seem to float on the ground. Above the pool, a transparent glass dome covers the space, creating an enclosed area. Whoosh! A middle-aged man dressed in silver-black armor suddenly appeared in mid-air. The Starry Sky refinement is about to begin. Everyone, enter the purification pool. The man in silver-black armor swept his eyes around and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 47 Star Clerk, please continue reading, please vote with monthly tickets. As the armored man's voice faded. Buzz. The passageways above the purification pool then opened, opening up to the public. Anqing number 3 middle school, everyone, enter the purification pool. Xiao Feng stood in front of the number 3 middle school team and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone headed towards the entrance of the passage. Zhang Xueqing, as a member of Class 1, naturally came this time as well. She glanced in Jiang Yi's direction, her eyes flickering slightly. After this refinement, I will surpass you. I hope you don't fall out of the top 100 in your grade. Zhang Xueqing thought to herself. This was also her first time undergoing the Starry Sky cleansing. There is no doubt that a newborn's talent will be greatly enhanced after being refined. After refining the energy of the Starry Sky, they were no longer ordinary people. He has truly embarked on the path of martial arts in the Starry Sky. On the other hand, the original endowment is called a low-grade endowment because it is difficult to absorb star energy. The refinement of the Starry Sky has little effect on one's original endowment. Moreover, as far as she knew, Jiang Yi chose the refinement method after his cultivation method was perfected, which was the most difficult technique, the advancement method. What was he thinking? Zhang Xueqing was quite puzzled. The original endowment is already inefficient at absorbing energy, and if you choose the advancement method, you won't be able to absorb star energy at all, right? Although advanced magic can contain the most star energy. Even if Zhang Yi could absorb that much star energy, he would still need to refine it. If it can't be refined, then it's a complete waste. After all, unrefinable stellar energy will continue to dissipate. Only by fully refining it and allowing the body to truly absorb it will it belong to oneself and not run away. However, the absorption efficiency of original endowments is very low, and 9 out of 10 will be wasted. He wanted to take a gamble. Zhang Xueqing had already imagined many scenarios. She closed her eyes and sighed inwardly. For a poor family to achieve this much, Zhang Yi is already very impressive. Pity. Original talent is ultimately inferior, defying fate? It never exists. At this moment, all of the more than 500 students present entered the purification pool. Circles were drawn on the ground. Each circle represents a refining position. Zhang Yi also found a seat and sat down, waiting for the refining process to begin. Whoosh! The man in the silver-black armor reappeared above the purification pool. The starry sky is pure and unrestricted by time. The armored man said in a deep voice, "Endure as long as you can. You all should act according to your abilities." The energy source for this celestial cleansing comes from Mercury. As they were talking, he threw out several crystal-like energy balls and into the energy base. Buzz! The energy flow patterns around the refinement pool were quickly illuminated. Star Clerk. Prince Ong stared at the armored man with intense fervor. A Star Clerk? Zhang Yi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wang Xiang exclaimed, "Star job, this is one of the most lucrative professions, and it's my future goal." Most profitable? Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. He had never heard of it before. It's normal that you don't know, Wang Xiang shook his head and said, "There are some things that ordinary people don't know. Do you know why the class monitor is so rich? It's not because her father is a business tycoon, but because her mother is a star professional." Wang Xiang said in a low voice, "Star creators can travel between various planets and transport stellar energy. The amount of stellar energy required daily by countless stellar martial artists on Earth is an unimaginable number. Where did this stellar energy come from? It was all brought by the star creators. The profits involved are unimaginable," Wang Xiang said enviously. Zhang Yi held his breath. He had never heard of these things before. That's normal, since it was his first time even encountering stellar energy. These are things I naturally don't know. Wang Xiang continued, "Star energy is extremely expensive. Right now, this kind of star energy, which has been diluted hundreds of times, costs tens of thousands of yuan to refine once. Star professionals explore the starry sky and find primordial energy. They can easily pocket tens of millions of dollars just by taking a little bit." Tens of millions? Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. An average person couldn't earn that much money in a lifetime. Let alone ordinary people, even the rich who earn 100,000 a month or a million a year would need 10 years to earn 10 million. Tens of millions? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. For star-level professionals, it was simply a matter of lifting a finger. The gap between the rich and the poor is truly unimaginable. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Buzz! Just then, streaks of starlight appeared on the glass dome overhead. Immediately afterwards, fine cracks appeared in the ground. Thousands of stars spread out like a thick fog, intertwining with the starlight in the dome. For a moment, it looked as if you were truly in a sea of stars. The starry sky refinement is merely a simulation of the real starry sky. The man in silver and black armor said, "In the future, if any of you become star warriors, you can go to the universe and undergo refinement under the brilliant starry sky. Welcome to those who apply for star jobs through the Federal Examination Board." Zhang Yi's heart stirred slightly. Unexpectedly, this professional actually recruited people to apply on the spot. These star creed individuals seem to have many advantages, but they probably also harbor great dangers, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Take, for example, the Shadow Calamity. As far as he knew, the Shadow Calamity wasn't limited to Earth. Shadow calamities have occurred at space bases on various planets throughout the solar system. There are many martial arts experts on Earth, and they can control the Shadow Calamity in time. But it's hard to say what will happen on other planets. Just as he was pondering this, the starry sky refinement has officially begun. The more than 500 students present closed their eyes one after another and began to circulate their respective purification techniques to absorb the starlight. This, star energy? Zhang Yi looked at the starlight around him. This thing looks beautiful and romantic, but it is actually extremely dangerous. You could tell from the students around them that some of them were already showing signs of pain. Let's begin. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged, filled with anticipation. Wasn't this month of painful training all for this moment? He closed his eyes and began to circulate the star martial advancement technique. Moment. Call. Jiang Yi's pores opened up, like miniature vortexes, absorbing the surrounding silver starlight. These starlight rays seeped into Jiang Yi's body through his pores. The next moment, Jiang Yi felt as if his pores were being scraped open with a knife, and waves of intense pain emanated from his body. That's it? This pain was nothing to Jiang Yi. He didn't even flinch. Increase the power. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and delivered an epic lawn-like snorkeling experience. Breathing can also absorb stellar energy. At the same time, he increased his power, opening all the pores on his body to absorb all the silver starlight around him. Call. A silver light shimmered on Jiang Yi's body. Chapter 48 Guan Yuan Acupoint. Jiang Yi continued to increase the speed. The surrounding silver starlight all entered his body. This starlight, carrying incredibly violent energy, roamed through Jiang Yi's body in an extremely brutal manner. Under the operation of the star martial advancement method, these cosmic energies flowed through his meridians. It was like cleansing his marrow and tendons, using countless invisible blades to scrape open the sealed meridians in his body. My entire body's cells are undergoing a transformation? Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Those starlights possess extraordinary qualities. They are modifying all the cells in his body to make him stronger quickly. But this process is extremely painful. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yi also began to feel unbearable pain. But the next moment, buzz. Suddenly, his mind became incredibly calm, his thoughts clear as a mirror, as if he had abandoned all distracting thoughts. He's entered a state of pain, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Finding joy in suffering, in a state of suffering, all attributes receive a considerable temporary boost. The deeper the suffering, the greater the boost. To remain clear-headed amidst suffering, to maintain absolute clarity and steadfastness in one's mind amidst pain, unmoved by any calamity. As Jiang Yi entered a state of pain, these two effects began to take effect. The comprehensive improvement in all attributes immediately alleviated his pain considerably. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yi immediately proceeded to the next step. He guided the cosmic energy into the space he had created in his lower abdomen. Guan Yuan Acupoint, Jiang Yi sensed. The Guan Yuan Acupoint is located in the lower abdomen, roughly the same location as the legendary Dantian. After mastering the advanced method, a small space will be created in this location. This space is used to contain the energy of the stars. Although Jiang Yi cannot see inside his body, he can sense it. At the Guan Yuan Acupoint, a space has already been opened up. As the first ray of starlight entered the Guan Yuan Acupoint, a feeling of comfort immediately arose, surging throughout the body. It's a success. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's lips. Once the energy from the starry sky enters the Guan Yuan Acupoint, it will be temporarily stored there. It will not dissipate in a short period of time. As long as he refines it in time, he can completely make it his own. This is only the first wisp. This time, the starry sky refinement must fill the Guan Yuan Acupoint to make it worthwhile, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Jiang Yi soon discovered this. Achieving this step is no easy feat. I just absorbed at least 100 strands of starlight from the outside world. Jiang Yi did some calculations and was immediately stunned. Only a wisp of starlight entered the Guan Yuan Acupoint in the end, and the rest all dissipated? Is this why primitive endowments are called inferior endowments? His absorption efficiency is less than 1%. At this rate, he'll probably have to stay here all day to fill his Guan Yuan Acupoint. Stay for a day? It shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yi nodded secretly. This kind of pain was not as bad as what he experienced on the second level of the martial arts ladder. Keep going, Jiang Yi said with renewed enthusiasm, and began to absorb the nutrients again. At the same time, above the purification pool is a large, suspended platform. Several middle-aged men and women were standing on the platform, looking down. They were all teachers from the three major high schools, and Zhang Jianwu and Xiao Feng were among them. Zhao Qingli really doesn't disappoint. Looking down, Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, in just a few minutes, she should have absorbed 1,000 strands of star energy. Standing at his level, it's easy to see how much star energy these students have absorbed. Xiao Feng said, this girl's foundation establishment technique is almost complete, and her absorption speed far exceeds that of others. Among these people, I estimate that only Lin Yushu from Anqing number 1 high school can surpass her. Zhang Jianwu nodded and said, Lin Yushu scored 849 points in the last monthly exam, and he is destined to be a student in one of the top 10 universities. As for Zhao Qingli, I'm afraid it's a bit uncertain. He shook his head slightly. Zhao Qingli scored 810 points in the last monthly exam. Achieving a score of 900 within 6 months? That's very difficult. Beside them, a middle-aged man in black training clothes smiled and said, money can buy anything. If Zhao Qingli works harder, she still has a chance. He is Sun Haisong, a teacher in the top class at Anqing number 1 middle school. Zhang Jianwu did not refute it. Money can indeed move mountains. If 100,000 can't do it, then 1 million will do. If 1 million can't do it, then 10 million will do it. But the problem is, if you really spend such a huge amount of money to get into one of the top 10 universities, if you can't keep up with the pace of prestigious universities, you may still be eliminated. We can't possibly need money later, can we? At this moment, Sun Haisong suddenly asked, I heard that someone from your school with innate talent has also come to participate in this purification? Zhang Jianwu nodded. Is this the student? Sun Haisong pointed in the direction where Zhang Yi was. He could tell that Zhang Yi was absorbing star energy much slower than the others. Zhang Jianwu remained non-committal, then turned to Chao Feng and asked, Chao Feng, did Zhang Yi choose the body tempering method or the foundation building method? He hasn't inquired about it these past few days. But Chao Feng shook his head upon hearing this, saying helplessly, he chose the advanced method. What? An advanced method? Zhang Jianwu suddenly frowned. Why would you choose the advanced method? Even Zhao Qingli, that girl, didn't choose this rather difficult purification method. Chao Feng sighed, I tried to persuade him, but this kid insisted on choosing the advanced method, and there's nothing I can do about it. Sun Haisong also exclaimed in surprise, Star Martial Advancement Method? With primal talent, one shouldn't be able to master it so quickly, right? Whether it's the body tempering method, the foundation building method, or the advanced method. Everyone needs to learn the basics before participating in the Starry Sky refinement. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a waste. Not having entered the realm of star energy just means your efficiency in absorbing star energy will be lower. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, it doesn't mean you can't participate in the purification process. Chao Feng said in a deep voice, with innate talent, the efficiency of absorbing star energy is already less than 1%, and if one hasn't even entered the realm of mastery, it's even lower. This is a consensus. An ordinary person can absorb 100 strands of star energy, but only one strand will enter the Guanyuan acupoint. And what about the newly born geniuses? There might be 10. The difference between the two is tenfold. This is just absorption. The subsequent refining processes also showed similar differences. There is a reason why primitive endowments are classified as inferior endowments. How could Zhang Jianwu not understand these principles? But at this moment, he was rather speechless. Miss Chen has only been gone a few days, and this kid has already caused trouble. Zhang Jianwu was extremely annoyed, that old bastard Chao Feng, he didn't even tell me beforehand. In his opinion, Zhang Yi would never choose the advanced method. His eyes told him that this kid wasn't the kind of person who lacked self-awareness. But now? Zhang Jianwu found it all too absurd. Of course, this is actually not a big deal. However, if Chen Zilla were to ask about this matter in the future, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Let's take another look. Zhang Jianwu sighed softly and said, this kid's martial will is astonishing. He might be able to stay in the pool for a while longer. Chapter 49 Body of Steel seeking monthly tickets. Time passed in the purification pool. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this moment, many people in the purification pool had contorted faces and were trembling all over. Star energy possesses extraordinary properties and can fundamentally transform the human body. This process is akin to cell breakage and recombination. The longer the transformation takes, the greater the pain endured, but equally, the more benefits there are. Ah! Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore, let out a roar, and fled the purification pool in a sorry state. Leave through the passageway. A while later, people gradually got up, trembling, and left the place. Time keeps passing. In the blink of an eye, the Starry Sky cleansing has lasted for 3 hours. 100 people have already left the purification pool. On a suspended platform, Zhang Jianwu nodded slightly as he watched this scene and said, "Those who came to participate in the Starry Sky refinement for the first time have basically finished the refinement. The first time participating in the Starry Sky trial, most people find it difficult to endure the pain. To have persevered this far is truly remarkable." Xiao Feng nodded and said, "The longer you practice the cleansing method, the longer you can endure the pain. These people are just starting out and naturally can't stay for long." At this point, he looked at Jiang Yi with some surprise. This kid has actually held on until now. Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. Zhang Jianwu was not surprised. He had long known that Jiang Yi possessed a very strong martial arts will. Even if you haven't mastered the advanced method, you can persist for a longer period of time. However, as time went on, the pain became more and more intense, and Jiang Yi would probably not be able to endure it for long. In the purification pool, Jiang Yi was completely unaffected by the outside world. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the starlight in his Guanyuan acupoint. 3 hours have passed, and the starlight in the Guanyuan acupoint has exceeded 300 strands. Jiang Yi calculated, but to completely fill the Guanyuan acupoint, it would take nearly 10,000 strands of starlight. Looking at it, there's still a long way to go. But Jiang Yi was full of confidence at this moment. Because not long ago, he noticed something that surprised him. As the pain intensifies, it seems that my rate of absorbing starlight is gradually increasing. Jiang Yi guessed that this might be the effect of finding joy in hardship. In a state of suffering, all of his attributes receive a considerable boost. The improvement in his overall attributes also increased his rate of absorbing starlight. The deeper the pain, the greater the elevation. Jiang Yi was secretly delighted. According to this pattern, the longer I stay, the faster I will absorb starlight. Before, he can only absorb 100 strands of starlight per minute. Now, he can absorb at least 300 strands of starlight per minute. However, the absorption efficiency remained unchanged at 1%, with less than 3 out of 300 strands of starlight entering the Guanyuan acupoint. Improving one's attributes does not change one's inherent nature. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was also very pleasantly surprised. Keep it up, Jiang Yi thought to himself. I'll try to fill the Guanyuan acupoint as soon as possible, and then refine it here. The effect of refining in the purification pool is undoubtedly better than refining on your own back home. After all, the stellar energy within the Guanyuan acupoint will also dissipate. It's just that the dissipation rate isn't that fast. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and began to absorb the nutrients at full speed. 2 hours. 4 hours. Before we knew it, this starry sky cleansing had lasted for more than 7 hours. At this moment, there were fewer than 100 people left in the purification pool. Half of these 100 people are students from Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Anqing No. 3 Middle School has fewer than 20 students left. Outside the arena, Zhang Xueqing stared at Jiang Yi in the purification pool with an incredulous expression. Has this guy gone mad? He actually managed to hold on for so long. She believed her abilities were about the same as Jiang Ye's. He only lasted for less than 4 hours before giving up. But 7 hours have passed, and Jiang Yi is still inside. Not far away, Lin Xian from Anqing No. 1 High School had an even more gloomy expression. Damn it, is this guy cheating? How could someone with such a natural talent persist for so long? On a suspended platform, Zhang Jianwu, Xiao Feng, and Song Haisong were also extremely surprised. Is this kid's martial will really this strong? Zhang Jianwu frowned and pondered. He didn't perform this well in the last Thunderfire trial. Suddenly, Song Haisong said, Old Zhang, have you noticed? This kid's absorption speed seems to have increased. Zhang Jianwu and Xiao Feng both narrowed their eyes. They discovered it too. Previously, Jiang Yi could only absorb a maximum of 100 strands of star energy per minute. But now, it has already absorbed 500 strands of star energy in just 1 minute. At this absorption speed, he's already mastered the advanced technique. Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock. The longer you practice advanced techniques, the faster you will absorb the new techniques. But this varies from person to person. When Jiang Yi was able to wield 100 strands per minute, he thought he probably hadn't even scratched the surface. Since I don't have the innate talent to cultivate this technique, it's not good to refer to it. But now, 500 strands per minute? This is definitely a beginner's level. It's more than just entering the realm. Song Haisong, standing to the side, also showed surprise. This speed is even faster than Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu are both close to mastering the refinement technique. Could it be that Jiang Ye's advanced technique is also nearing completion? What kind of interstellar joke is this? Zhang Jian's eyes flashed as he recalled something Chen Zilu had said to him before. Could it be? His eyes flickered. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly stood up in the purification pool. All three of them sharpened their gazes. Is he finally about to give up? Chao Feng asked Jiang Yi. The next second, Jiang Yi walked to another spot and sat down. Seeing this, all three of them twitched at the corners of their eyes. Is this kid complaining that the star energy wasn't dense enough at that spot? Zhang Jianwu and the other two were speechless. The starry sky refinement is currently underway. Everyone else was already on the verge of their limit, suffering unbearable pain. Jiang Yi even felt there wasn't enough star energy, so he went to a place with even higher concentration to absorb it. It's important to know that the more concentrated the stellar energy, the more terrifying the pain it brings. Is Jiang Yi really made of steel and impervious to pain? Interesting. Song Haisong suddenly laughed. I'm starting to wonder how long this student can last. Time passed second by second. As the starry sky continued to illuminate the night, each minute became increasingly unbearable. Everyone felt as if they were in a furnace at 1,000 degrees Celsius, suffering to the extreme. Even Zhao Qingli bit her red lips tightly, her fair forehead covered in sweat. As for Lin Yushu, he had long since abandoned all pretense of appearance, his large, pockmarked face now a mess. Another hour has passed. Wang Xiang finally couldn't hold on any longer and withdrew from the training. At this point, only 2 students remained at Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Zhao Qingli and Jiang Yi. There are fewer than 10 people left at Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Time continues to pass. The last few students from Anqing No. 1 Middle School also left one after another. The 10th hour of the starry sky cleansing. Only 3 people remained in the purification pool. Chapter 50 Extraordinary. Only 3 people remained in the vast purification pool. Those students who had already given up stood outside, staring at the purification pool with strange looks. More precisely, they stared at Jiang Yi in the purification pool with strange looks. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu are the top students in their respective grades at their respective schools. It's not surprising that they've managed to hold on until now. But who is that rather handsome boy who's left? They look unfamiliar. Time continues to flow. Half an hour later. I'm about to break through. Lin Yushu suddenly opened his eyes and then quickly withdrew from the starry sky refinement pool. Everyone else was surprised to hear him talking to himself. Is a breakthrough imminent? With Lin Yushu's current strength, the breakthrough he mentioned is undoubtedly a breakthrough of the first level. After leaving the purification pool, Lin Yushu sat cross-legged nearby and began to refine the star energy within his body. At this moment, only a man and a woman remained in the purification pool. Another half hour passed. Whoosh! Zhao Qingli opened her eyes, glanced at Jiang Yi with her beautiful eyes, got up and walked away from the cleansing pool with her long, snow-white legs. Her Guan Yuan acupoint has been filled. There's no need to stay any longer. At this point, only one person remained in the purification pool. Eno. Lin Xian stared at the young man in the pool, his expression incredibly complex. This guy is absolutely cheating. On the other side, Wang Xiang also looked somewhat puzzled. No wonder he was so confident before, it seems he was prepared in advance. You pulled off a big move without saying a word? You're really good at hiding your true strength. Time keeps passing by. 10 hours. 15 hours. 18 hours. It was late at night, and most of the people at the scene had already gone home. However, a small number of people choose to remain seated and cultivate. They all wanted to see how long the young man in the pool could hold out. And in the refining pool, the starlight surrounding Jiang Yi surged into his body at a rate of thousands of strands per minute. At such speeds, even if his absorption rate is only 1%, nearly 10 strands of starlight can enter the Guan Yuan acupoint every minute. The Guan Yuan acupoint was quickly filled. 98%. 99%. 100%. Buzz. The moment the Guan Yuan acupoint was filled, an incredibly fulfilling feeling spread throughout the body. Jiang Yi knew that he didn't need to absorb anymore. Begin refining. Jiang Yi activated the star martial advancement method, mobilizing the star energy in his Guan Yuan acupoint, meticulously refining the essence. Through the advanced method of energy circulation, The guiding star energy circulates along a specific route, removes impurities, and then returns to the Guanyuan acupoint. This process is known as stellar energy tempering. Soon, the first wisp of star energy was extracted from Jiang Ye's Guanyuan acupoint. It began to follow the energy pathway, penetrating deep into his bone marrow. Star energy will permeate his entire body's meridians and bones, allowing impurities in the star energy to enter the bloodstream and be expelled from the body. At the same time, the star energy itself will also have a tempering effect on the bones and meridians. This is the refining process. Undoubtedly, this process is difficult and slow. The so-called tempering process requires deep penetration into the body, which is therefore quite time-consuming. A few minutes later. Call. That wisp of star energy quietly dissipated. It failed. Jiang Yi felt regretful, but not surprised. Previously, when he absorbed star energy, 99% of it would dissipate. Now that he is refining star energy, he cannot avoid the star energy from dissipating. My body doesn't seem to be sensitive to stellar energy, Jiang Yi said thoughtfully. Is it due to my innate abilities? He had heard of it. Some geniuses have bodies that can automatically absorb and refine stellar energy. It doesn't even need a purification method to guide it. Their bodies are highly compatible with stellar energy. When stellar energy enters their bodies, it automatically merges with their bones and meridians. A Taoist bone? Or perhaps an even higher level of extraordinary talent? Jiang Yi shook his head. These things were all too far removed from him. Continue refining. Jiang Yi thought to himself, so what if it dissipated? I can just reabsorb it. Anyway, he's still in the purification pool, where he can absorb unlimited star energy. Pain? It was painful to endure for 18 hours. But for Jiang Yi, this pain was still not as severe as the torture on the second level of the martial arts ladder. After all, the second level of torture becomes increasingly painful as you progress. Jiang Yi's tolerance for pain is now beyond imagination. On a suspended platform, Zhang Jianwu, Chao Feng, Sun Haisong, and others sat cross-legged. This celestial cleansing has lasted for 18 hours, and they certainly cannot remain bystanders indefinitely. One must also cultivate oneself. Just then, Sun Haisong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, he has already stopped absorbing star energy, why hasn't he come out yet? Does this kid still want to stay inside and refine it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu and Chao Feng both opened their eyes, their eyelids twitching. Jiang Yi really treats the refining pool like his own home. Everyone else, after finishing their training, couldn't wait to come out. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, wasn't satisfied with just filling the Guanyuan acupoint. He also wanted to refine it inside. It's alright, Zhang Jianwu said with a smile. Since he's not afraid of pain, let him stay inside. Anyway, there's no time limit. He looked down at Jiang Yi, a glint in his eyes. Miss Chen told me before that this kid's martial spirit has awakened. Zhang Jianwu thought to himself, now it seems that it has indeed shown some extraordinary qualities. Those who awaken their martial spirit usually possess characteristics that are different from ordinary people. Jiang Ye's original innate talent has given him such a performance, which perfectly confirms Qin Zilu's statement. But the awakening of primordial martial talent? I've never heard of that. Zhang Jianwu said thoughtfully. However, Miss Chen only mentioned it casually at the time, so perhaps such things are not uncommon in prosperous areas. At the same time, during the refining process, Jiang Yi discovered that his efficiency in refining star energy far exceeded his expectations. After the 10th star energy refinement failed, Jiang Yi finally succeeded. Buzz. The 11th strand of star energy, after being refined for more than 10 minutes, was. However, he has not yet reached that level. But within its body, extraordinary potential is already beginning to emerge. The next moment, the refined starlight energy returned to his Guanyuan acupoint. So this is the energy of the stars. In just a moment, Jiang Yi gained many insights. The energy of the stars, originating from beyond the stars and possessing extraordinary properties, finally merged with him at this moment. This marks Jiang Yi's official entry into the starry sky martial arts. Jiang Yi could sense that the wisp of refined star energy would never dissipate. A part that truly belongs to him. Strange, my efficiency in absorbing star energy is only 1%. Jiang Yi's eyes showed a strange look. Logically, the efficiency in refining star energy should be about the same. But the fact is, the refining efficiency actually reached 10%. What's the reason? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. He felt that this was most likely due to his physical condition. In a sense, the so-called muscles and bones are part of one's constitution. Due to his inherent nature, his body is indeed not sensitive to stellar energy, so his absorption efficiency is very low. When it is ready to be refined, the star energy needs to be integrated into the meridians in bones. His current physical condition is already top tier, and the quality of his bones has naturally improved as well. Therefore, as soon as the star energy comes into contact with it, it can immediately integrate into the meridians in bones. These two seemingly contradictory phenomena are extremely rare to appear in Jiang Yi. However, a refining efficiency of 1/10 is still too slow. Is there a faster way? Jiang Yi pondered. Without further hesitation, he took out the exquisite metal bottle that Chen Zilu had given him. The nectar of the stars. Jiang Yi's eyes shone with anticipation. Pop! The bottle cap is open. A faint, sweet fragrance immediately filled the air. This small bottle could be worth over 1,000,000. It is extremely precious. Hopefully, it will bring significant results. Jiang Yi tilted his head back and took a small sip. A cool sensation immediately filled my mouth, traveled down my esophagus, and entered my stomach, quickly beginning its circulation. Jiang Yi quickly began to activate the advanced technique. As soon as it started operating, Jiang Yi immediately sensed the difference. Under the circulation of the starry sea elixir, his meridians became incredibly clear. Buzz! A wisp of star energy traveled along the energy path, flowing through his entire body and permeating his bones and meridians. Unbeknownst to them, this wisp of star energy began to take effect. It continuously tempered Jiang Yi's body. 10 minutes later. Jiang Yi shuddered as he felt a wisp of star energy travel along his energy path back to his Guan Yuan acupoint, completely merging into his body. It's a success. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted. He looked at the metal bottle in his hand in disbelief. I just took a small sip, and I succeeded in refining it on my first try? Was he just lucky, or was the effect of this starry sea elixir too miraculous? The value of this starry sea elixir is probably far more than 1,000,000. Jiang Yi was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. With the help of this starry sea elixir, his subsequent refining process will be much easier. I will refine all the star energy right here in this purification pool. Jiang Yi made up his mind. P.S. The upcoming storyline will be very exciting and crucial for the show's success, so please be patient. Chapter 51 100% Refining Efficiency Seeking Monthly Tickets. Time passed. This celestial cleansing has lasted for 24 hours. Xiao Feng suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, all students of Anqing No. 3 Middle School who have completed their purification, return to school for classes. Immediately afterwards, Song Haisong and the teachers from Anqing No. 2 Middle School also stood up and ordered the students to return to school. The words fell. The students who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating around the purification pool all opened their eyes. Zhang Xueqing stood up and glanced at Jiang Yi, who was still in the purification pool. This kind of person is terrifying. The girl sighed helplessly. Now that things have come to this, she no longer has any desire to compete. If Jiang Yi could only last 10 hours, she would be envious and jealous. Can it last for 24 hours? The meaning is completely different. On the other side, E-rank girl Zhao Qingli also looked at Jiang Yi with some curiosity. What makes him so persistent? Zhao Qingli didn't believe that Jiang Yi wasn't afraid of pain. The pain refined by the starry sky seeps into my very bones. That is a mysterious energy from the other side of the starry sky, capable of transforming people into extraordinary beings. How miraculous! Even with the current level of technology, there are no painkillers that can relieve that pain. Even Zhao Qingli could only last for a dozen hours at most. Could he hold on for another day? That really surprises me. Zhao Qingli pondered, then suddenly smiled. Why think about these things? It has nothing to do with me. She stopped thinking about it. No matter how well Jiang Yi performs, so what? He's still a poor man. This starry sky refinement is not an assessment or trial. There will be no ranking. The longer Jiang Yi stays, the more hard-working he is. But the poor. If you're willing to endure hardship, there will be endless hardship to endure. Zhao Qingli has always looked down on poor people like Jiang Yi and disliked associating with them. As for Zhao Qingli herself, her goal has always been Lin Yushu from Anqing No. 1 High School. The girl regained her aloof demeanor and strode away. Elsewhere, Lin Yushu also glanced at Jiang Yi. Interesting, another interesting guy has appeared at Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Unfortunately, it's a natural endowment. Lin Yushu shook his head. Over the past few hours, he had learned Jiang Ye's identity from Lin Xian. With their current grades, they wouldn't be able to get in even if they were in the alliance of 25 schools. Not to mention comparing him to a student from one of the top 10 universities. Lin Yushu originally intended to get to know him better. But after learning all this, he immediately gave up on the idea. Soon, all the students left. Zhang Jianwu, Song Haisong, and others had not left yet. This kid isn't really planning to stay here for 2 or 3 days, is he? At this moment, the group looked at each other in bewilderment. This is something that, while not unprecedented, is certainly extremely rare. Zhang Jianwu glanced at the man in silver-black armor not far away. The star energy refined by the stars this time all came from the other party. The armored man said calmly, "It's all right. I don't care about this little bit of star energy. Even if he stays for 10 days or half a month, it won't matter." 10 days or half a month. Zhang Jianwu and the others looked at each other strangely. That was impossible. If someone could actually stay there for that long, it would be astonishing and would shock all the schools. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged in the purification pool. He was completely immersed in the refining process and was oblivious to the passage of time. All he knew was that his body was undergoing a constant transformation under the tempering of stellar energy. In the Guanyuan acupoint, streaks of pale silver starlight floated by. These are all star energies that have been refined and now belong entirely to him. Today, there are already hundreds of strands. If Zhang Jianwu and the others knew what had happened, they would be greatly surprised. Refining and absorbing are different, both require a lot of time. Based on the original endowment's refining efficiency, even in 10 days or half a month, it might not be possible to refine more than 100 strands. But Jiang Yi, it's only been a few hours. However, all of this happened inside Jiang Yi's body. Zhang Jianwu and the others did not possess the supernatural ability of seeing through things, so naturally they could not know. Time flies. 2 days. 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed since the starry sky was cleansed. Only Zhang Jianwu and the man in silver and black armor remained at the scene. As for Chao Feng and Song Haisong, they were teachers after all and still needed to teach, so they left the next day. Whoosh! On that very day, Jiang Yi, who was sitting in the purification pool, suddenly opened his eyes. A barely perceptible pale silver light flashed in his pupils. Finally, Jiang Yi clenched his fist. The refining is complete. At this moment, it is located in his Guanyuan acupoint. Nearly 10,000 strands of pale silver starlight floated, filling the entire Guanyuan acupoint. He has already refined all of these starlight. As long as he doesn't actively unleash it, this stellar energy will remain within his body forever and will not dissipate. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt a strong sense of fulfillment, as if he were being filled to the brim. This celestial cleansing has come to a perfect end. Jiang Yi silently concluded, "My body can no longer absorb or contain star energy. Unless the advanced technique achieves a breakthrough that expands the space of the Guanyuan acupoint again, there is no need to undergo starry sky refinement for the time being." This time, his gains were absolutely astonishing. It is very likely to be 2 or even 3 times that of others. Why? Even with newly acquired talent, there will inevitably be losses during the refining process, and star energy will continue to dissipate. Of the stellar energy in the Guanyuan acupoint, less than half can be successfully refined. But what about Jiang Yi? Because he stayed in the purification pool, even if he lost energy, it could be replenished. That is equivalent to no loss at all. Nearly 10,000 strands of star energy were completely refined. 100% refining efficiency. Who can compare? It's time to go back. Jiang Yi stood up and looked around at the empty space, somewhat puzzled. Judging from the looks of it, a day or 2 must have passed, right? He was so engrossed in the refining process that he didn't notice the passage of time outside. No. Zhang Jianwu landed on the ground and walked towards Jiang Yi. "Director, you're still here." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he quickly left the purification pool. Looking at him, Zhang Jianwu couldn't help but sigh. "You really managed to fleece us clean this time, staying here for a full 7 days. What? 7 days? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected so much time to have passed in the blink of an eye. The tempering by star energy also brought a continuous energy supply, and he never felt hungry. "Director Zhang, I didn't expect you to have been waiting here for so long." Jiang Yi came back to his senses and then said apologetically. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "You should thank this Lu Xingshi. He made an exception and extended your time considerably this time." Logically, although the starry sky refinement has no time limit, it generally does not exceed 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at the man in silver and black armor not far away. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Envoy Lu." The armored man smiled and said, "My name is Lu Baimu. You've surprised me by how long you've lasted. Lu Xingshi, you flatter me." "It was just a fluke," Zhang Yi said. "This is no fluke." Lu Baimu shook his head and said, "I have seen many geniuses, but I have never seen anyone with such a strong will as you." As he spoke, he chuckled and said, "You've spent 7 days in the refining pool, so you must have refined nearly 100 strands of star energy, right?" Chapter 52 Preparatory Star Rank. Nearly 100 strands? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled, "A little more than that." "A little more? Could it be more than 100 strands?" Lu Xing smiled. Zhang Yi said, "Nearly 10,000 strands." "Varied?" Zhang Jianwu and Lu Xing were startled and looked at him in astonishment. "Refining nearly 10,000 strands? Does this kid even know what he's saying?" Even with exceptional talent, it's not guaranteed that one could refine nearly 10,000 strands of star energy within 7 days. Soon, Lu Xing smiled in relief. Zhang Yi probably mistook what he called refining for absorption. It's not surprising that they absorbed tens of thousands of strands in 7 days. However, the original endowment is not sensitive enough to star energy, and refining it takes a considerable amount of time. In addition, the refining efficiency is very low. Even in 7 days, it might not be possible to refine 50 strands of star energy. However, Zhang Yi remained in the refining pool, enveloped in dense star energy, and might be able to refine more than 100 strands, or even 200 strands. "Circulate your star energy and let me see how your life transformation has progressed," Lu Xingshi asked curiously. "Good." Zhang Yi did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique. Buzz as a wisp of star energy emerged from the Guanyuan acupoint, it began to circulate throughout his body's meridians. Instantly, a powerful aura burst forth from Zhang Yi's body. This is the first extraordinary ability that comes with absorbing star energy martial arts spirit. Through his martial arts spirit, one can intuitively perceive his level of life. Zhang Yi's revelation was not a problem, but it immediately gave Lu Xingshi and Zhang Jianwu a jolt. "Your life level has increased so much?" Lu Xingshi was finally moved, feeling a sense of disbelief. When one's cultivation is perfected and one breaks through to the next level, it requires many rounds of refinement by the starry sky. Even with the star martial advancement method, it requires more than 6 attempts. This is because breaking free from the shackles of life is a long process, and each baptism by the stars only allows for a small step forward. But Zhang Yi, this is not a small section at all. That's already quite a distance. Not bad. Zhang Jianwu nodded and smiled. "Zhang Yi, you've already gone a quarter of the way on the path to breaking through." "Incredible!" Lu Xingshi exclaimed in amazement. "It seems that you have gained far more benefits than others in these 7 days. Thank you for your help, Envoy Lu." Zhang Yi smiled and cupped his hands in thanks again. The other party waited here for 7 days, just for him alone. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the refining of nearly 10,000 strands of star energy. Such progress is even less likely. This favor deserves to be repaid. Lu Baimu waved his hand and smiled. "Zhang Yi, you are very suitable to become a star officer. I have high hopes for you." "A star clerk? You think highly of me?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. According to Wang Xiong's previous introduction, he already knew that the status and identity of star creators were quite high throughout the entire Blue Star Federation. Lu Xing actually thinks highly of him? That's unbelievable. Zhang Jianwu, standing nearby, laughed and said, "Zhang Yi, there's no need to belittle yourself. You can endure 7 days in the refinement pool. Even the most gifted Taoist in Anqing, who comes along only once in a century, might not be as good as you." "A natural talent for Taoism?" Zhang Yi nodded. "In terms of talent, he is far inferior to those geniuses. But in terms of martial arts willpower? He has indeed surpassed many people. The second level of the martial arts ladder is also a test of martial will, only in a more intense way. A strong will to fight is a necessary condition for becoming a star officer. And you happen to meet that requirement," Lu Baimu said with a smile. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he asked curiously, Lu Xingshi, are star officers very dangerous? Lu Baimu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to know these things. He nodded and said, being a star clerk is indeed a dangerous profession. Not only do we have to face the shadow calamity alone, but the process of collecting cosmic energy is also fraught with life or death crises. There are certain areas that humans simply cannot set foot in, Lu Baimu said with emotion. Often, one has to endure immense suffering in order to obtain the precious primordial star energy. Jiang Yi listened attentively. But great danger also comes with great opportunity, Lu Baimu said. Star professionals are the highest paid professions in the Federation across all industries. Jiang Yi, Lu Baimu said, looking at him, your background determines that you need a great deal of resources to have any chance of growing up. Star professionals, regardless of background, can make a lot of money, which is perfect for you. Jiang Yi remained silent. Indeed, his family background was not as good as that of Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang. To grow quickly, you need money. Lots of money. Take the present as an example. His total score in the 4 martial arts events is only 520 points. With only one semester left, how difficult will it be to reach 900 points? If only he could be like Zhao Qingli, spending 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month on martial arts nutrition supplements. There's no need to worry so much. Thinking about this, Jiang Yi immediately asked, Envoy Lu, what are the requirements to become a star officer? Lu Baimu said, you are still a long way from becoming a star servant. After all, to go to the universe, one must at least reach the 3rd breakthrough level. However, you can try applying for the preparatory star position, Lu Baimu said with a smile. A prospective star rank? Jiang Yi looked at the other person. Lu Baimu nodded and said, martial artists below the 2nd level of breakthrough can apply for the preparatory star position through the Federal Examination Bureau. As long as you become a prospective star officer, you will not only avoid the dangers of the universe, but you will also receive a subsidy of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan per month. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands? Jiang Yi held his breath. He had never imagined having so much money. Several 100,000 yuan, which is equivalent to more than 10 years of my adoptive parents' salary. Lu Baimu continued, however, the requirements for becoming a prospective star officer are also very stringent. Besides the basic assessment, you also need to hunt down a sufficient number of Shadow Clan members in the real world. This will depend entirely on your luck. Jiang Yi seemed to be deep in thought. Hunting Shadow Clan members in reality? That would have to wait until he breaks through to the next level. Moreover, it also depends on whether he can encounter the Shadow Clan. Nowadays, shadow pranks are not uncommon, they happen almost every day. The fact that no calamities have occurred in Anqing has made the city seem peaceful and serene. But should one choose between shadow calamity and prospective star officer? Jiang Yi would rather not become a prospective star officer than have a shadow disaster occur in Anqing. Next, Lu Baimu introduced him to some matters related to star positions. As dusk fell, Eno. Zhang Jianwu said, it's getting dark, let's hurry back. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. He had learned enough about star jobs. After bidding farewell to Lu Baimu and Zhang Jianwu, he quickly left the place. After Jiang Yi left, Zhang Jianwu looked at Lu Baimu and asked doubtfully, Lu Xingshi, do you really think he has the potential to become a star officer? As far as I know, star creators have specific talent requirements. Star-level professionals are a profession that the Federation values so highly. Talent, of course, is listed as a mandatory requirement. As a lower-grade endowment, one should theoretically not be able to become one of them. Lu Baimu shook his head slightly and smiled, I never thought he would actually become a star clerk. Even if he is a prospective star-level officer, the probability of him succeeding is extremely small. Those words just now planted a seed in his heart, giving him a goal to pursue in the future, and prompting him to work hard for it. Perhaps one day, he too will grow into a towering tree. Although the probability is extremely low. Lu Baimu shook his head and sighed. A strong martial arts will? That alone is not enough to make up for an innate disadvantage. It is far from enough. Taoyang Residential Area, Building 12, Unit 606. After returning home, Jiang Yi immediately returned to his room. Take a deep breath. Phew. Jiang Yi squatted down slightly, clasped his hands in front of his abdomen, and felt the power within his body. After he came out of the purification pool, he didn't have time to fully experience the changes in himself. But he knew very well that this baptism of the starry sky had brought about a tremendous transformation for him. The entry of stellar energy into the body is itself a form of tempering. Not to mention the subsequent refining process, where the star energy would penetrate deep into his bone marrow and permeate his entire body. This process of being refined by the starry sky is to push the physical body to its limit, until it breaks through that shackle. Jiang Yi's 100% refinement this time resulted in an incredibly terrifying increase in power. My body? Jiang Yi silently felt it, his heart filled with even greater joy, just as director Zhang said. This starry sky refinement has greatly enhanced my abilities, and my physical strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. If the human body's maximum limit also had a progress bar, Jiang Yi predicted that he should have already reached a quarter, or even a third. Most importantly, it's the benefit that star energy itself brings. Jiang Yi closed his eyes, silently circulating the star martial advancement method. Inside the Guanyuan acupoint, a wisp of star energy moved with his thoughts, traveling along the energy path from the Guanyuan acupoint to his arm. Call out. A faint silver light flashed across Jiang Yi's arm skin. Moment. Jiang Yi felt as if his body was being filled with a hot, magma-like flow. A primordial power capable of destroying everything was brewing wildly, and it couldn't wait to be unleashed. Jiang Yi stomped his feet on the ground, and that scalding power surged from his tailbone to the back of his neck, his arms being drawn like a large bow. Drink! Suddenly, he threw a punch. A barely perceptible silver halo erupted like a shockwave. Boom! The wall a meter away trembled slightly, making a loud noise. Crack! A small crack appeared on the wall. This punch actually left a shallow fist mark on the wall a meter away. Ah! Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. He never expected his punch to be so powerful. A mere meter away, he almost smashed his own wall open. Elder brother. Zhang Ting rushed in, grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, and said, "Something's wrong. There's an earthquake. We need to get downstairs quickly." Anqing is located on the edge of an earthquake zone, where an earthquake occurs every 3 to 5 years. There were no major earthquakes, but there were a series of minor earthquakes. Jiang Yi coughed and comforted him. "It's nothing, I was just practicing my martial arts." Lianping walked in and was speechless when she saw the fist marks on the wall. "You child, if you're going to practice martial arts, then practice martial arts, but don't destroy the house." Jiang Yi looked helpless. He never imagined he would be this strong. If a casual punch can produce such an effect, how powerful would it be if it were unleashed at full strength? Chapter 53 Chanzilu's reply seeking monthly tickets. Brother, you're amazing. You can even cause an earthquake while practicing your kung fu? The little girl stared at him with her big, dark eyes, her face full of admiration. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Yi coughed. Looks like I'll have to go downstairs to test my skills from now on. Otherwise, making such a loud noise so late at night, the neighbors might hear it and think you're doing something else. Brother, you keep practicing, I'm going back to sleep. Jiang Ting reported. What did you call me? Jiang Yi glanced at her. Brother Chan. Jiang Ting blinked and whispered, my classmates call me that too. Doesn't brother like it? Jiang Yi pinched her fair cheek and said, if you like it, go to sleep. Okay, good night, brother. After Jiang Ting and Lianping left, Jiang Yi walked towards the wall he had been facing before. A fine crack appeared on the wall. It was an old house with yellowed walls, and after Jiang Yi's punch, the walls cracked open. However, only the outer layer of the wall was cracked, the inner wall structure remained undamaged. But that's amazing enough. Keep in mind that Jiang Yi was more than a meter away when he had such power. If it were a real-world test, it would definitely be even more astonishing. Is this the energy of the stars? Jiang Yi nodded to himself. It truly lives up to its reputation as extraordinary power. It's incredibly strong. He couldn't have cracked the wall from a distance using only his physical body. It was the star energy that gave him incredible abilities. However, this star energy is truly finite. Once you use it, it's gone. Jiang Yi sensed that the wisp of star energy he had just mobilized had already been released with that punch. Star energy comes from the stars and cannot be generated by the human body. If it is completely depleted, the only way to replenish it is through starry sky refinement. Fortunately, Jiang Yi still has nearly 10,000 strands of star energy, so there's no need to worry about it for the time being. A moment later, he sat cross-legged, and a panel appeared in front of him. Kung Fu. Star Martial Cultivation Method, Perfection. 8 part Thunder Sound Fist, minor success 5%. Star Martial Arts Advancement Method, beginner 1%. In the second semester of senior year, there are 3 more opportunities to refine the starry sky. Jiang Yi pondered, once the advancement technique reaches minor mastery, and I complete these 3 refinements, I should be able to break through to the first breakthrough. Original. He wasn't very confident about making a breakthrough before the college entrance exam. But this time, the purification of the starry sky was carried out extremely thoroughly. This boosted his confidence to an unprecedented level. 3 more rounds of starry sky refinement will surely lead to a breakthrough. Once the star energy transforms the body to a certain degree, it will naturally break the shackles of life. Jiang Yi didn't know how much he had changed. But we'll see in the next assessment. The key is, 3 starry sky refinements will require at least 100,000 to prepare, Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Where is he going to find so much money? His martial arts diet alone isn't enough to cover it. Never mind, let's cultivate. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Star Martial Advancement Method. His next primary goal is to achieve a breakthrough in the advanced techniques. The next day. Anseong No. 3 Middle School. A week later, Jiang Yi returned to school, and everything on campus was as before. But when he walked into class 1 of Senior 3, the whole class turned to look at him, staring at him with strange expressions. Jiang Yi hasn't been to school for 7 days. They had learned that Jiang Yi had not asked for leave, but had actually endured 7 days in the purification pool. He's practically a Superman. Everyone stared at Jiang Yi in utter shock. Jiang Yi walked into the classroom as if he hadn't seen anything and went to his usual spot for cultivation. Jiang Yi, you were born a devil. Wang Xiang recited from the side, not afraid of hardship, not afraid of pain, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are as bland and tasteless to you as plain water. Jiang Yi gave him a strange look. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Wang Xiang clutched his head, his pupils wide with shock. How did you manage to stay in that godforsaken place for 7 days? Have you experienced the 18 levels of hell? How can you endure so much? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded and said, more or less. The second level of the martial arts ladder is nothing more than the 18 levels of hell, isn't it? No, it might be even harder to endure than hell. On the other side, E-rank girl Zhao Qingli opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yi. 7 days. Even Zhao Qingli's usually aloof face showed some shock. If it had only been a day or 2, she wouldn't be in this state. 7 days? She had seen people who could endure hardship, but she had never seen anyone who could endure hardship like this. An ordinary classmate who was very good-looking and incredibly hard-working. Zhao Qingli silently labeled Jiang Yi with a new tag in her heart. Further away, Zhang Xueqing was also staring intently at Jiang Yi. Hell is empty, all the devils are here, she thought to herself. A moment later, martial arts instructor Chao Feng walked in. You know? Chao Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. But it only lasted a fleeting moment. He looked at Jiang Yi and said in a deep voice, Jiang Yi, have you mastered the basics of advanced techniques? He had already noticed it when they were still in the purification pool. Jiang Yi nodded and replied, I've already mastered the basics. Chao Feng nodded slightly and said, not bad, keep up the good work. As the martial arts teacher of the honors class, he admitted that he had indeed misjudged the student. However, he didn't think anything of it. It's a good thing that he misjudged a student. It means there's a good chance another potential member of the 25 school alliance will emerge from the class. Even with Jiang Yi's current level, he only has a chance of getting into one of the lower ranked schools out of the top 25. But it's not a bad thing in the end. Chao Feng didn't say anything more, walked up to the podium, and began the martial arts class. A day passed quickly. Before you know it, it's time to get out of school again. Jiang Yi was just about to pack his things and go home when his communication watch suddenly vibrated. Chen Zillo? He opened his watch. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. This was the first time I had contacted him since Chen Zillo left. What intrigued him was that the other party was now tens of thousands of miles away at Bailong University. Will he unlock a new achievement while making a call over such a long distance? Without hesitation, Jiang Yi answered the phone. Jiang Yi? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Teacher Chen, Jiang Yi said, is there something you need? I heard from Director Zhang that you persevered for 7 days in the starry sky cleansing? Chen Zilu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Did the director tell you? Zhang Yi asked. Chen Zilo hummed in agreement and snorted, "You're practically my student, so of course he told me. But you didn't even bother to tell me the good news about something so important." Listen to the slightly resentful tone in the girl's voice. Zhang Yi was somewhat taken aback. He coughed and said, "You've already gone back to school. I was just worried about delaying your cultivation." Snort. Chenzilla snorted and rolled her eyes, saying, "Back then, you were always looking for me. Weren't you afraid of interfering with my cultivation?" Chapter 54 Suspected use of external tools highly recommended, please read on. Zhang Yi coughed and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you back then, teacher." "Alright, I'm not blaming you," Chenzilla said gently. "Tell me honestly, did you really stay for 7 days?" "Really?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Good." Chenzilla laughed, her voice sweet and clear, "You are really great." Her tone was filled with surprise and a hint of complex emotion. Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher, how long did it take you to refine your starry sky back then?" "I stayed for 5 days," Chenzilla confessed. "Not as long as yours." 5 days? Zhang Yi was startled. Zhang Yi knew that kind of pain all too well. He was able to persevere for so long entirely because of the training on the second level of the martial arts ladder. But Chen Zilu? It's unbelievable that a girl could endure such a level of suffering. Moreover, Chen Zilu possesses a natural talent for Taoist practices, resulting in an incredibly high absorption efficiency. Just because she can stay for 5 days doesn't mean she can only stay for 5 days. Teacher is really amazing, Zhang Yi said sincerely. Not as good as you. Chenzilla said with a smile, "Let's not talk about that. What's your total score in the 4 martial arts events now?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "There haven't been any assessments recently. My score on the last monthly exam was 520. Chenzilla said, "After this starry sky refinement, you should be close to 600 points. You have a good chance of scoring over 700 points in the college entrance exam." She carefully planned for Zhang Yi. 700 points? Zhang Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Chenzilla said quite seriously, "To achieve this goal, you must participate in every Starry Sky trial during the second semester of your senior year. The price for Starry Sky cleansing is 50,000 yuan per session." Hearing this, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Is Starry Sky cleansing 50,000 yuan per session? He originally thought it would only cost 20,000 to 30,000. 50,000 yuan? After the next 3 Starry Sky refinements, he'll need to prepare at least 1,500,000 yuan. Seeing his silence, Chenzilla asked, "Do you have enough money?" "That's enough." Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't let the other party pay him again. The other party had already given him a lot, and if he asked for more, it would seem like he was losing favor. He wanted to use his friendship with Chen Zilu for more important things, not just money. In fact, for Chen Zilu, if Zhang Yi really asked her for money, she would still give it to him, but what about the next time? That might not be the case. She can support Zhang Yi for a while, but can she support him for a lifetime? Even if she thinks highly of Zhang Yi, she won't keep giving like this for free. "There are many ways to make money," Chenzilla said earnestly. "There are many tasks in your school's top classes that can earn money. Don't feel like you don't have time to do tasks. Time can always be made." This statement gave Zhang Yi a lot of inspiration. "Thank you, I understand," Zhang Yi said sincerely. The other person is thousands of miles away, yet they still care about him so much. This kind of affection cannot be measured by money. Good luck. Chenzilla smiled sweetly and said, "I look forward to hearing good news from you during the college entrance examination." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Open the panel. Warning. Warning. Your hearing has completely exceeded the system's detection range. System overload. Zhang Yi stared at the panel, speechless for a moment. He had already seen the system message before. Surprisingly, after so much time, the low-level weapon system still hasn't reacted. Did he mess up my computer? This system is just awful, Zhang Yi thought to himself, shaking his head. Just then, the panel has finally changed. Your hearing has been detected to be far beyond the detection range, suggesting the use of cheating. Unlock achievement, the ear of the cheat. Bonus, hearing ability can be freely adjusted. Adjustment range, 0% 1000%. Ah. Zhang Yi's expression at this moment seemed to be filled with a black question mark. You can play it like this? Okay. They've even come up with external ear attachments. Now, do I really have a cheat code? Zhang Yi asked with a strange expression. He then quickly began to experience the new ability. The moment the achievement is unlocked, Zhang Yi felt as if his ears had become incredibly sophisticated instruments that he could control at will. First, it's 0%. Mute the world. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall into absolute silence, without any sound. A blessing for insomniacs. Zhang Yi shook his head, but unfortunately he never suffered from insomnia. Next, 100%. This is normal hearing. 200%, twice the hearing. 250%. 300%. Hearing is amplified step by step, until it reaches 300%. Countless voices flooded into Zhang Yi's mind like a torrent. Boom! Zhang Yi's eardrums were almost shattered. He was startled and quickly lowered the control measures. Only then did things gradually return to normal. Although it can be adjusted to 1000%, with my current capacity, I can only handle 300% at most, Zhang Yi said thoughtfully. His hearing has been enhanced by 200%, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Another 300% increase? Even a martial arts master in the starry sky would be far inferior to him. That's enough. Zhang Yi smiled. When it comes to improving hearing, the most useful aspect is not just the range of hearing, but more importantly, the accuracy. This kind of improvement is the greatest help. Once I break through, Zhang Yi thought to himself, I might be able to try even higher multipliers. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered something. Since we can unlock the ear of the hack, can we also unlock an achievement similar to the eye of the hack? Zhang Yi pondered. When he unlocked Swift Step before, he wondered if it was possible to unlock an achievement similar to clairvoyance by playing videos. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Zhang Yi guessed that this was probably because he and Chen Zilu were not far apart before, and their video call, which was only a few kilometers apart, could not break through the upper limit of low-level martial arts. But now? The other party is tens of thousands of miles away. A video call might not be the same again. I'll try again when I get back, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Speaking of Chen Zilu, he also thought about making money again. In addition to the refinement of the starry sky, one should also supplement one's cultivation with martial arts ingredients during regular training. In addition, spraying pesticides is also essential. To achieve a score close to 900 before the college entrance examination, the requirements are more than just one. It must undergo further transformation after breaking through the initial barrier. This requires him to constantly promote the transformation of his physical body. Therefore, applying medicine has become an essential part, since applying medicine itself is an action on the physical body. Fortunately, after being tempered by the starry sky, his body became even stronger. They are now fully able to tolerate the side effects of the medication. But all of this requires substantial economic support. I am now penniless, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. Make money. He absolutely has to make money. Zhang Yi shook his head, got up and walked to the electronic task wall at the back of the classroom. As Chen Zilla said, he needs to squeeze out time to do the task. He noticed that the task list on the task wall was different from the one he had seen last time. The task wall refreshes daily. After all, these tasks involve more than just Anqing number 3 middle school. Several middle schools throughout Anqing will receive the assignment. Therefore, if you are even a little slow to complete a highly sought-after task, someone else may snatch it up first. However, it was already after school, and there weren't many people around the task wall. The idea that the world at night is dangerous is deeply ingrained. Most students go home before nightfall. It seems there aren't any good tasks to do. Zhang Yi glanced at the list quickly and then prepared to leave. But just then, he suddenly noticed a new task appearing on the task wall. Latest mission. A remnant hideout of the Hidden Gods organization has been discovered in the suburbs of Anqing, near the Changyun Mountains. Please proceed to eliminate it. Completion reward, 100,000 federal credits. Note, this mission requires a team of 2 or more players to accept. Danger level. 100,000 yuan. Zhang Yi felt as if the world around him had disappeared, leaving only these 3 words in front of him. Without hesitation, he glanced at the task details, then immediately clicked on the task and selected to accept it. Fill in the student's name and student ID. Your class ranking is 89th. We do not recommend accepting this task. Are you sure you want to withdraw? Whether. Jiang Yi was about to click yes when he saw the words and cursed under his breath before clicking no instead. You have accepted the mission and now need to find at least one more teammate. Another message popped up on the screen. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then turned on his communication watch and dialed Wang Xiang's number. He has already obtained the other party's contact information during his time in the elite class. Beep. The call was connected. Brother Wang, there's a team quest, would you like to sign up? Go ahead and give me your student ID number, XXX. Wang Xiang agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yi liked his straightforward personality, it made him very comfortable to be friends with or as a brother. He then submitted Wang Xiang's identity information to the system. At this moment, Wang Xiang still asked out of curiosity, how much is the reward for the mission? Jiang Yi said, 100,000 yuan. What? Wang Xiang on the other end was shocked and quickly asked, what mission did you take? A reward of 100,000 yuan is extremely rare. This also means that the mission is extraordinary. Jiang Yi didn't hide anything and immediately told them the details of the mission. After listening, Wang Xiang immediately said, wait a minute, I'm not going on this mission. I've already submitted it, Jiang Yi said. A long silence fell between the two sides. After a moment, Wang Xiang slowly spoke, Jiang Yi, you're a devil. You even dared to accept a 4-star mission? What if someone else snatches it away if I don't accept it quickly? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, that's 100,000. For him, it was definitely a considerable fortune. Wang Xiang, however, was somewhat frantic, saying, this is an extremely dangerous 4-star mission. To encircle and annihilate the hidden god organization? There's a high probability of bloodshed. Jiang Yi chuckled and said, you mean killing them? Just treat them as Shadow Clan members. He certainly knew the difficulty of a 4-star mission. But since the school has issued this task, it means that the students are capable of taking it on. Fortune favors the bold. He only has 6 months left. If he doesn't act boldly, how will he make money? If you're afraid of this and that, why bother cultivating Starry Sky martial arts? Jiang Yi said leisurely, what, does Brother Wang not dare to accept a 4-star mission? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang immediately sneered, a mere 4-star mission? It's not like I haven't taken them before. Do you really think someone as third in the grade would be afraid? I'm just worried about you. He said that he was third in his grade and wasn't afraid. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, Brother Wang's strength is extraordinary, so leading me to complete the mission will definitely not be a problem. That's natural. Wang Xiang chuckled, but quickly added, however, this task can't be done by just the two of us. We need to bring in another expert. If we bring the squad leader in, we'll be set. Jiang Yi nodded and said, I know, but I don't have her number. You can contact her. Chapter 55 The Crown of Beyond Vision, the plan highly recommended, please read on. In a 2-story villa. Wang Xiang hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Is this Jiang Yi's first time doing a mission? He chose the 4-star difficulty. He muttered to himself, this guy is a devil. He sighed, but it didn't take long. Soon. Wang Xiang took out his phone and dialed Zhao Qingli's number. Beep. The call was connected. Spit it out. A cold voice came from the other end. Wang Xiang didn't care about such things and went straight to the point. There's a team mission, are you going? I'm not going. Zhao Qingli was very decisive and aloof. After saying this, she was about to hang up the phone. Wang Xiang said, Jiang Yi accepted it, he asked me to ask you. Jiang Yi? Zhao Qingli paused for a moment, then said, okay, what kind of team mission? Several black lines appeared on Wang Xiang's forehead as he clenched his fist and said, no, what do you mean? You're treating me differently, aren't you? Zhao Qingli said, enough with the nonsense, answer me. The school just issued a 4-star mission, wipe out the remaining strongholds of the hidden organization. Wang Xiang immediately explained the mission details. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingli frowned and said, this mission is too dangerous for Jiang Yi. Wang Xiang sighed, I promised to team up with him, but who knew his first mission would be a 4-star mission? This guy is too bold. It's all right. Zhao Qingli didn't seem to care, and said calmly, 4-star missions are very sought after, and you can't usually get one. Since Jiang Yi got one, let's go for it. Okay. Wang Xiang smiled. With him and Zhao Qingli working together, they are confident they can handle not only 4-star missions, but even more difficult 5-star missions. Zhao Qingli continued, tell Jiang Yi to meet at the school gate before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can discuss the details with him. New. Jiang Yi quickly received a reply from Wang Xiang. After obtaining Zhao Qingli's student ID number, he immediately filled in Zhao Qingli's personal information. Jiang Yi, meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wang Xiang said in a deep voice, remember to bring a knife. Understood. Jiang Yi nodded. From the moment he accepted the mission, he knew that bloodshed was inevitable. Are you nervous? A little. After all, Jiang Yi had never killed anyone in either his past or present life. But having experienced the brutal test of the second level of the martial arts ladder, his temperament has far surpassed what it was before. Moreover, he had killed many Shadow Clan members during his virtual star training. In his eyes, this bunch of scum from the Hidden Gods organization were no different from the Shadow Clan. By the way, Jiang Yi suddenly asked, do these remnants of the Hidden God organization have firearms? Firearms? No. Wang Xiang was quite certain of this, since the school issued this mission. It means they don't have any firearms, otherwise they would have sent experts to encircle and annihilate them long ago. Ultimately, tasks are a way to give students experience and challenges. Make a little extra money on the side. Otherwise, with those crippled shrimp soldiers and crab generals, any martial arts master could wipe them all out in an instant. However, just in case, you should still wear a stab-proof vest. Wang Xiang reminded him, it's not for protection against heat weapons, but for protection against swords. Stab-proof vest? Jiang Yi frowned. He had never encountered this type of equipment before. Knowing his situation, Wang Xiang immediately said, I'll bring you one tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Wang. Jiang Yi smiled. It's impossible to be invulnerable to swords and spears before reaching the first breakthrough. Don't be fooled by his ability to smash a wall with a single punch. An ordinary person with a knife can still stab him. But with stab-proof vests, things are different. After the two discussed their plan, Jiang Yi immediately hung up the phone and prepared to go home. But just then, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared in front of him. New achievement triggered, Sect Quest. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Then a strange look appeared on his face. Good, this can also trigger a low-level martial arts achievement? That's great. If he completes this mission, he might receive an even greater reward. With a hint of anticipation, Jiang Yi hurriedly returned home. Taoyang Residential Area, Building 12, Unit 606. Jiang Yi looked at the tiger gall on the dining table and exclaimed in surprise, leopard gall? This is the second time this month. With Zhang Dahai's salary, he can only afford to buy leopard gallbladders once a month at most. Lianping smiled and said, your dad said he assisted the Shadow Hunter Bureau in completing a certain mission, and the Bureau gave him a bonus this month. Dad is assisting the Shadow Hunter Bureau? Jiang Yi was quite surprised. Zhang Dahai is just a security guard. His strength is not even at the first level. What kind of mission can he assist with? Mom, tell Dad not to take risks to earn money. Jiang Yi reminded him, I am now capable of earning money myself. He guessed that his adoptive father had probably heard that he had a chance to get into the 25 Schools Alliance, which was why he worked even harder to earn money. Lianping's expression was somewhat complicated upon hearing this. What Jiang Yi could guess, how could she not guess as well? However, she understood her husband's wishes even better. Even if it means risking everything, as long as it helps Jiang Yi get into the 25 School Alliance, then all these sacrifices are nothing. Don't worry, Lianping said with a smile, your dad knows what he's doing. Jiang Yi nodded and didn't say anything more. After dinner, Jiang Yi returned to his room. He did not begin his cultivation immediately today. Video call, Jiang Yi said after a moment's thought. Turn on the communication watch. He hesitated for a moment, then sent a video call request to Chinzilu. Beep. Beep. The video call connected. A tall, graceful figure dressed in a plain white dress appeared in the projection, her skin as white as jade, wearing snow-white lace stockings. What's wrong? A hint of confusion appeared on the girl's beautiful face. This was the first time Jiang Yi had video called her since she returned to school. Teacher. Jiang Yi cupped his hands in greeting and started a conversation, saying, I just accepted a 4-star quest. He spoke while keeping an eye on the system panel. It's alright, Chinzilu said. 4-star missions won't encounter enemies stronger than level 1. With your current strength, you don't need to worry at all about teaming up with the top 3 in your grade. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, looking as if he had just realized something. Is there anything else? Chen Zilu asked, looking at him with her pretty eyes. Jiang Yi shook his head. That's all, thank you for clearing up my doubts, teacher. I'll hang up now, I'm still cultivating, Chen Zilu said with a smile. Good. Hang up the communication. That stunningly beautiful figure slowly faded away. Jiang Yi sighed, it seems she's very busy. It's best to avoid bothering her in the future. Chen Zilu went to Bailong University, a place with fierce competition where the cultivation tasks must be incredibly busy. He could tell that the other party had taken time out of their busy schedule to answer his call this time. It's not a big deal to begin with, but if it happens a few more times, it might ruin the impression. Chen Zilu was no longer a teacher at Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Fortunately, a new achievement. Jiang Yi looked at the panel. Your eyesight has been detected to be beyond the system's detection range, far exceeding the upper limit of the low weapon world. Unlock achievement, Crown of the Vision. Reward, your eyesight will be greatly improved, enabling you to clearly perceive details hundreds of miles away in the vast world. Jiang Yi looked out the window. It was already past 7 p.m., and Anqing had little night view. The outside world was shrouded in darkness. However, Jiang Yi could clearly see the towering trees on the mountains more than 10 miles away. Amazing! Jiang Yi exclaimed with delight. I just made a video, and I actually unlocked a new achievement. Moreover, according to the system description, he can see minute details hundreds of miles away. Even a first or second breakthrough might be impossible for a powerful expert, right? Okay. Jiang Yi smiled, feeling more confident about the task ahead. After calming down, Jiang Yi went to the center of the room. Cultivate the 8-part Thunder Sound Fist. Tomorrow is the start of actual combat, so he plans to temporarily boost his combat strength. Even a small improvement can be useful in crucial moments. Jiang Yi glanced at the panel. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, minor success 5%. This intermediate level yellow rank art is quite difficult to master. When he was still at grade B physique, it took him more than half a month to improve even a little bit. However, now that he has reached the highest level of physical fitness and has been tempered by the starry sky, his cultivation will likely be quite different. Let's begin. Jiang Yi squatted down and slowly raised his fist. As soon as he started cultivating, he immediately sensed the difference. The 8th Thunder Sound Fist cultivates internal energy. Originally, the flow of energy within Jiang Yi's body was quite slow. But at this moment, the energy within his body suddenly surged forth like thunder in the mountains. It felt as comfortable as if my Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Tread. Jiang Yi took a step forward and practiced the first move of the boxing technique. Before the punch even landed, a series of fine popping sounds filled the air, like thunder rumbling through the clouds. Once the entire set of boxing techniques was unleashed, the speed of the punches was more than 3 times faster than usual, and the force of the punches was like lightning. After being cleansed by the starry sky, all the meridians in my body were unblocked. The physical body has also undergone a profound transformation. The power of this technique is at least 3 times greater than before. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. His skill level in boxing has not changed. But its power has increased many times over. This is the hidden benefit of being refined by the starry sky. Soon, Jiang Yi made another discovery. These 8 Thunder Sound Fist techniques seem to be able to fuse with star energy and unleash tremendous power. He could sense it. When the body's energy is circulating. The stellar energy within the Guanyuan acupoint also began to stir, seemingly drawn by the energy. You should know that his punch, which activated his star energy, had no special technique, yet it still had such power. What if it were combined with the 8th Thunder Sound Fist? Its power must be absolutely astonishing. However, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry to test it. He stood still and continued to cultivate tirelessly. Time passed. Before we knew it, it was 1 in the morning. Jiang Yi stopped cultivating and entered the second level of the martial arts ladder, beginning a hellish and painful trial. This continued until 5:30 the next morning. Jiang Yi packed his gear and stepped out of his house as the first light of dawn appeared in the east. Chapter 56 All Sides Third Update, please read on. Jiang Yi was carrying a backpack with 2 daggers tucked into the side pockets. When in danger, drawing a knife from behind is undoubtedly the most convenient method. However, with Jiang Yi's current strength, he could kill someone even with his bare hands. 8-part Thunder Sound Fist, minor success 9%. After a night of practice, his 8-part Thunder Sound Fist has been significantly improved. Jiang Yi now felt his own energy flowing smoothly. A single punch seemed to possess the strength of 3 oxen. Jiang Yi's increased strength also filled him with confidence for his next move. 5:50. Jiang Yi arrived at Anqing number 3 middle school. A haughty young woman with snow-white legs and a tall, thin young man were already standing at the door. Squad leader, Brother Wang. Jiang Yi was quite surprised that the two of them had arrived so early. You're here? Zhao Qingli glanced at him and said calmly, let's set off and try to complete the mission before noon. Jiang Yi nodded. Time can always be squeezed out. Now, he understands this principle well. Here you go. Wang Xiang tossed him a stab-proof vest. Thank you, Brother Wang. Jiang Yi took it, took off his coat, and put on the stab-proof vest. This is a long-sleeve jacket-style camouflage stab-proof vest with a lining made of multiple layers of high-strength fibers and a sponge cushioning layer. The arms are also protected by metal arm armor. Wearing this will significantly improve my defense, Jiang Yi nodded to himself. His physical strength was already quite strong. With the stab-proof vest on, even if someone stabs him head-on with a knife, they might not be able to break through the defense. At that moment, Zhao Qingli suddenly threw something dark at him. Catch. This is? Jiang Yi took it and immediately felt a weight in his arms. He stared intently, then a look of surprise crossed his face. A pistol? This is a custom-made special pistol that can harm the likes of the Shadow Clan, and it also has some effect on members of the Hidden God organization, Zhao Qingli said with a smile. If you encounter danger, you can fire it. Jiang Yi asked in surprise, using firearms, isn't that cheating? He knew that the purpose of the school's mission was to provide him with experience and training. Firearms are generally not permitted. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great if the rich just drove armored vehicles and swept across the battlefield? Zhao Qingli said calmly, if we encounter danger and lose the mission, it's better than losing our lives. Just then, Wang Xiang asked, Squad leader, where's my pistol? What kind of pistol do you want? Zhao Qingli frowned her delicate eyebrows and said, are you that afraid of death? Fine, Jiang Yi's life is life, but mine isn't, right? Wang Xiang's lips twitched. Seeing this, Jiang Yi shook his head and said, Brother Wang, with your strength, why would you need a pistol to save your life? That's true. Wang Xiang nodded. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to stand Zhao Qingli's differential treatment. But Jiang Yi is a guy who is good-looking and has a nice voice. The slight dissatisfaction in Wang Xiang's heart vanished instantly. Zhao Qingli also realized her mistake, coughed lightly, and said, this is the only gun I have. After all, this is Jiang Yi's first mission. Alright, I know you're obsessed with good looks, let's go. Wang Xiang snorted coldly. Set off. Jiang Yi and his two companions walked toward a pink SUV parked by the roadside. Big roll? Jiang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the brand of the SUV. It was a luxury car worth over 10 million. Zhao Qingli opened the car door and said, get in quickly. The class monitor is really incredibly rich, Jiang Yi thought to himself before getting into the luxury car. In Xishan province, most cities are built around mountains. Inconvenient transportation is also one of the reasons for backwardness. Anqing is even more so, located in a remote area surrounded by mountains. Once the car leaves the city, if you drive a few dozen miles further, you'll reach a vast primeval forest, sparsely populated by humans. The Changyun Mountains are located on the edge of a primeval forest. The off-road vehicle was parked about a mile from the entrance to the mountain range. Jiang Yi and the other two got out of the car. Let's go. Zhao Qingli's expression was aloof as she strode ahead with her long legs. Wang Xiang walked at the very back. The two of them tacitly placed Jiang Yi in the middle. In case of an emergency, the one caught in the middle is often the safest. The mountain road was bumpy and undulating. Zhao Qingli frowned slightly. Her E-class gear, which she was usually so proud of, was proving to be a bit of a problem in this situation. Looking down, you can't see the ground, and you have to walk quickly while constantly being careful not to fall. Looks like squad leader Zhao hasn't climbed mountains much, Wang Xiang joked. Want to get beaten up? Zhao Qingli glared at him fiercely. Jiang Yi suggested, squad leader, how about we take a break? He also noticed that the other party was carrying two mountain peaks, making it very inconvenient for them to walk along the mountain path. To his surprise, Zhao Qingli glared at him back, blushing as she said, I'm not tired. As she spoke, Zhao Qingli quickened her pace slightly. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly exclaimed, someone's here. The three of them stopped at the same time. Almost instinctively, I ducked into the bushes next to me. Where is anyone? Wang Xiang glanced outside and asked in confusion, how come I didn't notice? Zhao Qingli was also somewhat puzzled, as she hadn't noticed anyone else. There are 3 people on the mountain road across the street, Zhang Yi said. Super ears, hearing improved by 200%, clearer the further away you are. External hearing device, allows for free adjustment of hearing. Adjustment range, 0% 1000%. With these 2 enhanced effects, his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. As expected. A few seconds later, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang noticed the 3 people Zhang Yi had mentioned. 3 figures, all of whom looked very young, slowly walked up from another mountain path. A student from Anxiang No. 1 Middle School? Wang Xiang was the first to recognize him. Lin Yushu? The leader of the 3 had an enormous head, a face full of pockmarks, and was extremely ugly. It was none other than Lin Yushu, the top student in Anqing No. 1 High School, with a score of 849. Zhang Yi frowned and asked, "Why are there other people here? Did they also receive this mission?" Wang Xiang said, "Missions of 4 stars or higher can be accepted by a maximum of 3 schools at the same time. Our team alone couldn't handle such a mysterious organization." Zhang Yi suddenly realized. So, is it possible that another school's team will come? How should we divide the 100,000 yuan? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, with so many people. Wang Xiang explained, "Don't worry, that 100,000 yuan was provided by our school and has nothing to do with them. As long as the task is completed, that's fine." "I see." Zhang Yi was relieved. Just then, on another mountain road, another figure appeared. Although it was just one figure, the one exuded an extremely powerful aura. He walked along the rugged mountain path as if it were flat ground. Who is this? Wang Xiang's expression hardened. The hidden organization? No. Zhao Qingli shook her head, looking at the figure with an icy expression. He is a student from Qingyang High School. Qingyang High School? Zhang Yi and Wang Xiang were both surprised. Qingyang City is a major central city next to Anqing. Its status in Xishan Province is enough to rank it among the top 5. Qingyang High School is a key provincial high school, and its level is much higher than that of Anqing No. 1 High School. Are students from Qingyang High School also participating in this mission? Zhang Yi opened the panel and looked at the person. The next moment, his expression turned to surprise. Chapter 57, Action. On the opposite mountain road, a young man carrying a sword case walked towards us. The young man was extremely handsome, but not in the ordinary way. His pupils were dark gold, his lips were bright red, and his whole face had a kind of eerie and strange beauty. When Zhang Yi saw the other person, he felt a sinister aura. However, what surprised Zhang Yi was not the other person's appearance. Instead, constitution, mysterious body Ding Xia. Innate talent, Taoist spirit. Talented with Taoist bones. Zhang Yi looked at the subtitle above the strange young man's head. This was the first time he had seen someone with a Taoist temperament other than Chen Zilu. Lower class Ding? Zhang Yi was quite surprised, because he knew that in the classification of mortal bodies, only the first class was divided into upper, middle, and lower. Does this mean that starting from the profound body level, each rank is divided into upper, middle, and lower? Shen Ti Ding Xia Di. Compared to Chenzilu's Shen Ti Jiashan level, isn't it more than 10 levels lower? It seems that the difference between those with Taoist innate talents is also enormous, Zhang Yi thought to himself. Wang Xiang looked at Zhao Qingli and asked, "Do you know that person?" Zhao Qingli said, "He went to the same junior high school as me. His name is Wan Yaoyang. I really hate him." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi looked at her curiously. "He is exceptionally gifted and has possessed special abilities since childhood. Making eye contact with him will cause temporary paralysis." Zhao Qingli said coldly, "Back then, this guy often used this as an excuse to bully his classmates." Wang Xiang listened with envy and shook his head, saying, "What a waste. If I had that ability, the whole school would be my harem." He was pretty much the same back then. Zhao Qingli said coldly, "Anyone who resisted him, regardless of gender, was suppressed by him with bloody methods." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Was the class monitor also bullied back then?" "Of course he wouldn't dare touch me." Zhao Qingli sneered, "Those who are oppressed are all poor people with no background." Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a deep look at the strange young man. Why did he come alone? Isn't this a team mission? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Zhao Qingli said, "As long as you are strong enough, you can also carry out team missions alone." Wan Yaoyang is currently ranked in the top 10 of his grade at Qingyang High School, and he is fully qualified. Qingyang High School is far superior to the three major high schools in Ancheng. As a provincial key high school, the top 10 students in each grade of Qingyang High School have the potential to enter the top 10 prestigious universities. In other words, Wan Yaoyang at this time must have already broken through to the first level. We've already traveled quite a distance along this route. Let's go out. There should only be 3 schools left, Zhao Qingli said, standing up. Zhang Yi nodded and they stepped out of the bushes together. Soon, the 3 teams met at a fork in the mountain path. Lin Yushu and his 2 companions were the first to arrive. Upon seeing Lin Yushu's incredibly ugly appearance again, Zhao Qingli's eyes revealed undisguised disgust. Lin Yushu noticed her expression, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, a strange sense of pleasure flashed across his face. Just then, he suddenly noticed the strange young man not far away. "And who is this?" Lin Yushu asked. But the other party ignored him. Wan Yaoyang was staring intently at Zhang Yi, scrutinizing him closely. Lin Yushu's expression stiffened slightly, and he sneered inwardly, "Where did this bumpkin come from? He doesn't know his place. He, the strongest high school student in Ancheng, stands here. Why did the other party ignore him and instead focus on someone with inferior talent? They have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai." Wan Yaoyang was naturally unaware of Lin Yushu's thoughts. He stared at Zhang Yi and asked curiously, "What's your name?" He hadn't seen a boy who could rival his looks in a long time. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, even seemed to surpass him. This feeling was completely unfamiliar to Wan Yaoyang. Before Zhang Yi could reply, Zhao Qingli coldly said, "What his name is none of your business." Of course, she wouldn't let the other party know Zhang Yi's name. That might not be a good thing for Zhang Yi. Wan Yaoyang smiled and didn't care. He looked at Zhao Qingli and smiled, "Long time no see, old classmate." Zhao Qingli didn't want to pay him any attention and said coldly, "You're all here to participate in the encirclement and suppression mission. Enough with the nonsense, what do you plan to do?" "It's very simple." Wan Yaoyang said with a faint smile, "I'll kill all the enemies by myself, and then you can go back and collect your rewards." Such arrogance, Lin Yushu sneered. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a student from one of the top 10 universities. "Where did this country bumpkin come from?" Wan Yaoyang said calmly. "Ugly and smelly, and still barking like a dog here?" "What did you say?" Lin Yushu's eyes turned cold. He was already very dissatisfied with the other party's attitude of ignoring him. His anger was completely ignited by those words. But Lin Yushu suppressed his emotions and said coldly, "I will find you after the mission is over. Right now, the task at hand is the most important thing." Wan Yaoyang ignored the other party. In his eyes, everyone present except Zhao Qingli was an ant. For Qingyang High School, Ancheng was nothing more than a poor, remote mountain village. Country bumpkins? That's already giving them too much credit. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of them did not make a move. If they start fighting here and alert the hidden organization, it will be troublesome. He looked at Zhao Qingli and said in a low voice, "Squad leader, let's each go our own way. Given the current situation, it's clear that there's no point in hoping to cooperate with other teams." Zhao Qingli nodded and took the lead in heading up the mountain. Zhang Yi and Wang Xiang quickly followed. Lin Yushu gave Wan Yaoyang a cold look, then led the 2 people beside him to follow. Wan Yaoyang shook his head slightly, not caring. For him, this mission was just something he did on the side to earn some extra money. The upcoming preparatory star level assessment is the most important thing. Let's not create any unnecessary complications, Wan Yaoyang thought to himself. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have already killed that person on the ground. Wan Yaoyang walked into the mountain with his hands behind his back. A moment later, all 3 teams had arrived near their destination. Ahead, a huge cave appeared. At first glance, the cave appears extremely well hidden, surrounded by overgrown weeds, as if it were formed naturally. However, upon closer inspection, one can see traces of human intervention. This is it. Zhang Yi lay on a slope, recalling the homework he had done beforehand. This remaining stronghold had a total of 13 people, 10 of whom were at least at the peak of their cultivation. None of them were destroyed. There should be sentries outside the cave. As Zhang Yi was observing, a figure carrying a sword box walked forward. Wan Yaoyang walked directly towards the cave with his hands behind his back. Perfect, let him go and test the waters. Seeing this, Zhang Yi remained calm and simply waited. On another slope, Lin Yushu looked at Wan Yaoyang and sneered inwardly, "This idiot, there must be an ambush all around, and he just walked right past." Just as he was thinking this, he heard a loud boom. Countless fallen leaves suddenly burst into flames on the ground. A figure flashed by, wielding a knife and stabbing at Wan Yaoyang's back. Swift as lightning. However, Wan Yaoyang ignored it, seemingly completely unaware of the attack from behind. Until the knife was only half a foot away from him. Clang! In an instant, the sword box on his back trembled violently, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky. Put! The person who attacked Wan Yaoyang was cut in two at the waist by the sword light in mid-air. The body fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out. Wan Yaoyang remained calm, as if he hadn't lifted a finger, and walked peacefully toward the cave. So strong. Lin Yushu's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this scene. After returning from the Starry Sky refinement, he had already broken through to the first level. But he didn't even see Wan Yaoyang's attack clearly. Who exactly is this person? How can he be so strong? Lin Yushu's face turned ashen. Just then, he saw Zhang Yi, Zhao Qingli, and the other two rushing towards the cave. Without further hesitation, Lin Yushu led the two people beside him and rushed into the cave. Just as the three teams entered the cave, hundreds of meters away, two figures stood atop the treetops, gazing towards the direction of the cave. These two people were Zhang Jianwu and Sun Haisong. For these kinds of raids, the school always arranges for experts to secretly guard the area, just in case. But this time, the two of them are involved for more than just that. Zhang Jianwu looked towards the cave and said leisurely, "Even Wan Yaoyang from Qingyang High School has come. It seems we don't need to lift a finger this time?" Sun Haisong shook his head and said, "Wan Yaoyang alone is not enough to deal with this. This den still harbors several rats who are close to the first level of breakthrough and two who are close to the second level of breakthrough." A hint of mockery appeared on his face. Zhang Jianwu nodded slightly and smiled. Wan Yaoyang is about to participate in the preparatory star position assessment, yet he has come to wade into this mess. If this affects the assessment, then it would be a case of losing more than he gains. Sun Haisong said, "Speaking of which, I plan to have Lin Yushu try out for the preparatory star officer assessment next month. What about your school?" "Nobody's here." "No one again?" Sun Haisong asked in surprise. "No one from your third middle school has participated for several years in a row." Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "The preparatory star position is a competition among geniuses. Anqing No. 3 middle school is just a third-rate high school in the end. It has no right to compete." His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Chapter 58, Slaughter Seeking Monthly Tickets. Inside the cave. All three teams are extremely fast. In just a few seconds, they were already deep inside. At this moment, the group was walking through a long, dark passageway. Zhang Yi was still savoring Wan Yaoyang's attack, and his heart was quite unsettled. They're both senior high school students. The opponent's strength is clearly far superior to that of the people from Anqing. Taoist innate talent. Zhang Yi thought to himself in silence. So this is what Taoist innate talent is. In this world, only those with innate talent and spiritual qualities can be called geniuses. Ordinary people with inferior talents, without the right opportunities, will never be able to reach the same level as such people in their entire lives. They were not the same species from birth. Zhang Yi had only heard of it before. Now, seeing his peers with their innate talent and potential for enlightenment for the first time, he realized just how true that statement was. However, if we look at the distant and prosperous 10 provinces of the eastern region, even with his Taoist talent, he would probably only be considered above average. Exceptional talent is what makes them the most dazzling presence there. I wonder what the world there is like, Zhang Yi thought longingly. Just then, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They seemed to have arrived at the edge of a cliff, with a huge pit carved out by man below. The pit is thousands of meters long and incredibly wide, and contains all sorts of facilities. Martial arts arena, training pool, warehouse. In an instant, Zhang Yi had taken in the entire scene before him. It really is the hideout of the hidden organization. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Before, who would have imagined that such a scene would exist deep within this cave? The hidden organization clearly hollowed out the ground and created an underground cave. At the same time, enemy attack. A sharp shout came from the underground cave. Immediately afterwards, figures rushed out of the cave, charging towards them with murderous intent. Boom! Before Zhang Yi and the others could make a move, Wan Yaoyang's figure had already turned into a blur as the sword light swept past. In an instant, a corpse fell to the ground. "Let us go too," Zhao Qingli said. Whoever gets something valuable keeps it. Don't we have to hand it over? Jiang Yi asked in surprise. Wang Xiang said, anything gained during the mission may be kept by the school unless specifically requested by the school. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! Without saying a word, he rushed forward and charged into the cave. Just now, with a quick glance, he had already spotted quite a few medicine warehouses and cultivation supplies, all of which were quite valuable. Since he could take it for himself, he naturally wanted to seize the initiative. Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang exchanged a glance and quickly headed towards Jiang Yi's direction. Their primary purpose in coming here is to protect Jiang Yi. Completing the task is secondary. Whoosh! At this moment, several figures charged towards Jiang Yi and his two companions, brandishing knives. One of the men in black charged towards Jiang Yi. How dare you offend the hidden spirits? You have some nerve. The man in black had a ferocious expression, his face covered with dark lines, and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look extremely terrifying. None of you will leave here alive today. He charged madly toward Jiang Yi. Seeing this, Jiang Yi didn't dare to be negligent and drew his knife in the backhand. Members of the hidden organization have had their human bodies altered through some kind of special ritual of contamination. They can't even be called human anymore, they've been assimilated into the Shadow Clan. Jiang Yi's gaze was icy. He was not facing humans, but monsters of the half-human, half-shadow race. Thinking this through, he became even calmer and held the knife to defend himself. When? The man in black used a long sword, and his slash was powerful and heavy. Jiang Yi's arm trembled slightly as he sensed the other party's strength. His cultivation method is perfected, and he has undergone at least one baptism of the starry sky. But we're still a long way from breaking through. Jiang Yi swayed, constantly parrying with his knife while searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Kill! Jiang Yi's eyes hardened, and he thrust out with his knife. In that instant, his attack speed seemed to increase visibly. He slashed 3 times in quick succession, aiming for the man in black's chest with lightning speed. The beauty asks, when you encounter an opponent or teammate of the opposite sex, your attack speed increases by 35%, and there is a chance to increase your damage by 50%. 3 huge bloody holes appeared in the chest of the man in black. You! His eyes widened, and he swayed as he fell to the ground. It seemed that no one expected Jiang Yi's power to suddenly increase so much. Did I trigger the effect of Red Beauty, asks the Wei? Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately realized it. Because Zhao Qingli was in the team. His attack speed just increased by 35%, and his damage also increased by 50%. With 3 stabs, he killed the other man instantly. At the same time, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang also dealt with the other men in black. Wang Xiang rushed over, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, this is really your first time killing someone?" He also saw the scene where Jiang Yi made his move. That was such a decisive and swift approach. Zhao Qingli also glanced at Jiang Yi in surprise. This guy is ruthless. Are all poor people this ruthless? She had never liked poor people, but Jiang Yi surprised her greatly. Jiang Yi didn't have time to say more. After dealing with the men in black in front of him, he ran towards the warehouse ahead. This cave, which stretches for several kilometers, contains numerous warehouses. In front of Jiang Yi, there was a small warehouse. Those men in black were the force guarding this warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, it was found that most of the containers were empty. Jiang Yi quickly searched the place and soon found 9 bottles of Lilong potion. I've got 30,000 yuan. Jiang Yi exclaimed in amazement. Even with just this much to show for it, the trip was worthwhile. He had never imagined he could have such extra income. At this moment, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang also walked in. Wang Xiang said, "Are you done? Let's go to the next place." Jiang Yi said, "Let's divide the spoils." Zhao Qingli glanced at the medicine bottle in his hand and said coldly, "You can keep it yourself." "I don't need any medicine." "I can't carry that many," Jiang Yi retorted. "Let us each take 3 bottles. Let us stop passing the buck." As he spoke, he tossed 3 bottles of medicine to each of them. Zhao Qingli glanced at him in surprise, but did not refuse, and put the 3 bottles of medicine into her backpack. Wang Xiang chuckled and said, "Brother Jiang is truly magnanimous. It's been worthwhile to befriend you." If Jiang Yi really keeps all the spoils for himself, they won't say anything. But Jiang Yi's current actions have undoubtedly made the 2 of them recognize his character even more. A moment later, the 3 of them walked out of the warehouse together. At this time, Lin Yushu's team and Wan Yaoyang also killed many people. There were corpses all around. Jiang Yi frowned slightly upon seeing this. The intelligence is wrong. There are more than 13 people in this cave. There were more than 13 corpses on the ground alone. Deep inside the cave, figures were still emerging. Zhao Qingli's expression also changed, and she immediately said, "The school's information is wrong, let's go out first." The intelligence was wrong, which is an extremely serious matter. At present, only the number of people is incorrect. But who knows if an even more serious mistake might occur? Let's go. Zhao Qingli immediately grabbed Jiang Yi and ran towards the exit. Boom! Just then, the ground suddenly exploded, and several burly figures shot into the sky. A powerful aura emanated from it. They are all powerful individuals who are close to breaking through to the first level. At the same time, deep within the cave, two powerful auras erupted like volcanoes, instantly engulfing the entire underground space. That kind of spirit was in no way inferior to Wan Yaoyang. Even, far surpasses it. Chapter 59, Killing Frenzy. Two figures, one in black and one in white, rushed out from the depths of the cave. Along with this, a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire underground space. Some martial arts masters, when still, are like a deep pool and a towering mountain. With every move they make, they have the power to topple mountains and rivers. When they roar, they are like thunder splitting the sky. This is spirit. This kind of spirit is intangible yet more powerful than tangible. It cannot be seen, yet its existence can be deeply felt. The oppressive atmosphere that pervades the entire venue right now stems from this. Everyone who had broken through felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Wan Yaoyang frowned slightly as he looked at the two figures rushing towards him. An elderly man in black and an elderly man in white. That terrifying aura emanated from these two. There are actually two more first-stage martial artists hiding here? Wan Yaoyang chuckled lightly. Interesting. The words were spoken. The sword sheath on his back was finally drawn. Clang! A bright sword light shot into the sky. It was a long sword with a golden red color. The blade was shrouded in a faint golden red starlight, and the tip of the sword was sharp and gleaming, as if starlight was shining. This is a star weapon, a weapon specifically crafted for martial artists specializing in the stars. Not only can it maximize the power of star energy, but it can also inflict terrifying damage on the Shadow Clan and the like. Boom! Wan Yaoyang unleashed a terrifying aura, wielding his sword as he charged towards the black and white elders. At the same time, both teams from Anshan were also surrounded. At that moment, Jiang Yi and his two companions were surrounded and attacked by 6 men in black. These 6 men in black were all extremely powerful, and they were just one step away from breaking through. Each of them was as strong as Zhao Qingli. Not to mention these rats in the hidden organization are ruthless characters who live on the edge. Clang clang clang. Zhao Qingli faced the attack of the three alone, and it was extremely difficult for her, as she kept retreating. Jiang Yi and Wang Xian, on the other hand, faced an attack from 3 other men in black. The two stood back to back, constantly parrying. We must finish this quickly. Jiang Yi knew that he had to take advantage of the fact that the black and white elders were entangled with Wan Yaoyang and escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Wan Yaoyang is unable to defeat those two, things will get complicated. Brother Wang, hold one person off. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he put the knife back into his backpack and rolled away. When 2 of the men in black saw him trying to escape, they immediately surrounded him. Jiang Yi. Wang Xian's expression changed upon seeing this scene. With Jiang Yi's strength, he has absolutely no chance of winning against the 2 of them alone. At the same time, Jiang Yi hadn't rolled far before he was surrounded again by the 2 men in black. You little brat, trying to escape? Did you ask your grandpa first? One of the men in black grinned maliciously and suddenly swung his knife at Jiang Yi. Scraps. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he raised his arm to block. He was now unarmed, but his attacks were far more powerful than when he was wielding a knife. Whether it's the star martial cultivation method or the 8-part thunder sound fist, they only have basic punches and kicks. Jiang Yi does not know swordsmanship. His most proficient and explosive killing technique is ultimately his fist. He didn't want to go bare-handed to avoid getting injured. But now, I can't worry about that anymore. When? The man in black slashed at Jiang Yi's arm with his knife, but Jiang Yi neutralized most of the force with his fist. The remaining impact force was blocked by the arm guards. Jiang Yi only felt a slight pain. Call. Upon seeing this, the two men in black began to swing their knives at him relentlessly, like a storm of blows. Although they had no sword skills, every strike they made was extremely ruthless. If a vital point was struck, death was inevitable. After holding off for a while, Jiang Yi decided to stop playing defensively. Tread. He suddenly stepped forward, and with an extremely fierce punch, he broke through the blockade and blasted towards one of the men in black. Taking advantage of the moment, another man in black suddenly swung his knife down at him. Jiang Yi ignored him. Injury for injury. Kill. This punch carried terrifying force. A faint silver light flashed across the fist's edge. Boom! It was like a thunderclap. The eighth thunderclap fist, imbued with star energy, landed squarely on the chest of the man in black. Increases damage by 50%. The man in black revealed a sinister smile. He was already one step away from breaking through the barrier, and he didn't believe that the boy could hurt him with just his fists. But the next moment. Puff! The man in black suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. You. The black-clad man, who was close to breaking through to the first level, looked on with disbelief. Jiang Yi gave him no chance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, with a 35% attack speed bonus, his second punch landed, ruthlessly striking the same spot. Bang! Snap! I could vaguely hear the sound of bones cracking. The man in black was sent flying backward by two consecutive punches, his internal organs ruptured, and he fell to the ground, quickly becoming still. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, it happens in the blink of an eye. Before the other man in black could react, Jiang Yi had already killed one of them. The price is. He himself was also slashed in the shoulder by another man in black. A gruesome knife wound appeared on his shoulder. Even with the protection of the stab-proof vest, he was still instantly injured by a full-force slash that was close to that of a first-level martial artist. I felt the intense pain coming from the wound. Jiang Yi's gaze grew increasingly calm. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step and suddenly lunged at another man in black. You. The remaining man in black's expression changed slightly, but he quickly revealed a ferocious look. Ah, Marathi. He was chanting something like a mantra, and then the dark lines on his skin spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its entire body turned pitch black. It appears that there is not much difference between them and the Shadow Clan. Roar! The man in black let out a beast-like roar and swung his knife at Jiang Yi. When? Jiang Yi took the blow head-on, and a splitting pain shot through his wound. Is this the secret technique of the Hidden Gods organization? Jiang Yi's gaze was icy cold. The Hidden Organization possesses the ability to rapidly enhance a person's strength in a short period of time. This is not a rumor. Currently, the man in black's strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before. However, at this moment, there was no trace of fear on Jiang Yi's face. Despite the excruciating pain emanating from his wound, his eyes remained completely unmoved. Finding joy in suffering, in a state of suffering, all attributes receive a considerable temporary boost. The deeper the suffering, the greater the boost. A surge of increasingly powerful energy was brewing within Jiang Yi's body. Kill! Jiang Yi shouted, transforming into a blur as he lunged at the man in black. He withstood another blow from the opponent. Then, Jiang Yi punched the man in black in the chest. Bang 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 bang. With the support of multiple buffs. In a very short time, Jiang Yi unleashed more than 10 punches in succession, like a human piledriver. Nearly 10 of these punches received a 50% damage increase. Thunderous sounds continued to explode. The corrupted man in black didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was smashed to pieces like a sandbag. Thump. When Jiang Yi stopped moving, the man in black in front of him had already turned into a corpse, slid limply to the ground. On the chest of the man in black, there was a grotesque, dented hole, 20 inches in diameter. Chapter 60, The Curtain Falls. Seeking monthly tickets. Strange, the critical hit rate is a bit high. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised. Logically, the critical hit effect of the Red Beauty asks the way skill is a probability event. When he teamed up with Xiao Qing to hunt down the Shadow Clan, the event only triggered once in the entire game. But now? When he teamed up with Zhao Qingli, almost half of the punches he used resulted in critical hits. Was it just a stroke of good luck on his part, or does the system also consider appearance? Jiang Yi didn't have time to think much at this moment. After dealing with the two, he quickly went to Zhao Qingli's aid. Zhao Qingli faced 3 men in black alone and struggled to fight them. Whoosh! Whoosh! She swiftly unleashed her leg whip, her snow-white thighs sweeping out like blades to strike the enemy's lower body. Zhao Qingli's leg techniques are extremely fierce, and she has worked hard to master them. Even Lin Yushu might not have been her match before. If there are only two enemies, her tactic is indeed effective. 3? That's a stretch. Boom! Just as Zhao Qingli was about to reach her limit, a pale silver light flashed. Zhang Yi attacked from behind, his fist aimed directly at one of the men in black. With all his attributes improved, his strength and speed were enhanced in every way. Such a short distance, it can be reached in the blink of an eye. The man in black didn't even have time to react before he was punched in the back of the head. 8-part thunder sound fist. Boom! The man in black felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, and he was completely stunned. Snap! Faintly, one could hear the sound of a skull cracking. It's really hard. Zhang Yi felt a pain in his palm, but he didn't stop at all, and streaks of silver light flashed across the surface of his fist. The punches, imbued with extraordinary energy, struck the opponent's head repeatedly in a very short time. Bang bang bang. It only takes a few seconds. The man in black was beaten until he bled from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. No! Zhao Qingli's cherry-like mouth was wide open. But at this moment, she had no time to be surprised and quickly joined forces with Zhang Yi to deal with the remaining 2. With Zhang Yi joining the fray, the remaining 2 men in black were no match for him. Soon, Zhang Yi and Zhao Qingli joined forces to kill him. The 2 then quickly turned back to support Prince Ong. Half a minute later, the 6 black-clad men in this area who were close to breaking through to the first level were all eliminated. Zhang Yi, your strength. Wang Xiang was quite surprised. He had just witnessed the fight between Zhang Yi and the 2 men in black. At this moment, he was deeply shaken. Is this still Zhang Yi? It seems like he's even stronger than him in combat. Zhang Yi, your shoulder. Zhao Qingli, standing to the side, looked at the gruesome knife wound on Zhang Yi's shoulder with a worried expression. Let's talk outside. Let's go. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang nodded, and together with Zhang Yi, they quickly ran towards the exit. Boom! Just then, a tremendous explosion came from afar. The 2 elders, the strongest in this hideout, both unleashed unparalleled power. In an instant, he suppressed Wan Yaoyang. No, this is. Zhao Qingli's pretty face suddenly changed, approaching the second breakthrough. She had witnessed the aura displayed by a second-level powerhouse. At this moment, the 2 elders, one black and one white, were only 1 level below a true second-level powerhouse. They haven't shown their true strength yet? Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. Although the black and white elders were very strong before, they were always evenly matched with Wan Yaoyang and were far from being as powerful as they are now. The other party was clearly trying to fish for them. After confirming that only these people were involved, they prepared to close the net. Let's go quickly. Zhang Yi rushed towards the exit. At the same time, Wan Yaoyang reacted quickly upon seeing the aura unleashed by the black and white elders. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards the exit. He. Trying to escape now? Isn't it too late? Behind them, the 2 old men, one black and one white, let out a hoarse and sinister laugh. The 2 became after-images, moving at an astonishing speed. It seemed to blend into the shadows on the ground. Clearly, these 2 have already begun to utilize the abilities of the Shadow Clan. The old man in black chased after Lin Yushu. The old man in white then chased after Wan Yaoyang. He was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he blocked Wan Yaoyang's path. Boy, enter my hidden realm, and I'll spare your life, the white-robed old man said with a sinister laugh. Wan Yaoyang narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the girl in front is a descendant of a star servant. She is more valuable than me. Oh? The old man in white glanced in Zhao Qingli's direction and sneered, unfortunately, they've almost escaped. We don't want to chase them into the outside world. Wan Yaoyang lowered his voice and said, let me leave, and I'll help you keep her here, how about it? As he spoke, he glanced in Zhao Qingli's direction, a dark golden light flashing in his pupils. Moment. Zhao Qingli, who was running towards the exit, stumbled and fell to the ground. Talent Abyssal Gaze. The ability of the Myriad Demon Sun has little effect on opponents at higher levels, but it has a significant effect on opponents of the same level or weaker than oneself. It can cause a person to be temporarily paralyzed. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the white-robed elder immediately transformed into a blur and swiftly flew towards Zhao Qingli. Clearly, he was also extremely interested in the descendants of star servants that Wan Yaoyang had mentioned. At the same time, Jiang Yi noticed Zhao Qingli fall to the ground, and his heart sank. Without thinking twice, he turned around, grabbed Zhao Qingli, and dragged her toward the exit. But it was in this brief interval between coming and going that things happened. At the exit, a figure stood, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the old man in white. "Stay here, all of you," the white-robed elder said with a cold laugh. He glanced around the scene and clicked his tongue in admiration. "Not bad, we actually caught 7 good prospects this time." On the other side, the old man in black also suppressed Lin Yushu and the other 2. He said hoarsely, "Arrest all these people and take them away. This place has been exposed, we can't stay here any longer." The old man in white nodded and sneered, "You little brats, the game is over." The next moment, he was about to reach out his hand to Jiang Yi and the others. Jiang Yi's face was icy cold as he prepared to draw his pistol and fight to the death. He had kept this special weapon hidden, just in case. But just then, call out. A golden light suddenly pierced through the ground, tearing through the air, and in an instant, it pierced through the white-robed old man's head. He didn't even have time to react, he died on the spot. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures appeared at the exit. It was none other than Zhang Jianwu and Song Haisong. "It's time to end this," Song Haisong said with a smile. The old man in black's expression changed drastically when he saw the 2. Without saying a word, he instantly transformed into a shadow and sped towards the depths of the cave. "Can they escape?" Zhang Jianwu's indifferent voice rang out. He swung his arm, and the golden light shot out instantly. This is clearly another star weapon, but the power that Zhang Jianwu unleashed far surpasses that of Wan Yaoyang. Bang! A golden light flashed past, then shot off at several times the speed of sound, creating a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the golden light pierced the shadow. Like a divine nail, it firmly pinned it to the ground. Sizzle! The shadow struggled on, eventually reforming into human form. A golden light pierced through the chest of the old man in black, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Song Haisong laughed and said, "I'll take care of the rest of these rats." As he spoke, he took a step forward and flew towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he understands that it seems this was all within the school's expectations. At the same time, Wan Yaoyang also came over and cupped his hands to Zhang Jianwu, saying, "Thank you for saving me, senior." After saying that, the strange young man didn't wait for Zhang Jianwu to reply. He walked toward the exit on his own. Etc. Just then, a voice rang out. Chapter 61, Getting Something for Nothing. It was Zhao Qingli who spoke. Zhao Qingli looked coldly at the strange young man and said, "You attacked me just now?" Wan Yaoyang frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Zhao Qingli's eyes were icy cold. She turned to Zhang Jianwu and said, "Director Zhang, I was almost at the exit when my body suddenly stiffened. If I'm not mistaken, it was this guy who did it in secret." Zhang Jianwu looked at Wan Yaoyang. When he entered the place, he did see Zhao Qingli fall to the ground. Logically speaking, this girl's legwork is incredibly solid, she shouldn't have been tripped up so easily. It can only be caused by human intervention. Wan Yaoyang said indifferently, "What does this have to do with me?" Still pretending? Zhao Qingli's face was as cold as ice. She said indifferently, "Those with Taoist bone endowments usually possess special abilities, and your ability is abyss gaze. Anyone you gaze upon will fall into a brief state of paralysis." Wan Yaoyang shook his head and said, "The methods of the Hidden Gods organization are unpredictable and can produce similar effects. Besides, why would I attack you? In that situation, every bit of strength we have increases our chances of survival." Zhao Qingli did not answer the question. Why did Wan Yaoyang attack her? Perhaps he wanted to drag her down with him. Based on her impression of this person, he was perfectly capable of doing such a thing at that critical moment. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke up, "I have a recording here." He shook the communication watch on his wrist. "In order to escape, you helped the Hidden Gods organization keep Zhao Qingli. In exchange, they let you go." Jiang Yi looked at Wan Yaoyang and calmly said, "Do you need me to release the recording so everyone can hear how you colluded with others?" Wan Yaoyang stared at him coldly without saying a word. He spoke these words in a very low voice, amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. Almost no one present heard it. Judging from Zhang Jianwu's reaction, it was clear that no one outside the public noticed at the time. This is why Wan Yaoyang is so confident. But Jiang Yi actually heard it? What he didn't know was that Jiang Yi had an extraordinary hearing ability, which allowed him to catch the sounds of the conversation. Yes, I did it. Wan Yaoyang suddenly calmed down and said frankly, in that situation, it was my only chance to survive, and I don't think I did anything wrong. After all, my value is 100 times greater than these people's. My survival is the most important thing. His tone was calm as still water, and his voice was utterly indifferent. As for Wan Yaoyang, with his Taoist innate talent, he was qualified to say that. In terms of newborn endowments, original endowments are inferior endowments. However, in terms of innate Taoist talent, newly born talent is also of inferior quality. From the perspective of human civilization, even sacrificing 100 people with inferior talents is better than the premature death of one person with the talent of a Taoist. For Wan Yaoyang, this statement was perfectly correct. However, his words provoked the anger of those present. What arrogance! Lin Yushu retorted angrily. So what if you have Taoist talent? Does that make you so great? Wan Yaoyang completely ignored him. In his eyes, people like Lin Yushu were no different from ants. Wan Yaoyang looked at Zhang Jianwu and smiled, may I leave now? The opponent is, after all, a martial arts expert, and at least at the second breakthrough level, possibly even the third breakthrough level. Therefore, even though he had a high opinion of himself, he had to lower his stance at this moment to avoid being suppressed. Zhang Jianwu said coldly, I will truthfully inform Qingyang High School of what you have done. Please go ahead. Wan Yaoyang smiled slightly. Just then, Zhao Qingli coldly said, from today onwards, Jingshui Pharmaceutical will no longer provide pharmaceutical assistance to Qingyang High School. Wan Yaoyang's face stiffened. But it quickly returned to normal. He has already thoroughly offended Zhao Qingli today, so there is no need for him to apologize. Moreover, he himself would not stoop to apologizing to someone of inferior talent. Zhao Qingli? Wan Yaoyang sneered inwardly, she only has good parents. With such inferior talent, she is nothing once she leaves home. With his sword case on his back, he turned to leave. Boom! But at that moment, a terrifying sense of oppression descended instantly. Under that terrifying pressure, Wan Yaoyang was instantly bent over, and bulging veins appeared on his neck. He suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at Zhang Jianwu, Senior, what do you mean by this? I didn't say you could leave. Zhang Jianwu said calmly, since you have admitted it, then I have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the Hidden God organization. If you have anything to say, go talk to the police station. As he spoke, he instructed everyone to find a rope to tie them up. The Hidden Organization has a penchant for kidnapping people, so there's no shortage of ropes here. Soon, Zhao Qingli, Wang Xian, Lin Yushu and the others found ropes and rushed forward. You dare touch me? Wan Yaoyang stared coldly at Lin Yushu. Fuck your mother. Lin Yushu kicked him in the face, venting his anger. Then, he quickly bound Wan Yaoyang with ropes, his technique surprisingly skillful. You wait. Wan Yaoyang's face turned ashen, but under Zhang Jianwu's imposing aura, he was unable to move and trembled with anger. You should know that he has the talent of a Taoist, and even in Qingyang High School, he would have a very high status. Where have you ever experienced such treatment? Especially when someone as ugly as Lin Yushu kicked him in the face with a size 45 foot. That taste. I'll never forget it. No. At the same time, Wan Yaoyang looked coldly at the handsome young man in the distance. If the other party hadn't recorded him, he wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible situation. A moment later, Song Haisong returned to his original spot and quickly learned what had happened. This kid Song Haisong's eyelids twitched as he looked at the bound Wan Yaoyang. Are we really going to send him to the police station? He knew very well that the other party was not only endowed with Taoist talent. The background is also not simple. Talent is hereditary. The stronger an individual is, the more powerful their offspring will be. While it is possible for geniuses to emerge from ordinary families, the chances are extremely small. While Wan Yaoyang's family may not be as powerful as Zhao Qingli's, it is still a formidable force in its own right. Zhang Jianwu said calmly, we have both witnesses and physical evidence, what's there to worry about? Speaking of which. He looked at Jiang Yi, make a copy of the recording you mentioned earlier and give it to the police station. But Jiang Yi shook his head. What recording? I just made that up. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu was shocked, Zhao Qingli was shocked, and even Wan Yaoyang was shocked. All eyes turned to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi coughed and admitted, this guy's voice is very soft. I don't have any special eavesdropping equipment, so I definitely can't record it. Just now, it was all a bluff. However, I recorded all of those previous conversations. He shook his communication watch. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at him in disbelief. Wang Yaoyan's eyes widened in anger, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. So Jiang Yi tricked him out of his predicament with nothing but deception? Chapter 62, The Harvest. Please continue reading. Moments later, a team of fully armed soldiers rushed into the underground space. It was none other than the police force. So fast? Everyone was somewhat surprised. Jiang Yi thought to himself, it seems the police have been waiting nearby for a while. This mission is really special. Director Zhang. The captain of this police team was a burly man whose imposing presence was no less than that of Zhang Jianwu. He shook hands with Zhang Jianwu and said with a smile, "Thank you all from your schools this time." Seeing this, everyone present understood. This mission was a scheme orchestrated by the police in several schools. The purpose was to capture those two rats who were close to being broken through to the second level. After all, experts at this level also possess the shadow cloak technique, making them extremely adept at counter-surveillance. Even a true second-stage powerhouse would find it difficult to catch. At this moment, the police captain saw Wan Yaoyang, who was bound, and asked in confusion, "Is this also from the Hidden Gods organization? He looks quite young." Zhang Jianwu immediately explained it to him. Jiang Yi then turned on the previous recording. After understanding what happened, the captain immediately ordered his men to take Wan Yaoyang away. Then, he looked at Jiang Yi, Zhao Qingli, and the others and said, "The children have also taken a great risk. You can take care of cleaning up here. We police won't take your spoils." Zhang Jianwu laughed and said, "Officer Wu is very generous." He waved to Jiang Yi and the others, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and loot, whoever gets the loot keeps it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yushu rushed out. Jiang Yi, Zhao Qingli, Wang Ziyan, and others quickly followed. There are still many rooms in this underground cave, which they haven't had time to search yet. No. Zhao Qingli caught up with her long, snow-white legs and whispered, "Thank you for earlier." She was referring to the incident where Jiang Yi turned around and pulled her up after she fell down. Otherwise, Jiang Yi would have escaped long ago. Jiang Yi smiled and said, "No need to thank me. If it were you, you would have turned around and saved me without hesitation, right?" Zhao Qingli was taken aback, then said coldly, "I'm the class monitor, of course I'll save you." Even so, she looked away somewhat awkwardly. Seeing this, Wang Ziyan was shocked. Holy crap! Jiang Yi, he looks honest, but I didn't expect him to be so good at flirting. Jiang Yi was unaware of his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Let's split up and see whoever gets it first." Good. Zhao Qingli and Wang Ziyan quickly separated. Jiang Yi ran to a nearby room and began searching inside. The room was mostly filled with scrap and garbage. Clearly, the hidden organization already knew that this stronghold had been exposed. Therefore, valuable items were transferred early on. What remained were items that were left unattended and of average value. However, after searching high and low, Jiang Yi still found several unopened bottles of medicine. Not all of them are Lilong medicine, there are also Shanlong medicine, Weilong medicine, etc. These can all help with cultivation. After leaving the room, Jiang Yi rushed to the next room without stopping. But they weren't always so lucky. Some rooms were filled with trash and contained nothing of value. Just as Jiang Yi was searching the fourth room, he suddenly discovered something unexpected. This is... He picked up the black goat hair clip from the ground. He recognized the hair clip. Xia Chang? Jiang Yi still remembered the missing classmate from class 9. However, many people used the same hair clip, so this doesn't prove anything. However, as Jiang Yi continued his search, he found a photo of Xia Qing in the room. Xia Qing has indeed been kidnapped by the hidden organization. Jiang Yi's heart sank. He had never seen the girl again since Xia Qing disappeared. Now, relevant clues have been found in the hideout of the secret organization. However, this may not necessarily be bad news. The fact that Xia Qing has a separate room here suggests that she may not be dead, but rather has integrated into the Hidden God organization. Thinking about this, Jiang Yi didn't know whether it was good news or bad news. Let's continue the search. Jiang Yi walked towards the next room. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi's backpack was already full of medicine bottles. 20 bottles of medicine. Jiang Yi counted them, feeling instantly satisfied. Converted to market price, that's 60,000 yuan. This mission was absolutely worthwhile. the extra income alone reached 60,000 yuan. Not to mention, you can also receive mission rewards after returning to school. He has never been this rich. However, the sharp pain in his shoulder quickly brought him back to his senses. Everyone was injured to some extent during this operation. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, had a gruesome knife wound on his shoulder. This was even with a group of top experts like Zhang Jianwu and Song Haisong nearby. Otherwise, they would probably all be in grave danger this time. The actual combat mission was indeed extremely dangerous. Zhang Yi thought to himself, after returning, I must seize the time to cultivate and reach the first breakthrough as soon as possible, so that I will have a certain ability to protect myself when facing danger. He hurried back, carrying his school bag. A moment later, Zhang Yi returned to Zhang Jianwu and took out the photo of Xia Qing. Director, I found some items belonging to students from Class 9 here. Zhang Ye reported his previous findings to the other party. Zhang Jianwu took the photo and glanced at it. Xia Chang? He shook his head and said, according to you, she may have already integrated into the hidden organization. Zhang Yi nodded and said in a low voice, should we report it to the police and get her out? Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, reporting is one thing, but even if we find Xia Qing, she won't be the same Xia Chang as before. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He then remembered that the most bizarre and unpredictable ability of the hidden organization was to assimilate humans into the Shadow Clan. This assimilation is not just physical assimilation. It is also an assimilation of ideas. If Xia Qing is truly still alive, then as Zhang Jianwu said, she is no longer herself. For some reason, Zhang Yi felt a little heavy-hearted. Okay, stop thinking about these things. Zhang Jianwu shook his head, patted him on the shoulder and said, live in the moment and protect yourself, that's enough. Zhang Yi nodded. At this time, the others also began to converge on this side. Have you looted everything? Zhang Jianwu glanced at it. Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Jianwu was about to speak up and lead the team away. At this moment, Zhao Qingli suddenly said, Director, Zhang Yi is injured. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwu looked at Zhang Yi. With his keen eyesight, he naturally noticed that Zhang Yi was injured long ago, but seeing that the boy had no reaction at all, he didn't ask about it at first. Is the injury serious? Let me see, Zhang Jianwu said. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, it's nothing, I'll be fine soon. Hurry up. Zhang Jianwu glared at him and scolded, if the wound gets infected, it will affect your college entrance exam. Zhang Yi then took off his backpack. He had previously wrapped the wound with the shoulder strap of his backpack. After untying the shoulder strap, Zhang Jianwu's expression immediately changed. Chapter 63 Compilation 2 chapters combined. You're so badly injured, and you still say you're fine? Get to the hospital right now. Zhang Jianwu looked at Zhang Yi's wound, his face turning ashen. The wound was far more serious than he had imagined, yet the kid acted as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. He really didn't feel anything. That little bit of pain was nothing to him. Moreover, while in pain, his overall attributes were significantly enhanced, and he could feel a slight warmth at the wound site, with cells healing at an accelerated rate. However, the doctor's concern is not wrong. If the wound becomes infected, it may not be able to recover for several months. It will affect the college entrance examination. He nodded, got up, and followed Zhang Jianwu outside. Wang Xiang immediately said, Brother Jiang, I'll go with you. Zhao Qingli hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll go too. Not far away, Lin Yushu said with a smile, I won't be going. Good luck to you all. As he spoke, he gave Zhang Yi another long look. The strength his opponent displayed today also surprised him greatly. Anqing People's Hospital. A voluptuous female doctor in a white coat carefully bandaged Zhang Yi's shoulder. She chuckled and said, You're quite impressive, young man. Logically, a knife wound of this severity should have started to swell and become inflamed by now, but there is no sign of it on him at all. Take good care of yourself for the next month and avoid strenuous exercise. You will recover quickly. Hearing the plump female doctor's words, the people standing nearby all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised and said with a smile, Everyone's constitution is different. His physical condition is now far superior to that of ordinary people. Good physical condition means a strong immune system, making it difficult for viruses and bacteria to invade the body. It's good that you're all right. Zhang Jianwu breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yi's injury affects his college entrance exam, that would be penny wise and pound foolish. Zhao Qingli asked with concern, Doctor, will it affect my cultivation? As long as you don't practice intense techniques, it's fine, the plump female doctor said with a smile. I understand, thanks for reminding me. Zhang Yi nodded. Soon, Zhang Yi and the others walked out of the hospital. Wang Xiang said regretfully, it seems you won't be able to participate in the class assessment in a few days. He is still very curious about the extent of Zhang Yi's current strength. The scene where Zhang Yi defeated the man in black with 3 punches is still fresh in his memory. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingli also looked at Zhang Yi with some curiosity. Zhang Yi's previous display of strength also greatly surprised her. It was clearly just a primal talent, yet it unleashed such combat power. Zhang Yi chuckled and said, let's talk about it next month. I should be almost fully recovered by then. The top performing classes undergo an assessment every month. The assessment content is consistent with the 4 martial arts assessments in the college entrance examination. I look forward to your performance next month, Wang Xiang said with a smile. Maybe we'll have another strong contender in the top 10 of the grade. Zhang Yi shook his head, it's not that exaggerated. It would be good if we could make it into the top 50. Wang Xiang chuckled and said, I think I figured out your personality now. You like to play the suppress first, then elevate trick. You're going to play the victim first, then shock everyone, right? You understand the emotional turmoil, he said meaningfully. Beside her, Zhao Qingli coldly added, I agree. You even fooled me. Zhang Yi. No, is being humble wrong? He sighed helplessly and said, I'm really not as strong as you think. Zhang Yi, that's enough. Even Zhang Jianwu, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and laughed and scolded, excessive modesty is arrogance. You're still pretending here. Zhang Yi shook his head and sighed, saying no more. I'm really not that good. Why doesn't anyone believe me? In reality, the reason why his fighting ability appears so formidable is. It's entirely due to the added benefits of seeking enlightenment through beauty and finding joy in hardship. With these 2 major buffs, he was able to kill powerful opponents who were close to breaking through to the first level. Otherwise, even with his current strength, he might not be able to defeat Wang Xiang. Top 10 in the grade? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. He truly didn't know where he would rank based on his current abilities. After all, he hadn't undergone any assessments since he had undergone the Starry Sky refinement. He will definitely improve in a month. How many places can they break into? Zhang Yi was starting to look forward to it. By the way, Wang Xiang suddenly said, how should the reward of 100,000 yuan for completing the mission be divided? The 100,000 yuan was not an individual reward, but a reward for the entire team. Zhao Qingli said coldly, Zhang Yi deserves the most credit for this mission. He should take half. Who agrees and who disagrees? Zhang Yi, the class monitor is right. Wang Xiang shrugged, naturally indicating that there was no problem. Zhao Qingli nodded and said, then it's settled. After the reward is credited to our account, Zhang Yi will take 50,000, and Wang Xiang and I will each take 25,000. A moment later, Zhao Qingli and Wang Xiang parted ways. Zhang Yi was left alone by Zhang Jianwu and got into a black sedan. Director, what's wrong? Zhang Yi asked, sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the other person with a puzzled expression. Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, you did a good job in this operation. Your combat skills surprised even me. You flatter me, Director. Zhang Yi smiled shyly. However, there is another reason why I've kept you here alone this time. Zhang Jianwu's smile faded. Zhang Yi nodded, please go ahead. Zhang Jianwu pondered for a moment and then said, I have a suggestion. If you can seize this opportunity, you may be able to get an extra 20 points in the college entrance examination. An extra 20 points? Zhang Yi gasped for breath. What does 20 points mean? For students scoring below 700, this extra point is insignificant. But when it reaches 700 points or more, that's an absolutely astonishing number. 700 points is the minimum score required for the alliance of 25 schools. The 25 schools alliance consists of 25 universities, which are quite different from each other. After all, going from 700 to 900 points is a jump of 200 points. Among the top 25 universities, such as Penglai University and Tunghai University, only those with scores of 850 or higher, or even close to 900, are eligible for admission. If I could get an extra 20 points, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed, then my chances of getting into those top universities would increase significantly. Even more so, there's a chance to get into one of the top 10 universities. He was well aware that once he reached a score of 800 or higher, every point of improvement was extremely valuable. You can tell from Zhao Qingli. As far as Jiang Yi knew, Zhao Qingli's monthly expenses were now far more than 100,000 yuan, even more. To help her prepare for the college entrance examination, her parents naturally gave her their full support. So many resources and so much money were invested. After 2 months, he only improved by 35 points. But this kind of progress is far ahead of the rest of Anqing number 3 middle school, and even in the whole of Anqing. Apart from Zhao Qingli, no other student who scored above 800 points improved so rapidly. This is only for scores above 800. What if it were above 850? The difficulty of improvement would be even more exaggerated. Thinking about this, Director Jiang Yi looked at Zhang Jianwu in front of him and asked, "What kind of suggestion are you referring to?" "Apply for the preparatory star-level vocational program." Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "As long as you can become a prospective star professional before the college entrance examination, you will receive an extra 20 points during the exam." A prospective star rank? Jiang Yi was taken aback. He had heard Lu Xingshi mention this matter before. But unexpectedly, becoming a prospective star clerk actually grants bonus points on the college entrance exam? Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, "Prospective star officers, that's a federal position, highly sought after in every province. If you can get in, even martial arts universities will give priority to recruiting students like this." Jiang Yi asked doubtfully, "Does joining the Federation's organization grant extra points?" Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "You need to register with the relevant university to indicate that you will join the university as a prospective star vocational school student. For example, registering in advance with Xishan University will give you an extra 20 points when you apply to Xishan University in the college entrance examination." Filing a record? Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. He was puzzled as to why a filing was necessary. Are there any restrictions after registration? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. Restrictions? No. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "The reason for this regulation is that all the provinces in the Federation want to recruit students into their ranks. Currently, most of the staffing is concentrated in the 10 eastern provinces and the 10 southern provinces. In contrast, our 10 provinces in the western regions are severely lacking in qualified personnel." Zhang Jianwu remarked with emotion, "If students can register at universities in the 10 provinces of the western regions, it means they have been formally employed here, which can be considered as making a contribution to this region. Universities like Xishan University in our Xishan province offer very high compensation to such talents. Universities in other provinces might not offer such a high score bonus." Hearing this, Jiang Yi finally understood. Got it. To put it bluntly, this regulation was created by various provinces in order to compete for staffing quotas. Indeed, the end of the universe is the system. Even the alliance of 25 schools is vying for positions. However, Jiang Yi soon asked curiously, "Director, do universities in the 10 eastern provinces offer this kind of score bonus?" Xishan University, although it is also part of the 25 school alliance. However, it ranks low. You only need 750 points to pass the exam. Jiang Yi did not consider it his goal. The 10 provinces of the eastern region? Zhang Jianwu was taken aback and said, "Universities there might only give a 10-point bonus." "What, you want to take the exam to go to one of the 10 provinces in the eastern region?" He looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded. Among the 25 schools in the alliance, the top schools are all located in the 10 eastern provinces. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, "The universities there require at least 850 points. Jiang Yi's current score is 520. There are only 4 months left until the college entrance examination. Reaching the Xishan University entrance score of 750 is already extremely good. 850 points? Almost impossible." However, recalling the other parties' unexpected performances over the past 6 months. For a moment, Zhang Jianwu didn't say anything discouraging. "Jiang Yi," he smiled, "if you really want to get into one of the 10 provinces in the eastern region, I will support you. This preliminary star position requires an introduction to apply for. I happen to have one spot available." Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "Next month is the date of the unified exam. If you decide to take the exam, I will give you this spot." Jiang Yi looked surprised. From the director's words, he vaguely guessed how precious this spot was. Being included in the federal government staff can also earn you extra points on the college entrance exam. The extra points alone would probably be enough to make many wealthy people fight tooth and nail for it. And now, the director is actually giving it to him? Director! Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, "You think so highly of me?" Zhang Jianwu thought to himself, "You're the person Miss Chen has her eye on, how could I not?" He remained calm and smiled faintly, saying, "I've always had high hopes for your potential. This preliminary star level assessment is not an easy thing. It requires undergoing a brutal real-world test to pass. And that's precisely why I have high hopes for you." Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have awakened your martial bone and gained an ability that enhances your combat power, right?" Jiang Yi's heart stirred slightly. The director also believes that his martial spirit has awakened. He could indeed use this reason to cover it up. Jiang Yi thought to himself and immediately nodded. "Teacher Chen also said before that my martial bone has awakened, and my actual combat ability is indeed better than what was tested." Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "That's why I recommended you to participate in the pre-star officer assessment." Jiang Yi nodded. But then he remembered something and asked in confusion, "Isn't this preparatory star officer assessment supposed to require hunting down Shadow Clan members in the real world?" "You don't need to worry about that." Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "The examination bureau will make the arrangements when the time comes." Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment. A moment later. "Okay." Jiang Yi said solemnly, "I will apply. Whether it's for the extra points on the college entrance exam or the generous subsidies for vocational school graduates, it's enough to attract him." "Okay, I'll remind you next month," Zhang Jianwu said with a smile. "This month, try your best to improve yourself." The student understands. A moment later, Zhang Jianwu drove Jiang Yi home in his black sedan. After arriving home, Jiang Yi took out 20 bottles of medicine from his backpack. These medicines, Jiang Yi pondered. He felt it would be a waste to use it himself. After all, a bottle of medicine can be bought for 1,000 yuan at Zhao Qingli's place. These medicines can be sold for a unit price of 3,000 yuan, or even more. Of course, most importantly, these drugs came from the hidden organization. Although it hasn't been opened, who knows if there's a problem? But where can we sell them? Jiang Yi himself didn't have any channels. After thinking for a while, he finally dialed Zhao Qingli's number. He had obtained the other party's contact information during this mission. After the call is connected. "Squad leader, do you accept medicine?" Jiang Yi asked tentatively. "You want to sell those medicines?" Zhao Qingli didn't seem surprised. She said calmly, 2,000 yuan a bottle. I can exchange them for martial arts ingredients of equal value. 2,000 yuan a bottle? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. This price is much lower than the market price. Zhao Qingli explained, I just checked these medicines, they are smuggled drugs and can only be circulated on the black market. 2,000 yuan is the highest price I can offer. Please consider it. Smuggled drugs? Jiang Yi was shocked. Luckily, I didn't sell it to anyone else, otherwise it would have been illegal if I had been caught. However, if it's handed over to Zhao Qingli, there won't be any problem, since the other party is a pharmaceutical company. Okay, then it'll be 2,000 yuan a bottle. Jiang Yi said with a smile, the person I trust the most is the beautiful class monitor. Snort. Zhao Qingli snorted and said coldly, we'll trade back at school. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi carefully put the medicine bottles away again. I opened the panel and took a look. Strange, I've clearly completed the task, so why hasn't the rewards page appeared? When he accepted this mission, the system popped up an achievement for sec mission. Does that mean I have to go back to school? Jiang Yi asked thoughtfully. Take a deep breath. Let's start cultivating. He went to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating the star martial advancement method. The preparatory star level assessment is definitely going to be quite difficult. Before that, I will work hard to cultivate and improve. The preparatory assessment for vocational school is not only related to important bonus points in the college entrance examination. If successful, you can receive subsidies of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan per month. Jiang Yi is determined to win. Chapter 64, New Achievement. Monthly exam seeking monthly tickets. The next day, Jiang Yi arrived at school early, carrying a large bag of medicine. Wang Xiang also arrived early, and immediately waved to him upon seeing him. Jiang Yi, Wang Xiang called out from the quest wall, come and submit your quest. Submit the mission? Jiang Yi walked over. After seeing what Wang Xiang did, he finally understood. After completing the task, you need to come here to submit the task details. The school will only issue the reward after reviewing it. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and quickly filled in the form. And right after he finished filling out the form, the system panel suddenly popped up. You have achieved a new accomplishment, first completion of a faction quest. Results are in progress. Kill several enemies stronger than yourself, and help your sect eliminate 2 enemies far stronger than you. Unlock title, Fighting a Rock with an Egg. Fighting a rock with an egg, when facing an opponent of a higher level, there is a chance to increase damage by 100% and inflict a continuous bleeding effect. As lines of text appeared, Jiang Yi was completely stunned. Holy crap! A futile attempt to break a rock? Increases damage by 100%? Jiang Yi was shocked. Awesome. Keep in mind that even the Beauty Asks the Way skill only increases damage by 50%. 100%? I can't even imagine. Not to mention, according to the system's description, it can also cause continuous bleeding. This effect is mostly a bug-level phenomenon, and no matter what method of stopping the bleeding is used, it will not work. Unfortunately, it's another probability event. Jiang Yi looked at the panel. Probability is a difficult thing to predict. Good character, every strike is a critical hit. If you have bad luck, you might not trigger it even once in an entire game. Jiang Yi, Wang Xiang said with a smile, call me if there are any team missions in the future. This operation has made him truly acknowledge Jiang Yi's strength. Jiang Yi nodded. Just then, a haughty girl with her head down so low she couldn't see the ground walked into the classroom with her long, snow-white legs. Class monitor. Jiang Yi stepped forward with his backpack. I brought all 20 bottles of medicine. Zhao Qingli nodded and placed an exquisite briefcase on the table. Click. Open the suitcase. Instantly, a captivating medicinal fragrance wafted out. This is Jiang Yi looked at the suitcase, inside which lay a golden bronze fruit, shaped like a ginseng. This is a top-grade yellow-rank ginseng, Zhao Qingli introduced. Net weight, 500 g. Martial ginseng? Top-grade yellow rank? Jiang Yi looked surprised. Martial ginseng is the preferred ingredient for martial arts masters. It doesn't require the hassle of eating tiger gallbladders or leopard gallbladders, you can eat it raw. However, there are many different types of ginseng. According to the classification of heaven, earth, black, and yellow, heavenly and earthly ranks are almost extinct, and only black and yellow ranks are available on the market. The highest grade of yellow rank martial ginseng is a top-grade medicinal material that ordinary people can see, with a price of at least 20,000 yuan per 100 g. 500 g is equivalent to 100,000. According to the previously agreed price, Jiang Yi can only get a maximum of 200 g. Zhao Qingli said proudly, since I couldn't find 200 g, I'll give you the 300 g as a gift. Give me 300 g? Jiang Yi looked astonished. He quickly understood and didn't say anything more. It's only 200 g in total. Who would give away so much in a business deal? This was her way of thanking Jiang Yi for saving her earlier. Both of them understood each other implicitly and there was no need for further explanation. Zhao Qingli reminded, martial ginseng is very helpful for breaking through bottlenecks. It's best to wait until the crucial moment to take it, so as not to waste it. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. Soon, Xiao Feng entered the classroom and began the martial arts class. Time passed. As it was almost time for school to end, Zhang Jianwu called Zhao Qingli over. A moment later, Zhao Qingli returned to the classroom with her backpack and called Jiang Yi and Wang Xiang over. The money has been distributed. Zhao Qingli opened her backpack and found it full of banknotes. She counted out 50,000 and handed it to Jiang Yi, yours. Jiang Yi accepted the heavy banknotes, feeling extremely satisfied. This is the first time he has ever been this rich, in both his past and present lives. I've earned the money for the next Starry Sky refinement, Jiang Yi pondered. But there are still 2 refinements left, and I'm short 100,000 yuan. Save your money slowly, and the school will reward you with generous scholarships based on your monthly exam rankings. If you can break into the top 50 in your grade, you will be rewarded with 10,000 federal dollars. The top 20 can receive 20,000 yuan. The higher the ranking, the higher the prize money. Jiang Yi returned to his seat and silently began to plan. After school, he took out 10,000 yuan and bought 10 bottles of Lilong medicine from Zhao Qingli before leaving the school. Jiang Yi's life returned to normal, continuing his routine of going back and forth between 2 points as usual. Cultivation. Day after day of practice. Aside from academic classes, he spent almost all his time practicing martial arts. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi's knife wound on his shoulder completely healed in just 1 week. This made Jiang Yi realize once again the formidable strength of a top-tier physique. For an ordinary person, such a knife wound would take at least 1 or 2 months to fully heal. The recovery from his injuries allowed Jiang Yi to improve himself in a more intense way. For example, administering medication twice a week. The process was transitioned to 3 times a week, and then to 5 times a week. With continuous attempts. Jiang Yi already knew that with his current physical condition, as long as he didn't get an injection every day, he could be completely immune to the side effects. With such rapid improvement, his strength also increased day by day. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. February 28th. Before the monthly exam, a familiar face came to class 1 of Senior 3. On this day, a burly young man with a pointed head stood at the classroom door. He introduced himself. "My name is Li Jichao, from class 9 of Senior 3. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered slightly in the crowd. Li Jichao, an old classmate from class 9. He was once the top genius in class 9, but now he has finally perfected his cultivation method and transferred to the honors class. A moment later, Li Jichao entered the classroom. "Old classmate, long time no see." Jiang Yi walked over and greeted him. "Jiang Yi." Li Jichao's eyes lit up. "It's been a long time." Jiang Yi laughed and said, "You've changed a lot in the few months I haven't seen you." In the past, Li Jichao was very thin, but now? He has become quite burly. A lot has changed? Li Jichao nodded and grinned. "Now, I get 2 injections every day, which is definitely much better than before." Jiang Yi's eyelid twitched. Good heavens, 2 injections a day? Even after experiencing the baptism of the starry sky, he wouldn't dare to be this exaggerated. Li Jichao smiled and asked, "How have you been lately?" Jiang Yi nodded. "It's alright, everything is as usual." Li Jichao said, "I saw your ranking in the last monthly exam. How come you've fallen out of the top 100 in the grade? Are you having trouble adjusting to the honors class?" Jiang Yi missed the monthly exam last month due to his injury. Naturally, the ranking dropped. However, Li Jichao was unaware of this. At this moment, he thought to himself, "Although Jiang Yi entered the elite class before me, I've been getting 2 injections every day these past few days, and my strength has improved terrifyingly. Maybe I can surpass Jiang Yi." Just as Li Jichao was feeling sentimental, Chao Feng walked into the classroom and said in a deep voice, "The monthly exam is about to begin, so get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the class perked up. With the college entrance examination drawing ever closer, senior year of high school is becoming increasingly stressful. Every monthly exam became the most important thing in everyone's mind. The monthly exam is finally here. Jiang Yi was also prepared and quite looking forward to it. Chapter 65, Grade Ranking. Please continue reading. The monthly exams for the top classes are conducted at the same level as the college entrance examination. The punching power test, speed test, and combat test were conducted in sequence. Jiang Yi glanced at his own panel. Low-level achievement system. Constitution, ordinary above grade A. Endowment, primitive. Kung Fu. Star martial cultivation method, perfection. 8-part thunder sound fist, minor success 80%. Star martial arts advancement method, beginner 45%. Achievement. A martial arts master, a friend of the founder, finding joy in hardship, a futile attempt to break a rock. Martial arts ladder. 2nd floor. A month of arduous training. Various resources were poured in. Jiang Yi's strength has now made a leap forward. Not only is the 8-part thunder sound fist nearing completion, the path to minor mastery of the star martial arts advancement method is almost halfway complete. It should be noted that the advanced technique is a high-grade yellow rank technique. Breaking through to the minor level means reaching the threshold of the first breakthrough. To reach this level in a month, in addition to medication and dietary supplements, a superior physical condition is also crucial. What is my current level of strength? Jiang Yi was also looking forward to it. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Yi walked onto the testing platform in the center of the classroom. Punching power and speed tests were conducted in sequence. He has undergone these tests many times and is now very familiar with them. The test results came out shortly afterward. Punching power, 1,560 kilograms. Speed, 23 ms. Buzz. An eerie silence fell over the classroom. Am I seeing things? 1560 kilograms. This already meets the standard for the top 20 in the grade, right? Wasn't he only ranked 89th in the last assessment? Holy crap, this is GUE. The hundreds of students present gasped in surprise. As the only student transferred from a regular class, Zhang Yi attracted the attention of many people. Those who were at the bottom of the top classes, in particular, secretly compared themselves to Zhang Yi. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yi's performance this time has exceeded many people's expectations. 1560 kilograms? That's tall. Li Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief. He just measured it too, and it's only 1,100 kilograms. There is a 400 kilogram difference between him and Zhang Yi. This is just the difference on paper, the actual difference is likely much greater. Just then, Wang Xiang walked towards Zhang Yi, who had just stepped down from the stage, and asked in confusion, "Brother Jiang, were you holding back your strength?" Upon hearing this, Li Jichao was shocked. How is this possible? This isn't even his full strength? In fact, in Wang Xiang's opinion, this was indeed not Zhang Yi's true level. Based on Zhang Yi's previous fighting prowess, his punching power should be at least 1,800 kilograms, or even 2,000 kilograms. Zhang Yi shook his head and did not respond. I'm still 1,000 kilograms short of the first stage standard of 2,500 kilograms, he calculated in his mind. The difference seems quite large. But each time he undergoes a Starry Night training session, he can increase his punching power by at least 200 kilograms. He still has hope if he can complete the next 3 refinements. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the actual combat in the ring. Xiao Feng stood on the stage and, with his newly acquired first-level skill, engaged in practical combat with everyone. This is also the highest standard during the college entrance examination. If you can defeat an opponent who has just entered the first stage of breakthrough, you will also get full marks in the arena battle. But even for students who have already broken through to the first level, it is difficult to do this. Although the examiner is only at the first level of the martial arts realm, his basic skills and techniques must reach the highest standard. Unless he is a second-level martial artist, he is difficult to defeat. What Zhang Yi didn't expect was, after he took office, he caused trouble again. Boom! On the ring, Zhang Yi strode forward, his elbow bent like an iron pestle, and his right fist pounded out like a pestle. As soon as he threw a punch, Zhang Yi sensed something was wrong. Wah! The fist roared fiercely. This punch was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. Fighting a rock with an egg, when facing an opponent of a higher level, there is a chance to increase damage by 100% and inflict a continuous bleeding effect. Boom! Xiao Feng crossed his arms and withstood the blow. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. This kid. A tremendous force, as powerful as Mount Tai, forced him to retreat 4 or 5 steps before he could dissipate the terrifying force. Xiao Feng raised his head, looking at Zhang Yi with a somewhat surprised and uncertain expression. Grass. Did they know? Zhang Yaran was also numb at this moment. He never expected that the fighting against all odds effect would be triggered at this moment. The key issue is that this is a passive effect, and a probabilistic event, so he has no way to control it. At this moment, Xiao Feng was also having some doubts about life. This is 1,500 kilograms? Almost 3,000 kilograms, right? He even wondered if he was hallucinating. 3,000 kilograms of punching power? That's impossible. Even if he was on drugs, it couldn't be this potent. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes as he charged towards Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi did not trigger the 100% critical hit damage again. Could it be that I was hallucinating just now? Xiao Feng began to doubt himself. 10 minutes later. Zhang Yi was knocked out of the ring by Xiao Feng. Phew! Zhang Yi took a deep breath. It was finally over. He was somewhat apprehensive throughout the entire practical exercise. After all, his ability is quite buggy and completely difficult to explain. You can't exactly admit you're on drugs, can you? It seems that having too many buffs isn't necessarily a good thing, Zhang Yi thought to himself, secretly alarmed. Half an hour later, Xiao Feng led all the students in the class to the spherical building hall. Conduct a virtual starry sky assessment. Since they were the only class, the assessment was completed very quickly. Time passed. People keep dropping out of the assessment. Another half hour passed, and most of the students had exited the virtual starry sky assessment. Only the top 10 teams in the grade are still undergoing assessment. Zhang Ye's group is also still undergoing assessment. Zhang Yi has made great progress. How exactly did he cultivate? Wasn't he born with inferior talent? Yeah, is this still the original talent? It feels even more amazing than my newborn talent. Won't he break into the top 10 in the grade this time? It's not that bad, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. There are still more than 3 months until the college entrance examination. Is there any hope that he can get into the 25 school alliance? Impossible, right? Someone with innate talent can get into the 25 schools alliance. It's been so many years since someone like that has appeared. In the hall, the students were all talking about it. In the past, they talked most about Zhao Qingli and Wang Ziong, who were among the top 3 in their grade. But today, Zhang Ye's progress has been so great that it has attracted everyone's attention. On a bleacher stand in the lobby, Zhang Jianwu crossed his arms and silently looked down. Zhang Yi? He looked at the handsome young man sitting in the virtual reality pod, a strange light flashing in his eyes. How did someone with such innate talent manage to get to where they are today? Is it just because of what Miss Chen mentioned before, awakening of martial bones? Zhang Jianwu was deep in thought. After the mission that day, he went back and thought about it. Logically speaking, Zhang Ye's level should not have been able to unleash such powerful combat strength. And today, Zhang Ye's test has confirmed this. It is indeed excellent. However, compared to Zhao Qingli, Wang Ziong, and others, there is still a considerable gap. Just as Zhang Jianwu was deep in thought. Below, Zhang Ye's squad finally awoke from the virtual reality pod. The age rankings on the big screen have changed once again. Chapter 66, The Origin of the Shadow Calamity. On the big screen, the total scores for the 4 martial arts events are constantly being updated. The rankings have not yet been announced because some people have not yet finished their assessments. And just then, a name quietly appeared on the big screen. Zhang Yi, total score in 4 martial arts events, 690 points. Buzz. Instantly, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned to Zhang Yi with surprise and suspicion. 690 points, just 10 points short of the 700-point standard of the 25 school alliance. This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the alliance of 25 schools will have the upper hand when the college entrance examination comes around. This guy is way too outrageous. Li Jiqiao looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion and uncertainty. He took 2 injections every day, but he still couldn't compare to Zhang Yi. On the other side, Zhang Xueqing, dressed in a red dress, was equally stunning. From 520 points to 690 points, Zhang Xueqing calculated. He only took 2 months. She only scored 580 points in this exam. He's more than 100 points behind Zhang Yi. Once upon a time, she was still on the Jianye River. Terrifying. The hundreds of students in the hall were all deeply shocked. If Zhang Yi possessed a natural talent, they wouldn't be so surprised. Zhang Yi is clearly only of inferior talent and comes from a poor family, yet he has achieved such results? It's unbelievable. At the same time, in the virtual cockpit, Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. A hint of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. The shadow clan in the 6th level is surprisingly troublesome. Zhang Yi's face was slightly pale. He made it to the 6th level of this virtual Starry Sky assessment. This level consists of a total of 50 Shadow Clan members. And among them was a Shadow Clan juvenile that was 3 meters tall. The rest were all infants, each 2 meters tall. That young Shadow Clan member was extremely powerful. With a single strike, it nearly tore half of Zhang Yi's body off. This also stopped Zhang Yi at the 6th level. The Shadow Clan's juvenile form is equivalent to the strength of a first-stage breakthrough. With my current strength, unless every punch can trigger 100% critical strike damage, it will be difficult for me to fight against them. Zhang Yi's mind turned serious. The shadow calamity is truly terrifying. In reality, most cases of shadowy calamities are accompanied by juvenile delinquency. For those who have been broken through, this is an irresistible disaster. Splash! Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly heard a commotion coming from all around him. He then came to his senses and turned to look at the big screen. 690 points? Zhang Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the score. But then he added regretfully, if we could trigger the egg against a rock scenario a few more times, we might be able to break into the 700-point mark. By now, Zhang Yi has figured out the pattern. In the virtual starry sky, perhaps because it is virtual, the probability of triggering probabilistic effects such as a beauty asks a question and throwing an egg against a rock is very low. But in reality, the odds are much higher. Time passed. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Students ranked in the top 10 of the grade, such as Wang Xiang and Lin Miaomiao, woke up one after another. Zhao Qingli, with her snow-white legs, was the last to wake up. When she woke up, the rankings were immediately displayed on the large screen in front of the hall. February monthly exam rankings. First place, Zhao Qingli, 845 points. Second place, Wang Xiang, 780 points. Third place, Lin Miaomiao. 10th place, Zhang Yi, 690 points. The rankings have been officially released. Many people present couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi again. 10th in the grade. This ranking means that Zhang Yi has surpassed the talent of the vast majority of the freshmen present. Finally in the top 10 of the grade. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. I can get 30,000 yuan. The top performing classes receive generous scholarships for each monthly exam. The top 20 students in the grade will receive 20,000 yuan. The top 10 students in the grade will receive an additional 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yi, congratulations. Li Jiqiao walked over, his expression complicated, and said, "You've broken into the top 10 of the grade." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Congratulations to you too, you've jumped straight to over 80th in your grade this time." Li Jiqiao shook his head slightly but did not speak. 80th in the grade? That's far from his goal. How about trying 3 injections a day? Li Jiqiao was extremely conflicted. Logically speaking, it is feasible to give 3 injections a day, but it is somewhat impossible. Zhang Yi saw his expression and vaguely guessed what he was thinking. Don't increase the dosage any further, Zhang Yi advised. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years, and he didn't want to see anything really happen to the other person. To everyone's surprise, Li Jiqiao shook his head and said confidently, "I have chrysanthemum liver protecting tablets and osmanthus kidney protecting pills, so don't worry about me." Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly and said no more. "No." A cool, clear voice sounded from behind. Zhang Yi turned his head and saw a cold and aloof girl with long, slender legs standing tall. Class monitor. Zhang Yi smiled and walked over to congratulate him. "You're number 1 again. The other side has also made great progress. From 810 points 2 months ago to 845 points this time. It improved by a full 35 points. Is that so strange?" Zhao Qingli said dismissively, then asked with a strange expression, "How come you're only 10th? In her opinion, Zhang Yi has the potential to be in the top 3. Zhang Yi sighed and frankly said, "This is my true strength." Zhao Qingli gave him a strange look and whispered, "Did you use drugs during that raid?" She's been puzzled for a while now. Zhang Yi's fighting ability that day was even stronger than hers, which is unreasonable. Looking at it now, Zhang Yi's strength is indeed not as exaggerated as it seems. Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "Squad leader, don't underestimate me. I'm actually more formidable in real combat." "Really?" Zhao Qingli blinked her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, she felt an urge to immediately have a real battle with Zhang Yi. However, she came over with something to tell him, saying, "Director Zhang wants you to come over." "Director Zhang?" Zhang Yi nodded and looked towards the second floor stands. He had noticed long ago that Zhang Jianwu was on top. Zhang Yi turned and walked upstairs. Zhao Qingli watched his retreating figure, a look of curiosity appearing in her dark eyes. This guy, maybe he can score over 750 points in the college entrance exam? He must have some secret. At this moment, Zhang Yi had clearly been given a new label in her eyes. She is very good looking, incredibly hard working, and has some mysterious companions. The second tier of stands. Zhang Yi entered the room and bowed to the figure with his back to him, saying, "Director." Zhang Jianwu turned around and smiled, "You've arrived? Have a seat." He pointed to the sofa next to him. After Zhang Jianwu sat down, Zhang Yi sat down beside him and asked, "Director, what's the matter?" Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, "First of all, I want to commend you. This time you've jumped into 10th place in the grade. According to the monthly exam scholarship for the top class, the top 10 students can receive 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yi nodded. He already knew this. The other party summoned him alone, which certainly wasn't just about this matter. Zhang Jianwu continued, "The second thing is that the application for the star rank examination has officially begun, and we will set off tomorrow." "Depart? Where to?" Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. He has been diligently cultivating this month in preparation for the star rank assessment. However, he did not know the specifics of the assessment. After all, it's a federal standardized test, so it's confidential. Go to Qingyang City. Zhang Jianwu said in a deep voice, another disaster has occurred in Qingyang City. The preliminary star officer assessments for surrounding cities will be held there. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Another incident of shadowy calamity has occurred in Qingyang City? He remembered that a second-level shadow disaster had already occurred in Qingyang City a year ago. Why is it happening so frequently? Zhang Yi asked gravely. Qingyang City is too close to Ancheng. Frequent? Zhang Jianwu shook his head and sighed. Once a year is definitely not frequent. In some places, the shadow disaster can happen every few months. The reason you feel that shadow calamity is uncommon is simply because it is relatively rare in Ancheng. At this point, he glanced at Zhang Yi. Do you know the origin of the shadow calamity? Chapter 67 Assessment Plan Seeking Monthly Tickets. Shadow calamity? From the stars? Zhang Yi guessed. Long ago, neither the Earth nor the entire solar system was inhabited by the shadow. It wasn't until hundreds of years ago, when Earth's civilization connected with the stars, that shadowy calamities began to appear around the world. Good. Zhang Jianwu nodded and said, to be more precise, the Shadow Clan comes from an extremely distant cosmic civilization. Cosmic civilization? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Yes, after Earth came into contact with the stars, human explorers left their mark all over the solar system, Zhang Jianwu explained. Soon, they discovered an ancient spaceship on Europa. On that spaceship, they accidentally flipped a switch, causing the coordinates of the solar system to spread outwards, Zhang Jianwu said. Zhang Yi held his breath. These were secrets he was hearing for the first time. Although they took timely countermeasures after discovering the problem, it was too late. Zhang Jianwu sighed, the universe is filled with darkness. The Shadow Clan civilization, located 1,000 light-years from the solar system, is the closest civilization to Earth and the first invading civilization in the universe. Shortly after the coordinates were leaked, star tunnels appeared all over the world, from which large numbers of Shadow Clan emerged and launched a massacre against humanity. However, these tunnels usually only appear for half a month before most of them disappear on their own. Zhang Yi was slightly startled. It's been going on for half a month? Does that mean that over the next 2 weeks, a steady stream of Shadow Clan members will emerge from the passage? But he soon wondered, the Shadow Clan civilization is 1,000 light-years away from us. How were these tunnels formed? I don't know either. Zhang Jianwu shook his head and said, some experts say that the Shadow Clan possesses a similar ability to curvature channels. As long as the coordinates of the solar system are determined, they can directly open a channel connecting the solar system with the world where the Shadow Clan resides. However, if the Shadow Clan truly possessed such capabilities, destroying the solar system would be an easy task. So I think there might be another reason for the emergence of these channels. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Yi again and said, in short, this is the origin of the shadow calamity. Zhang Yi nodded. He understood. Each shadow calamity signifies the appearance of a starry sky passage. Will this calamity in Qingyang City last for half a month as well? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. More or less. Zhang Jianwu nodded and said, this shadow calamity in Qingyang City has lasted for 5 days. This time it's only a level 1 shadow calamity, which is perfect for you. Zhang Yi nodded. Level 1 shadow calamity means that only infant Shadow Clan members appear. If it is a level 2 shadow calamity, then a child form or even a young adult form will appear. Then I'll set off tomorrow, Zhang Yi said decisively. Okay. Zhang Jianwu nodded. Remember to bring that 20,000 yuan bonus and apply for the preparatory star position. Register? 20,000? Zhang Yi was surprised. Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, don't worry about this little bit of money. If you pass the exam, you'll earn at least tens of thousands of yuan every month. You'll break even in just 1 month. Moreover, for positions like the pre-star level, the most lucrative part is often not the basic salary. He looked at Zhang Yi meaningfully. I understand. Zhang Yi nodded immediately. There are plenty of ways to make money within the system. One of the reasons he wanted to apply for the preparatory star job was to earn money. In the past month alone, I've spent tens of thousands of yuan on dietary supplements and medications, and my remaining balance has dwindled sharply. If one can become a prospective star-level officer, the financial burden will be much less. A moment later, Jiang Yi went to Chao Feng's office and asked him for a few days' leave. Chao Feng already knew the whole story, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Scholarships for students ranked in the top 10 of their grade. He took out a 30,000 yuan bonus and handed it to Jiang Yi. Be careful tomorrow, there are less than 4 months left until the college entrance examination. Okay, thank you for reminding me, teacher. Jiang Yi nodded and accepted it. He knew the other person was worried that he had been injured during the assessment. Oh, right. Chao Feng suddenly remembered something. The next Starry Sky trial is in half a month. Remember to bring money to register tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Yi turned and left. As Chao Feng watched him leave, a strange sense of emotion welled up in his heart. This child really didn't make the wrong choice in choosing the advancement method. He was well aware of why Jiang Yi's improvement this time was so significant. This is largely due to the star martial advancement method. If Jiang Yi had chosen the body tempering method or the foundation building method, he definitely wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly in such a short time. After all, the upper limit of Starry Sky refinement is determined by it. Innate talent, enough to get into the 25 Schools Alliance? Chao Feng smiled and shook his head. It's been so many years since you last appeared. Jiang Yi's current score is a sure thing, reaching 700 points. The only difference is how much higher the score is. 750 points? 800 points? Chao Feng also began to look forward to it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jianwu pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Buzz. Soon, a holographic projection was projected into the air via the phone. A woman with a hot figure wearing a black cheongsam appeared in front of Zhang Jianwu. Director Zhang, what brings you here all of a sudden? The woman in the cheongsam smiled at Zhang Jianwu. Squad leader Tang. Zhang Jianwu smiled and said, You're still at the Unified Examination Bureau in Qingyang City, right? I have a candidate recommended for a future star-level position. The woman in the cheongsam is named Tang Wuchan, and she was his classmate in college. Oh? Is this the little guy you've taken a liking to? Tang Wuchan asked, her tone slightly surprised. Zhang Jianwu served as the director of Anqing No. 3 Middle School for more than 10 years. This is the first time I've contacted her. Tang Wuchan's first reaction was that Zhang Jianwu wanted to use his connection to introduce someone into the company. This situation is not uncommon. However, the Federal Examinations Authority, as an important agency for federal talent screening, has always cracked down on this phenomenon. Zhang Jianwu laughed and said, Don't worry, squad leader, I'm not trying to use connections. I have a referral quota that I haven't used for several years. This time, I have indeed found a suitable candidate. Referral slots are very valuable. If the recommended candidate performs poorly, there may not be any more opportunities for referrals in the future. Therefore, Zhang Jianwu did not use it for a long time. I see. The woman in the cheongsam softened her tone slightly. Director Zhang, please continue. His name is Jiang Yi. He is very strong in actual combat and has killed many members of the Hidden God organization who were close to breaking through to the first level. Zhang Jianwu explained, at that time, he had only undergone the Starry Sky cleansing once. Tang Wuchan's eyes lit up slightly. For prospective star-level officers, the most important factor is indeed their practical combat ability. What was his score on his most recent monthly exam? Tang Wuchan asked. Zhang Jianwu said, 690 points. 690 points? Tang Wuchan frowned slightly. That score is a bit low for a senior in high school. Zhang Jianwu shook his head helplessly. The score of 10th in the grade was so insignificant in the eyes of the other party. That's normal, though. Tang Wuchan was, after all, in Qingyang City. If she were at Qingyang High School, this score might not even rank her in the top 50 of her grade. Are you sure you want to introduce him? Tang Wuchan said seriously, based on my experience, his chances of passing the preparatory star rank assessment are very low. If his performance is poor, it will also affect you, she warned seriously. Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, It's alright, let him give it a try. This referral quota allows him to directly participate in the assessment, doesn't it? Tang Wuchan nodded. Every year, countless people want to get a government job. It's like a battle of 100,000 against a single plank bridge. If we take the exam in the normal way, I don't know how long we'll have to wait. Referrals save you the trouble of queuing. However, the assessment content will remain the same. Alright then. Tang Wuchan smiled and said, Since Director Zhang is so confident, let me see what is so special about this little guy. Registration starts tomorrow afternoon, bring him along. As she spoke, she sent Zhang Jianwu a document. This assessment plan isn't exactly confidential, I'm sending it to you. Zhang Jianwu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Thank you for your help, Squad Leader Tang. The reason I made this special phone call was not primarily for introductions, since I could still get introductions once I arrived at the destination. The key is to obtain these secrets that aren't really classified. Although the other party said it wasn't a secret, how could an ordinary person get their hands on these things? After hanging up the call, Zhang Jianwu quickly opened the document and scanned the assessment content. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 68, 1000 Heads. PK Sanjiang, please continue reading. 7 p.m. After dinner, Zhang Yi went to his room, ready to begin his evening cultivation. Buzz. Suddenly, the bracelet vibrated. Director Zhang sent a document? Zhang Yi's expression shifted slightly as he turned on the projector on his wristband. Beep. The file is open. Preparatory Star Level Officer Assessment Plan? Upon seeing the title, Zhang Yi's spirits lifted, and he began to read it carefully. He quickly got a general idea of the document. This assessment will last for 7 days. For the first 5 days, go to the designated area and hunt down the Shadow Clan. Within 5 days, you must kill 1000 Shadow Clan members. Those who fail to meet the kill target will be eliminated. Day 6, rest for a day. On the 7th day, those who are not eliminated will gather at the Unified Examination Bureau to conduct a special assessment for pre-career professionals. After quickly finishing reading it, a look of shock appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Killed more than 1000 Shadow Clan members in 5 days? This. Even chopping melons and cutting vegetables wouldn't be this fast, would it? Buzz. The communication watch vibrated. Zhang Yi answered the phone. Across from them came Zhang Jianwu's voice. You saw the assessment plan, right? I saw it. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Director, are we to kill 1000 Shadow Clan members within 5 days? Yes, I was a little surprised too. Zhang Jianwu sighed. Logically speaking, for the preparatory star job assessment, killing 500 of these level 1 shadow calamities would be enough. 500 heads? Zhang Yi frowned. That's quite a lot. However, it is indeed much more lenient than 1000 heads. Why is it so strict this time? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. Zhang Jianwu said, I checked, and I heard that starting this year, the Federation has further improved the treatment of prospective star officers and star officers. Therefore, the assessment standards have also been raised considerably. Zhang Yi's expression shifted. These words could actually be interpreted in reverse. The compensation was increased because the performance evaluation standards were raised. Star-class professionals are, after all, fraught with danger, and the Federation may need more elites than ordinary people. Zhang Yi, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Zhang Jianwu laughed and said, didn't you want to get into one of the 10 provinces in the eastern region? Originally, universities there only gave a maximum of 10 points bonus. But now, it might add 20 points or more, or even more. Zhang Yi nodded. In the college entrance examination, those extra 10 points could mean surpassing tens of thousands of other places. Of course, the premise is that you successfully pass the assessment. Zhang Jianwu added, killing 1000 Shadow Clan members within 5 days is a bit difficult for you. It is somewhat difficult, Zhang Yi nodded. Zhang Jianwu said, don't be discouraged. Tomorrow, I will give you something that will give you a terrifying boost in combat power. A terrifying boost? Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback. What could it be that would elicit such a description from the director? You'll find out tomorrow, Zhang Jianwu said with a smile. You should have refined most of the star energy within you by now, right? The refining is complete. Zhang Yi nodded. He had already refined all of those nearly 10,000 strands of star energy during the Starry Sky cleansing process. Zhang Jianwu was unaware of this matter. I thought he would be like an ordinary person, needing more than half a month to refine it. Once it's refined, that's fine. Zhang Jianwu continued, once I give you that thing, you'll have a way to protect yourself. Life-saving measures? Zhang Yi had a vague idea in his mind, but he wasn't sure. By the way, Director, what exactly is this special assessment? According to the assessment plan, on the 7th day, those who are not eliminated must meet at the Unified Examination Authority for a special assessment. Most of it is related to star rank, Zhang Jianwu said. Generally speaking, it is divided into 2 or 3 assessments. You need to beat most people and get a top 3 ranking to pass. Jiang Yi listened attentively. In addition to students from Qingyang High School, students from Qingyang Martial Arts University will also participate in this preliminary star-level assessment, as well as high school students from some surrounding small cities, Zhang Jianwu said, revealing the information he had. College students are involved too? Jiang Yi looked surprised. Qingyang University is a martial arts university located in Qingyang City. Although it is not part of the 25-school alliance, it ranks in the middle to upper range among the 100 ordinary Wuhan universities. Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, anyone below the second breakthrough level can participate in the preparatory star-level assessment, including college students. But don't worry. The Unified Examination Authority will then keep you all at the same level, Zhang Jianwu added. Jiang Yi nodded. Fairness and impartiality are the top priorities of the Unified Examination Authority, so there's no need to worry about that. Thank you for the reminder, Director, Jiang Yi said gratefully. He knew that much of this information was obtained by Zhang Jianwu from various sources. Even if it's not exactly a secret, it's certainly not something an ordinary person could know. For such an important exam, being able to know so much information beforehand already puts you far ahead of others. No need to thank me. Zhang Jianwu remarked with emotion, I only have this one recommendation spot. If you can really become a prospective star officer, it will also benefit me. Jiang Yi, you can do it. Okay, keep it up. Jiang Yi nodded emphatically. After hanging up the call, Jiang Yi walked to the center of the room. He briefly reviewed the information he had. Kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members within 5 days, and then compete with students from Qingyang High School and even Qingyang University for a place in the top 3? Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Is this the difficulty of the pre-star rank assessment? This is really difficult. Indeed, no matter which world you're in, the path to officialdom is incredibly difficult. However, Jiang Yi always knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Only through hard work can one reap rich rewards. Cultivation. Yi assumed a fist stance and began practicing the 8-part thunder sound fist. Phew! A wisp of breath traveled through his body along his nostrils. Today, this advanced art is nearing completion. 3 or 4 out of 10 of the breaths he inhales enter his meridians. Keep in mind that initially it was only 1%. This means that his control over his breath has increased by 30 or 40 times compared to before. This leap forward also made him more and more proficient in this art. Whoosh! Bang! Jiang Yi continued to hone his skills, each move combining strength and gentleness, his technique becoming increasingly refined. 8-part thunder sound fist, minor success 80%, 81%. Unbeknownst to them, this advanced art had made considerable progress. At 1 a.m., Jiang Yi once again entered the second level of the martial arts ladder to undergo arduous training. For the past month, he has never stopped undergoing the trials of illusion and suffering. Although his martial arts will is already very strong. But the path of martial arts is endless. There is no upper limit to the will to fight martial arts. Jiang Yi had heard that the martial arts masters who stood in the starry sky had such strong martial arts wills that they were visible to the naked eye. This has always been the direction he has been pursuing. 7:30 in the morning. Jiang Yi got up and went to the living room. Lianping and Jiang Ting were already sitting at the table eating breakfast. Brother, you're finally awake. Jiang Ting ran down from the table to greet Jiang Yi when she saw him. Little girl. Jiang Yi smiled, rubbed her head, and picked her up to carry her to the dining table. Mom, why hasn't Dad been around these past few days? Jiang Yi asked Lianping, puzzled. Zhang Dahai works the night shift at the Shadow Hunting Bureau. But usually, I go home for breakfast. But Jiang Yi hasn't seen his adoptive father in the past few days. Lianping smiled and said, your dad went on a business trip to Qingyang City a few days ago. Didn't he tell you? Qingyang City? Jiang Yi's expression suddenly changed to one of surprise. Chapter 69, Star Weapons PK with Sanjiang. Please read on. Why did Dad go on a business trip to Qingyang City? Jiang Yi was startled. Normally, he wouldn't think about it at all. However, in Qingyang City these past few days, a calamity has just occurred. Zhang Dahai is also the security chief of the Shadow Hunting Bureau, so the reason behind his business trip at this time is self-evident. Lianping was unaware of these inside stories, and simply smiled and said, don't worry, this isn't his first business trip. Your dad even said there's a generous bonus for this trip. Bonus. Jiang Yi felt a pang of sadness. For the past 6 months, Jiang Dahai has been working incredibly hard to support his martial arts training. Indeed, his meals have improved significantly nowadays. Almost every day, they can replenish their bodies with martial arts ingredients. But Jiang Yi didn't want his father to take such a risk for him. "Mom, I'm going to Qingyang City today too," Jiang Yi said. "Huh?" Lianping was taken aback. "Why are you going there too?" "The school has assigned me a task that might take a week." "I'll leave right after lunch," Jiang Yi said without going into details. "Okay," Lianping nodded gently, "then be careful on the road." Beside her, Jiang Ting said with a reluctant expression, "Brother, why are you leaving for so long? Can you take me with you?" Jiang Yi smiled, pinched her small, oval face, and said, "No, you still have to go to school." "Brother!" Jiang Ting hugged him, very reluctant to part. For the little girl, a week is a very, very long time. It was especially hard to bear because I couldn't see my dearest brother. "I'll bring you something delicious when I come back," Jiang Yi said, rubbing her head to comfort her. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi packed his things, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the house. In the bedroom, Lianping took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed her husband's number. Beep. The call was connected. "What's wrong?" "I was just falling asleep," Jiang Dahai mumbled indistinctly. Lianping said, "Xiao Yi went to Qingyang City." "What?" Jiang Dahai was startled. "Why are you so agitated?" Lianping asked, puzzled. "Weren't you there too?" "Of course I'm excited." Jiang Dahai blurted out, "A calamity has occurred in Qingyang City." "What's Ono doing here?" "Shadow calamity?" Lianping was taken aback. Jiang Dahai's tone was somewhat agitated as he said urgently, "When did he arrive?" "Tell him to go back immediately. Qingyang City is very dangerous right now." "Jiang Dahai!" Lianping suddenly shouted, "Why did you hide this from me?" Jiang Dahai suddenly fell silent. Lianping gritted her teeth and said, "You promised that there would be no danger on this business trip, but now, the shadow calamity? Such a big thing, and you actually kept it from me? What will happen to Ono, Tingting, and me if something happens to you?" Lianping's eyes were red, and she choked up a little. A long silence followed. After a moment, Jiang Dahai sighed and said, "Wife, I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just that this bonus is really generous. You can earn 50,000 yuan by going on a business trip for just 10 days. That's 50,000 yuan. That's enough for Ono to eat tiger gall for many days." Lianping looked slightly taken aback. 50,000 yuan is indeed an unimaginable income for their family. "You don't need to worry too much about me," Jiang Dahai continued. "It's mainly because the Shadow Hunting Bureau here is short-staffed that I was transferred here. But it's not my turn to deal with Shadow Calamity yet. There are plenty of experts in the Bureau. My main job is to be a gatekeeper and security guard." Under his reassurance, Lianping gradually calmed down. But soon, she worried, at this critical moment, is it too dangerous for Ono to go to Qingyang City on a mission? "I'll ask him," Jiang Dahai said. At the same time, Jiang Yi, who was walking on the road, soon received a message from Jiang Dahai. "Was that Dad calling?" Jiang Yi answered immediately. He had been trying to call Jiang Dahai since he left the house, but the line was always busy. "Dad, how are you?" Jiang Yi asked. "I'm fine." Jiang Dahai said quickly, "Xiao Yi, what are you doing in Qingyang City? There's been a shadow calamity here, it's very dangerous." "I heard my adoptive father's voice." Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Dad, the school sent me there on a mission. Don't worry, there are teachers watching over me." He didn't directly mention the matter of preparing for star rank. After all, if his parents found out that he had killed 1,000 Shadow Clan members, they would definitely be very worried. Even so, Jiang Dahai was already very worried, it's too dangerous. "Can you refuse the mission?" Jiang Yi said, "Dad, if you're not afraid, why should I be?" "You brat, how can those be the same?" Dad is almost at the first breakthrough stage, so he still has some ability to protect himself against the shadow calamity. Jiang Dahai couldn't help but ask, "The mission you're talking about, it's not about dealing with the shadow calamity, is it?" "Yes." Jiang Yi no longer hid anything. Now that things have come to this, the other party can guess what's going on. "You silly child," Jiang Dahai couldn't help but sigh, "why didn't you discuss such a big matter with your parents? Shadow calamity, how could you possibly handle that?" Jiang Dahai was extremely worried. Jiang Yi comforted him, "Dad, don't worry, I'll be protected by the school teachers, nothing will happen." "Never mind. Now that you're here, you absolutely must be careful." Zhang Dahai didn't nag any further. What's done is done, there's no point in nagging. Jiang Yi hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Despite his adoptive father's deep concern for him, he went on a business trip to Qingyang City without hesitation. Jiang Yi knew in his heart that the other party was taking such risks so that he could make more progress. He had no way to repay them except by getting into a better martial arts university. Only by becoming a true martial arts master in the starry sky can one change the fate of those at the bottom. Preparatory star rank, extra 20 points. Jiang Yi clenched his fist. If he succeeds in the next 7 days, it will be far more useful than if he had to train alone for more than a month. Once you reach a score of 850 or higher, improving by 20 points will definitely take much longer than just a month. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Yi arrived at a crossroads not far from Anqing No. 3 Middle School. This is the place he and Zhang Jianwu agreed upon. Beep beep. Not far away, a black car honked twice at him. Jiang Yi immediately went over. "Director." Jiang Yi opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Jianwu took out a golden dagger from the armrest box and said, "This is what I told you yesterday." This is Jiang Yi took the golden dagger. The dagger was only 7 inches long, but it was incredibly heavy. In the center of the dagger, there is a vertical groove that runs through the head and tail like the trunk of a dead tree, with forked horizontal lines extending from both sides, resembling the veins of a leaf. These patterns also shimmer with a faint golden light. "This is a star weapon," Zhang Jianwu said calmly. "Using your star energy to activate it, you can unleash tremendous power." "A star weapon?" Jiang Yi was shocked. He had a suspicion yesterday, and it turned out to be true. Star weapons can unleash the power of star energy to the maximum extent, greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. This is also one of the essential pieces of equipment for a starry sky martial artist. However, not every martial artist in the cosmos possesses such a weapon. Star weapons are extremely expensive, often costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Not everyone is willing to buy it. "Director, this is too valuable." Jiang Yi felt the dagger in his hand growing heavier. "No problem, you can borrow it for a moment." Zhang Jianwu smiled slightly and said, "Activate your star energy and see how powerful it is?" Jiang Yi nodded. But what he didn't expect was. And immediately after he tried to activate it, he felt an unprecedented impulse arise spontaneously. Chapter 70 Su Tonger. Jiang Yi held his breath. A wisp of pale silver star energy swished out from the Guanyuan acupoint. Follow the meridians and circulate them to the palms. Buzz. Instantly, the golden dagger seemed to sense something and trembled violently. A wisp of pale silver star energy flowed from his palm and into the dagger. Buzz. A dazzling golden light immediately shone from the surface of the dagger. At that moment, the golden dagger seemed to come alive, and a terrifying power was brewing within it. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The moment the star energy merged into the dagger, he had a strange feeling that he could control the dagger remotely. Rise. Jiang Yi opened his palm and stared at the golden dagger. The golden dagger vibrated slightly, showing a faint tendency to rise. However, the golden dagger failed to float up even after the star energy was exhausted. Whoosh, the star energy was exhausted, and the dagger immediately lost its luster. Standing to the side, Zhang Jianwu chuckled and said, "You want to control it remotely? You'll need to activate even more star energy. However, I don't recommend you do that, it's too taxing." Zhang Jianwu said, "Every wisp of star energy is extremely precious. Unless it is a critical moment, it should be controlled manually." Jiang Yi nodded. Stellar energy is a non-renewable resource. Once depleted, the only way to replenish it is through the refinement of the starry sky. However, at this moment he also understood why Wan Yaoyang seemed so powerful during the previous encirclement and suppression operation. He killed the enemy instantly without even seeing what the other party did. It now seems that the guy didn't actually make a move, he relied on his ability to control a sword remotely. Star energy is truly wondrous, Jiang Yi thought to himself. When combined with a star weapon, it could probably unleash power far exceeding my own. He felt it too. The terrifying pressure hidden within the stellar energy after it was incorporated into the dagger. Thinking about this, Jiang Yi felt a little itchy and couldn't wait to try out its power. "Let's go." Zhang Jianwu didn't give him the chance. He stepped on the gas and drove the car onto the road. The journey was bumpy. 3 hours later, the car arrived at the border of Qingyang City. In the distance, you can see several skyscrapers that are thousands of meters tall. This is the CBD area of Qingyang City. They are all made of starry sky materials and are full of futuristic technology. Every now and then, floating cars would speed through the city. Qingyang City is truly bustling, Zhang Yi said, looking out the window. Only in large cities like Qingyang City are examination centers set up for those preparing for star-level positions. In small mountain villages like Ansheng, there isn't even a place for standardized examinations. However, even the urban development of Qingyang City is only a product of 200 years ago, and it is far from being a large city on the entire Blue Star. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived at the location of the Unified Examination Authority, a building that is 200 meters tall. Take the documents and register. Zhang Jianwu handed him a document. I'll wait for you in the car. Good. After getting off the bus, Zhang Yi walked towards the Unified Examination Building. The hall was bustling with people. So many people? Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Those who register at this time today are undoubtedly here to participate in the preparatory star-level assessment. Zhang Yi opened the panel and took a look. Physical Constitution, Ordinary Type A. Gift, Newborn. Constitution, Ordinary above Grade A. Gift, Newborn. Physical Constitution, Ordinary Type A. Gift, Newborn. As expected of a big city, everyone I see is in top-tier physical condition. Even at Anqing No. 3 Middle School, only the top 10 students in the grade would be considered Grade A, and even then, they would all be below Grade A. Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly saw a familiar face. Its head was enormous, and its face was as big as a muggle's. Lin Yushu? Zhang Yi looked at the ugly young man. Zhang Yi. Lin Yushu also saw him and quickly walked towards him, smiling. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to come too. After the last encirclement and suppression operation, Lin Yushu had a pretty good impression of Zhang Yi. Brother Lin, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Lin Yushu said, it's really rare to meet an old friend in a foreign land. How about we team up to hunt the Shadow Clan later? Team up? Zhang Yi asked doubtfully, is that allowed? Of course it's allowed. Didn't you see that these people are all in groups of 3 or 5? Lin Yushu said. Zhang Yi looked around and saw that it was indeed the case. Although the people in the hall appeared to be standing far apart. But suddenly, they formed small groups. Lin Yushu said in a low voice, when hunting Shadow Clan members, we must not only be wary of them, but also of others secretly plotting against us. Sneaking sabotage? Zhang Yi frowned. Does this mean someone might launch a sneak attack? Although the assessment rules prohibit attacking other members, Lin Yushu said in a low voice, some people might join forces to lure the powerful Shadow Clan to the enemy side. It's not unheard of for someone to use the Shadow Clan to eliminate a competitor. I understand. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Thank you for reminding me. He felt a chill run down his spine as well. This is something we definitely need to pay more attention to. Let's team up, Lin Yushu said. In Anqing, it'll probably just be the two of us. Zhang Yi nodded and agreed. They were in line, and soon it was their turn. After Zhang Yi submitted the application materials and the 20,000 yuan application fee, he completed the preliminary application for Star Career. At the front desk, a staff member handed him a bracelet. This is for recording battle results, please keep it safe. Thank you. Zhang Yi accepted it. After completing the application, he and Lin Yushu returned to the hall to wait. Just then, a commotion broke out. A young woman in a purple dress walked into the building. As the girl in the purple dress entered the hall, the crowd quickly dispersed. Make way for her. Su Tonger is the top student in Xingyang High School. So beautiful. Back off quickly, she's not someone to mess with. The girl is very pretty, with a pure and lovely appearance. She wears a pair of cute pink and white glasses, snow-white thin stockings, and pink leather shoes. However, it was precisely this cute and adorable outfit that caused many people in the hall to keep their distance. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but curiously open the panel. Constitution, Xian Body Central Grade, Class C. Innate Talent, Taoist Spirit. Taoist Innate Qualities, a Xian Body of the Bingzhong level? Zhang Yi was secretly shocked, no wonder he can become the #1 student in Xingyang High School. Beside him, Lin Yushu stared wide-eyed at the girl's legs. Just then, Su Tong'er seemed to notice his gaze. The next moment, a devilish expression suddenly appeared on the girl's cute face. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll stomp you to death," Su Tong'er shouted at Lin Yushu. Lin Yushu was slightly taken aback. At the same time, a murmur of discussion arose from all around. "I heard that Su Tong'er has a devilish fetish. She likes to step on other people's faces. Anyone she defeats will be trampled underfoot and their dignity ruthlessly crushed." Hiss. "You absolutely mustn't mess with her." Hearing these comments, a hint of amusement appeared on Lin Yushu's face. Such a good thing? Zhang Yi looked at him strangely and silently moved away. Su Tong'er seemed to have heard that sentence too, and a hint of doubt appeared on her little face. Want to be stepped on? Is there such a weirdo? As she spoke, her bright, sparkling eyes suddenly glanced at Zhang Yi. "Hey handsome, stop hiding, I know you're in cahoots with him." Su Tong'er flashed her cute little tiger teeth and asked with a smile, "Tell me, where are you from?" "Ancheng." Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected to be targeted by the local bullies so soon after arriving. "If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed with these muggles." To everyone's surprise, Su Tong'er showed a look of astonishment upon hearing this. "From Ancheng?" she asked curiously. "Do you know Wan Yao Yan?" Chapter 71, 1,000 people competing. Wan Yao Yan? Lin Yushu frowned when he heard the name. Before he could even speak, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know him." Lin Yushu glanced at Zhang Yi in surprise, then, as if remembering something, shook his head and said, "I don't know him. Having just arrived, this is, after all, Qingyang City. If word gets out here that they send Wan Yaoyang to the police station, it could very well provoke retaliation." It should be noted that Wan Yaoyang was originally a student at Qingyang High School. "Don't you recognize me?" Disappointment flashed in Su Tong'er's eyes as she muttered, "I heard he got beaten up in Ancheng and was taken to the police station. So it wasn't you guys who did it." As soon as she said that, an uproar immediately erupted throughout the hall. Wan Yaoyang got beaten up? And was he taken to the police station? This is unbelievable. That guy was in the top 10 of Qingyang High School, and he has this kind of dark history? Just as everyone was in an uproar, several more figures walked in through the entrance of the hall. Along with this, a faint voice came. "Who is spreading rumors about me?" A handsome young man with an eerie appearance, carrying a sword case on his back, slowly walked into the hall. Behind him followed several young men and women, all of whom were dressed and had an extraordinary air about them. The hall fell silent once again. Wan Yaoyang, the main character, has arrived. The people behind him were also among the top 10 students in their grade at Qingyang High School. As these people entered, a powerful aura immediately enveloped the entire hall. The leader, Wan Yaoyang, was even more imposing, exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression as soon as he appeared, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized everyone. The hall was deathly silent. "What I said, what happened?" Just then, Su Tong'er casually said, "Want to fight me?" She looked incredibly cute and innocent, dressed in a purple dress and white stockings, yet she possessed a completely different aura, like a sharp knife that forcefully cut through the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the entire room. "Which Tong?" Wan Yaoyang's pupils shrank. Which Tong is Su Tong'er's nickname at Qingyang High School. Everyone kept their distance from him. Even those who are in the top 10 of their grade are no exception. Soon, Wan Yaoyang saw Zhang Yi and Lin Yushu standing not far away, and veins throbbed on his forehead. However, at this moment, he couldn't retaliate at all, so he could only pretend not to know him. "Wan Yaoyang? I've long admired your name," Zhang Yi said with a smile, pretending not to recognize him. At the same time, he also glanced at the people behind Wan Yaoyang. "They are all newly born with exceptional talents, top-tier mortal bodies?" Zhang Yi nodded secretly. It seemed that even at Qingyang High School, a key provincial school, not everyone had such a natural talent. At the scene, only Su Tong'er and Wan Yaoyang possessed the innate talent of Taoist beings. Just then, Su Tong'er suddenly looked at Zhang Yi. "Hey, you two from Ancheng, team up with me." She flashed her little tiger teeth and said with a smile. Her adorable expression also carried a hint of mischievous slyness. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Sorry, we don't team up with other people." He could also see that everyone at Qingyang High School kept their distance from Su Tong'er. If you team up with the other team, you're likely to be targeted by others immediately. Unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Su Tong'er moved closer to Zhang Yi and whispered, "I can help you take down Wan Yaoyang." Zhang Yi's heart stirred. Does she know we have a grudge against Wan Yaoyang? Jiang Yi's mind raced. The next moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's team up then." Not far away, Wan Yaoyang saw this scene and frowned slightly, saying, "Witch Tong, what are you doing teaming up with two country bumpkins? Why should I, Su Tonger, need to explain my actions to you?" Su Tonger said arrogantly, "Wan Yaoyang, do you want to be trampled on again? You?" The veins on Wan Yaoyang's forehead throbbed. That's right, he was also once stepped on in the face by Su Tonger. He considered this the greatest disgrace. Humph. In the end, Wan Yaoyang snorted coldly and said nothing more. The hall fell silent again. Time passed. During this time, many men and women who looked older and had an astonishing presence entered the hall. A student at Qingyan University. Their strength is all above the first breakthrough level, and a few are close to the second breakthrough level. Jiang Yi scanned them one by one, memorizing each person's face. These will all be his formidable opponents. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. I need to compete with these people for a top 3 finish. Is it possible? It's definitely possible, easily possible. Jiang Yi rallied his spirits. The special assessment for prospective star-level officers will suppress everyone to the same level, regardless of their cultivation level, focusing only on combat ability. As for combat ability? Jiang Yi has many buffs and is not afraid of anyone. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi glanced at his own buffs. A beautiful woman asks the question, ears that can hear the wind, swift steps, finding joy in hardship, upholding one's will amidst suffering, external hearing aids, striking a rock with an egg. Jiang Yi immediately felt a sense of security. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The application period for the preparatory star-level vocational exam has officially ended. The hall was now packed with over 1,000 people. Thousands of people competing for just 3 positions? Jiang Yi watched the scene unfold. This is only for those preparing for star rank. The competition will likely be even fiercer for those already holding star rank. It's not uncommon for tens of thousands of people to compete for a single position. Just as Jiang Yi was feeling sentimental. Whoosh! A burly figure clad in armor suddenly appeared in mid-air in the hall. On the chest of the armor was a medal with the words Shadow Hunter engraved in silver. Silver medal Shadow Hunter. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Silver medal is a professional rank in the Shadow Hunting Bureau, generally representing the rank of captain. At the very least, they must be experts who have broken through 3 levels or more. I am Chen Feng, the captain of the 2nd squad of the Shadow Hunting Bureau. The burly man said in a deep voice, the application process for the preparatory star rank has ended. From now on, I will be in charge of your shadow hunting matters. Jiang Yi listened attentively. A week ago, several star tunnels appeared inside and outside the city, and a large number of Shadow Clan members poured out from them. We have classified this incident as a level 1 hazard. Chen Feng said in a low voice, your next task is to do everything in your power to hunt down the Shadow Clan over the next 5 days. The location of the Starry Sky Passage has been sent to your wristbands. Upon hearing this, many people present opened their wristbands to check. Beep. Jiang Yi also opened his bracelet, and a projected map appeared. This map is a topographical map of Qingyang City, and it can be zoomed in and out. On the map, the locations of the Starry Sky Passage are marked with red X. More than 100 places? Jiang Yi was slightly startled. There are over 100 Starry Sky tunnels, and a large number of Shadow Clan members will emerge from each tunnel. It's hard to imagine how much manpower this would consume. This is only the first level of Shadow Calamity. What if it were the second level? I dare not even imagine. The operation will begin at dawn tomorrow, the burly man commanded in a deep voice. Kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members within 5 days to complete the mission. You may meet here on the 7th day for the preparatory Star Officer Special Assessment. Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the venue. The words were spoken. Many people looked shocked. But some people were not surprised. Clearly, a small number of people, like Jiang Yi, received this news in advance. But for most people, this was the first time they had heard of it. 5 days to kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members? That's incredibly difficult. Next, Chen Feng gave some more instructions and then announced the end of the meeting. In the hall, thousands of people gradually dispersed. Many people were on edge, as the difficulty of this mission exceeded their expectations. Jiang Yi then looked at the cute girl in white stockings beside him and asked curiously, do you have a grudge against Wan Yaoyang? No, Su Tonger shook her head. Then why did you help us kill him? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Chapter 72. The hunt begins. Seeking monthly tickets. Because you're handsome. Su Tong'er blinked. Zhang Yi remained expressionless, clearly indicating that this was not the reason. Su Tong'er covered her mouth and chuckled, then put her hands behind her back and said, never mind, to be honest, I was just trying to annoy Wan Yayang. As for forming a team, it's up to you. Anyway, I don't want to drag two burdens along. Su Tong'er yawned and said, however, I might also join Wan Yayang's team, and who knows, I might be the first to eat you guys then. She really is a witch. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. Lin Yushu, standing to the side, also looked strange. This little devil's personality was truly unpredictable. And that's it, I'm leaving. Su Tong'er clapped her hands and left the hall with her white silk stockings swaying. Brother Jiang, Lin Yushu said in a low voice, should we not team up with her? He felt that this woman was too dangerous. You actually believe that? Zhang Yi chuckled. She never really wanted to team up with us, she didn't even tell us where to meet up. Lin Yushu suddenly realized. Qingyang City has hundreds of stargazing corridors. Su Tong'er didn't mention a meeting place, which clearly meant she never really intended to form a team from the beginning. Lin Yushu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, where should we meet at dawn? Passage number 21, please. Zhang Yi opened the map on his wristband and randomly selected a red cross. Okay. Lin Yushu nodded, see you at dawn. I'm going back to the hotel to rest now. See you at midnight. A moment later, Zhang Yi walked out of the building and returned to Zhang Jianwu's passenger seat. We'll begin our operation at dawn. I'll be heading to Starry Sky Passage number 21. Zhang Yi reported the upcoming itinerary to Zhang Jianwu. Zhang Jianwu nodded and asked, which day do you plan to rest on? Zhang Yi thought for a moment, let's fight until we're exhausted. In order to kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members, Zhang Yi made an extremely tight schedule for the following period. He didn't plan to rest for the next 5 days. Let's go eat first, Zhang Jianwu said. Then rest until the early hours of the morning, and I'll call you. Good. The car drove onto the road. Not only Zhang Yi, but almost all of the thousands of examinees quickly found a place to rest. Conserve your energy and build up your strength. Everyone knows that the next 5 days will inevitably be a difficult and protracted battle. Just as all the candidates fell asleep at the same time. The Unified Examination Bureau building. In a high-rise conference room, several distinguished men and women were sitting together. One of the women, dressed in a black cheongsam and with a hot figure, was Tang Wuchan, whom Zhang Jianwu had contacted before. A total of 1,001 candidates participated in this preliminary star-level professional qualification examination. The silver-haired, crew-cut man sitting in the main seat calmly said, don't worry about the college students. Focus on observing the high school students who have potential. Those who perform exceptionally well in the upcoming shadow hunt missions may be admitted ahead of schedule. Yes, everyone replied. Tang Wuchan also opened her work tablet to receive the candidates' information files. She searched for a moment and quickly found a student's information. Zhang Yi. Tang Wuchan looked at the tablet. She was somewhat curious about the student recommended by Zhang Jianwu. Tang Wuchan quickly frowned. It's actually an innate talent? Tang Wuchan frowned, this was quite unexpected. Star wielders have never accepted their original talents. Although there is no such rule for the pre-star rank, it is rare to see those with innate talent come to participate in the pre-star rank assessment. This assessment has always been a battleground for geniuses. The student recommended by Zhang Jianwu was actually gifted from birth? That's absurd. Tang Wuchan examined the document in detail, and soon, a glint flashed in her bright eyes. I see. An improvement of nearly 500 points in just 1 year? The pace of progress is unusually fast. Possibly awakened martial bone? Looking at the information displayed on the tablet, Tang Wuchan nodded slightly, understanding the reason. Little Tang. The silver-haired man sitting in the main seat noticed her expression and asked in confusion, what's wrong? It's nothing, Tang Wuchan shook her head gently. She planned to observe Zhang Yi first. Although this student is progressing very quickly, based on the current data, the probability of passing the assessment is extremely low. Early admission? Even less likely. Of course, she still held on to a sliver of hope. If Zhang Yi can truly demonstrate abilities far exceeding his own, even if he is not as good as others, she will still offer him priority admission. That would be her chance to impress her boss. As an examiner, having a keen eye to identify outstanding candidates is the most important performance indicator. Time passed. Before we knew it, it was midnight. In a hotel room, Zhang Yi woke up on time from the martial arts ladder. Put on your clothes and pack your gear. Director, I'm off. Zhang Yi said goodbye to Zhang Jianwu before leaving. Go out. The night was dark and the wind was high. Zhang Yi glanced at the time, then his figure blurred, transforming into a phantom as he headed towards passageway number 21. Shortly after he left the hotel, a figure appeared on the rooftop, silently watching Zhang Yi disappear into the distance. At the same time, throughout Xingyang City, figures appeared, flying towards the nearby Starry Sky Passage. Clang! The midnight bells, seemingly from nowhere, resounded throughout the city. This also marks the official start of the hunt. Starry Sky Corridor number 21. It is located near a market in Xingyang City. At this moment, the market has been completely sealed off, and a group of powerful individuals dressed in hunting Shadow Bureau uniforms are guarding the entrance. When Zhang Yi arrived, there were already 4 candidates waiting at the door, all of them girls. Brother Jiang. Lin Yushu has also arrived. Brother Lin. Zhang Yi nodded to him. The 4 girls also looked at the 2 of them, but quickly looked away. It's those 2 from Ansheng. Ignore it. The 4 of them were a team, and they ignored Zhang Yi and Lin Yushu from Ansheng. Lin Yushu didn't mind and greeted them, saying, "Ladies, we'll all be comrades once we go in. Please take good care of us." A moment of silence. The 4 girls didn't even glance at him. Finally, the white-clad, sword-wielding girl who was leading the group said calmly, "We are competitors, not comrades in arms." Her eyes made no attempt to hide her disdain. Ansheng number 1 Middle School, the best school in Ansheng, doesn't even rank in the top 50 in the entire Xishan province. To them, these 2 country bumpkins from Ansheng were not even worthy of being their comrades. Lin Yushu chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. He was already used to being disliked by beautiful women. Zhang Yi paid no attention to the thoughts of these insignificant people and waited calmly. A minute later, 2 more boys arrived at the scene. The guards from the Shadow Hunting Bureau at the market entrance, seeing that the time had come, immediately turned the button next to them. Boom! The sealed gate slowly opened. Woohoo! Woohoo! An alarm blared, accompanied by a gust of icy wind that howled through the crack in the door. Chapter 73 The Terrifying Power of Star Weapons. Please read on. That wind! The wind was biting cold. It is now early March, and the average temperature in Xishan province has reached over 20 degrees Celsius. But at this moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It felt like I had arrived at the edge of another world. Let's go in. Zhang Yi took the first step. It's just a cold wind, what's there to be afraid of? He's already experienced the torture of being slowly sliced to death on the 2nd level of the martial arts ladder. This is just a little hardship for him. Upon seeing Zhang Yi enter the gate, the others followed suit. After everyone went inside. Boom! The market gate slowly closed. At the entrance, the leader of the Shadow Hunter squad looked at his dozen or so subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Keep a close eye on the situation inside. If anything unusual happens, provide immediate assistance. While preventing any potential threats, we will do our utmost to ensure the safety of every examinee." Yes, the dozen or so members of the Shadow Hunter team replied in unison. Zhang Yi stepped through the gate. The market was not dark, on the contrary, it was brightly lit. While this might create more shadows, at least the view is clearer, which is beneficial to humans. No matter how strong a human's eyesight is, it is still far inferior to that of the Shadow Clan in the dark. That is, Zhang Yi looked up and was stunned. Above the market, there was a huge crack, about 50 meters long, as if the sky had been ripped open. The cold wind was blowing out from that crack. Starry Sky Passage. Zhang Yi looked at the crack. He could see a colorful passage through the crack. Once the star tunnel appears, there is no way to seal it off, we can only wait for it to slowly disappear. The entire market was deserted except for the 8 candidates. Half an hour earlier, the Shadow Hunting Bureau had withdrawn all its personnel from this location for the purpose of assessment. How many Shadow Clan members emerged from the Starry Sky Passage in the past half hour? Nobody knows. They're here. Suddenly, Lin Yushu shouted in a low voice, reminding Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded, he had also heard the noise. Roar! Roar! The next moment, a hoarse growl echoed from the darkness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shadows were rushing toward this place from all directions of the market. If you look down from the sky at this moment, you would see these shadows, like the ebb and flow of the tide, moving at an astonishing speed, converging towards Jiang Yi and the others. In just a few seconds, they covered a distance of hundreds of meters. Shadow Clan. 20, 30, 40, 50 Shadow Clan members. Jiang Yi looked around and was shocked to see at least 50 Shadow Clan members roaring and charging towards them. Roar! The roars of the Shadow Clan can disturb one's mind. With so many Shadow Clan members roaring in unison, an ordinary person would faint on the spot. However, those present were all top students from their respective schools, so they were not affected. Kill! Over there, the girl in white wielding a sword led 3 other girls forward. The 2 boys who followed also quickly began their killing spree. Let's go too! Jiang Yi gave a low shout. The number of Shadow Clan members is limited. Within 5 days, we must fight hard to kill 1,000 Shadow Clan members. Kill! A flash of golden light appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. It was the star weapon, the golden dagger that Zhang Jianwu had lent him. Holding a dagger, he leaped forward. Those who are between 1 and 1.5 meters tall are almost all among the weaker infants of the Shadow Clan. Jiang Yi was perfectly aware of this. He had killed countless people like this in the virtual starry sky. Only those who are over 2 meters tall are considered strong among infants. If it reaches 3 meters, then it is a juvenile form. Roar! At this moment, several Shadow Clan members roared and charged towards Jiang Yi. Using the shadows of the surrounding buildings, their figures flickered constantly. In their perception, Jiang Yi's life force was the weakest among all of them. The weakest one can be easily devoured. These shadow tribes also have their own ways of communicating. Roar! The next moment, these Shadow Clan members swarmed forward and pounced on Jiang Yi. Almost instantly, 3 Shadow Clan members merged into the shadow behind Jiang Yi and attacked him. Whoosh! A golden light flashed. It is incredibly amazing in the dark. Jiang Yi wields his sword. Boom! The golden dagger unleashed a dazzling golden light, carrying terrifying stellar energy, and exploded with a tremendous sound. Put! Black blood splattered as the 3 Shadow Clan members who had their backs to Jiang Yi had their throats slit in an instant. Roar! Roar! They roared in fury and continued to pounce on Jiang Yi. This is really troublesome. Jiang Yi's expression was icy. The Shadow Clan possesses extremely strong vitality. Even with its throat slit, it can continue fighting for a period of time. If it were a human, they would have lost all fighting ability long ago. Kill! Jiang Yi strode forward, adopting an offensive strategy as a form of defense. Within the Guan Yuan acupoint, streams of pale silver star energy surged forth and merged into the golden dagger. He kept swinging his sword, the golden blade flashing brilliantly, as he thrust it towards the 3 Shadow Clan members. Put! 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 In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yi stabbed more than 10 times, each stab drawing out countless drops of dark blood. He charged forward more than 10 meters and completely blasted the 3 Shadow Clan members apart. New achievement triggered, slay a member of the demonic path. A system notification flashed before Jiang Yi's eyes. At this moment, he had no time to check. Holding the golden dagger, his figure transformed into a blur as he plunged into the Shadow Clan. Hiss hiss hiss. Golden arcs lit up as Jiang Yi continued his battle with the Shadow Clan. My star energy. Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised. Combined with star weapons, the power it unleashes is truly incredible. If you only use your fists. He could also kill these infant bodies. But it's absolutely impossible to solve it that quickly. It should be noted that the Shadow Clan possesses incredibly strong vitality and is extremely difficult to deal with. It usually takes him several minutes or even 10 minutes to take down a Shadow Clan member. And now, in just 2 or 3 minutes, they can reap the lives of several Shadow Clan members. Jiang Yi's bracelet also continuously recorded his kill count. 5 were killed. 6 were killed. Killed 7. Not far away, the girl in white holding a sword also sensed the huge fluctuations that Jiang Yi was unleashing. A quick glance out of the corner of her eye sent a chill down her spine. A star weapon? This country bumpkin actually possesses such a weapon? You should know that star weapons are extremely expensive, and even she doesn't possess them. Behind her, the other 4 girls were equally envious. How come this country bumpkin possesses such expensive items? At the same time, Lin Yushu was also shocked. Is it Director Zhang's weapon? He actually lent it to Brother Jiang? Envy, jealousy. Even the strongest high school student in Anqing didn't have such a powerful weapon by his side. On the scene, intense sounds of battle continue to erupt. Those who can come here are all top students from their respective schools, and they are all very strong. Half an hour later, more than 50 Shadow Clan members were finally slaughtered. Put. A golden light flashed, piercing the head of a Shadow Clan member, who then fell helplessly to the ground. Blood splattered. Is the first wave of attacks over? Jiang Yi opened his bracelet and looked expectantly at his battle record.